The scene opens with a simple yet impactful statement: someone has been saving people for a long time. Immediately, a question arises: what has changed? The camera pans to a towering skyscraper in a futuristic city, its lights gleaming against the night sky. A sense of unease permeates the scene. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered. A window explodes inward, sending shards of glass flying. As a figure is thrown violently from the building's upper floors. The impact is brutal. Two men confront each other amidst the chaos. One, with fiery orange hair, is bleeding profusely. The other, with dark hair, stands defiantly. "You idiot, are you planning to die together?" the dark-haired man sneers. The orange-haired man retorts, "Only you'll end up dying. A mere mafia bastard is acting tough." The orange-haired man, despite his injuries, unleashes a fierce attack. He declares, "Well, if you really come out of this alive, I'll see you again in 3 days. You motherfucker." He hurtles through the city streets at incredible speed, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The scene shifts to a woman with long dark hair, her face partially obscured. She observes, "People always say." A woman with dark hair and a stern expression is shown. She reflects on a past failure. No one pays attention to it until an accident happens, she muses, "So, I created a system, but even that corrupted in the end." The woman's face is obscured by shadow, her voice heavy with defeat. "I failed," she admits, "everything I worked on was wrong. There's only one way left." Sukwon, a young man with reddish-brown hair and visible injuries, lies in a hospital bed, disoriented. He murmurs, "Wah," then asks, "What's today's date?" A woman with short blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing and wielding a large knife, stands over Sukwon. "Get up if you're awake," she commands. Sukwon looks up, confused. "This is the last time," the woman adds. She explains, "If you die again, we won't be able to stop the young master anymore." Sukwon, still groggy, asks, "What's this? Were you waiting for me the whole time?" The blonde woman urges him, "Shut up and come out. Everyone's waiting." Sukwon rises from the bed and retrieves a blue jacket. He puts on his jacket, revealing a muscular physique. A window shows 3 figures waiting outside. Sukwon and the blonde woman exit the room, joining the 3 waiting individuals. Sukwon, now fully awake and resolute, declares, "Okay, let's go. It's time to beat the shit out of some terrorists." The manga opens with a sweeping vista of Seoul at night, engulfed in flames. The city is a chaotic inferno, buildings burning fiercely against the dark sky. A narration box describes the scene: the terrorist, who has threatened South Korea's national security for decades, has finally instigated an all-out war. Seoul lies in ruins, resembling a battlefield. Amidst the destruction, several figures stand silhouetted against the firelight. One, a man in a dark suit, appears to be confronting another, who is being held at gunpoint. The scene is tense and dramatic. A thought bubble above one of the figures suggests that the confrontation is part of a larger plan, perhaps a revolution. Below, a young man with red hair lies injured on the ground, his body battered and bleeding. The injured young man, seemingly recovering, gets to his feet. He is clearly in pain, but determined. He mutters to himself, "There you are." His face contorts in rage as he unleashes a furious shout, "You son of a bitch!" A figure in a black, high-tech suit appears, calmly stating, "Good. Now, after I take care of you." The young man is shown launching a powerful attack, the force of which is depicted by a dramatic visual effect. A narration box states, "This world changes." A blinding flash of light erupted as 2 figures clashed, their powers colliding in a maelstrom of energy. One, cloaked in darkness, wielded a weapon crackling with ominous power, the other, radiating a fierce golden aura, met the attack head-on. The impact sending shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. The figure in darkness, his face obscured by a menacing mask, remained resolute, his eyes burning with cold determination. While his opponent, a young man with fiery red hair, roared in defiance, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. His very being seemed to crackle with raw power. The scene opens with a stark black background, punctuated by a single white box containing a cryptic message: "No matter how I lived in the past." A stark blue warning triangle appears, a single exclamation point at its center. Below, the words "Reality is cold" hang heavy in the air. A computer screen displays an error message: "Insufficient funds." The warning triangle reappears, mirroring the previous panel. Sukwon, a man with fiery red hair, stares at the screen in disbelief. His frustration is palpable. He exclaims about the lack of funds, his voice laced with anger. He grumbles about the game being retarded, his words dripping with sarcasm and resentment. He feels cheated, believing his status should grant him special privileges. Sukwon considers borrowing money, his brow furrowed in thought. He checks his phone, a message notification catching his eye. The message is a job interview rejection. His name is revealed to be Hwan Suk. Kwon-suk reflects on his struggles as a jobless man over 30, the weight of his situation heavy on him. The scene opens with a man with vibrant red hair recounting a recent event. He describes how someone, unseen, climbed up a tree like a retard and tracked him with a bow. He reflects on the similarities between games and real life, concluding that both are filled with retards. But asserts that, despite this, he lives his life with class, choosing not to confront such people with rage. The red-haired man is now inside a convenience store. A stern-looking man approaches him, concerned about his health given the cold weather and his apparent state of intoxication. The red-haired man, however, is dismissive, and a tense exchange ensues. He is challenged by the other man, who questions his audacity. The red-haired man responds with a defiant retort, mentioning a certain Guanghua. The tension escalates as the stern man's associates arrive, their expressions menacing. They threaten the red-haired man, questioning his intentions and warning him of the consequences. The red-haired man, however, quickly escapes the confrontation. The stern man watches him go, clearly confused by the sudden turn of events. He then turns to the convenience store clerk, calmly requesting a pack of Dunhill cigarettes. The clerk confirms the price, and the man pays, maintaining his composure throughout the transaction. The man silently accepts the cigarettes, muttering to himself about enduring and maintaining his class. The clerk hands over the cigarettes and the change. A young man with vibrant red hair, sweat beading on his brow, stood at a counter, his expression strained. He muttered the word endure as he handed over some crumpled cash. Across the counter, a gruff-looking man with dark hair and a goatee accepted the payment, a weary gratitude in his eyes. He mumbled a quiet thank you. The young man's eyes widened slightly as he received his change. He held a small pile of coins in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He then muttered to himself, 200 more won't thank you, you asshole. The gruff man, seemingly unfazed, casually asked for a light. The young man, his expression hardening, looked at him expectantly. The gruff man, irritated by the delay, demanded, what are you looking at, you bastard? I said, give me a light. The young man, however, calmly responded, sir, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my forehead isn't that big, so I cannot engrave the word endure 3 times on my forehead. The gruff man's face contorted in disbelief and anger. He sputtered, you motherfucking son of a bitch. He roared, ahhhhhhhh. My beard. What the hell do you think you're doing? The young man calmly stated, whether it's in games or real life, it's the same. I never do anything wrong. The two men glared at each other, a tense standoff forming between them. The scene ends with a sense of impending conflict. A young woman, Yaren, berated a young man with fiery red hair. He had been fired from his part-time job, and she questioned his lack of initiative. He stammered a weak defense, explaining that he had been trying to find a better solution, but hadn't managed to do so yet. Yaren continued her criticism, pointing out his lack of self-respect. He retorted that he didn't care anymore, and proceeded to drink alcohol. He tried to justify his actions by stating that he had done well on his exam and deserved a celebration. Yaren, intrigued, asked to see his results. Yaren dramatically revealed his exam results, showing all A's across the board. She was astonished by his achievement. The young man, impressed by his own success, was equally surprised. He marveled at the results, unable to believe his eyes. Yaren acknowledged his self-awareness, pleased with his progress. Despite the positive turn of events, a shadow of sadness crossed his face. Yaren noticed his change in demeanor and questioned him. A flashback revealed the tragic loss of Yaren's father. Following her father's death, she became involved with gangsters. The narration box revealed a man's arduous past, marked by numerous brushes with death and the enduring pain that accompanied them. Meanwhile, a young woman, Cha Yi-rin, is shown taking a drink, seemingly celebrating a new chapter in her life as an adult. The scene shifts to a man, his lips curled into a knowing smile, suggesting a significant realization. He reflects on his past, stating that he dedicated his 20s to saving someone, and raises a toast with another individual, expressing a carefree attitude. Cha Yi-rin, amused, teases him about his mortality, prompting a thoughtful response from the man. He assures her that everything will be all right, asking for her patience. Later, the man lies in bed, disturbed by Cha Yi-rin's earlier words. He is urged to listen by an unseen individual. The panel shows a man in his 30s, seemingly without direction in life, adding to the overall sense of unease. Suk-won, a young man with vibrant red hair, lay in bed, his expression a mixture of weariness and contemplation. He muttered to himself about having moved and needing to act more human, though he found the pretense of normalcy somewhat amusing. He scrolled through a job posting on his phone, his brow furrowing as he questioned the low pay offered for the demanding work. The thought crossed his mind that such wages would have been considered acceptable in the 1990s. His eyes widened as he read the details of another job posting, a position at a company called MUNT, offering a surprisingly high salary of 90 million won per year, even for someone without prior experience. He was stunned by the sheer amount of money, quickly calculating how much he could buy with it. The thought of a new gaming computer filled his mind. With a sudden burst of determination, he decided to apply, noting that there was no cost to do so. The next panel showed the imposing MUNT building, a modern skyscraper that loomed over the city. Inside, Suk-won found himself in a waiting room, seated among other applicants, all dressed in sharp suits. He sat patiently, his expression serious as he waited for his turn. The word paperwork echoed in his mind. His name was called, and he was directed to a large interview room. And then, to his surprise, he was informed that he had passed the interview. A man with reddish-brown hair sits before a panel of stern-faced men. A look of quiet satisfaction crosses his features as he reflects on his recent success. He thinks to himself that his paperwork, surprisingly, has been approved, despite the fact that he simply copied and pasted his resume before applying. The man, now identified as Suk-won, continues to recount his impressive resume to the panel. He details his service in a special battalion, his participation in overseas missions, and his extensive military training. His words hang in the air, leaving the panel speechless. His confident demeanor is met with skepticism from one of the men, who questions the presence of such a highly skilled individual at a mere cleaning company. Another man observes that Suk-won is not the only one with an extraordinary background, everyone in the room seems to be hiding something. The skepticism continues, with one of the men commenting on Suk-won's seemingly battered face, suggesting a violent incident. Suk-won, unfazed by their skepticism, passionately explains his reasons for applying to the company. He expresses his desire to use this opportunity to work towards world peace, a statement that is met with disbelief and mockery from the others. A woman with dark hair calmly interjects, reminding everyone that their company is simply a cleaning service, not an organization dedicated to world peace. She then calls for the next applicant, Mr. Hwan Suk. The woman's words are followed by a moment of confusion and whispered conversation between her and another woman, whose face is mostly obscured by a cap. The second woman expresses concern about Suk-won's qualifications, questioning the selection process. The second woman, revealed to be the substitute CEO of the cleaning company Munt, continues to express her doubts. Prompting the first woman to clear her throat and address Suk-won directly, asking if the information on his resume is accurate. Suk-won, slightly taken aback, confirms that everything on his resume is true. The scene opens on a formal meeting. A group of individuals, including a young man with vibrant red hair, sits around a large conference table. The narration boxes reveal that this young man, Suk-won, deliberately chose a less conventional path, attending a minor high school and working part-time while studying, all due to his dissatisfaction with the country's education system. A fact noted by another man at the table, who scoffs at Suk-won's unconventional approach, highlighting the owner's lack of understanding of true justice and pointing out a spelling error in Suk-won's report. Two other men exchanged concerned glances, one of them questioning the nature of Suk-won's unusual employment situation, hinting at the possibility of nepotism or favoritism. Suk-won's background is questioned by a woman with dark hair, who asks if his unconventional path is truly a source of strength. Suk-won, though initially hesitant, defends his choices, stating that he simply called out what he saw as wrong. He clarifies that his actions were not boastful but rather a reflection of his belief in justice, emphasizing that he treated those who wronged him in the past the same way he would treat anyone else. Suk-won's justification is met with a thoughtful response from the woman, who considers his actions natural given the circumstances. A man beside her remains skeptical, expressing his doubts with a simple HM. The woman then writes down Suk-won's contact information, seemingly satisfied with his explanation. She assures him that this information is sufficient for their purposes. The woman then asks Suk-won if he has any further questions. Suk-won, however, has a question of his own. A tense meeting unfolded in a modern boardroom. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, observed the proceedings from across the table. Her gaze fell upon a man seated at the far end, and a subtle shift in her expression hinted at a growing unease. Her suspicion solidified. The man at the rear had something concealed beneath his jacket, the outline was too bulky to be anything but a firearm. The man, seemingly oblivious to the woman's scrutiny, remained calm. However, his internal monologue revealed a different story. He was troubled by the situation, hesitant to act, but his ability to perceive hidden truths made it impossible to ignore the gun. He knew carrying firearms was illegal in their country, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The weight of his perception pressed upon him, a burden he couldn't escape. His unease was shattered by a sudden outburst. The man's colleague, enraged by his silent observation, confronted him. The colleague, furious, drew his own weapon, shouting accusations. He threatened the man, claiming he could have avoided this if he had kept quiet. A physical altercation erupted. The man, despite his initial hesitation, reacted swiftly, defending himself against the sudden attack. The chaos escalated, drawing the attention of another individual. A man with reddish-brown hair, appearing calm amidst the turmoil, commanded everyone to freeze. He revealed himself to be a member of the Disaster Preparation Committee, chastising the others for their recklessness and lack of awareness. The newcomer noted the CEO's absence, highlighting the fortunate timing of the interruption. Despite this, he remained resolute in his mission. A woman with dark hair, wearing a baseball cap adorned with a tiger emblem, sat in an office chair, her arms crossed defensively. Her expression was unreadable, a mask of controlled intensity. She listened impassively as a man in a suit, his face contorted in anger, berated her. He punctuated his words with aggressive gestures. The man continued his tirade, his voice rising in volume and intensity. His frustration was palpable, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant orange hair burst into the room, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared a vulgar insult at the man in the suit, silencing him instantly. With a swift, brutal movement, the orange-haired young man launched a devastating attack, sending the man sprawling across the floor. The force of the blow was clearly depicted in the motion lines and the man's contorted face. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending the man flying through the air. The impact created a shockwave that shattered nearby objects. The orange-haired young man continued his assault, his movements a blur of speed and power. He smashed through a brick building with ease. The force of the impact causing a significant amount of structural damage, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Outside, bystanders watched in shock and fear as the man in the suit crashed into a car, his body visibly injured. The man in the suit, his face contorted in agony, clutched at his chest. His eyes widened in terror as he realized the extent of his injuries. A man in a sharp suit, his red hair a striking contrast to his dark attire, forcefully smashed through a glass window. Shards of glass rained down around him as he turned, his back to the onlookers. Two men in suits, their faces grim, watched from the floor, while another stood in the background, his expression one of controlled fury. He adjusted his cuffs, a subtle yet confident gesture. His gaze was intense, unwavering. A thought crossed his mind, pretty good at these types of things. The man declared, with a wave of his hand, that the interview was concluded. He announced his departure, casually instructing those present to take care. Before he could leave, however, a woman's voice stopped him. She appeared from behind a nearby corner, her expression sharp and questioning. "Where do you think you're going?" He began to walk away, his footsteps echoing slightly on the polished floor. But the woman's words cut through his resolve. He paused, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. She pointed out his hypocrisy, he had just stated that wrong action should be called out. He looked at her, a question hanging in the air. The woman's expression was a mixture of challenge and amusement. "Right?" The woman questioned his sudden appearance, noting that he had seemingly materialized out of thin air. She then laid out a hypothetical scenario: a person strapped with a bomb vest is dropped outside. The potential consequences of such an action were chillingly clear. The woman pressed him, asking if he had considered the potential harm to innocent bystanders. His response was a hesitant denial. A woman with striking golden eyes and dark hair, wearing a baseball cap, smirked. She mused that she had instructed the strong one to put on a show, as a normal person would have died from that punch. Elsewhere, a man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stared in disbelief. He questioned whether the previous events had been merely an act. It was all fake? The woman with the golden eyes explained that she had been observing to see if the young master was taking the situation lightly, but there were witnesses outside, leaving her unsure of what to do next. The red-haired man pondered aloud that the person responsible should simply disappear after death, as their body vanishes. Suddenly, the red-haired man's body began to disintegrate into bloody fragments, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. His body dissolved into a crimson mist. The woman with the golden eyes, now holding a gun, congratulated Mr. Hwan Suk on passing the test. She instructed him to be ready at 11 a.m. in 3 days, to return to the same location. The final panel shows a close-up of the red-haired man's dissolving body, emphasizing the finality of his apparent death. The camera sweeps upward, revealing a towering modern building against a bright, cloudless sky. The scene is stark, almost sterile in its cleanliness. The scene shifts abruptly. A close-up shows a man's bloodied face, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and pain. His name is Hwan Suk, he explains, a man in his 30s still struggling to find work. His words reveal a weariness that belies his age. But there's something extraordinary about him: when he dies, he explains, he revives 3 days later. A lingering question hangs in the air: who is the woman who knows about his unusual ability? Suk Hwan, a man with the extraordinary ability to resurrect after 3 days, turned off the tap, the water ceasing its flow. A lingering sense of unease clouded his features. A stark reminder of his unique predicament. He reflected on the fact that he is resurrected 3 days after death, a secret known to few, including his close friend, Yi Rin. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. A woman he encountered previously definitely knew about his ability. This realization sent a chill down his spine. a cold dread gripping his heart. He understood the implications of her knowledge of his secret. And the chilling realization that this encounter was no accident. The implications were far-reaching and deeply unsettling. Seok-won, fueled by a surge of anger, burst out of his apartment building, his rage directed at the Kim Min-hyuk organization. He roared his fury at the Kim Min-hyuk underling bastards. The scene opens with a dramatic explosion, debris flying through the air. A woman, her face partially obscured, confidently declares, "Did you think I would just fall for that?" The scene shifts to a more tranquil setting, a modern office. Seok-won, a man with vibrant red hair, sits across from a woman with dark hair, who greets him with, "Welcome, Mr. Seok-won. You arrived right on time?" Meanwhile, the woman subtly wipes her mouth with a napkin, muttering, "Oh my, how embarrassing." Seok-won, seemingly unfazed, replies, "I'm sorry, I was just hungry." He then asks, "Did you have your breakfast on the way?" The atmosphere changes abruptly. The woman exclaims, "For real, boom. You vanished like that, so I was quite surprised." Seok-won, now visibly agitated, brandishes a spiked weapon, demanding, "Stop with the bullshit, who are you guys? If you aren't Kim Min-hyuk's underlings, how do you know about me?" The woman, seemingly surprised, asks, "Kim Min-hyuk? Oh." She clarifies, "You mean that person, right? The one who died as soon as he became Do-won Group's chief. To become the chief, he killed so many people. Or sent them to the abyss." A shadowy figure, Kim Min-hyuk, sits calmly in a chair, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The woman continues, "In addition, the corrupt relationship between the government and the group was revealed and caused a huge issue, right? The Minister of Justice was dismissed and the Commissioner of the National Police Agency was arrested. The people's protests were crazy too. On top of that, the one who killed and exposed Kim Min-hyuk of his crimes. A woman with dark hair, her expression grim, pointed a pistol at a man with lighter hair. Blood blossomed on his chest as the bullet found its mark. He crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The man, however, seemed unfazed by the injury, a cruel smirk played on his lips as he spoke of his tormentor. He recounted how this bastard had killed him dozens of times, even torturing those around him, all in an effort to test his abilities. The man, seemingly recovered from the gunshot wound, confronted a woman with dark hair, questioning if she knew about his ability to revive. He expressed surprise that she was not related to his tormentor, and that she only learned of his ability upon meeting him. The woman, Cha Hee-soo, explained that she had learned of him from a colleague at a different company. She introduced herself and her manager, Young Ho-yun. Hee-soo then directed the man, Seok-won, to the basement, where someone was waiting to meet him. Seok-won expressed reluctance as he descended into the basement via elevator. Upon arriving in the basement parking garage, Seok-won was met with an unexpected sight. The woman who had shot him earlier, now seemingly unharmed, stood before him. Seok-won's surprise was palpable, he could only stare, speechless. She expressed amazement at his survival. The scene opens with a woman, her expression unreadable, as a man's voice questions, "Is he Korea's Jesus?" Simultaneously, another scene unfolds, showing a fiery confrontation. A young man with fiery red hair confronts a group of men, shouting, "What? You bastard, come here." One of the men calmly replies, "Calm down." The scene shifts to two women, one of whom is visibly concerned. She asks, "Why are you here, Uni? You didn't tell me that you had work?" The other woman responds, "There's someone tailing us." The two women are now seated in a cafe. One explains, when it blew up 3 days ago, they most likely saw it through the window, heard the rumors, and came here. Instead of going to the headquarters, drive along the riverside and see how many people are there. Then let's move Mr. Seok-won first. There's a separate headquarters, so let's talk there later. The red-haired young man is shown in a tense situation, asking, "Where should I go?" "I came to meet you." He is then confronted by a group of people, one of whom accuses him of being connected to a suspicious organization. The young man is clearly agitated, his face contorted in anger. He is asked, "You think here to join a suspicious company? Who on earth are you? Do you have any connection to the Kim Min-hyuk gang?" One of the women from the cafe scene appears, mentioning Kim Min-hyuk and stating that how he died is not related to her business. She adds, "Who knows? But if you lay hands on me one more time, you'll also go to the afterlife like Kim Min-hyuk." The red-haired young man is shown in shock and awe, muttering, "Who is this woman? How's she so strong? Damn, this kind of strength isn't possible for normal humans. What's with this woman?" The woman from the cafe scene is shown with glowing red eyes, her expression intense. She says, "That was..." Seok-won's eyes glowed with an intense, fiery orange as a surge of power coursed through him. His hands clenched into fists, the veins bulging as he struggled to contain the energy. He smirked, a predatory gleam in his eyes. With a pointed finger, he seemed to command the very air around him. Meanwhile, Min Jongyu, her face partially obscured by a large, dark hood and stylish sunglasses, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. Her expression was unreadable. Their hands met, a clash of energies erupting between them in a small, bright flash. Suk-won was in the midst of a job interview. The interviewer apologized for interrupting, but pressed him about his decision to join their company. Suk-won, seemingly unfazed, questioned the nature of the company itself, wondering if it was a cleaning service. The interviewer explained the terms of the internship: 3 months of work, a reduced salary, but with a significant annual salary and end-of-year bonus. Suk-won's eyes widened at the mention of the 110 million won annual salary. And the additional end-of-year bonus, equivalent to his annual salary. He contemplated the offer, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. It seemed like a good idea. The scene shifts to a bustling highway, cars speeding along a bridge overlooking a river. A sleek, dark vehicle sped along a city highway. Inside, a man with vibrant red hair and a woman with dark hair and glasses sat in the back seats. "So, where are we going right now?" the man asked. The woman, her expression serious, replied, "The Munt headquarters." "For show, the headquarters registered in Uedo. People who were allowed and accepted like you are already at the headquarters. You entered 2 days ago, right? Honestly, this isn't a clean-looking company. What do you do?" The man leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You know of the Disaster Prevention Committee, right? It's an international organization established in Korea." "Well, I heard of the name since it's on the news a lot. We are a fake company that was formed to help with their unofficial work." The woman gripped the steering wheel, her focus unwavering. In order to prevent global crimes and the onset of disasters, some things need to go against the law in order to be prepared. A close-up showed 4 men in suits, their faces stern and serious. So that's why there were a bunch of soldier-type men who applied. The red-haired man and the woman continued their conversation. "In the Disaster Prevention Committee, there are other fake companies who also work like us. Soldiers are aware that places like ours have disguised open recruitments." The red-haired man nodded slowly. "I see. That's why a lot of soldiers in the special forces applied. But why did you pick me?" The woman smiled faintly, her eyes glinting. "The president ordered it." The woman's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding her features. "Something's fishy." Several black cars were tailing their vehicle. "How ridiculous. They were tailing us all along and suddenly want to ambush us in broad daylight?" A man with fiery red hair and a woman with striking black hair and sunglasses looked on in disbelief as their surroundings shifted. The woman, her eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity, voiced her astonishment. "No way, did the situation suddenly change?" The woman continued, her voice sharp with urgency. "What's going on? Something feels suddenly wrong." "Cha so why?" a man in a suit nervously asked. "Cha so why? This car is bulletproof, right?" Another woman, seemingly her subordinate, responded, "Yes. But the tires won't last long." Cha so why, clearly agitated, made a call to the president, explaining their precarious situation and demanding an update. The red-haired man, his face contorted in frustration, asked the woman in sunglasses, "What do you think?" She responded with a chilling smile, "It means it's time to work." A close-up on the red-haired man's face showed his apprehension. Suddenly, a hail of gunfire erupted from a truck approaching their vehicle. Multiple gunmen opened fire from other vehicles, surrounding the car. The scene was chaotic and violent. The woman with black hair, her face contorted in fear, screamed, "They're coming." Gunfire continued to rain down on the vehicle, the bullets shattering the windows. The intense barrage of bullets forced the occupants of the car to duck for cover as the attack intensified. A man with fiery orange hair, his face contorted in a furious grimace, roared in disbelief. His words, a mixture of shock and outrage, echoed the turmoil within him. "What are you guys suddenly doing in the middle of Korea?" His outburst was followed by another, equally incredulous question, as he witnessed the chaotic scene unfolding before him. "Who are all these crazy guys?" The scene depicted a furious firefight in the heart of a bustling city. Cars exploded in a hail of gunfire as the windows of nearby buildings shattered. One of the observers, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, calmly assessed the situation. "The windows are going to break." "No, wait until they reload it. This is ridiculous." 2 individuals, a man and a woman, huddled together in a vehicle, desperately searching for a solution. The man, his brow furrowed in concentration, exclaimed, "How are we going to counterattack?" The woman, however, remained calm, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she responded, "Wait. I have this." The man's eyes widened in surprise as the woman produced a seemingly innocuous item, a wig. Meanwhile, another figure, unseen until now, prepared to engage the enemy, a determined glint in their eyes. A voiceover narrated the scene. "Those who wait are blessed." A powerful energy surged forth, emanating from the unseen figure, as they unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the attack sent a vehicle hurtling through the air, narrowly missing the two individuals in the car. The man watched in horror as the vehicle flew past, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. The vehicle crashed violently, exploding in a shower of sparks and debris. The woman, seemingly uninjured, calmly observed the aftermath of the attack. "Whoa, it's flying," she remarked, her tone nonchalant. Meanwhile, in a separate location, another woman, watching the events unfold on a screen, spoke to a man beside her. "Uni, if the police see you like this." A man with fiery red hair, his expression etched with concern, sat in the passenger seat of a speeding car. Beside him, a woman with vibrant blonde hair and piercing golden eyes barked orders at the driver. "So why, turn the car towards the front. Let's take care of this at once." Meanwhile, in another car, a man in a suit spoke into his phone, his voice low and serious. "Yeah, President. It's the white undead, our eternal enemy. As expected, it's those guys. Since you have Lilia, there should be no problem. Be careful." Those who were the most careful have suddenly changed. The red-haired man and the blonde woman watched from a rooftop, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. "I don't know what kind of guys they are, but..." The blonde woman, her eyes narrowed, focused on something below. "I get a bonus when I catch them, right?" The red-haired man looked down, his expression shifting to one of concern. "What? Bonus? Hey, what are you planning to do?" She smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Are you asking 'cause you don't know? It's obvious, isn't it?" The red-haired man leaped from the rooftop, his body a blur of motion as he hurtled towards the street below. "Hey, you crazy bastard." The blonde woman watched him go, a mixture of frustration and concern on her face. She then looked down at the street below, her expression hardening. Elsewhere, a man with striking white hair and a futuristic mask appeared, his voice a low growl. "Do not put Hwan Suk in danger." A young man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp suit, leaped from a considerable height, his body a blur against the pale blue sky. He reached towards a container, its doors flung open, revealing a masked figure armed with a machine gun inside. A desperate thought echoing in his mind, "Don't we just have to kill everyone?" His face contorted into a ferocious grimace, eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. A primal rage consumed him. But a chilling realization pierced through the fury, what they're aiming for is resurrection. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a sprawling city. Standing tall against the cityscape, a man with silver hair, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stood with his back to the viewer. He seemed to survey the scene with an air of quiet authority. A voice, sharp and analytical, cut through the silence. "The white undead, they used their mind, the crowd, and only made secret deals. Why suddenly out of the blue?" The speaker, a man with a stern expression, was shown only from the neck up. The panel then shifted to show a woman's legs in high heels, before returning to the silver-haired man. "Who knows? Let's figure that out." A close-up of a woman's lips, curved into a subtle, knowing smile. The silver-haired man continued, his voice laced with a hint of calculation, by asking their leader directly. A woman with long, dark hair stood on a rooftop, a fiery energy emanating from her hands. The word directly appeared in a speech bubble above her. She unleashed a wave of intense energy, confronting the silver-haired man who stood defiantly before her. News of a disturbing objective reached the ears of those monitoring the situation. The enemy's goal was resurrection. The information revealed a terrifying method. They sought an immortal-like ability, allowing resurrection after 3 days, regardless of the number of deaths. A concerned official, speaking on the phone, expressed worry, noting that while the enemy's methods were unclear, their actions suggested a complete loss of sanity. He urgently requested the protection of those resurrected. He stressed the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that if the enemy succeeded in stealing this ability, it would lead to immense trouble. A mysterious figure, his back to the viewer, pondered the situation. He suggested a direct approach to solving the mystery. He proposed confronting their leader directly to uncover the truth. The scene shifted to a dramatic confrontation. A woman with dark hair, wielding fiery energy, stood opposite a man with white hair and a futuristic mask, who seemed to be generating electrical energy. The man's words, directly, hung in the air, setting the stage for an imminent clash. The scene opens with a pair of elegantly clad legs in high heels, perched atop a rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape. The woman's posture suggests a moment of quiet observation, perhaps anticipation. A fiery explosion erupts in the distance, a stark contrast to the calm of the previous scene. A man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp suit, is seen hurtling through the air, propelled by an unseen force. He moves with surprising speed and agility. Simultaneously, a masked figure wielding a submachine gun opens fire, the bullet streaking across the panel in a blur of motion. The masked man's expression is one of intense focus and aggression. The red-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the hail of bullets, continues his trajectory, his movements a blur of motion as he closes the distance between himself and the gunman. He delivers a powerful kick, sending the gunman sprawling to the ground. The impact is depicted with dramatic visual effects, emphasizing the force of the blow. A blonde woman with fiery eyes watches the scene unfold from a nearby vehicle, a grim determination etched on her face. She mutters to herself, "Just wait and see what I'll do to that crazy bastard." Elsewhere, the red-haired man lies on the ground, clutching his injured knee. He questions whether he landed incorrectly, and wonders where his attackers came from. A man with fiery red hair, wielding a heavy machine gun, unleashed a furious barrage of bullets. His face contorted in a grimace of rage, he shouted that their car was not bulletproof. Inside the car, two women braced themselves against the onslaught. One, with fiery orange hair, screamed at the other, with dark hair, to move the vehicle. The dark-haired woman, her face a mask of determination, vowed to ask their chief for a raise once they survived this. The red-haired man, watching their escape, smirked, impressed by their quick thinking. The red-haired man continued his relentless assault, unleashing another volley of bullets. The bullets tearing through the air, striking their target with deadly accuracy, causing chaos and destruction on the highway. The women inside the car cried out in terror as their vehicle was hit. One of the car's tires exploded, sending sparks and debris flying as the vehicle swerved violently. The car careened out of control, narrowly avoiding a collision with other vehicles. The dark-haired woman desperately ordered the orange-haired woman to turn the car around, realizing their plan had failed and they needed to retreat. The red-haired man, reloading his weapon, saw the car's escape and realized it was too late. The ambush had failed. A high-speed chase unfolded through the city streets. Cars swerved wildly, tires screeching as they careened around corners, narrowly avoiding collisions. The air crackled with energy, sparks flying from the vehicles as they were subjected to some unseen force. The chase ended abruptly. Inside one of the vehicles, a man, his face etched with concern, clutched his head, his ears still ringing from the intense experience. Two women sat beside him, equally shaken by the events that had just transpired. "Is it over?" one of them wondered aloud. One of the women, her blonde hair framing a determined face, glared intensely. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the intensity of her emotions. A single word escaped her lips: "Hell yeah." Elsewhere, a man with vibrant red hair smirked confidently. He seemed pleased with the turn of events. "Seems like we're starting our first day flashily," he remarked, his tone suggesting a sense of anticipation and excitement. The scene shifted to the Klebel Tower in Gyeongwon, Seoul. Inside, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. A man with red hair, the same one from before, stumbled backward, clutching his chest in pain. Two women watched him with a mixture of concern and something else, something colder. One of the women, the blonde from the car chase, approached the injured man, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "Our fine-looking immortal new recruit," she purred, her words laced with a chilling undertone. She continued, "I'm going to teach you a valuable lesson, so listen well, pretty face." The other woman, dark-haired and serious, added, "Did you know many people's lives were in danger because of your actions? Is it so hard to act while using your brains a bit?" Sukwon, a man with fiery orange hair, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. A look of utter astonishment washed over his features as he whispered, "Wow. I'm speechless." He was taken aback by the news. The woman before him had been shot in the head just 3 days prior. "I'm a bit taken aback to hear that from a woman who put a bullet in my forehead just 3 days ago. I'm good at grasping the value of people's lives, especially for reckless cats like you who don't know how precious life is. If you know it so well, why don't you teach me?" The conversation continued, with Sukwon expressing his bewilderment. He questioned her methods, asking how she could train people to face armed opponents. He also questioned her self-proclaimed seniority and her presence after their recent escape. The woman, unfazed, simply urged him to smile. The scene shifted to a hallway, a sign indicating B15 glowing faintly. A door opened, revealing Sukwon and the woman, accompanied by another individual, standing before a grand entrance. The woman dramatically announced their arrival, exclaiming "Tada!" They stood before a vast, futuristic building. "This is our company's headquarters," she stated, adding, "It's awesome, right?" Sukwon, still somewhat skeptical, offered a non-committal. The woman, however, seemed unperturbed by his reaction. She simply stated, "Well then, come with me." She gently took the hand of her companion, and they began to walk away. The scene opens in a bustling office, filled with computer screens and busy workers. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, explains to a group of employees that their company primarily handles sensitive information, protecting witnesses or evidence that cannot be officially disclosed. She explains that, as a result, they are frequently targeted by terrorist organizations. The woman then leads a man with reddish-brown hair to his new desk. She informs him that this is his workspace and directs him to review a contract thoroughly. Sukwon, the man with reddish-brown hair, carefully reviews the contract. The woman asks if he has any questions. Elsewhere, two individuals discuss the whereabouts of another person. They explain that he is on a business trip and will not be present that day. Back at the office, the woman updates Suk-hwan on a developing situation. They are monitoring a site with the help of a filming crew and nearby citizens, but the situation remains unclear. A news report plays on a nearby monitor, showing scenes of panic and chaos in Gangnam's Songpa district. People are fleeing in confusion. The news anchor reports that, thankfully, there have been no reported casualties yet. Suk-hwan and the woman react to the news report. Suk-hwan questions the severity of the situation in Gangnam's Songpa district, wondering who will resolve the crisis. The woman expresses concern, stating that the situation is dire. She then mentions something about their chief, but quickly dismisses it, claiming it's nothing important and that she needs to speak with someone from another department. Suk-hwan's expression darkens as he stares off into the distance, the word terrorist appearing in a thought bubble. A young woman with long dark hair plummets from a great height, her dark dress billowing around her as she falls. A man with white hair, clad in dark clothing, leaps through the air after her, his movements fluid and powerful. He comments, seemingly unfazed by the speed of his pursuit, "I guess you just don't get tired even after rushing around like that." The focus shifts to a young man with fiery red hair, his face etched with concern and a hint of recognition. His eyes are wide, his expression serious. A breaking news report flashes on a large screen. A video shows the same white-haired man battling the falling woman, described as a terrorist appearance in Seoul, citizens evacuating. The red-haired man stares at the screen, his expression shifting to disbelief. He mutters to a woman with short dark hair, "No way. So he knew na?" The woman, startled, replies, "What?" The dark-haired woman, intrigued, asks, "Orphanage." The red-haired man's face is contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief. He states, "Yes. That's not possible. That can't be. So he knew na." Below, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and dark hair screams in rage. The final panel shows the white-haired man and the dark-haired woman locked in a fierce battle amidst a storm of blue energy. Hwan, a young man with reddish-brown hair, spoke, "Let's talk for a bit." He was approached by a girl in a school uniform. She stated, "Okay, explain this. This isn't your school uniform, right? What are you doing these days?" Hwan, looking somewhat sheepish, began to explain, starting with, "Well, about that." He continued, explaining that he had switched uniforms with a friend from another school for fun, and then, while playing with fire, something went wrong, leaving him with smoke in his mouth. He finished with a simple, "Hwan." The girl responded, "I believe in you. It's not like you're going off the track, and even if you end up fighting someone, you definitely have a reason for it." However, she expressed her disappointment, saying, "But what makes me feel disappointed is, you don't seem to take care of yourself. You come back late and never give a call either." Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, "Every time that happens, I get worried thinking you might have hurt yourself somewhere." Her voice cracked with emotion as she exclaimed, "I'm going crazy because I'm worried about you. I'm not bothered if you study or play sports well." Hwan, his expression serious, simply stated, however. Amidst a cityscape ravaged by an unseen catastrophe, a woman with long dark hair, clad in a tattered brown robe, floats amidst a fiery explosion. Her expression is one of grim determination, her arms outstretched as if channeling the very energy of the destruction around her. A narration box above her reads, "I hope you know that there's someone who worries for you." The scene shifts to a sleek, modern building. A man with short, reddish-brown hair and a woman with dark hair are engaged in conversation. The man, dressed in a sharp black suit, expresses his reluctance to be involved in something weird. The woman, in a business suit, calmly reminds him that he's already signed the contract. She insists that it's too late to back out, regardless of his concerns. He protests, asking what he's supposed to do now. She explains that for security purposes, he must stay at the company for a week. The man, now identified as Hwan Suk, is led into a stark, brightly lit room. He is shirtless, revealing a lean physique. The woman gestures towards a bed, indicating where he's to stay. A gruff-looking man watches from the background. Another man, with short brown hair, enters the room. He looks surprised, muttering, "Oh? No way." The brown-haired man recognizes Hwan Suk from a previous interview. He silently observes Hwan Suk with a thoughtful expression. The woman directs Hwan Suk to a different room, assuring him that he will receive any necessary items immediately. As the woman hands Hwan Suk his employment contract, she comments that things have been messy, but at least from now on, things will be better. She wishes him well. Min Jongyu, a woman with dark hair, and Suk-hwan, a man with vibrant red hair, shook hands. Suk-hwan, seemingly the section chief, expressed his hope for a successful collaboration. Jong-yu's response was a quiet affirmation, hinting at an unspoken understanding between them. Jong-yu cautioned Suk-hwan to keep his ability to resurrect himself a secret. He, in turn, revealed his knowledge of the orphanage incident and his intention to investigate further, sharing his findings with her. After a brief exchange, Jong-yu departed, saluting Suk-won with a playful gesture. He watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Jong-yu descended in an elevator, her steps measured and purposeful. She entered a dimly lit room. Jong-yu's arrival was noted by the man, who questioned her about guiding the newcomer. Jong-yu confirmed that the situation was ongoing and that the news coverage had been extensive. She pointed out the similarities between the current attack and a previous one. The man commented on the unusual directness of the current attack, contrasting it with previous events. Jong-yu then revealed that Suk-won was aiming to be resurrected, as reported by the chief. The man, observing a news report featuring a masked figure, stated that this was the perfect opportunity to finally capture the person the chief had been pursuing for 10 years. The scene ends with a view of a tall building at night. Suk-won, the revival man, lay in a hospital bed, his breathing shallow, his body still recovering from a recent ordeal. Beside him, a man with short, reddish-brown hair sat silently, his gaze fixed on Suk-won's still form. His thoughts consumed by a woman he had seen on television. A familiar face, yet something felt different. The man, Kim Min-hyuk, pondered the woman's appearance on screen. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he knew her. Though her style had changed drastically. He recognized her instantly. It was So-wai, a woman he had known since childhood. The shock of seeing So-wai alive, after believing her dead, sent a wave of disbelief through Min-hyuk. He recalled the words of a mysterious figure: "The hound's role is to follow the master's orders accordingly." A hound that never dies no matter how many times you kill him. What could be a more attractive weapon than this? Min-hyuk's mind raced, grappling with the implications of So-wai's unexpected reappearance. He slumped in his chair, overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts. Then, a surge of anger erupted within him. "Kim Min-hyuk," he roared, his voice filled with rage. A board filled with photos of victims, connected by lines indicating a pattern of seemingly random killings, fueled his rage further. The killings were random, yet deliberate. But So-wai's death predated the appearance of Kim Min-hyuk's enemy, a fact that further confounded him. The timing was impossible. Min-hyuk's suspicions grew. He questioned whether his enemy had checked on So-wai's status, and why she had reappeared so suddenly. The mystery deepened. A man with fiery red hair sat in the dark, a phone pressed to his ear. His expression was one of intense concentration, a furrow in his brow as he listened intently. The silence on the other end of the line only deepened his frustration. "Who is it?" he muttered, the question hanging in the air unanswered. The screen displayed no caller ID. A sharply dressed man with slicked-back dark hair entered the Seoul Peacemaker Tower, the headquarters of the Disaster Prevention Committee. He moved with a quiet confidence, his gait purposeful. However, the security system flagged him: this person was unregistered. Undeterred, he approached the elevator, his gloved hand pressing the button for the top floor. Waiting patiently as the doors slid open. A man with short, gray hair stood waiting inside. The elevator ascended, silently carrying them towards the chief's office. The gray-haired man's expression remained impassive. Upon reaching the chief's office, the elevator system rejected the man's access, stating that his voice was not registered. A pair of polished black shoes entered a sleek, modern elevator, the doors sliding shut with a quiet hiss behind them. A young man with short, silvery hair and intense red eyes peered down from above, his voice a strained whisper. He urgently called out to Hwan Suk, identifying himself as So-wai Nuna. The scene shifted to Young Woo-min, Munt President, a man in a sharp suit, his expression grim. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, and he uttered a single name: Hwan Suk. A desperate plea for help escaped the lips of a man with vibrant red hair, his face etched with fear as he clutched his phone. Suk-won, a young man with short, dark hair, stood inside a brightly lit phone booth, his expression grim as he spoke into the receiver. He spoke calmly, yet a hint of desperation laced his voice as he inquired about his sister's well-being after a long period of silence between them. On the other end of the line, a voice expressed disbelief, questioning how Suk-won could possibly be alive after his apparent death. The speaker mentioned seeing someone resembling Suk-won on television, leading to the current conversation. He explained that he had been in hiding due to being pursued, unable to contact her out of fear. Suk-won pleaded for his sister's help, his voice filled with desperation. His sister, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to meet him at their old meeting place, requesting secrecy and that he come alone. A man in a suit, headset in place, sat before a panoramic cityscape. He reported into his community, "This is going as expected," informed the chief. Elsewhere, a young man with short brown hair walked down a dimly lit alleyway towards an elevator. He arrived at the elevator, where a woman with dark hair, dressed in a business suit, greeted him. She remarked, "You couldn't sleep, Mr. Hwan Suk." He replied, expressing a strong craving for a cigarette. He explained that he'd been restless, running around like a dog. The woman then asked if she had something to show him, before explaining that they had received new information and were moving quickly to prepare for an operation involving Mr. Hwan Suk, inviting him to come with her. Following her, he found himself in a dimly lit room where a man lay unconscious on a table. The woman then asked him a pointed question. She asked if he remembered the man, explaining that this was the man he had subdued earlier that day during a car chase. A flashback showed Hwan Suk in a fierce fight, overpowering his opponent. He then looked at the unconscious man with a mixture of surprise and concern. Hwan Suk questioned why the man was in such a state, noting his poor condition. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, reported on their investigation. They had spent some time trying to uncover the plans of a mysterious group. The next panel showed 3 large containers, possibly holding water, and a man lying prone on the ground near a puddle of water. A man with fiery red hair, his face contorted in anger, confronted the woman. He questioned whether they had tortured the man found near the water containers, expressing outrage. The woman calmly replied that they hadn't done anything excessive, stating that the president opposed such actions. The man retorted that the man had merely fainted from being tickled or something similar. The woman continued, stating that he wouldn't die from drinking some water, unlike her mother who had been burned alive. The focus shifted to the red-haired man, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. He listened as the woman explained that the pastor of the church her mother attended had been deceived by the white undead, locking people inside, attempting to convert them, and then setting the church on fire when his efforts failed. The woman revealed that many in her company had similar stories, including Section Chief Jang Ho-yun, who had lost his child to the white undead. The red-haired man, seething with rage, demanded to know who the white undead were and why they were committing such atrocities. The narration box explained that the White Hundred, often called the White Undead, was a cult that believed the extinction of mankind would lead to eternal life. The woman concluded by stating that while their doctrine was laughable, the forces influencing it had existed since before the Common Era and were deeply rooted in the world. A chilling narration box opened the scene, revealing a grave warning: they are demons who will commit anything for the destruction of mankind. The panel showed a powerful figure, his face stern and cold, overseeing a scene of chaos and destruction. A body lay lifeless at his feet, a testament to the ruthlessness of these demons. The narration continued, detailing the extent of their evil. Not only will they influence global enterprises, but they will also create drugs and biological experiments and start wars. The focus shifted to a man with striking white hair, his face partially obscured by shadow. The narration box provided further context, especially in Korea, which is known to be their point of origin. This man's grim expression hinted at a long and arduous struggle. The narration continued, revealing a connection to a woman named So-wai. Does that mean So-wai Nuna is also part of that white group? A young man with fiery red hair, his face etched with worry and suspicion, voiced this thought. His companion, a woman with dark hair, listened intently. The two watched from a shadowed corner, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. The scene was tense, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. The scene shifted to a bound and gagged man, his face contorted in pain. A speech bubble above him conveyed his desperate plea: do you think you can survive destruction if you do this? Another bubble, from his tormentor, added a chilling counterpoint: do you think you can avoid death if you treat me like this? His rage finally erupted. You trash! You're the real demons! The woman from the shadowed corner spoke, her voice laced with icy resolve: there will be no place for you in the white world. A sudden, violent motion filled the panel. The bound man was thrown back with immense force, the impact echoing in the stark lines and motion blur. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. The red-haired man watched in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the brutal display of power. He exclaimed, "This crazy bastard!" A man in a suit, bleeding profusely from the mouth, was being restrained by 2 other men in suits. Panic filled the room as one of the men shouted for someone to quickly bring a mouthguard, fearing the injured man was attempting suicide. The injured man, eyes wide with a desperate intensity, hissed that only one person would witness what was about to happen. Meanwhile, in a different location, a young man with reddish-brown hair and a young woman with dark hair watched the scene unfold, their expressions grim. One of the men in suits lamented that they were too late to call for medical assistance, explaining that the injured man and his associates had been brainwashed into committing suicide if captured, believing it to be a form of salvation according to their cult's teachings. The young man with reddish-brown hair, identified as Mr. Hwan Suk, was then informed that the woman who cared for him in his childhood, Jin So-wai, was currently involved with the cult. Jin So-wai, her face etched with worry and a single tear rolling down her cheek, expressed her trust in Hwan Suk, despite his association with a dangerous cult. Hwan Suk, however, stated his intention to personally verify whether So-wai was truly involved with the cult. He then reaffirmed his resolve, stating that if something was wrong, he would be the first to say so. He would personally confirm the truth, assuring the woman not to worry. The next day dawned. A sweeping vista of a modern city unfolds, skyscrapers piercing the bright, clear sky. The scene is peaceful, yet a sense of impending tension hangs in the air. High above the city, a man in a suit stands on a balcony, his gaze fixed on the cityscape below. He mutters to himself, reminding himself to focus and execute his mission flawlessly. A biochemical weapon is about to be deployed in a nearby building. Two other men in suits observe the city from a different vantage point. One complains about the long wait, questioning if the anticipated event will occur so early. The other remains calm, suggesting that an early arrival is a positive development. The men discuss the nature of the biochemical weapon, noting its ability to rapidly mutate within the human body. They understand the potential for a global pandemic if even a single person is infected. A sudden alert interrupts their conversation. A report comes in, multiple vehicles are approaching at high speed, approximately 150 meters away and at 12 o'clock. One of the men strains to see the approaching vehicles, unable to discern their exact number from his current position. The blurry image resolves to reveal a convoy of motorcycles and trucks speeding towards them. The vehicles are identified as remnants of the bishop's army. The men are caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the convoy. They are clearly surprised and unprepared for this development. A chaotic scene unfolds as the convoy arrives. The men are attacked, thrown to the ground, and overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault. Amidst the chaos, a large, imposing figure emerges from the convoy, giving orders to his troops. He commands them to proceed with their mission while the others maintain a lookout. A report comes in, Deacon Gorilla, of the White Hundred cult, has been sighted. 15 people have entered a building, this is confirmed to be the work of the bishop. Two men watch from a distance, their faces grim. One of them, enraged, observes the cult members killing people in broad daylight. One of the men, his face etched with worry, speaks to his companion. He reminds them of their last meeting and asks where the target is located, pleading for help. The second man examines the location, noting that it differs from the one previously described by a woman named Wainuna. He then questions his companion's decision to enter the building unarmed, carrying only a strange staff. The man with the staff explains that he is comfortable without firearms and that failing to rescue the team would be embarrassing. He grabs a baseball bat, preparing for action. A team of soldiers, clad in tactical gear, prepare to secure an escape route. Their mission, to hold the line until the deacon returned with crucial supplies. Their grim determination was palpable as they took up strategic positions near a large, imposing gate. Suddenly, a hail of gunfire erupted around them. Chaos descended as the soldiers reacted with surprise and alarm. Realization dawned on them, they were ambushed. The attackers were identified as the Munt guys. A man, sharply dressed in a suit, observed the unfolding chaos. He recognized the attackers as undead soldiers created using a chemical weapon from the Middle East Virus Research Laboratory. He knew they had to stop them from acquiring the supplies. The soldiers returned fire, but their bullets seemed ineffective against the heavily armored attackers. The suited man realized the attackers were wearing full-body bulletproof suits, making them incredibly difficult to neutralize. Frustration etched itself onto his face as he recognized the challenge ahead. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he contemplated the difficulty of piercing their defenses. A hail of bullets ripped through the air, narrowly missing a figure shrouded in shadow. The figure, a man with fiery red hair and a smirk playing on his lips, casually extinguished his cigarette. He scoffed, unconcerned by the barrage of gunfire. It's useless, he mused, even if you surround me and start shooting. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a spiked chain in hand, swinging it with deadly precision. If I break your helmet, he threatened, it's over for everyone. The red-haired man's brutal efficiency stunned the onlookers. One agent, his face etched with fear, muttered, that crazy guy. Another agent barked orders, concentrate fire to cover the newbie at the front. Overpower the guys close to you first. Ignoring the chaos, the red-haired man continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of motion. He announced, I'm going in first. Take care of the rest, please. A nearby agent, startled, yelled, what? Hey you. 1 hour later, the red-haired man, now alone, walked down a hallway. He muttered to himself, I'm going to meet so why directly and confirm it with my own eyes. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hallway, a man in a suit paused, a look of apprehension on his face. He wondered, what is it at this time? A chaotic scene unfolded in what appeared to be a high-end club. Gunfire erupted as several armed figures in tactical gear stormed the premises, their weapons blazing. A man in a suit, caught in the crossfire, crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. The leader of the assault, a powerfully built man with a stern expression and a cybernetic arm, barked orders to his team. Shoot everyone on sight, he commanded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The fewer witnesses, the better. His eyes, however, betrayed a flicker of unease as he noticed someone still alive. One of the club's patrons, a woman, lay bleeding on the floor, coughing up blood as she struggled to breathe. Death seemed imminent. Inside a dimly lit office, a different scene played out. A man, seemingly the club's owner, sat hunched over a tablet, his face etched with worry. A sudden, bright light flashed across the room. The door burst open, revealing the same imposing figure from the club's earlier assault. "What's it?" "I came here with the goods," he announced, his voice a mix of bravado and apprehension. The club owner, startled, looked up, his eyes wide with fear. His face contorted in a silent scream. He frantically tried to explain himself. "Are those the goods? Your promise was fake. Even though I brought this much money, I'm surviving here." The heavily armed man cut him short. "This is the end of the deal with you guys. Check the goods." He gestured towards a metallic container. The owner nervously opened it. Inside, a vial containing a glowing red liquid was visible. "The serial number is correct. It's the real one." The owner's relief was palpable. But his moment of respite was short-lived. "Take it. I'll tell the bishop about this, Deacon. We're in trouble." The armed man's face hardened as he reported the intrusion. "There are intruders. It's that he's really fast, so it's hard to take care of him." The deacon, seemingly unfazed, asked, "Intruders? How many of them?" The chapter opens with a fiery clash. A young man with vibrant orange hair, his expression a mask of furious determination, grapples with a burly figure in a sharp suit. The suited man is clearly outmatched, his face contorted in pain as the orange-haired man unleashes a flurry of blows, each impact accompanied by a burst of flame. The orange-haired man continues his assault, his movements a blur of motion as he sends his opponent sprawling. The suited man, clearly injured, clutches his side, a look of disbelief on his face. Only to be met with another devastating blow that sends him crashing to the ground. The orange-haired man stands over his defeated foe, his breathing ragged but his eyes burning with intensity. He observes the scene around him, his gaze hardening. He mutters to himself about the state of the country, lamenting the abundance of trashy bastards. Another man, seemingly an associate of the fallen one, calls out to his boss, urging him to wake up. The orange-haired man, still assessing the situation, wonders aloud where the others are getting their chemical weapons. He is clearly concerned about the escalating situation. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts, sending debris flying. The orange-haired man braces himself against the force of the blast. As the ground beneath him crumbles, he is thrown backward by the sheer power of the explosion. The scene shifts to show the orange-haired man and another man, this one with a mechanical arm, locked in a fierce struggle amidst the rubble. The mechanical arm is clearly powerful, but the orange-haired man is holding his own. The man with the mechanical arm is shocked and confused. He questions why the terrorist hasn't arrived yet. The orange-haired man, enraged, responds with a furious outburst, calling the other man a gorilla bastard. In a control room, a man monitors the situation, his expression grim. He receives a report that Sukwon went in first, a development he finds deeply concerning. A woman with dark hair, partially obscured, spoke reassuringly. There was no need to worry, she insisted. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape. The word now appeared in a speech bubble, emphasizing the immediacy of the situation. A man with short, gray hair, dressed in a dark suit, walked towards a large, imposing gate. The gate was part of a dilapidated building, with trash bags scattered nearby. He muttered to himself, noting that he had arrived. His internal monologue revealed his disbelief at the current state of affairs. He found the situation utterly crazy. Another man, with dark hair and a stern expression, confronted him. He denied having said anything. The red-haired man's face contorted in anger. He wondered how this man knew about his abilities. A third man, with a stern expression, questioned the red-haired man, reminding him of a message he was supposed to receive in a meeting with the bishop. The red-haired man, in a fit of rage, shouted the name of the Manhwa orphanage. The other man revealed that the orphanage was where the red-haired man and the bishop had last seen each other, confirming the location. A young man, his features obscured by shadow, stood inside a weathered phone booth, his back to the viewer. He spoke into the receiver, his voice low and urgent. He instructed the person on the other end to meet him at Manhwa orphanage, emphasizing that they should come alone. The scene shifted to a powerfully built man with fiery orange hair, his face contorted in a furious grimace. He was clad in advanced combat gear, his eyes blazing with anger. He recounted how he had witnessed an attempt on the young man's life, and now, with events unfolding as they had, he would not let him go. His rage intensified, he declared his preference to kill the young man immediately and send him to his original place. The orange-haired man slammed his fist down, a guttural curse escaping his lips as he learned the meeting location, Manhwa orphanage. A fierce clash ensued. The orange-haired man launched a brutal attack, his movements a blur of motion. The young man, however, reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with surprising agility, countering with a powerful blow that sent the larger man reeling. The force of the impact shattering the surrounding wall and sending debris flying. A large, imposing figure stood over a fallen man, his shadow cast long and menacing. The air crackled with barely contained power, a cold sweat beaded on the fallen man's brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He was addressed with a harsh, guttural command, "Wake up, you bastard." The looming figure, his face contorted in a grimace, raised a glowing, metallic device. A sinister threat hung in the air, heavy with unspoken violence. "After that, you're dead." The scene opens with a chaotic explosion, debris raining down from a shattered building. A figure, clad in dark clothing, is thrown violently into the wreckage, landing hard amidst the fiery chaos. A man with a bloodied face, his expression one of disbelief, groans in pain. "My body weighs 130 kilograms, but he threw me away as if I was nothing." He continues, his voice laced with awe and fear, "That resurrector who gets revived 3 days after his death." The camera focuses on a man in a sharp suit emerging from the destruction, his eyes glowing an ominous red. He adjusts his tie with a calm, almost bored expression. A narration box explains the special strength of using that amassed vitality he gained from hovering between life and death. Destruction. The man in the suit is shown in a close-up, his red eyes intense and unwavering. The title card reads Terror versus Revival. The man in the suit speaks, his tone dismissive, "Knowing about me is secondary. First of all, what's the deal with you guys? A dimwit like you wouldn't know. What's the right path for this world? Does talking about it for 100 days help in any way?" An older man, his face etched with the weight of years and experience, addressed a younger man with fiery orange hair. He spoke of the younger man's ability to revive after death, stating that it was an ability that recurred every 3 days, no matter the cause of death. He then posed a question, suggesting that perhaps the younger man should consider giving his unique gift to someone who truly needed it. The younger man, his face contorted in anger, dismissed the older man's suggestion as nonsense. He retorted that he was already making great use of his ability, and it wasn't up to the older man to decide otherwise. He scoffed, pointing out the older man's apparent unemployment and questioning what good such an ability would be to someone in his position. The older man countered, emphasizing that the younger man's ability was limitless in its potential. The younger man lunged forward, launching a swift attack against the older man. The force of the blow sent the older man sprawling. A grunting sound escaped the older man's lips as he braced for the impact. The younger man's attack continued relentlessly. The older man, despite the attack, retaliated with a powerful counteroffensive, sending debris flying as he struck back. The two continued to clash, their blows shattering the surrounding environment. The younger man, bleeding from a wound on his face, found himself on the defensive, struggling to withstand the older man's relentless assault. The fight raged on, a whirlwind of blows and counterblows, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A powerful shockwave ripped through the air, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The force of the impact sent debris flying, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A man with fiery red hair and a cruel smile loomed over a fallen figure. He seemed to relish the scene, a chilling premonition in his eyes. When the landlord sees this, he thought, he will cry tears of regret. The fallen man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, glared up at his attacker. The red-haired man delivered a brutal blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The impact was fierce, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Suddenly, two figures in black tactical gear appeared in the background, their presence adding a new layer of tension to the scene. Their arrival was unexpected, a question mark hanging in the air. The red-haired man, seemingly unfazed, continued his assault, his movements swift and precise. He muttered something about the bastard as he moved. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike carrying devastating force. His opponent roared in pain, his body straining under the relentless attack. The red-haired man countered with a powerful punch, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. The impact was so great that it overloaded his opponent's mechanical arm, causing it to short-circuit and spark violently. Despite the apparent victory, the red-haired man looked surprised. He questioned how this was possible, a hint of uncertainty clouding his usually confident demeanor. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, smirked, a fiery energy crackling around his fists. "It's pretty useful, right?" he mused, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. He seemed unfazed by the chaos around him. In the next panel, a sense of urgency gripped him. "Damn, there's no time to hesitate," he thought, his eyes narrowing with determination. He was clearly in a dangerous situation, but his resolve remained unshaken. His companions, clad in tactical gear, moved with him, their faces grim. "With the goods at hand, we should at least make it out," one of them stated, their voice a low murmur of hope amidst the escalating danger. A man with fiery red hair, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. "There are still some underlings left, I see," he muttered, his voice low and thoughtful. A question mark floated above his head, indicating his uncertainty about the situation. His eyes fell upon a briefcase carried by one of the figures in the background. A sudden realization washed over him. Wait a minute, that bag, don't tell me it contains the dangerous, chemical weapon, he exclaimed internally, his breath catching in his throat. Suddenly, a group of armed men burst into the room, their weapons trained on the red-haired man and his companions. We're here. Newbie, get down, one of them shouted, the sound echoing through the room as gunfire erupted. The red-haired man reacted swiftly, his eyes wide with surprise. Oh? Wait for a bit, he urged, his voice strained with urgency. He knew the danger the chemical weapon posed. His warning came too late. The leader of the armed men barked orders. Catch them. Don't let a single one escape, he commanded, his voice sharp and ruthless. A fierce firefight ensued. One of the attackers cursed as his weapon malfunctioned. No. Fuck, what am I gonna do if it breaks? The chaos intensified. A loud explosion rocked the room as the chemical weapon was damaged. Wah, a pained cry echoed through the room. The red-haired man watched in horror, his face contorted in frustration. Damn. I knew that would happen, he cursed, his voice filled with self-reproach. The damaged container holding the chemical weapon lay broken on the floor, its contents spilling out. A cloud of white smoke billowed from the wreckage, obscuring the scene in a haze of toxic fumes. The briefcase, now empty, tumbled across the floor, its contents scattered. The red-haired man, despite the danger, made a desperate attempt to salvage what he could. He lunged forward, reaching for the container as it flew through the air. His body stretched out, his determination evident in his desperate grasp. The container, containing the last of the chemical weapon, was now airborne. Suk-won, his face contorted in a grimace, gritted his teeth. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he strained against an unseen force. His hand reached out, fingers outstretched towards a cylindrical container floating in midair. The container shattered, releasing a dark, viscous liquid that splashed across the floor. Suk-won cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. We're screwed, he thought, the chemical weapon. A moment later, a familiar scent caught his attention. Wait a sec. What's this? This familiar savory scent. He pieced together the events. I see, the Munt guys. I wondered how they knew and arrived so fast. It was a trap from the start. Another man, seemingly unfazed by the chemical weapon, confirmed his suspicions. Can't you tell by looking? The men down in smoke, and these people are calm. The man explained, it's been like that for a long time. To catch the culprit, these guys don't hesitate to do anything. He gestured towards a briefcase on the ground. Continuing, after spreading information of the fake rare chemical weapon in the black market, they set us up to fall into their trap. Suk-won's eyes widened. A trap? Then this smell, it's not that sesame oil. The man's words hit home. His real target was our bishop. Elsewhere, a young woman stood in a dilapidated room, observing a man with silver hair from behind. While leaving both of us behind. A man in a suit approached Suk-won, praising his performance. Good job, newbie. You entered by yourself at first, so I was a little worried. You performed great. Let's clean up and go in. I'll explain the situation inside. The scene opens with a tense exchange between two men in suits. One, with a look of barely contained fury, questions the other, his voice laced with disbelief. Performance? His anger erupts, a torrent of rage and grief. Tears stream down his face as he screams, "Fuck, innocent people were killed for no reason, what do you mean performance?" Meanwhile, in a high-tech control room, a woman monitors security feeds. She urgently instructs her team, check if there aren't any troops around the president, and... The situation worsens as she adds, breathlessly, the newbie has fled. The woman's gaze sharpens, her eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation. She deduces, I think he's heading to the president's location. Leaving a trail of dust and determination in his wake. The scene shifts to a devastated urban landscape, the aftermath of a violent conflict. A pair of feet, clad in pink sneakers, walks through the rubble-strewn streets. A woman with long brown hair observes the scene, her expression grim. She speaks, all right, he's already shaken from today's phone call. Suddenly, a figure with gray hair and a striking black and orange mask appears, crackling with energy. She addresses the woman, Hwan Suk, that idiot. You did it to take away Hwan Suk's ability of resurrection? She continues, her voice cold and calculating, I have always been suspicious. You're most likely still in an incomplete state to take away the resurrector's ability. On top of that, with your usual strength, shouldn't you be able to escape this trap easily? A shadowy figure, a woman with fiery red eyes, stood amidst a fiery explosion. Her features were obscured, but her intense gaze was unmistakable. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. You can't possess others' bodies anymore? The shadowy woman's face hardened, her eyes blazing. She retorted, you don't know anything about what I have seen. The scene shifted to a man with gray hair, his one visible eye glowing purple. He watched the scene unfold, a question forming in his mind. She got scared? He spoke, his voice calm despite the chaos around him. I would like to hear more, but it's time. Let's resume this conversation later. With a surge of energy, the man vanished in a flash of light, leaving behind only the remnants of destruction. A shadowy woman reappeared, her eyes filled with rage. She snarled, "You son of a bitch!" The man reappeared, his face grim, a surge of electrical energy crackling around his hand. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending the shadowy woman flying backwards. A man with vibrant orange hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, roared in fury, his face contorted in a mask of rage. As he unleashed a powerful energy blast. Opposite him, a figure with short, white hair and a striking black and gold mask floated, a surge of electric blue energy crackling in his gloved hands. The two figures clashed in a whirlwind of energy, their powers colliding in a spectacular display of light and force. A searing pink energy erupted from the orange-haired man's fist, a stark contrast to the cool blue energy of his opponent. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed, caught the orange-haired man in a powerful grip, sending him hurtling through the air. The orange-haired man crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. It had come to this. Sukwon, the revival man, knelt on the scorched earth, his breath ragged. A grimace twisted his features as he groaned, "Ugh, this bastard." His eyes snapped open, fixing on a figure standing over him. He glared, "Terrorist, was it all you're doing?" The scene shifted to show a woman with long brown hair, her expression one of disbelief and sorrow. A voice, filled with a mix of shock and relief, whispered, "So why Nuna? She's really so why Nuna?" The woman's internal monologue revealed her thoughts. "I had my doubts, but she really is alive. After losing my father, I grew up as a problematic child without any direction in life. If I didn't have So why Nuna, I would have lived like trash." Her gaze fell upon a sign reading Manhwa Orphanage. She lamented, "I couldn't even protect the peaceful place that supported me." Sukwon responded, "I am sorry, but I don't have the time to explain myself. First, let's arrest the bishop. We can talk in the office afterwards." Sukwon's rage flared, "I'm going to kill you. I'm gonna spend my time just on you today, UF*Ker. A fierce battle erupted between Sukwon and Min Jong-yu, a flurry of blows and energy crackling in the air. Sukwon, despite his fury, found himself frustrated. He muttered, "Damn it. What the heck? None of my attacks are hitting him. It doesn't look like his movements are fast either." Min Jong-yu, the terror man, felt a surge of frustration. His attack had been anticipated. It seemed his opponent, Sukwon, the revival man, was toying with him, treating the fight as mere entertainment. Despite Sukwon's precognitive abilities, Jong-yu resolved to end the fight quickly, determined to overcome his opponent's advantage. He launched a powerful attack. A surge of energy coursing through his hands as he unleashed a devastating blow. But Sukwon effortlessly deflected the attack, declaring the fight over. Jong-yu, thrown back by the force of the impact, felt a searing pain as he crashed to the ground. Sukwon calmly requested that he remain down. Jong-yu realized the futility of his efforts. Even in his awakened state, he was no match for Sukwon's abilities. Sukwon's violet power allowed him to foresee Jong-yu's attacks, rendering normal assaults useless. Enraged, Jong-yu roared his frustration at his seemingly invincible opponent. Jong-yu, fueled by rage, launched another attack, but Sukwon easily countered. The scene opens with a close-up of a sleek, dark boot, its sole impacting the ground with a barely audible thud. A ripple of energy spreads outward from the point of contact. A swift, brutal exchange of blows between two figures ensues. One, with vibrant orange hair, is clearly on the defensive, his movements frantic and desperate. His eyes blaze with a fierce, almost demonic intensity as he unleashes a powerful counterattack, his fist colliding with his opponent's in a shower of sparks. The force of their clash sends tremors through the nearby buildings, shattering windows and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young woman with long brown hair stands amidst the rubble, her expression one of shock and disbelief. She watches in horror as the battle rages on, a storm of energy crackling in the air above. The other combatant, a man with silver hair and a striking black mask, scoffs, his voice laced with disdain. He questions her ability to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The orange-haired man, sweat beading on his brow, grits his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. The woman's eyes widen as she makes a startling observation: the masked man has no intention of killing the orange-haired one. The battle continues, a blur of motion and energy. The woman's horrified gaze is briefly captured in a shattered window as the two combatants exchange another devastating blow. Min Jong-yu, a young woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail, stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed building. Her expression was one of intense calculation, her eyes narrowed in thought. She reflected on a past event, musing that she could have easily eliminated Hwan Suk before he became a problem, but chose not to. A glint of ambition sparked in her eyes as a new plan formed. She considered taking advantage of Hwan Suk's current vulnerable state. A confident smile played on her lips. She believed victory was within her grasp. Suddenly, a figure appeared, interrupting her thoughts. The bishop, a man with striking red hair and a dark suit, stood before her, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, "The bishop!" A high-speed car smashed into a building nearby, creating a massive explosion of debris and shattering glass. A young woman, seemingly uninjured, leaped from the wreckage. The bishop, startled by the sudden event, looked towards the source of the commotion. The young woman from the car wreck stood before him, her expression questioning. The bishop's eyes widened in alarm. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief. He was thrown backward by the force of the impact, landing hard on the ground. A cry of surprise and alarm escaped his lips. "Yua! What the?" Dazed and disoriented, the bishop struggled to his feet, his mind racing to comprehend the unexpected attack. He wondered where the car had even come from. A new threat emerged, as he felt a sudden, intense pressure bearing down on him. Suk-hwan, the revival man, found himself in a brutal confrontation. His opponent, a figure shrouded in darkness, unleashed a swift kick, sending Suk-hwan sprawling across the ground. The impact jolting him to his core. A surge of raw power erupted from within Suk-hwan, crackling with blue energy as he roared in pain and defiance. Meanwhile, Min Jong-yu, the Terror Man's unseen ally, watched intently. Her face contorted in a grim smile, she urged Suk-hwan to endure, recognizing this as a crucial opportunity to buy time. Suk-hwan, reeling from the attack, struggled to comprehend Jong-yu's words. His vision blurred, his body racked with pain, he could barely hear her instructions. Jong-yu's chilling response echoed in his ears, this was the only way to kill their enemy. Her words were a desperate gamble, a calculated risk to eliminate the growing threat. Elsewhere, a woman, presumably Suk-hwan's loved one, wept silently. Her worry was palpable. Every time Suk-hwan fought, she feared for his safety. Her anxiety escalating into a torrent of tears. Suk-hwan's struggle was not just his own, it was a shared burden. Suk-hwan, his senses overwhelmed, struggled to make sense of the situation. He felt a surge of confusion and disbelief as he processed Jong-yu's plan. A single word escaping his lips, "What the fuck?" His shock gave way to a surge of furious energy as he realized the full implications of Jong-yu's words. The scene around him shattered, a testament to the raw power he now wielded. A surge of raw power erupted from the Terror Man, his attack aimed squarely at Violet. "Die, Violet," he roared, the force of his words mirroring the destructive energy he unleashed. The resulting blast throwing Violet backward, the ground cracking under the sheer force of the impact. Leaving him momentarily stunned, his face grim as he braced for the next attack. The Terror Man, a figure shrouded in darkness and advanced technology, remained impassive, his mask concealing any hint of emotion. The Terror Man's mask began to glow with an ominous light, the energy within him building to a terrifying crescendo. A surge of power culminating in a terrifying display of raw energy, a stark contrast to the cold, calculating demeanor he had maintained moments before. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the city, the force of it visible in the cracking earth and sky. At its epicenter stood a young woman, her face obscured by a dark hood, unleashing a torrent of energy. She screamed, "Die, Violet!" The blast continued, its destructive power immense. Then, a figure emerged from the chaos, a man with striking silver hair and a dark, imposing mask, grabbing another man with fiery orange hair by the throat. Electricity crackled between them. The silver-haired man, his face still hidden, spoke, "I was trying to take care of this quietly, but I guess it's not happening." His mask glowed, revealing a cold, calculating gaze. He added, "You trash." Another powerful blast erupted. The orange-haired man was sent flying, crashing into a building, leaving behind a trail of destruction as the silver-haired man stood amidst the ruins, surveying the damage. A city block lay in ruins, swallowed by a churning vortex of dust and debris. The air hung heavy with the stench of destruction. From the heart of the devastation, a powerful energy surged upwards. A blinding flash of light erupting from the ground, sending shockwaves that ripped through the already shattered cityscape. A young woman with brown hair, clad in a striped prison uniform, watched in horror from a safe distance. Her eyes widened, a grim realization dawning on her, it's just like last time. "What in the world are you?" From the heart of the explosion, a shadowy figure emerged, crackling with arcane energy. The woman, her face contorted in frustration and disbelief, cried out, "Why, isn't my power working on you?" The shadowy figure, its face now partially visible, responded, "Bishop, it's been a while since you've appeared. It'd be a mistake to think we haven't prepared for you. This is your last chance, if you want to live." A new figure emerged from the shadows, a man with gray hair and a mask obscuring his face. He spoke with chilling calm, "Don't move." Suk-hwan, a man with vibrant red hair, grimaced in pain. His face contorted with the force of an unseen blow, his expression a mixture of shock and agony. He muttered to himself, the words a testament to his resilience. Despite the brutal impact, his resolve remained unshaken. Whatever happened, he knew he would endure. The aftermath of the attack was a scene of utter devastation. A wrecked vehicle lay scattered across the ground, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Sukwon's gaze fell upon the wreckage, a question forming in his mind. Was that all of Wai Nuna's power? The image of a woman with long, dark hair and a chilling, grotesque smile filled his thoughts. Her eyes burned with malevolent intensity. Sukwon's frustration boiled over. He cursed, his teeth gritted in anger and despair. The situation was spiraling out of control. His thoughts turned to Kim Min-hyuk, a figure he clearly despised. He questioned the difference between Wai Nuna and this other antagonist, both capable of such callous disregard for human life. A woman, seemingly concerned, approached Sukwon, her words a silent question. She questioned his willingness to confront this vicious demon. Sukwon's response was a single, despairing word. Sukwon's mind raced, grappling with the implications of Wai Nuna's true nature. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. He questioned who Wai Nuna truly was, the revelation leaving him shaken. Sukwon, bleeding and battered, struggled to his knees, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and despair. Min Jongyu stood amidst the rubble, her striped shirt stained crimson, a fierce determination etched on her face. Blood trickled down her arms, yet her posture remained defiant. Sukwon's face filled the panel, his eyes blazing with a furious red light, veins pulsing beneath his skin. His expression was one of raw, untamed power. Jongyu's face, a mirror of Sukwon's intensity, reflected the same burning anger. The blood on her wounds seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Sukwon's pained groan, ghhh, echoed the immense strain he was under. His face contorted in agony as an unseen force threatened to consume him. A blinding flash of light erupted from Sukwon, a surge of energy that obliterated the surrounding area. From the heart of the explosion, a shadowy figure emerged. A figure emerged, partially obscured by shadow, wearing a mask with glowing, hexagonal patterns. Only a portion of the face was visible. Jongyu watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension, as the masked figure revealed itself. The power emanating from it was palpable. The masked figure's single, glowing purple eye met Jongyu's gaze, a silent challenge passing between them. Sukwon, his form shifting, lunged forward. Sukwon unleashed a powerful blow, aiming for the masked figure. The force of the strike sent shockwaves through the air. A fierce clash of power ensued, the two figures locked in a brutal exchange of blows. A blinding flash of light erupted as the Terror Man and the Revival Man clashed. Their powers, destructive and restorative, collided in a maelstrom of energy. The Revival Man recoiled, a look of pained surprise on his face as a searing energy coursed through him. He staggered back, clutching his chest. The Terror Man pressed his advantage, launching a swift, brutal attack. A cloud of dust and debris obscured the scene. But the Revival Man, despite his injuries, retaliated with a fierce counterblow. The Revival Man, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity, countered, "Are you awakened?" The Terror Man's grin widened, a chilling display of malice. He unleashed another devastating attack, a surge of raw power emanating from his very being. The Revival Man barely managed to evade the attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Sending a shockwave that ripped through the earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Sukwon, his white hair a stark contrast to the fiery orange energy crackling around him, was thrown backward with immense force. The ground beneath him shattered into 1,000 pieces. As a powerful shockwave rippled outwards. From the dust and debris, Min-hyuk emerged, his red hair ablaze, wielding a glowing blue energy blade. He moved with terrifying speed and precision. His attack a blur of motion. Sukwon, momentarily stunned, found himself sent flying through the air, crashing into a distant wall. His eyes burned with a furious intensity as he slammed into the ground, the impact creating another tremor. Sukwon, his face partially obscured by a newly formed, metallic mask, glared at Min-hyuk. He muttered to himself, regretting his inaction on the day Min-hyuk was killed. Min-hyuk, however, remained unmoved, simply stating, "Sorry, but I won't let you awaken into a full-fledged prophet. Hwan-suk, you're too dangerous." Sukwon unleashed a surge of golden energy, forming a massive sphere of raw power. The anchor point technique. He launched himself towards Min-hyuk, intent on ending the conflict. Min-hyuk, anticipating the attack, braced himself for the impact. The two collided in a blinding flash of light and energy. Sukwon, his voice cold and emotionless, commanded Min-hyuk to go to sleep for a while. Sukwon, eyes blazing with crimson fury, unleashed a devastating punch, the force of the blow radiating outwards in a blinding wave of energy. The impact sent tremors through the very ground, a colossal explosion erupting where he struck. Min Jong-yu, witnessing the scene from afar, could only watch in stunned disbelief. A maelstrom of raw power consumed everything in its path, leaving behind only devastation and a lingering sense of dread. Min Jong-yu's face was etched with horror as she saw the aftermath of the attack. From the heart of the destruction, a figure emerged, a man cloaked in shadow, his face obscured by a menacing mask. His hand glowed with an ominous energy, and Min Jong-yu's eyes widened in terror. Another explosion rocked the earth, this one even more intense than the last, as the mysterious figure unleashed a wave of dark energy. The scene shifts to a sprawling cityscape at night, the lights twinkling like distant stars. The camera focuses on a rooftop, overlooking the city below. The atmosphere is tense, heavy with unspoken anxieties. A man approaches him, his voice calm yet firm. "It's already been 3 days. It was chaotic because of you, but the situation has been cleared up." Suk-won, a man with short, gray hair and glasses, surveyed his surroundings. His expression was calm, almost serene, as he stated that he had the staff clean up the mess. Suddenly, Min Jong-yu, a man with vibrant red hair, burst into the room, his face contorted in a furious expression. He angrily accused Suk-won of being a terrorist. Jong-yu's outburst was interrupted by a young woman, who exclaimed in surprise at Suk-won's return. Jong-yu, still seething, demanded an explanation. Jong-yu grabbed Suk-won by the collar, his anger escalating. The tension between the two men was palpable. The young woman, witnessing the confrontation, observed Suk-won and Jong-yu, commenting on the presence of another handsome man. 2 days prior, the camera focuses on a towering skyscraper piercing the night sky, its imposing silhouette stark against the backdrop of a full moon. The scene shifts to an interior hallway, the sterile lighting illuminating a long corridor lined with identical doors, each bearing a small number. The camera focuses on a door marked Chairman's Office. A man with short, silver hair and glasses enters the frame, his attire suggesting wealth and power. He moves with a quiet confidence, his gaze sharp and observant. He walks through a lavishly decorated office, the space exuding an air of success and sophistication. He approaches a door marked smoking room. Inside, a woman in a red dress suggests they move their meeting to the smoking room. He curtly tells her to be quiet. The woman, Won-ho, the former president of the Paehan Group and current chairwoman of the Disaster Prevention Committee, stands in the smoking room, overlooking the city lights below. She takes a drag from her vape pen. She explains that she can't quit smoking because of someone. Back in the smoking room, the man lights a cigarette and asks if she failed to capture the bishop. Two figures, a woman in a sharp red jacket and a man with gray hair and a distinctive style, stood in conversation. The man explained that they were attempting to capture a target alive, a task he admitted was proving difficult. The woman's expression hardened. She pointed out the high stakes involved, emphasizing that if their target died, she would simply regenerate. The man, however, countered that this was precisely why they needed to act now, as a rare opportunity presented itself. He noted that their plan was still in motion. The woman, considering this, suggested they have a serious discussion. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a city at night. The man and woman observed the damage caused by a recent event, the destruction of a building belonging to a prominent political figure. The man commented on the political fallout, noting the public outcry and the pressure on key figures to resign. The woman instructed the man to access a specific file, labeled B31. The man complied, and a surge of energy erupted from the screen, accompanied by a loud, crackling sound. A powerful energy wave emanated from the screen, engulfing the man and woman. The scene was filled with bright blue energy. The energy continued to surge, causing a significant disruption. The man appeared to be struggling against the force. The man cried out in pain as the energy intensified. The energy subsided, revealing the extent of the damage. The woman reported that only 46 people had been injured in the incident, thankfully no fatalities. However, she expressed a lingering sense of unease. She pondered the unsettling feeling that accompanied every appearance of the terrorist, noting that wherever he fought, people always seemed to get hurt. A figure, identified only as an unknown citizen, hurtles through the air, a blur of motion against a backdrop of vibrant blue energy. His movements are sharp, almost frantic, as if fleeing some unseen threat. Meanwhile, a man with silver hair and glasses, his expression one of quiet contemplation, questions the events unfolding before him. "What are you trying to say?" he asks, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. The scene shifts to a formal setting, where a woman with dark hair and a serious demeanor explains her presence. She states that her return was requested, as she is the creator of the DPC. She continues, explaining that the man with silver hair had previously mentioned a limit to individual world-altering actions, and that this is the reason for his current predicament. The woman, showing a hint of concern, suggests that the next operation should be concluded without further conflict, advising him to consider retirement. "A person can't be perfect," she observes, "even you, after fighting for a long time, will eventually wear you out." The scene shifts to a present-day apartment. A young woman, Yirin, is surprised to see a man with red hair and a disheveled appearance enter the room, accompanied by the silver-haired man from earlier. Yirin expresses her concern over the red-haired man's disheveled appearance and his absence for several days, noting that he hasn't even picked up his phone. He awkwardly explains that he was busy looking for work. The red-haired man, seemingly annoyed, pulls out a card, suggesting that his companion is, in fact, a friend. Hwan Suk, a man with silver hair and glasses, greeted Min Youngwoo, a woman with dark hair, and another man with fiery red hair. He introduced himself, casually mentioning that he runs a small cleaning company and offered his services. He then complimented Min Youngwoo's unique hair color, to which she replied that she bleached it often. The red-haired man, visibly agitated, muttered insults under his breath about someone named Yirin. Hwan Suk, unfazed, continued to explain that he had simply come to introduce himself. Hwan Suk stated he would call Min Youngwoo soon. The red-haired man scoffed, telling him not to spout nonsense. Min Youngwoo, ever polite, asked if he had eaten. Hwan Suk admitted he hadn't yet eaten. Min Youngwoo, seizing the opportunity, invited him to eat with them. A table laden with a delicious-looking Korean meal was shown. The three of them sat down to eat, Min Youngwoo expressing her gratitude for the meal. The red-haired man urged Hwan Suk to eat everything, praising the food's amazing quality. Hwan Suk explained that he was the only one who could cook at home, and the more he cooked, the more he enjoyed it. Min Youngwoo empathized, noting that no one has an easy life and encouraged him not to be embarrassed. Hwan Suk then asked, seemingly surprised, if his father was still alive. The red-haired man reacted with a mixture of anger and disbelief. A close-up on a man's eye, his gaze distant and contemplative. Still. The scene shifts to a warmly lit dining room. Three individuals, a young woman with dark hair, a man with silver hair, and a man with vibrant red hair, are seated around a table laden with food. It had been some time since the red-haired man had shared a meal with others. An aerial view of a city at night. The scene is dark and somewhat ominous. The red-haired man's face is shown, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He curses his misfortune, lamenting the fact that he is sharing a meal with the terror guy. The silver-haired man and the red-haired man stand on a rooftop overlooking the city. The red-haired man is confronted about a chemical weapon he created, and the devastating consequences of its use. He curses under his breath. The conversation continues, with the red-haired man attempting to deflect responsibility. He claims that those who died were not innocent, but rather members of a criminal organization involved in illegal activities. A flashback reveals the brutal methods employed by this organization, including the exploitation and murder of vulnerable individuals to harvest their organs. The red-haired man's expression hardens. The red-haired man justifies his actions, suggesting that if the victims were truly innocent, they wouldn't have been involved in such criminal activities. The silver-haired man questions the red-haired man's criteria for determining innocence, and the conversation shifts to a woman named Sawai Nuna. The red-haired man's memories of a past event at an orphanage are fragmented and unclear, leaving him with a sense of unease and uncertainty. On a rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape at night, two figures stood silhouetted against the glittering skyline. One, with short, dark hair, leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the distant lights. The other, his hair a striking shade of silver, stood beside him, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: is he one of the heads of the White Hundred cult or whatever? The silver-haired man exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable. Instead of repeating the question 100 times, he suggested a more direct approach: it'd be a good idea to go confirm it yourself. Go check with. The scene shifted to a modern office building. Inside, a young woman with dark hair, dressed in a business suit, greeted a man with vibrant red hair, also in a suit. Her voice was bright, almost chirpy. Mr. Suk, you're here. By any chance, have you met with our pre-Sid? Ent? The red-haired man, Suk-won, remained impassive, his expression giving nothing away. The woman's words revealed a crucial piece of information: Jin Sawai is in a special confinement room. Suk-won strode purposefully through a long, imposing corridor, the metallic gleam of the walls reflecting his determined gait. He was heading towards a massive, imposing door, bathed in an ethereal golden light. The weight of his purpose was palpable. He was on a mission to uncover the truth about Jin Sawai, her identity, and her ultimate goal. Suk-won's face was grim as he finally reached his destination. His thoughts were heavy with regret. It feels awful to meet you like this, Sawai Nuna. And what it was she was trying to avoid which made her come back to Korea. The image shows a woman with long, dark hair, her face partially obscured by shadows, her expression one of profound fear and distress. She is the highest executive of the White Hundred cult, a sinister organization that poses a grave threat to the entire world. A man, sharply dressed in a dark suit, stands silhouetted against a backdrop of fiery orange and black, observing the scene with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He wonders what could possibly frighten the powerful leader of the White Hundred cult so deeply. The question hangs heavy in the air: just what are you scared of? A shadowy figure stood in a dimly lit port, surrounded by shipping containers. He muttered to himself, "CHHB, it's here." Two men conversed nearby. One confirmed, "It's 32 people, right?" To which the other replied, "Yeah, I checked the deposit." "So just confirm the number of people and send it." A powerful blue energy crackled in the sky above the port. One of the men observed, "Whether it's stowing away to Korea." Suddenly, two burly men appeared, greeting the energy with a jovial, "Hey, welcome. Welcome to Korea." The blue energy coalesced into a hooded figure. A wave of icy energy radiated from it. The two men stared, speechless, as the figure revealed glowing red eyes. One of them gasped, what's this?" In a separate scene, a man in a suit lit a cigarette, a thoughtful expression on his face. He observed a woman restrained in a high-tech medical pod. The scene was bathed in an eerie orange glow. A young woman with long dark hair sat strapped to a chair in a sterile, dimly lit room. The air hung heavy with an orange glow emanating from the surrounding machinery. She muttered to herself, reflecting on the restrictions placed upon her, "They told me I couldn't do anything, but apparently, it's fine to smoke." A man with vibrant red hair, sharply dressed in a suit, stood observing the scene. Smoke filled the room, obscuring the details of the machinery, but the orange glow persisted. He held a lit cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips. As he addressed the restrained woman, his tone laced with disdain, "When you're looking at me that hatefully," he continued, his words dripping with sarcasm, "it's hard not to smoke. Don't you agree?" The red-haired man took a long drag from his cigarette, his expression hardening. He launched into a pointed accusation, revealing a history between them. "Having come this far, let's be honest. After I lost my parents and lived with you at Manhwa orphanage for 7 years." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. "Was it just so you could steal my ability?" The woman's response was a burst of maniacal laughter. Her head was thrown back, her eyes wide with a chilling glee. A stark contrast to the red-haired man's grim expression as he listened, his jaw clenched tight. The woman, still strapped to the chair, explained her current predicament. "They're checking my vitals, heartbeat, and even my brainwaves using infrared detectors. If there's even the slightest abnormal behavior, they come in right away." Her voice was laced with bitterness as she continued, "The ability which made people revere me as a god in the past is now being controlled by the realm of science. Arrogant people." A woman with dark hair, her face etched with worry and exhaustion, sat across from a man. He spoke, his words sharp and accusatory. She didn't understand the gravity of the situation, clinging to simplistic notions of justice while the world crumbled around her. For 7 years, she had been blind to the larger forces at play. He continued, a hint of cold calculation in his tone, questioning whether she had considered the extent to which he had refined her, molded her into the weapon she had become. The scene shifted to a high-tech surveillance room, bathed in the cool blue glow of multiple monitors. Inside, a young woman with dark hair, her expression thoughtful and concerned, stood beside an older man with silver hair and glasses. He was the president. She addressed him, her voice a quiet murmur of concern, "President." The president, his gaze sharp and assessing, asked if she had completed the task he assigned her. She confirmed that she had finished organizing the data. She reported that she had tracked their movements for the past 3 years, revealing a global network of activity, spanning the entire globe. The president, observing the data, questioned whether they had been on the run for 3 years. The young woman expressed disbelief at the idea of such a powerful figure being pursued relentlessly. The president then revealed a shocking truth: the bishop, a figure of immense power and influence, had not only survived for 600 years but had been secretly manipulating events from behind the scenes. He explained that even the collapse of the Great Eight clan, the most influential faction within the White Hundred cult in Korea, had only slightly diminished the bishop's power and influence. A close-up on a man's intense gaze. His eyes, magnified by his glasses, reveal a deep concern. The narration box above him explains, before she dies, she possesses others' bodies and now enjoys eternal life. The image shifts to a man with a futuristic mask, his expression grim. The narration box states, the power she wielded demonstrated a completely different level of strength. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes glowing menacingly. The sheer darkness and ominous presence fill the panel. The scene changes to a desolate landscape. A figure, seemingly the same shadowy woman, floats amidst a stormy sky. The narration box provides context: 5 years ago in Kyrgyzstan, when she was at her best. The narration continues, describing the devastating power she wielded. The 1 km mountain range around Alabama Archa was reduced to ashes in an instant. The man with glasses reappears, his expression thoughtful. He reflects, even though I had that much power and was careful and sneaky, I lost so many times. I knew someday she would come back to take the Resurrector's ability. A sharp contrast, a man with fiery red hair smirks, holding a cigarette. He taunts, so you failed? A woman with a weathered face and dark eyes stares back, her expression defiant. The scene shifts to a futuristic laboratory. The red-haired man speaks, revealing a past connection. It was you who brainwashed me during my school days to fight and live ignorantly. He dismisses her with a wave of his hand and a cynical remark, don't be ridiculous. The one who shaped me with style. A woman with a gaunt face and stitched-up skin, her eyes wide with a haunted look, spoke, her voice laced with bitterness. With the end, until the end, it was my father, who is dead. A young man with dark hair, his back to the viewer, flinched slightly as a hand rested on his head. A comforting voice whispered, Juan. If you haven't done anything wrong. The older man continued, his words firm and reassuring. Be confident. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. A narration box described a grim event, it caught fire, and he died going in 5 times to save people. A man with sharp features and fiery red hair sat in a dimly lit room, a contemplative expression on his face. He spoke, his voice low and resolute. I wanted to carry that same image of my dad. He continued, his gaze distant. It's just living while destroying the bad guys and helping unlucky people. The woman from the earlier panel reappeared, her expression shifting to one of disdain. I was wondering what you were saying, but it's just some nonsense blurted out by a kid who knows nothing. The red-haired man stood, his back to the viewer, and announced his departure. I'm leaving. As he left, he spoke one last time, his voice a low murmur. I'll just keep the memories with you in my heart, your ability was originally mine. Be well, Bishop. The woman's face contorted in a mixture of rage and frustration. You'll resurrect after you die, but when you get old, you'll die for real. You're just a tiny speck I couldn't completely absorb. A pair of hands, belonging to someone in a suit, furiously typed on a keyboard. The intensity of the typing was palpable, each keystroke a desperate attempt to keep pace with some unseen urgency. Instructions were given to a subordinate, if there was a place the bishop hadn't visited in 3 years, it needed to be marked. The man reviewing the data, a man with silver hair and glasses, realized something was amiss, no wonder he felt something was off. He discovered that a woman had escaped while avoiding a specific location, Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stood before a towering skyscraper, their presence ominous and foreboding. A woman with dark hair and intense eyes vowed to kill someone completely upon their arrival. A level 2 danger alert was issued. A man with red hair, smoking a cigarette, was informed of an unidentified intruder approaching. The alert was repeated to the silver-haired man, confirming the approaching threat. The alert about the unidentified intruder approaching was repeated once more. The camera pans over a sprawling cityscape, focusing on a towering skyscraper that pierces the clouds. This is the headquarters of MUNT, a high-tech security firm. Inside, 2 agents, one wearing a headset and the other with a MUNT cap, sit before a bank of monitors. She called me last night, one of them says, his voice laced with concern. The other agent responds, what? Did she remember? He continues, explaining, she was trying to bait me by asking if I got home safe or whatever. The other agent looks perplexed, muttering, hey, that's, huh? The agent's attention is drawn to a monitor displaying a live feed. That, one of them asks, pointing at the screen. The other agent, squinting, says, what's she doing in front of the gate? One agent instructs the other, who's she? Can you see his face? Connect to the database, DB. A guttural scream echoes from the monitor, AAAHHHH. A surge of energy erupts from the monitor, engulfing the MUNT agent in a blinding flash of light and sound. He cries out in pain, ARGHHH. The force of the blast throws the agent back, his body convulsing violently. His headset flies off. Blood trickles from his mouth. A stark warning blares from the system, beep, level 2 danger alert. Amidst the chaos, a calm voice announces over the intercom, an unidentified intruder is approaching. I repeat. A man with silver hair, dressed in a dark red jacket, sprinted through a modern office building. He was pursued by several figures, their voices echoing, President? He continued his frantic escape, bursting through a door and disappearing into the shadows. A purple mist filled the office, causing the silver-haired man to pause. He observed the scene, a look of dawning realization on his face. He muttered to himself, the whole office is covered with purple mist. His eyes widened. He urgently instructed his assistant, Hisu, call the security team quickly. The silver-haired man continued to move through the building, his pace quickening. He was met by a concerned subordinate who exclaimed, President. The subordinate explained, the security team just called. There's an unidentified intruder at the front gate of the building. The situation worsened. The security chief reported, all the CCTVs are broken. And for some unknown reason, the security team members who found the intruder have ear damage. The silver-haired man, his expression grim, asked, so we can't currently locate the intruder? Min Jong-Yu's face was a mask of grim determination. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as his eyes burned with an intensity that spoke of a burden only he could carry. You have no idea what I have seen. Sukwon, the president, his silver hair neatly combed, his gaze sharp behind his glasses, issued a curt order. He was clearly in command, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. He instructed everyone to evacuate through the emergency back doors within 7 minutes. Two figures, startled, reacted to the president's command. One, a woman with dark hair, looked shocked. The other, a man, questioned the necessity of such a drastic measure, given their security team and the presence of only one intruder. What? Evacuate the employees? Is it that serious? We have our field team and there's only one intruder. The president's aide explained the urgency. It wasn't just the main office, the entire building was enveloped in a strange purple mist. Time was of the essence, they only had 5 to 10 minutes left. The man's expression shifted from confusion to dawning horror as the full implications sank in. The purple mist, covering the whole building? Sukwon's eyes, usually calm, now glowed with an eerie purple light. The president's unique ability to foresee future adversity was activated, revealing the source of the crisis. He hadn't been aware of it until now, but he had seen the purple mist and recognized it as an urgent crisis that would unfold within 10 minutes. The fact that the president, a man powerful enough to capture the bishop, considered this a crisis was deeply unsettling. The president immediately ordered a heightened alert level, instructing the field team to escort the bishop to the B-sector cargo elevator. And, with a chilling final instruction, he ordered the commencement of Project Willowsia. A discarded cigarette butt fell to the floor, a small detail amidst the unfolding chaos. A man in a sharp black suit, his fiery red hair catching the dim light, stood defiantly amidst a cold, metallic corridor. His eyes blazed with anger as he shouted, "An intruder?" He turned, his expression hardening as he scanned his surroundings. A grim realization dawning on him, that man, finally, had arrived. The scene shifted to a sterile, high-tech chamber where a woman with dark hair was suspended in a glass pod. Her face was etched with worry and pain. The man's internal monologue echoed, "That man finally came." A question forming on his lips, "Man?" A sudden urgency filled the corridor. Security guards rushed past, shouting, "Quickly! It's an emergency. There's an order for the evacuation of all the employees." One guard approached the red-haired man, his face grim as he explained. The guard's voice was sharp, laced with desperation as he demanded, "Juan, give me your power." Back in the chamber, the woman's face contorted in a silent scream of terror. Her voice, though unspoken, filled the panel, "If he's not stopped by an awakened, full-fledged prophet, everyone here will die." The red-haired man's gaze hardened, a grim determination settling on his features. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a desperate expression, shouted, "Where do I need to go?" The scene was chaotic, guards in tactical gear barked orders, "C-sector elevator. Evacuate all the employees there." Meanwhile, in a brightly lit elevator shaft, a woman with long dark hair was suspended, bound and helpless. A desperate cry escaped her lips, "Juan." The urgency mounted. More guards rushed through a technologically advanced corridor, their voices strained, "Hurry. There is no time. The special task force of the DPC is coming soon too." A stern-faced man in a suit, seemingly in charge, stood amidst the chaos. His expression was one of grim determination, punctuated by a sharp question mark in the speech bubble. He turned to another guard, his voice tight with concern, "What happened? Why did the light go out? Control room, please respond." The power outage spread. Amidst the growing panic, the man from the first panel appeared again, attempting to reassure the others. "What's happening? Did the power go out? The emergency generator will turn on, everyone, calm down. Don't put your phone's flash on someone's face." But his calm facade crumbled. A single tear rolled down his cheek as a chilling realization washed over him. He muttered, "Shit, something feels wrong." The guards, now tense and on high alert, received orders, "Stand firm and be on guard." The bound woman in the elevator felt a sudden chill. Her eyes widened in terror as she whispered, "He's coming." Four guards, weapons raised, surrounded a central point in the darkness, anticipating an imminent threat. The atmosphere crackled with tension. A figure cloaked in darkness moved with terrifying speed, effortlessly dispatching a squad of heavily armed security personnel. Their bodies dissolved into crimson mist as the figure continued its relentless advance, leaving only a trail of carnage in its wake. Below, a woman with haunted eyes and a look of utter despair watched the scene unfold. The dark figure pausing momentarily before a monitor displaying her image. The weight of the situation seemed to settle upon the figure's shoulders. As woman's voice, filled with bitter accusation, echoed through the room, "In the end, you betrayed our religion." The cloaked figure turned, a hint of weariness in their posture. "Religion? Are you still going on with that nonsense?" He revealed his face, a grim smile playing on his lips. "Even if I'm here, right in front of your eyes?" A sudden burst of energy erupted from the cloaked figure. a wave of raw power washing over the room. He launched a devastating attack. The resulting shockwaves sent tremors through the building. A narration box appeared. The field team that was supposed to move the bishop stopped communicating. A figure, cloaked in darkness and a menacing mask, stood amidst a fiery explosion. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, a stark contrast to the inferno raging around him. He seemed to be absorbing the energy of the blast, his form almost merging with the chaotic energy. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy figure fell from above, blood splattering across the stark white background. The figure's form was obscured, but a sense of dread emanated from the scene. A violent clash erupted, the air thick with the sound of impact. Sending one combatant sprawling, a dark figure crashing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. The scene was observed by a masked figure, their purple eyes blazing with intensity. This intruder. Don't tell me he caught and is eating Jean so why? The masked figure mused, their gaze fixed on the fallen form below. The masked individual's attention shifted to a nearby doorway, a figure emerging from the shadows. The field team, damn, it's my fault. I thought we could hide the bishop before he came in. Yeah, I knew it. It's what I thought it was. The bishop, seemingly recovered, stood before them, a dark aura emanating from their form. Maybe it's because she has lived for 600 years. I feel very dizzy. The masked figure's eyes widened slightly as they observed the bishop's words and actions. A surge of dark energy crackled and pulsed from a gloved hand, the raw power visibly distorting the air around it. Despite having absorbed her, the sheer volume of memories proved overwhelming. He grimaced, muttering that organizing them would take considerable time. A blinding flash of light erupted from the ground, a shockwave radiating outwards. The figure with white hair and dark clothing launched himself into the air, bolts of electricity arcing around him. He was clearly agitated, his movements sharp and erratic. He landed heavily, a spray of blood marking his impact. His opponent, a figure shrouded in darkness, watched with a calculating gaze. The white-haired figure braced himself, a surge of energy building within him. He unleashed a powerful, dark energy blast, a wave of destruction tearing across the battlefield. The attack struck its target with devastating force, sending the dark figure reeling. The white-haired figure followed up with a swift, brutal strike, his movements a blur of motion. A figure with long dark hair is shown being blasted by a powerful weapon, the force of the impact sending debris flying. The scene is filled with the intense energy of the attack. The impact throws them violently to the ground, electricity crackling around them as they are seemingly struck by a powerful energy blast. The scene is chaotic and filled with the raw power of the attack. Revealing a figure with white hair and a dark mask, standing over their fallen opponent. The masked figure speaks, yeah, good, good. I knew you're not bad. The masked figure's eyes widen in surprise, a question mark appearing in a thought bubble above their head. As a powerful energy wave erupts from the ground below, shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. The masked figure and their opponent exchange words. A narration box explains that the violet eyes can identify danger. The masked figure comments that their opponent has many names. The long-haired figure grins menacingly, stating that if they eat their opponent, they will gain their violet eyes as well. The masked figure's face is shown, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. A building shakes violently, causing panic among a group of people inside. One person asks if it's an earthquake. The people inside the building discuss the situation, noting that the building is crumbling and that the president must be fighting in the basement. One person announces that Project Posia is about to begin. A tense briefing unfolds. 90 seconds remain until the commencement of a clandestine operation. A female operative, her expression serious, confirms readiness, but is immediately cautioned against unauthorized action. The female operative explains that the White Hundred cult has developed or already possessed numerous abilities, many of which emit specific brainwave patterns. And that Project Willosian, an experimental weapon designed to neutralize individuals with such abilities, was created by the DPC Weapon R&D team alongside scientist Kim Bong-chu. It functions by emitting an EMP-like pulse that distorts and suppresses specific brainwave frequencies. A male operative questions the weapon's lethality. The female operative reassures him that, based on her understanding, the individual's abilities differ from those of the White Hundred cult, rendering them unaffected by the pulse. However, she is immediately contradicted. The situation is far more complicated than she initially believed. The president is involved. Suddenly, a masked figure with white hair and glowing purple eyes appears, launching a surprise attack. The female operative is caught off guard. The masked figure attacks from below, surprising the operative. She questions how such an attack was possible. The operative is baffled by the attacker's unusual ability. He didn't break the ground during his assault. A new character is introduced, a man with long dark hair and a scar across his face. His expression is one of calm observation. The masked figure is shown to be incredibly fast, moving with blurring speed through a series of rapid strikes against the operative. The scene ends with the operative being thrown back. A masked figure, his face partially obscured by a dark, intricate mask, unleashed a surge of energy. The power was unique, undeniably effective, though not overwhelmingly potent. He wondered if this was a test, or if there were limits to his abilities. Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with grim determination, observed the scene. He considered the implications of his actions, concluding that eliminating the enemy would be acceptable. Eating her should be fine, he mused, she is our enemy, right? The conversation shifted to a more serious tone. One man accused the other of punishing their religion's bishop while being part of the white undead. You're saying that while being one of the white undead, he stated, his voice laced with accusation. The accused man scoffed, dismissing the religious argument. Bring up religion or whatever, that's wrong in itself, he retorted, his expression hardening. He then offered a cynical perspective on humanity's insatiable greed and its consequences. He continued, his words painting a bleak picture of humanity's endless pursuit of fulfillment, a quest doomed to remain unfulfilled. We are those who dream of eternal change through death, he declared, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, the masked figure received an urgent report. President Willosian is ready for operation, the report announced. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. His eyes, visible beneath the mask, narrowed. The urgency of the situation was clear. He gave a curt command, start it immediately. In a vast, technologically advanced chamber, a colossal machine hummed to life. The president's order was being carried out. The machine's activation was announced with a chilling declaration, Project Willosian is beginning. Everyone, shut your ears. A wave of immense energy erupted from the machine, engulfing the chamber and its occupants. The consequences of the president's decision were about to be unleashed. A wave of disorientation washed over the two men in suits. One of them gasped, "Oh. What's this?" as a tremor shook the building, causing him to stumble. A guttural cry of "Wag" escaped his lips as the ground beneath them began to crumble. The ground lurched violently. A man with short, gray hair and a striking black and gold mask appeared, his violet eyes blazing with fury. The ground. What's this? UAAAA, he roared, his voice echoing the building's distress. A sharp cracking sound, kahak, ripped through the air as the building's structure groaned under the strain. A woman and another man, both in suits, watched in horrified silence, their faces etched with fear. The masked man's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the pair. Was that your doing? He questioned, his voice laced with suspicion and a hint of menace. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure emerged from the chaos, their face obscured by shadow. They spread their arms wide, a dark energy emanating from them. In this darkness, there's no place my ability can't reach, they declared, their voice echoing with chilling confidence. Their gaze fell upon the masked man. When the entire building collapses and everyone dies, I will feed on your dead body, terrorist, the figure hissed, their words dripping with malice. The building continued its descent into ruin. It's crumbling, someone shouted, panic rising among the crowd. Confusion reigned as people struggled to escape. What's this? Why don't any of the other elevators work? The woman from earlier observed the chaos with a chilling calmness. The people just now, this seems like a big deal, doesn't it? She remarked, her tone devoid of empathy. The red-haired man, his face grim, urgently asked, where is it? The woman responded simply, the weapon. A man with long, blue hair and a mischievous grin stood amidst the fiery glow of a ruined cityscape. He chuckled, a sound that echoed the destruction around him. As he watched a figure cloaked in shadow emerge from the darkness. This figure was clad in a dark, hooded garment, their face obscured. The air crackled with an ominous energy. The man with blue hair, seemingly unfazed, turned his back to the shadowy figure. The blue-haired man's voice, laced with cruel amusement, cut through the silence. He declared his intention to feast on the flesh of those present after killing them all. The shadowed figure, however, remained motionless. A slight tremor ran through the man in the suit as he watched the blue-haired man. A sudden, intense purple glow emanating from beneath his mask. His eyes, visible through the mask's openings, burned with an unearthly light. A man with stark white hair, clad in a dark suit, stood defiantly. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and dark energy crackled around his hands. As if I'll let you have your way, he declared, his voice filled with barely contained rage. He unleashed a surge of dark energy, a wave of crackling power that arced and snaked across the panel. The raw force of it visible even in the shocked expression of his opponent, a man with long, dark hair, who watched with a mixture of surprise and grim determination. As the energy coalesced into a blinding flash of light, the attack struck with devastating force. The white-haired man grunted, "Arg," as the impact sent tremors through his body. He staggered back, but a cruel smile twisted his lips. "Ha ha ha. You're the first person to defend against my power, he cackled, his voice echoing with manic glee. His opponent, however, remained unyielding. He braced himself, his expression hardening. The white-haired man's face was contorted in a grimace. As the darkness deepens, I become relentlessly stronger, he hissed, his voice dripping with menace. A shadowy, monstrous form began to coalesce around him. A terrifying beast with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, its form shifting and writhing with malevolent energy. A young man with white hair, his face partially obscured by a dark mask, stood braced against a surge of golden energy. His eyes, visible through the mask, glowed with an unnatural purple light. A question mark filled a thought bubble above him, reflecting his uncertainty. 3 monstrous, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their eyes burning with malevolent red light. Their snarling jaws were bared, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, his body straining against the immense power coursing through him. He resolved to hold back his strength until a certain project was activated. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion and golden energy, towards the approaching monstrous figures, unleashing a blinding flash of light and power. That sent one of the creatures flying backward. A new figure emerged from the shadows, their face partially visible, a smirk playing on their lips. They observed the white-haired man's power, noting its similarity to their own. The white-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the impact of the new arrival's power. The two clashed, their powers colliding in a maelstrom of golden energy. Despite his efforts, the white-haired man was clearly outmatched. Even his borrowed abilities were no match for the raw power of his opponent. A shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, loomed over a sprawling, dark landscape. Their eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a stark contrast to the crimson hues of the background. The figure's power, it was revealed, was of the same kind as the original form, a chilling revelation. A monstrous, winged creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning like hellfire. It swooped down, its immense form casting a terrifying shadow over a man in a suit, who braced himself for impact. The man, his face partially obscured by a mask, muttered in disbelief, "Shit. No." A voice, calm and reassuring, cut through the chaos, "You're nearly there, Mr. Hwan Suk." Following the instructions, Mr. Hwan Suk hurried down a dimly lit corridor. He muttered to himself, "First door on the right, got it." He held a small, glowing device in his hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. He worried, if I activate that Wallozia or whatever it is. He was met with a question, sharp and urgent, "Are you sure everything will be resolved?" He responded, frustrated but determined, "I'm frustrated, but I'll just do what I can. Once I activate that machine, I'm out of here." A sudden impact shook the ground as he kicked the door open, revealing a large, complex machine. Suk-hwan stood amidst the carnage, his back to the viewer, surveying the aftermath of a brutal scene. The metallic gleam of a large, complex machine loomed behind him, its presence ominous and imposing. He turned, a grimace twisting his features as he registered the extent of the destruction. A low groan escaped his lips, "Ugh." His gaze fell upon the machine, recognition dawning in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "This is Project Wallozia. Shall we?" A sense of urgency washed over him. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, a desperate thought crossing his mind, "Damn it, there's no time. Do I press this?" With a decisive movement, Suk-hwan pressed a button on the console. A surge of dark energy erupted from the machine, spreading across the floor like a creeping shadow. A wave of dark energy erupted from the ground, engulfing Suk-hwan in its chaotic power. He screamed, his body contorted by the force. He struggled against the overwhelming force, his face a mask of pain and confusion. What the heck is this? It came out of the ground? Meanwhile, a mysterious figure observed the scene from afar, their face partially obscured by shadow. They mused, but seeing that the half-resurrector is here, there must be something about that machine? A shadowy figure loomed over the scene, its features obscured by darkness. Below, Suk-hwan, his face contorted in a furious grimace, glared upwards. "Was it you?" he seated, the unspoken accusation hanging heavy in the air. Suk-hwan, still seething, confronted the cloaked figure. A massive, shadowy fist erupted from the darkness, seizing him by the throat. Behind all this madness?" Suk-hwan gasped, struggling against the overwhelming force. His rage intensified. "What did you do to the president, you bastard?" he roared, his voice raw with fury and grief. The cloaked figure, its face still hidden, responded calmly amidst crackling energy. "I'm the one in everything. There's no place out of my reach in this underground darkness." It continued, its voice dripping with chilling nonchalance, "I thought I'd deal with you after I finished digesting the bishop, but since I am here, I'll just eat you up now." Suk-hwan's eyes widened in horror. "Bishop, you killed Wai Nuna," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rising dread. Suk-hwan's fury exploded. "Don't fuck with me, you bastard," he screamed, unleashing a torrent of raw, unbridled rage. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man with vibrant red hair, his expression grim. He stood tall and imposing, fists clenched at his sides, a palpable tension radiating from him. He surveyed his surroundings, a silent assessment playing across his features. His internal monologue echoed the unspoken words, "This place is?" A figure, clad in dark attire, moved with terrifying speed, his powerful legs propelling him forward, leaving a trail of dust and debris in his wake. He confronted a man with silver hair, who seemed unfazed by the display of power. The silver-haired man scoffed, dismissing his opponent's ability as trivial. The dark figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, sneered. He questioned whether the revival man's abilities would truly be of any use. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, widened slightly as he seemed to sense something. He muttered to himself, clearly disturbed. Elsewhere, a woman with gray hair frantically called out for Mr. Suk-hwan, her voice filled with urgency. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, proclaiming himself the harbinger of doom. He revealed that he had already consumed the revival man. The image showed a bloody scene, suggesting a brutal struggle had taken place. The title card for the series appeared. The chapter ended with a shadowy figure standing ominously, shrouded in darkness. Suk-hwan, a young man with vibrant orange hair, stood in a dimly lit alleyway. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he muttered, "I've definitely seen this place before." Suddenly, a gruff voice cut through the silence. "You pathetic punk." Suk-hwan was violently attacked, his body thrown against a wall. He groaned in pain, his vision blurring. As he struggled to regain his bearings, a figure loomed over him, his face contorted in anger. "What are you doing? Hurry up and go." Suk-hwan, despite his injuries, managed to focus on the attacker. He recognized the man's fighting style. "Your hook is as strong as before," he noted, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. A wave of realization washed over him. The man before him was his father. He was dead. Or was he? His father's voice, though strained, was unmistakable. "Okay, so, this time, I guess I really am dead." Suk-hwan, despite his own pain, offered a weak smile. "I'm sorry your son is weak like this, Dad. It was just too difficult to survive this time." The scene shifted, showing the backs of Suk-hwan and his father. The weight of his mortality hung heavy in the air. Suk-hwan's face was etched with a mixture of grief and confusion. He whispered, "Dad? Did I look pathetic?" The scene opens with a man falling through the air, his form obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. He reflects on a past action, questioning his decision, when jumping into the fire to save people, knowing that I'd die? He answers his own question with a smirk, "No, it was fucking cool." He then looks at someone off-panel and asks, "Right?" The other man, a stern-faced individual in a dark jacket, responds, "All people live the same, so if you're gonna die, you have to die with meaning, right?" He continues, his voice sharp and insistent, "If you can't do that, then you have to live somehow." The first man, slightly taken aback, protests, "But, haven't I already been eaten by that punk-ass monster?" The second man smiles knowingly, "Look behind you." The first man turns, his expression unreadable as he walks away from the second man. A sudden burst of golden light erupts behind him. A mysterious figure emerges from the light, their face partially obscured by shadow. They address the first man, their voice laced with a hint of warning, "How long do you think you'll be able to hold and maintain this power?" The first man grins, seemingly unfazed, "Well, I can't die without trying anything. That'd be embarrassing." A powerful force erupted from below, the ground trembling violently as a figure was propelled upwards. A wave of energy engulfing a young man with fiery red hair. He was surrounded by a blinding light, his body contorting as if struggling against an immense power. The intense light subsided, leaving the young man gasping for breath, his face etched with confusion. "What was that? I'm sure I swallowed it," he wondered, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes glowing menacingly. He clenched his fist, a surge of dark energy crackling around him. "I'll rip you to pieces if you want it that much," he growled, his voice dripping with malice. The red-haired youth found himself trapped within a cage of jagged, obsidian-like spikes, the ground beneath him cracking and crumbling under the immense pressure. Observing the scene from afar, a man in a dark jacket muttered, "Well." His gaze fixed on the struggling youth. "At least he has strong willpower." He continued, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Just like his mother and I." The man's face was revealed, a calm, almost amused expression on his lips. Suddenly, a new wave of energy erupted from the red-haired youth, shattering the obsidian spikes that held him captive. Suk-hwan, the revival man, launched a fierce counterattack against his opponent, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. His fist connected with a powerful impact, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow causing the dark figure to recoil violently. The impact created a blinding flash of light and a shower of dark fragments. As the dark figure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. The dark figure, disoriented and clearly injured, groaned in pain, muttering, what's this? Sukwan, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, questioned himself, my attack? How? The dark figure, regaining some composure, glared at Sukwan, his voice laced with disbelief. Why you? I definitely swallowed you. Sukwan's opponent, still reeling from the attack, could only express his astonishment. How did you come back alive? Sukwan smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What do you mean? I just came back to life. Sukwan's rage flared, his eyes burning with fury. He roared, you motherfucker. Sukwan, still recovering from the intense battle, was left bewildered. He muttered to himself, what's this? What just happened? Huh? Dad. Sukwan stumbled through the darkness, his voice a breathless whisper as he called out for his father. Where had he gone? He found himself in a strange, ominous place, a landscape of dark ropes and glowing yellow tassels. His confusion turned to dawning horror as he recognized the figure before him, the bishop. The bishop, her face contorted in rage, accused Sukwan. This was all his fault, she hissed, for willingly handing over his power. Sukwan, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, vehemently denied the accusation. He wouldn't be miserable like this. The bishop explained that this was the inner world of the being that had swallowed them, a demonic place that robbed and extinguished life. Despite this, she was using her remaining strength to maintain her conscience, though she knew it would soon fail. She then revealed a glimmer of hope: if they combined their powers, they could defeat this entity. The bishop stated there was no longer any use in hiding things. Sukwan, still reeling from the revelation, listened intently. She began to recount a forgotten history. When humans first appeared on this land, 5 new beings were created. Those who obeyed the laws of life and death were called prophets by the humans. These prophets took on the role of guardians, protecting the world from those who would bring death. And one of those prophets was the revival man, Sukwan. Over time, 3 of the 4 prophets perished and disappeared, leaving only 1 remaining. This sole prophet passed on their ability to those who desired it, ensuring its continued existence. This revelation dawned on Sukwan: he was the true revival man. And he confronted the bishop, accusing her of stealing the power and enjoying life for 600 years. He declared that only the worthy should possess such power. Sukwan challenged the bishop to make him worthy. He insisted that she lend him the power, questioning whether she would allow him to die in vain against such a weak opponent. The bishop refused, stating that she would never give him her power. Instead, she vowed to personally beat him. As the yellow talismans burned and disintegrated, Sukwan accepted his impending death. A blinding flash of light engulfed a man with long, dark hair, his face contorted in agony as the force of the blast sent tremors through his body. Sukwan, a man with vibrant red hair, moved with surprising speed, his fist connecting with his opponent, sending a shockwave through the air. A desperate cry escaping the long-haired man's lips as he staggered back, clearly overwhelmed. Sukwan's attack continued relentlessly, a flurry of blows aimed at his opponent's exposed defenses. His expression was one of grim determination. The long-haired man, battered and bruised, barely managed to defend himself against the onslaught. His eyes widened in shock as Sukwan's final blow landed, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sukwan, panting heavily, stood over his fallen opponent, his own body showing signs of the brutal exchange. He let out a gasp of surprise as he noticed something unexpected. A long-haired man's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed in the aftermath of the battle. He had clearly not expected Sukwan to return. Min Zhongyu, his face etched with grim determination, stared into the void where his opponent had just been. He muttered to himself, unconvinced that his attack had been successful. Teleportation? No, I'm sure I killed him. Sukwan, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding, smirked. Oh, is that right now I get it? Zhongyu, enraged by Sukwan's smug demeanor, roared at him to be quiet. He launched a swift attack, but Sukwan easily evaded it. Sukwan's movements were a blur as he effortlessly dodged Zhongyu's furious assault. Zhongyu's attacks continued relentlessly, but Sukwan remained elusive, his movements too quick to follow. Zhongyu was frustrated, his opponent had vanished again. The corpse disappeared again. Zhongyu, desperate to find his target, demanded to know where Sukwan was hiding. He questioned if Sukwan thought he could hide in the darkness. Sukwan, seemingly appearing from nowhere, calmly reassured Zhongyu, don't worry. Zhongyu's eyes widened in shock as he saw Sukwan's sudden reappearance. Sukwan, unfazed, declared that he wouldn't leave until he had won their fight. I won't be going anywhere until I beat your ass up. Sukwan unleashed a powerful attack, sending Zhongyu reeling backward, leaving Zhongyu battered and struggling to regain his footing. A close-up on Min Zhongyu's face. His red hair is windswept, his eyes blazing with an intense, almost demonic red light. A cruel smile stretches across his lips, revealing sharp teeth. His expression is one of unrestrained fury and power. Suk-won, the revival man, is seen disintegrating before Min Jong-yu's eyes. A look of shock and disbelief crosses his face as he witnesses the unexpected turn of events. He mutters in surprise, questioning what is happening. Suk-won's disintegration continues, his body dissolving into dark, shadowy particles. Min Jong-yu curses under his breath, recognizing Suk-won's identity. The realization that he is facing the revival man dawns on him. The scene shifts to a different location, where Min Jong-yu is now facing Suk-won, who is partially reformed. Suk-won is visibly weakened, but he stands defiantly, ready to fight. A fierce clash of energy erupts between them. The confrontation intensifies, with both men exchanging blows. Min Jong-yu focuses on the immediate threat, dismissing the fact that Suk-won can resurrect himself as irrelevant for now. However, Suk-won realizes that Min Jong-yu's attacks are not simply weakening him, they are forcing him to unleash his full power. Suk-won grimaces in pain, realizing that his resurrection cycle is taking longer each time he dies. He questions if the strength he received from the bishop is fading. He recognizes the gravity of the situation, knowing that he needs to defeat Min Jong-yu before his energy runs out. Min Jong-yu, despite his own exhaustion, is determined to defeat Suk-won no matter the cost. He vows to fight seriously if Suk-won wants it that badly. Min Jong-yu prepares for a final, decisive attack. Suk-won, weakened and struggling, is shown disintegrating once more, his body dissolving into dark particles. A figure with large, dark wings emerged from the fiery wreckage, their face obscured by shadow. A man with reddish-brown hair, dressed in a white shirt, stood before them, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He seemed to be questioning what he was seeing. The winged figure's face was partially visible, revealing a grim smile and scarred skin. "Take a good look, this is..." they seemed to say, their voice laced with menace. The man clenched his fists, his eyes narrowed in determination. He braced himself for whatever was to come. The winged figure revealed more of their form, their power growing. "The true power of a clan," they declared, their voice echoing with power. The man watched, sparks flying around him as he prepared to counter this overwhelming display of power. The man lunged forward, his attack met with a powerful counter from the winged figure. The winged figure scoffed, "I don't know what blood relation or clan power bullshit you got, but..." The man smirked, revealing a hidden device. "I had this thing right here and totally forgot about it." The winged figure's eyes widened in shock as they saw the device. Their expression was one of disbelief and fear. The man activated the device, a surge of energy emanating from it. "Let's taste the power of science," he declared, a confident smirk on his face as he unleashed the device's full potential. Suk-won, a man with the ability to revive, stood triumphantly amidst a burst of golden energy, a powerful device glowing in his hand. A stark contrast to the ominous figure of a winged, dark entity emerging from the shadows, its presence radiating malevolence. The dark entity's form solidified, revealing a monstrous, fiery beast, its power palpable. A torrent of blood splattered across the metallic floor, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. Suk-won, wounded and reeling from the impact, collapsed to his knees. His body racked with pain as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He recognized the energy signature. A sinister smile stretched across his bloodied lips as he felt the familiar surge of power. He gritted his teeth, the pain fueling his resolve. A shadowy figure, eyes blazing with dark energy, appeared, seemingly summoned by the cry. Another man, his strength seemingly depleted, watched in shock as Suk-won's power surged. "What the hell did you just do?" he demanded, his voice laced with disbelief and fear. Suk-won, unfazed, retorted, "Even if you know, what are you gonna do about it, punk?" A figure with fiery orange hair and a cruel smirk loomed over a fallen opponent. He offered a chilling invitation, "Come here, and I'll give you a big hug." The fallen man groaned in pain, his face contorted in agony. He was clearly injured, but his eyes burned with defiance. He struggled to his feet, his voice strained as he declared, "My name is Ubaid Eldosari. I will kill you by any means possible. Just wait." Ubaid glared at his attacker, his eyes filled with hatred. The orange-haired man lunged forward. His fist a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent Ubaid reeling. The orange-haired man roared, "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" He followed up with a powerful kick, sending Ubaid flying backwards. The force of the blow was immense. Ubaid crashed to the ground, his body convulsing as he struggled to breathe. The orange-haired man stood over him, his face a mask of fury. A powerful, destructive force erupted, the air crackling with raw energy. As Suk-won, the revival man, unleashed a devastating blow, his fist connecting with his opponent with earth-shattering force, sending his enemy sprawling, a wave of searing heat engulfing them. the impact leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seokwon's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he glared at his fallen foe. He hissed, "I will remember you, Revival Man." He vowed, "I will swallow everything you've got, by any means." Seokwon stood, his body radiating power, a grim determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, "Damn, did I lose him?" The aftermath of a devastating attack on the Klevel Tower was grim. 24 people perished, and 12 more were left injured. Those on the ground floor had managed to evacuate before the collapse, as the fighting had concluded beforehand. The situation was quickly contained thanks to the swift response and support from the Disaster Prevention Corps. 5 days had passed since the incident. At a funeral home, a young woman in a business suit called out to Mr. Seokwon. She expressed relief at seeing him safe and sound. He reciprocated her sentiments. She then revealed that she had visited his home out of worry, noting the unpleasant smell. He explained that his home was essentially a public space, open to anyone at any time. The conversation then shifted to the location of the joint funeral. The scene opens in the basement of a building, specifically the 3rd floor. A young man with vibrant red hair and a woman with dark hair are shown amidst a somber gathering. The woman remarks that everyone is present. The red-haired man, taken aback, shows a look of surprise. She explains that the memorials displayed belong to employees who died in an accident. The image shows numerous memorials, highlighting the scale of the loss. The woman explains that their company's existence is supposed to remain secret to the world, because the company deals with matters that shouldn't exist. She continues, detailing how Kia employees on missions typically have their information fabricated and hidden. The woman explains that because of this secrecy, the company's president established a funeral service company, so that the families of deceased employees receive compensation under the guise of life insurance, or if they have no family, the president acts as their chief mourner. The woman explains that this is done so that those who died in service do not die alone, until the threat of the white undead is eliminated. A section chief calls for the red-haired man, Seokwon, and he departs, promising to return later. In an opulent hall, 2 men in sharp suits stood facing each other. One, with fiery red hair, was identified by the other as the punk from a previous interview. The second man, with neatly styled brown hair, curtly instructed him to help out, given his presence. The red-haired man's expression shifted subtly as he turned away, a question mark forming in the speech bubble above him. The red-haired man's thoughts were revealed. Even if he worked tirelessly, his efforts would remain unknown. The brown-haired man mused that he'd never considered the implications of his actions, but found the situation strangely appealing. Secretly risking his life to maintain the peace of an unknown place, the brown-haired man found this strangely cool. The red-haired man revealed that he had a young cousin who was a huge fan of the Terror Man. The brown-haired man walked away, his back to the viewer. A scene shift to a night scene, a full moon hanging in the sky. A young man's leg is shown, clad in athletic wear, suggesting he is running. The young man, seated on a bench by the seaside, is approached by a woman who asks him why he came out there. Seokwon and Min Jongyu sat together in a park, enjoying the pleasant evening. Seokwon commented on the nice weather. Jongyu smiled subtly, her eyes betraying a hint of unease as she observed Seokwon. Jongyu asked if he was leaving, noting his expression. Seokwon, seemingly oblivious, deflected the question, complaining about his facial appearance. Jongyu pointed out his habit of changing the subject. A third person, a man in a suit, appeared in a separate panel, observing the scene and commenting on the universality of human behavior. Seokwon revealed that his late father had visited him the previous night. Jongyu remarked that he must have felt great after seeing his father. Seokwon simply replied, "Yeah." Suddenly, a menacing figure appeared, vowing to kill Seokwon by any means necessary. Simultaneously, Seokwon crushed a mysterious green crystal in his hand. Seokwon informed Jongyu that he didn't see anyone else in his dreams and that he needed to leave for a while. A young woman with dark hair listened intently as a man with short, dark hair spoke. He explained that his absence wouldn't be long, likening it to a deep-sea fishing trip. He continued, mentioning that he was leaving to earn some money and urging her to study hard while he was gone. The young woman smiled, a subtle hint of understanding in her eyes. Later, they sat together, sharing a drink. She commented that it was better than him remaining unemployed. However, a flicker of concern crossed her features as she added a hesitant but. Under a starlit sky, the man asked the woman to attend his university entrance ceremony. She readily agreed. The scene shifted to a hospital. A man in a patient gown looked around, confused. He wondered how much time had passed since the building collapse. Another man, dressed in more formal attire, informed him that 6 days had passed since the rescue team saved him from being buried in the rubble. The patient reflected on the fact that this was the first time he'd missed an employee's funeral since founding his company. In a hospital room, Seokwon, a man with short, gray hair, lies in a hospital bed, his expression pensive. Beside him stands Min Jong-yu, a man with vibrant red hair, his gaze fixed on Suk-hwan with a mixture of concern and determination. A quiet strength simmering beneath the surface. Suk-hwan, feeling the lingering effects of his near-death experience, reflects on the power within him. Jong-yu then makes a direct request. He wants Suk-hwan's help to become a prophet before a looming threat returns. Suk-hwan acknowledges the unusual nature of Jong-yu's request, recognizing the inherent difficulty in transforming someone into a prophet, especially given the recent absence of the bishop, a key figure in such matters. But he reveals that he knows someone who might be able to help. The scene shifts to a young woman intensely focused on a video game controller. This girl, he explains, possesses an extraordinary ability far surpassing those who have lived for mere centuries. The panel shows two girls playing video games, one with dark blue hair and the other with blonde hair. The focus is on the blonde-haired girl's intense concentration. Suk-hwan reveals a shocking truth: this girl has lived for 10,000 years. Suk-hwan, a man with the ability to revive, was finishing getting dressed. A woman's voice, concerned, asked if he was alright and suggested he rest more. He reassured her, stating that he was fine and had already rested sufficiently. The woman, Lilia, countered that he had been working non-stop without any rest. Suk-hwan insisted he was truly fine, having already recovered from the fatigue. Outside, another man, with vibrant orange hair, observed Suk-hwan and Lilia from a distance. He questioned why they were waiting outside instead of coming in. He then added that, just by looking at the two of them, he could tell they needed some alone time together. The orange-haired man, seemingly unfazed, declared that if they were ready, they should go. The scene shifts to a street, where the orange-haired man is driving. He spots a car and asks, "Suki-kong?" Inside a sleek, high-tech vehicle, two men engaged in conversation. One, sharply dressed in a suit, revealed a startling piece of information to his companion, a woman, immortal and residing in Korea for 10,000 years. The narration box continued, describing this woman's long history as a coordinator to maintain global balance, a balance that had become severely lopsided. The image showed her, a striking figure with long dark hair, wielding a spear, her expression serious and determined. Currently, she was working alongside another individual, named Lilia, in an undisclosed location. A close-up revealed Lilia Alexandrovna Podkopeva, codenamed Red Swan. Her appearance was that of a young woman with long dark hair, wearing a military-style cap. The man in the car reacted with surprise to the information about Lilia and their first meeting. He questioned the source of this information, expressing disbelief. He dismissed the information as nonsense, attributing it to Cha Hee-soo. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, a woman with long dark hair and glasses was shown struggling against an unseen force. The man in the car reflected on her unusual strength, suspecting she possessed some kind of ability. The man's thoughts continued, processing the implications of a woman who had lived for 10,000 years. His astonishment grew as he considered the implications of such a powerful individual living in their country. The scene shifted to the exterior of a house at sunset. The man, having processed the information, suggested they go inside, confirming Lilia's presence. A woman with long dark hair, dressed in a leather jacket, sits casually on a car, smoking a cigarette. A man with reddish-brown hair approaches her. He asks why she came back, mentioning that he heard she nearly died. The woman exhales a plume of smoke, her gaze intense. She tells the man that if he believes he can do anything simply because his power has strengthened, he should go back. Because from now on, he'll be exposed to a world drastically different from the one he knows. The woman comments that the man looks pretty nice now that she's looking at him. The scene shifts to show the man's troubled expression. He thinks to himself that more than 20 people have died at the hands of a certain bastard, and questions how he can just ignore it and live happily by himself. A man with short, gray hair, dressed in a suit, walks purposefully down a street. He seems determined. He thinks that he has to beat the bastard before he strikes again. A sudden, violent crash is shown, suggesting a struggle or attack. The sound effect "arg. Shit" is displayed. The gray-haired man enters the room and announces his return to the woman, who is still playing the game. He asks if she's still playing that game. The reddish-brown-haired man looks concerned, thinking about the identity of the bastard. A young woman with long, dark blue hair watched a news report on television. The report spoke of an immortal being who had been alive for 10,000 years. The news report then showed a picture of Suki-kong, the world's coordinator. A young man with reddish-brown hair, his eyes wide with shock, stared intensely at the screen. The young woman, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed that it was a joke, but then admitted to having broken the console. The caption identified her as Suki-kong, the Queen's, with a currently unknown codename. She explained that she and a man named Hwan Suk were together because he needed a favor. Hwan Suk, looking slightly flustered, confirmed that he did indeed have a request for her. Suki-kong introduced herself and greeted Hwan Suk, who responded with a slightly nervous greeting of his own. Suki-kong commented on Hwan Suk's ability to revive quickly after death, and then asked what favor he required. Hwan Suk, a man with short, gray hair, explained that he needed her knowledge and expertise, particularly regarding her immortality, because it might be related to the prophet. His request, concerning the prophet, caused Suki Kang's eyes to widen in surprise. Min Jongyu, a young woman with striking, mismatched eyes, one blue, one orange, stared at something unseen, a look of dawning unease on her face. She murmured to herself, expressing her confusion and apprehension about the strange phenomenon before her. Zhang Yu, now seated amongst a group of adults, described the event, comparing it to a superhero team. Her words sparked curiosity and concern among the others present, who listened intently. A woman with dark hair and a military-style cap roughly pushed Zhang Yu's head away, but a man with silver hair calmly intervened, questioning Zhang Yu's knowledge of the prophets. He pressed her to think carefully about what she knew, highlighting the significance of her apparent lack of awareness. Zhang Yu insisted that this was the first time she had heard of the prophets, and the man with red hair pondered the implications of this revelation, connecting it to a historical event involving the Resurrector and a hidden power. The dark-haired woman questioned whether Zhang Yu's lack of knowledge was due to age-related memory loss. Zhang Yu vehemently denied this, asserting her memory was sharp. The silver-haired man and the red-haired man exchanged a knowing glance, commenting on the unexpected nature of Zhang Yu's abilities and their uncanny similarity to another individual's powers. Zhang Yu's expression softened as she thought about a specific person, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A hand, seemingly decaying or undead, pressed the doorbell of a building. The red-haired man and the silver-haired man reacted to the interruption, wondering who was at the door. The dark-haired woman, however, seemed pleased by the unexpected visitor's arrival, noting the opportune timing. The dark-haired woman explained that they were currently on a mission, and the silver-haired man looked intrigued by the word mission. A hand reached out, its fingers tracing a pattern on a wooden surface. The sound of a dull thud echoed as the hand pressed down. A woman with long, dark hair and a cruel smile held a spear aloft. She identified the object of her attention as one of the Black Wing Clan's puppets. With a swift, decisive movement, she shattered the object, sending fragments of circuitry scattering across the floor. A man with vibrant orange hair appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. He boasted of his own considerable abilities, though perhaps not as great as the others present. He then issued a challenge, a simple question, then, shall we? A woman with dark hair and red lipstick sits in a dimly lit room, languidly inhaling from an electronic cigarette. The device is ornately designed with gold detailing. She sits in a luxurious private theater, the screen displaying a formal meeting in progress. Her thoughts are clear: we've already been generous enough in overlooking things. The woman is identified as Chairwoman Won Mi-ho. She exudes power and composure, the electronic cigarette a stylish accessory in her hand. In the meeting room, a tense discussion unfolds. One man states, there have been a series of incidents in the country. Another man presses, what on earth were you doing with the Disaster Prevention Committee? The tension escalates. A man accuses Chairwoman Won Mi-ho of publicly broadcasting that recent disasters were caused by the Disaster Prevention Committee, DPC. Chairwoman Won Mi-ho dismisses the concerns, arguing that the number of man-made accidents and natural disasters has decreased significantly under her watch. She retorts that focusing on statistics is more effective than simply complaining. Another man interrupts, demanding an end to the bickering and reminding everyone of their purpose, to monitor the DPC. He insists that it is the duty of the sovereign nation of Korea to oversee the DPC's actions. Chairwoman Won Mi-ho orders the immediate release of classified information to South Korea. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and yellow. A group of individuals stood before a house, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. One of them, a woman with striking blue hair, held a long staff. All right, let's get started, comrades, she declared. Another, a man with reddish-brown hair, muttered, seriously, who's here? The group's leader explained their mission. Recently, several students in the area had fallen unconscious and hadn't woken up. Only those 18 years old, Aquarians, with AB blood type were affected. Currently, only one student fit this description in the neighborhood. And that student lived in the house before them. The realization dawned on the red-haired man: they were playing games and breaking into someone's house. The blue-haired woman urged them to prepare, shouting, "It's here! Get ready!" Inside the house, a figure was seen stumbling. A man, his face partially obscured, holding a vintage Polaroid camera. He muttered, "My son, are you still playing with your friend, this late at night?" Outside, the red-haired man gasped, what is that? A zombie?" The zombie-like figure inside the house continued, "Son, will you come home with your dad?" The blue-haired woman warned her comrade, "Don't let it aim at you." A blinding flash of light erupted from the house, followed by a shockwave that sent the group reeling. The red-haired man stared in disbelief. What? Amidst a chaotic scene of destruction, a young woman with long, dark hair, clad in red and white, stood defiantly amidst a group of men in dark suits. One of the men, his face partially obscured, shouted an accusation, "Shit! Are you trying to kill someone? The woman's hand held a smoking Polaroid camera, the photo developing in a burst of light and smoke. A single Korean syllable escaped her lips, hinting at a sense of finality. The scene shifted to a concerned man, his face partially obscured by shadow, holding a developed Polaroid photo. He voiced his worry. I was wondering why you wouldn't come home. My son, you've been hanging out with these kinds of bad friends? The woman from the previous scene, her face now fully visible, smirked confidently. She commented on the Polaroid camera. It's been a while. So I guess you used that thing to put the kids to sleep? A sudden burst of energy erupted as a man with silver hair unleashed a powerful electrical attack against the concerned father. The attack was swift and intense, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The father, seemingly unaffected, retaliated with a dark energy blast, countering the electrical attack. The clash of energies created a blinding flash of light. The silver-haired man, surprised by the father's unexpected defense, exclaimed, "A shield? My electricity won't go through." He continued, realizing the nature of the defense. It doesn't seem like that guy's deflecting it consciously. Is it the camera? A new character, a woman with long, dark hair and a serious expression, appeared, observing the conflict. She explained, virus that's born from the desires of living things as a medium. The clearer a human's desire is, the stronger the clan member will be. And the stronger their desires are, the stronger the clan's power becomes. She looked at the Polaroid with a mixture of awe and apprehension, muttering, "What kind of shit is that?" A mysterious golden spear, imbued with an otherworldly energy, is shown. A voice, seemingly from a distance, declares, "He's not a clan member." The scene shifts to a fierce battle. A young woman with long dark hair, wielding a spear, confronts a shadowy figure. The woman's internal monologue reveals a chilling truth: he is simply their puppet. The shadowy figure, seemingly controlled by unseen forces, lunges forward with terrifying speed. His attack is met with a powerful counter, resulting in a violent explosion of energy. The young woman watches, her eyes wide with shock. A man in a suit, his face gaunt and unsettling, holds a glowing object. He observes the chaos with a detached expression, stating, "This man's just an empty shell who's nothing in the first place." The shadowy figure unleashes another attack, forcing the young woman to evade. She cries out, "He's shooting again. Move." A powerful blast of energy erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. Amidst the chaos, a new figure appears, a man with fiery red hair. The young woman, surprised, exclaims, "Huh? Comrade Hwan Suk." The red-haired man is struck by a powerful blow, collapsing to the ground. The young woman watches, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. The man in the suit watches the scene unfold, muttering, "Shit, that stupid guy." The man in the suit's face is shown in close-up, his eyes glowing menacingly. He seems to be preparing for something. A blinding flash of light erupted from a figure, seemingly engulfed in an explosion. The shockwave sent tremors through the air, leaving behind a trail of smoke and debris. A heavy footfall echoed in the aftermath, the dust settling to reveal a lone figure standing amidst the chaos. A woman with long, dark hair watched from a distance, a question mark forming above her head. The red-haired man, seemingly unharmed, stood amidst the wreckage, his expression one of surprise. "Did I die and resurrect again? It doesn't feel that way, though," he muttered to himself. The woman's eyes narrowed as she observed him. The camera broke after it shot at the red-haired comrade, she noted, her gaze intense. Her thoughts turned inward. Does the clan have an adverse reaction to him? If that's not it, is there an overload? A vast entanglement of life and death that cannot be fully contained in the camera? The woman's expression hardened. What Comrade Youngwoo said may be correct. In a separate location, the red-haired man's face was grim. The DPC had internally set the security levels according to the severity of the situation. A group of men in suits sat around a large mahogany table. "We know," one of them stated, his voice firm. Like the unknown epidemic that took place on a cruise ship a year ago, which almost killed the head of the department and 10 high-ranking officials. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry, sat in his opulent office. He spoke, his voice low and grave, "We are thankful to Violet for that case." A woman with shoulder-length brown hair responded, her tone serious. "It was a near-catastrophic event," she explained, "it was a Zeta-level crisis. If things went wrong, it could have paralyzed the government itself." But the Prime Minister interrupted, disagreeing. "No, that's not it, Mr. Prime Minister. From the perspective of the DPC, whether one ordinary person or the President himself dies, it will be labeled Deca, the lowest level." A woman's eyes blazed with fury. "Enough with your nonsense," she shouted, her voice filled with righteous anger. "None of you will ever know what kind of disaster is about to happen in this world." A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow and possessing horns and a grotesque skull-like face, loomed over a man with pale skin and glowing red eyes. The man addressed someone unseen. "Pay attention, Comrade Suk. From now on, I will bring out your full ability. Chapter 20 of Terror vs. Revival begins with a tense scene. A young woman with dark hair and a determined expression, and a young man with reddish-brown hair stand before a monstrous figure. The monstrous figure is cloaked in darkness, its features obscured, but its presence is menacing. The woman, her eyes narrowed in concentration, speaks, her voice laced with suspicion. She points out that the man's main body is likely hidden inside the camera, a hidden shell for the true monster. The man, his brow furrowed in confusion, questions her statement, asking what she means by shell. Suddenly, the man's eyes glow with an eerie red light, confirming the woman's grim assessment. A monstrous, dog-like creature emerges from within him, its maw agape, revealing a terrifying power. A powerful energy erupts from the creature, a violent display of raw power. The energy wave crashes towards the young woman and man, threatening to overwhelm them. However, the woman anticipates the attack, unleashing her own power to counter the assault. She laughs, mocking the creature's predictable tactic. A monstrous creature, wreathed in dark energy, rampaged through the city. Buildings crumbled under its destructive onslaught, cars were tossed aside like toys, and a fiery explosion engulfed a residential area. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing a military-style cap and jacket, addressed a man with silver hair in a suit. She urged him to hurry, warning that the collateral damage would worsen if they didn't act quickly. A young man with vibrant red hair and intense eyes appeared, shouting to his comrades to remain still. He and a young woman with long, dark blue hair declared their intention to handle the situation themselves. The red-haired youth and the dark-haired girl charged towards the rampaging beast. Despite their confidence, the girl noted the creature's immense power. The red-haired youth launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion as he engaged the monster in close combat. A powerful blow connecting with the creature, resulting in a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled outwards. The force of the impact sent the red-haired youth flying back, but he quickly recovered, his eyes glowing with an intense red light. The dark-haired girl observed the battle, advising the red-haired youth to block the creature's next attack instead of dodging. She noted that this was the red-haired youth's first encounter with a non-human entity, and that he was performing better than she initially anticipated. His eyes had turned a striking red, and his physical abilities had increased dramatically. A young woman with long dark hair, clad in a white athletic shirt and red shorts, skillfully wielded a long, dark spear, engaging in fierce combat against a shadowy, monstrous figure. The creature lunged, its form a blur of darkness and shadow, but she deftly parried its attack, dodging the creature's powerful blow with surprising agility. From a distance, a man with short, reddish-brown hair watched, his eyes wide with astonishment as he muttered, "That tiny body has so much strength." The monstrous creature roared, its form shifting and growing larger, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Its appearance changed dramatically, its color deepening, becoming more menacing. The man's eyes widened further as he exclaimed, "Its color changed?" The transformation continued, the creature's power growing exponentially. The battle intensified, culminating in a terrifying display of raw power. The monstrous creature, now larger and more ferocious, stood before the young woman and the man, its shadow stretching across the battlefield. The woman braced herself, spear held high, while the man stumbled back, the force of the creature's presence knocking him off balance. He grunted in pain, regretting his earlier inaction. He thought, "I should have shot at it when its mouth was shining earlier." The man examined his spear, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He muttered, "That was it? I see." The woman, still facing the monstrous creature, asked a chilling question, "Did you devour all souls, including those of babies, with that attack?" A furious outburst echoed through the air. "You fucking piece of shit." A figure, seemingly a young woman with dark hair, launched a swift, powerful kick, imbued with energy that blazed with golden light. The force of the blow connecting with a monstrous creature, a devilish entity with canine features and glowing red eyes. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. Two onlookers watched the scene unfold. One, a man with reddish-brown hair, exclaimed, "Oh? He dodged it?" The other, a young woman with dark hair, replied, "Looks like it did. It would have died otherwise." The narration box provided additional context. The Black Wing Clan consists of devils that grew up feeding on human thoughts and extinguishing their fire of life. On the other hand, the power of life with no desire is like poison to them. The reddish-brown-haired man addressed the dark-haired woman, "Comrade Huan Suk, you said that you get resurrected 3 days after your death, right?" He continued, "But, have you ever questioned why it's specifically 3 days?" The dark-haired woman's eyes widened slightly as she contemplated his question. The reddish-brown-haired man's eyes glowed intensely as he pondered, "Resurrecting after 3 days is odd. Why isn't it 4 days or more? What would happen if it was 4 days instead of 3? His gaze turned serious, and he asked a final, pointed question, "Where do you go when you're unconscious during those 3 days?" Suk Hwan, the revival man, pondered the mystery of his recurring resurrections. He mused that if his suspicions were correct, the reason was quite simple. Min Jong-yu, the terror woman, explained that his ability to revive stemmed from a massive life force within him, powerful enough to overcome death itself. This force, she revealed, was a reservoir of souls sleeping inside him. She continued, suggesting that if his strength was comparable to hers, he too possessed the ability to control his resurrections. Jong-yu emphasized that he could even choose when and where he resurrected, highlighting the extent of his control over this extraordinary power. Jong-yu's words hung in the air as she and Suk-hwan stared at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. The scene shifted to Suk-hwan, his eyes narrowed in thought. He considered the implications of Jong-yu's revelation, acknowledging that such control over resurrection was typically impossible. Suk-hwan reflected on past attempts to control his resurrections, admitting that he had tried before, but only succeeded under specific circumstances. He recalled a past battle against a dark-skinned opponent, where he had managed to achieve a degree of control over his resurrection, a feat he attributed to the intense focus and desperation of that fight. His thoughts drifted to the power he had absorbed from Wainuna that day, a pivotal moment that had altered his abilities. Suk-hwan's gaze hardened as he considered the possibility that his body had fundamentally changed, granting him unprecedented control over his own death and rebirth. Suk-hwan, the revival man, braced himself against the onslaught of the monstrous creature. His eyes burned with determination as he muttered to himself that what truly mattered was his willpower, the unwavering resolve to survive and win against all odds. He would not give up, no matter the cost. His resolve hardened, a fierce light illuminating his clenched fist. A surge of power coursed through him as he launched himself forward, meeting the beast's furious assault head-on. Meanwhile, Min Jong-yu, the terror man's eyes glowed with a chilling intensity as she watched the battle unfold. Her expression was one of grim satisfaction. She smirked, a hint of amusement in her gaze as she addressed Suk-hwan. Jong-yu's voice cut through the air, a taunting question aimed at her comrade. Now do you get a feel for it, comrade? A monstrous, shadowy creature lunged forward, its glowing red eyes fixated on its prey. But a young man with fiery red hair met its attack head-on, his own eyes blazing with determination. Observing the scene was a woman with striking heterochromia, one eye a vibrant blue, the other a piercing gold. A smirk played on her lips as she watched the battle unfold. Now do you get a feel for it, comrade, she mused, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. The young man's attack connected, but the creature's defenses proved surprisingly resilient. He realized, with a surge of adrenaline, that his blow had pierced the monster's hide. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt the impact. A powerful counterattack erupted from the creature, sending the young man sprawling. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Shit, I thought my arm was going to break." A young woman with dark blue hair, clad in a red and white athletic top, stands defiantly amidst a chaotic, fiery battlefield. She addresses an unseen companion, her voice carrying a note of weary confidence. "Good job, comrade. That should suffice." The scene shifts to a different location. A man with silver hair, sharply dressed in a dark suit, observes the aftermath with a stoic expression. Beside him stands a woman in a dark cap, her face partially obscured. The silver-haired man speaks, his tone suggesting a shift in focus. "From now on, comrade." He continues, his words carrying a promise of instruction and empowerment. The blue-haired woman, her back to the viewer, stands before a swirling vortex of dark energy. "I'll teach you the way to deal with your power." A caption below adds a layer of intrigue, that means even Suki's ability is from the prophet. A monstrous face emerges from the vortex, its skeletal features and glowing eyes hinting at a powerful, malevolent entity. The sheer power emanating from it is palpable. The perspective shifts to the blue-haired woman's clenched fist. The silver-haired man's voice guides her, his instructions precise and urgent. "Look carefully. First, clench your fist tight." The silver-haired man and the woman in the cap watch from a distance, the man speaking with a detached air. "Yeah, it's me. If you're done here, please clean up your mess." The blue-haired woman focuses intently, her expression hardening with determination. The man's voice continues, urging her to unleash her full potential, and give it all your strength. The blue-haired woman strains, her face contorted in exertion as she follows the instructions. The man's voice rings out, a command laced with urgency. "Grit and say erg as if you're exploding from within." A guttural cry escapes her lips as a surge of energy erupts from her fist. A young man with reddish-brown hair watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That's..." A wave of energy explodes outwards from her fist, engulfing the monstrous entity. The scene ends with a close-up of her hand, now glowing with an intense, golden light. A blinding flash of light erupted as two figures clashed, their powers colliding in a maelstrom of energy. One, cloaked in darkness, unleashed a furious attack. The raw power of the impact leaving behind a trail of destruction. A monstrous, shadowy beast emerged from the chaos, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant blue eyes and a determined expression emerged from the other side of the blast. His face a mask of grim resolve. In the background, a woman in military attire watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. Beside a man with silver hair, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The scene was bathed in the fiery hues of a setting sun, as shadows of monstrous creatures danced in the periphery. A young woman with long blue hair stood defiantly amidst the encroaching darkness, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. She had observed the battle intently, and now, she spoke to her comrade, a man with fiery red hair. "Phew! Did you observe well, comrade?" The silver-haired man addressed the young woman. "You maniac. Aren't you just punching it like you hit a punching machine?" The woman retorted, "Am maniac? The blood on my head hasn't even dried and you're cursing." A shadowy figure emerged from the wreckage, his presence ominous. The silver-haired man then turned to the shadowy figure and asked, "Why were you holding the camera?" A man, his face etched with worry and grief, spoke to someone unseen. "Your dad is sorry," he said, his voice heavy with regret. The scene was set against a backdrop of fiery orange and black, suggesting a recent catastrophe. He continued, his question laced with desperation, "Where were you?" A young man with short, white hair groaned softly, "Ah." The older man's face softened slightly as he saw the young man. "You were there. I see, my son." The young man, alone amidst the devastation of a city reduced to rubble, stood silently, his expression unreadable. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. A woman with long, dark hair and a military cap appeared, her gaze sharp and intense. Beside her stood a young man with reddish-brown hair and a serious expression, and a young woman with dark blue hair. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the city at sunset, the destruction widespread but the sky ablaze with vibrant colors. The narration box stated simply, "My son was." The narration box explained that the son had been practicing archery at school during a weekend contest. He didn't know that would be the last time he'd be able to see his son's face. A woman, her face etched with grief, held a vintage Polaroid camera. She lamented, "You should never take pictures when there are no people." The woman continued, recounting a painful memory. "After the funeral, my husband brought a camera from somewhere and went out, saying he could see his dead son. But even my husband ended up like this. How should I live now?" A man with vibrant red hair approached her, his expression serious. He asked, "Your son died in an accident?" She replied, "Yes, a few weeks ago. He was buried under the debris." The man's eyes widened, reflecting a surge of intense emotion. A flashback showed the devastation of the terrorist attack. The red-haired man's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable. The red-haired man and the woman, along with two other figures, walked away from the scene. He stated, "We can't save everyone. Even at this very moment, someone must be dying." The group continued their discussion. The red-haired man said, "It's a reckless thing to say that everyone can be saved." A woman with dark hair responded, "I desperately realized it over the last 10 years. You don't have to blame yourself, right?" The man in the suit replied, "That's right. Even brilliant doctors can't save everyone, right?" A man in a dark suit, his face partially obscured, contemplates something. He reflects on the weight of life stories, their happiness, and potential paths. His thoughts drift to the complexities of human existence, the myriad possibilities and the weight of choices. The scene shifts to a woman with dark hair, wearing a cap. She wonders if she has somehow altered the course of lives. She muses on the weight of a dead person's life, comparing it to that of the same person alive. A man with silver hair, dressed in a dark suit, observes a group of people. He comments on the excessive number of highly skilled individuals involved in a single case. A woman with dark hair, dressed in red, sharply responds, threatening to kill him if he attempts to reduce their salaries. The two men from earlier stand together, their expressions serious. The atmosphere is tense. The woman in red explains that her concerns stem from a recent meeting. In a meeting room, a man confronts the woman in red, interrupting her. He insists that their conversation is not over. She dismisses his concerns, suggesting he file a complaint if he feels unfairly treated. She then criticizes his behavior. A tense confrontation unfolded. A woman, her back to the viewer, was issued a stark warning: if she filed a complaint, both she and director Kim would be fired. The gravity of the threat hung heavy in the air. The woman, seemingly unfazed, questioned her interlocutor's identity. A man's lips curled into a knowing smile, revealing a hint of arrogance. He dismissed her inquiry, stating that she wouldn't know about the changes since this was the first election. The scene shifted to a more formal setting. A man, impeccably dressed, expressed his honor in meeting the chairwoman. He introduced himself as Yu Chang-hyuk. A narration box identified Yu Chang-hyuk as the newly elected member of the Haemin Party, solidifying his position of power. A woman with dark hair, partially obscured by shadow, tilted her head, a question forming on her lips. She inquired, "Yu Chang-hyuk of the Haemin Party?" She responded dismissively, "I've never heard of you before." The scene shifted to a boardroom, where several figures sat around a large table. The woman continued, her voice sharp, "Who are you to intervene? You're just a newly elected member. Your country doesn't have many talented people, huh?" A man with blonde hair and a stern expression countered, "The same goes for a mere company president." The woman scoffed, "A newly elected member, the organizer of an unaffiliated organization? Who approved of this?" He continued, his tone hardening, "The DPC has used its dictatorship-like power and tolerated all the horrible terrors that have happened in Korea." The woman asked, "I heard the board of directors will convene in a month. Is that true?" The blonde man warned, "If you don't hand over the information regarding the terrorists, your removal will be the main topic of the meeting." A woman with dark hair, dressed in a red jacket, meticulously sharpened her pencil. She sat amidst a group of individuals within what appeared to be the headquarters of the Information Surveillance Committee, an organization uniquely positioned to withstand the might of the DPC. Meanwhile, a man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp suit, sat alone, his expression grim. He resignedly muttered to himself that if things couldn't be helped, he'd simply request to be fired. A sudden, shocking image flashed across the page, a monstrous figure, eyes blazing with malevolent energy. The words, "He's alive," echoed the disbelief of those witnessing this unexpected reappearance. The scene shifted to show two individuals, a woman with striking blue and gold eyes, and a man with silver hair, questioning the whereabouts of a comrade named Young Woo. The silver-haired man explained that they only had one course of action, to capture the resurrected figure and reveal the truth to the world within a month. The woman, intrigued, inquired about the method, prompting the man to mention Project Wolozia. The silver-haired man continued, stating that if the individual behind Yu Chang-hyuk's resurrection wasn't a prophet, Project Wolozia was their only means of apprehension. The red-haired man and the woman with the striking eyes stood together, their expressions serious and contemplative. A palpable tension hung in the air between them. Their silence spoke volumes, each lost in their own thoughts about the gravity of the situation. Inside a grand building, the red-haired man voiced his reluctance to attend the upcoming meetings. The woman, walking beside him, warned that their joint presence would alert the world to their involvement. In an opulent, dimly lit hall, a blonde-haired man in a sharp suit addressed a cloaked figure. He explained that he had brought them there for a reason, revealing that the Black Wings, born from desires and extinguishing life, had been the subject of their fascination for a long time. Initially, he believed only those with superior intellect could face the prophets, but the terrorists' actions revealed a different story. The terrorists, it turned out, didn't need the prophets' power, they had been using it to create their bombs. Meaning the moment Aldosari, the cloaked figure, is discovered to be alive, weapon production would resume. The bombs contained the power of the Black Wings. And the blonde man, addressing Aldosari directly, declared that the day he awakens as a perfect being is the day the White Hundred cult will have their wishes fulfilled. Meanwhile, another man with dark hair and an eye patch, brimming with rage, vowed to kill the red-haired man he saw. He threatened to chop them all up the next time they met. Elsewhere, a narration box announced that Project Wolozia could no longer be produced. A group of individuals reacted with surprise to the news that the bomb-making explosives were unavailable, due to the difficulty in obtaining samples from the Black Wing clan. One of them, however, confidently stated that they would find another way within 2 weeks. Finally, a young woman with dark hair and a cap addressed someone as young master. A woman in a red jacket addressed a small group, declaring that their objective had been set. She instructed them to follow her, while another operation involving someone named Youngwoo would proceed concurrently. Meanwhile, two individuals, engaged in a conversation, expressed their shared desire to swiftly neutralize a certain ramen noodle head ass. Given the circumstances, they devised a plan to eliminate their targets within a month. Elsewhere, at the 42nd Secret Lab, a man with silver hair arrived in a sleek, silver car. He exited the vehicle and approached a large, imposing door. He approached the door and opened it with a resounding clang, revealing a bright, intense light emanating from within. The light intensified, illuminating the man's serious expression as he stepped inside. He proceeded down a long, dark corridor, the only illumination coming from the distant light source. A man in a dark suit walks down a dimly lit corridor, his expression unreadable. He is deep in thought, a question weighing heavily on his mind: why hadn't she told him? He continues his silent contemplation, the image of a woman with dark hair flashing through his mind. He questions the lack of reported casualties, a detail that seems incongruous with the situation. He arrives at a door, the inscription on which reads, "Those who failed the driving test twice while using their abilities." He pauses, a question mark forming on his face. And then, with a determined look, he presses a button on the door. The door slides open, revealing a brightly lit interior. His expression is one of anticipation. He steps inside, his silhouette framed against the bright blue light. He appears calm and collected, but a hint of tension is visible in his eyes. He stands alone in a large, technologically advanced room, the walls lined with screens displaying various data streams. He mutters to himself, "Good, I came alone." Suddenly, a figure appears on one of the screens, a man with long, dark hair and a sinister smile. He sneers, "Humph! Where do you think you're going?" The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of pure malice. He is clearly not pleased by the man's arrival. The man with dark hair turns, revealing his back and a long, thin object in his hand. He seems to be waiting for the other man to make a move. The scene opens with a title card introducing Kim Bong-chun, the principal investigator of the Disaster Prevention Committee's 42nd laboratory. In a dimly lit, high-tech control room, a hand reached out to touch a glowing blue interface. A man with short, silver hair and intense eyes watched the screen, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He stood, his back to the viewer, a figure of quiet authority. A woman with dark hair, seated at a nearby console, stared at the man, her expression a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. "Are you serious? What if someone sees that? Why would you write that stuff on the wall?" The man, seemingly unfazed, continued to walk away. The woman then muttered something about penguin poop, a look of disgust on her face. He responded, pointing a finger, "You ate it as if it was some kind of delicacy. You know how embarrassing that is, right?" The silver-haired man turned, his expression hardening. He addressed the woman again, his tone sharp. "On purpose? Why would you write that on the wall?" A group of other people watched from behind, their faces unreadable. The woman responded, "What's wrong with it? I just wrote it to prevent disaster." A man in a suit descends a metal staircase. He seems irritated, muttering to himself about someone's pettiness. He continues his descent, his heart seemingly affected by a recent event. He explains that he recently had a disconcerting car ride with a driver who had failed their driving test twice. The man's expression shifts to one of anger. He vehemently defends his driving skills, mentioning his past experience as a military driver. A close-up shows another man, his face contorted in a furious expression. He is clearly enraged. The scene shifts to a group of people in lab coats discussing the enraged man. They comment on this being their first time seeing their chief so angry, and one notes that he mentioned something about terrorists. A woman with dark hair is shown from behind, her thoughts focused on the 42nd Secret Laboratory. The narration box reveals details about the 42nd Secret Laboratory. It's one of the most well-funded facilities, employing 20 of the world's top scientists in various fields. The panel shows the scientists at work in the lab. Before joining, they were required to sign a lifetime non-disclosure agreement and were restricted from outside communication, focusing solely on their research. The focus returns to the enraged man, who is revealed to be overseeing a single, highly classified project. He reveals that the project is focused on developing a method to counter the threat of the Black Wings. In a sterile, high-tech laboratory, two figures stood in stark contrast. One, a man with silver hair, dressed impeccably in a dark suit, exuded an air of controlled intensity. The other, a man with vibrant purple hair and a flamboyant red shirt, displayed a more chaotic energy, his hands gesturing wildly. The suited man expressed his uncertainty about the true identities of those involved, while the other retorted that there were barely any samples left to analyze. The purple-haired man continued, recounting the thousands of hypotheses he had explored before arriving at the correct one, only to have it destroyed. His words were laced with a mixture of frustration and resignation. He offered a sincere apology to the suited man, Bong Chun-hyung, emphasizing that there had been no other way to proceed. The purple-haired man inquired about the suited man's next course of action, prompting a response about bringing Wolosian back within 2 weeks. The suited man explained that, given the current circumstances, finding more samples was impossible, unless there were some Black Wing folks walking around carrying a piece of the finished product. A sudden realization washed over the purple-haired man, his expression shifting to one of dawning horror. He silently questioned if the young master was planning to use himself as a sample. The suited man confirmed this grim possibility, highlighting the life-threatening risk involved in such a gamble. The suited man stated there was no other way. The purple-haired man questioned his choice of a long route to find samples, given his knowledge of the method. The purple-haired man explained his actions, driven by a desire to prevent anything from happening to the suited man, acknowledging the potential for death. The suited man voiced his concerns about the potential emergence of another White Hundred cult if another prophet awakens. He expressed his determination to prevent this from happening. The scene opens on a dimly lit, metallic corridor, the air thick with anticipation. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the sterile environment. A hand reaches into a locker, retrieving a dark garment. The individual's identity remains hidden for now. The camera reveals a young man with short, silver hair, his back to the viewer, as he finishes retrieving his clothes. He silently confirms a suspicion, so the rumor was true. In a sterile laboratory, two men converse. One, a stern-faced man in a lab coat, states grimly, the DPC and the terrorist are on the same side. A flashback reveals a trio of figures: a woman with blonde hair, another with dark purple hair, and a figure in a dark suit and mask. The narration box explains, in the past, the terrorist and the Queen's Red Swan duo flipped Korea upside down. The purple-haired man from the lab, seemingly unconcerned, asks, "Aren't you the one who made their gear, director?" He continues, a hint of amusement in his tone, "Gosh, how embarrassing. If you look up the Daehan incident, you can find my cute self there. Do you watch the news these days?" The lab coat-clad man sighs, his eyes heavy with weariness. He explains the current political climate. Right now, citizens all over the country are protesting because of the Gangnam and elevator incidents. This is already the third time I've been stationed here. In the 40 years we've been here, has the young Woo-min Ring world attained any peace? The purple-haired man, his expression calm and almost serene, makes a request. "Would you follow me for a second, please?" The scene shifts to a dark, ominous-looking industrial area, hinting at a hidden location or secret passage. Two scientists in lab coats walk down a dimly lit corridor. The walls were aged and worn, hinting at disuse. One of them, slightly ahead of the other, voiced his observation, "Isn't this place closed due to construction?" The scientist trailing behind responded curtly, "It's not under construction." The scene shifted to a man with dark, shoulder-length hair, his expression serious and intense. He explained, "This place is the reason why the laboratory was built in the first place." The two scientists continued down the corridor, their conversation seemingly ending. A sudden, unexpected event occurred. The ground beneath them gave way, opening a gaping chasm in the floor. They tumbled into the darkness below, their surprised exclamations echoing the shock of the event. What's this?" One of the scientists, peering down into the abyss, questioned, "This hole, did you guys drill for oil or something?" His colleague, visibly shaken, warned him, "Stand back. I'm not going to take responsibility if you fall in." The scientist with the longer hair calmly stated, "The only person who came back alive from that pit is our young master." He continued, explaining the history of the site. "After that, this place closed down for several years because it couldn't be researched." The other scientist, still visibly shaken, muttered, "Research? Don't tell me this pit is..." Min Jong-yu, a young man with short, silvery hair, stared intently forward, his expression serious and unwavering. Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with worry lines, explained his actions to someone unseen. He stated simply that his reasons for aiding a terrorist were straightforward. The scene shifted to Jong-yu, standing before a gaping chasm that seemed to swallow the light. He was shown to possess the ability to sense impending disasters. Jong-yu's unique ability allowed him to perceive these disasters as a distinct purple hue. A flashback revealed that 10 years prior, a significant incident had granted him this power. A new fact had come to light. The narrative then revealed the origin of Jong-yu's power. It came from a sinister group known as the Black Wings. A dark and ominous image depicted the Black Wings, their shadowy figures hinting at their malevolent nature. Jong-yu was shown walking towards them. The ominous presence of a powerful, horned demon was revealed, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. This being was planning something against Jong-yu. The demon's plan involved confronting Jong-yu once more. A pair of hands rapidly typed on a laptop keyboard. A woman with dark hair angrily addressed a male colleague. "I told you already," she insisted, "Muent is a cleaning company." She continued her frustrated explanation, "I can't tell you because I signed an NDA when I joined the company." Pointing out that they know nothing about the events unfolding beneath Klebel Tower. "We don't know anything about whatever's happening underground. We're just a cleaning company." A news report flashed on a nearby monitor. The news anchor announced, "Today, on the 25th hour investigative news asterisk, we are finally moving forward with the case." The report continued, detailing how Terror Man, now dubbed the worst criminal in Korean history, was finally being tracked down. His attacks, from the Daehan Mall incident 10 years prior to the recent attack on Klebel Tower, had finally led to a breakthrough in locating him. A group of officials reacted with a mix of relief and grim determination. "These damn bastards. The police are finally serious about this after all these years. What is he talking about?" In a bustling office, a tense atmosphere crackled as a man in a suit barked a question, his voice echoing through the room, "Hey! Who's got the company car key right now?" The camera then panned to a building, the words Munt, Siachodong Temporary Office clearly visible. A thought bubble appeared, simply stating, "It's here." A young man with short, gray hair stood before a gaping chasm, a vortex of darkness swirling within. He spoke, his voice calm despite the ominous setting, "Well, I'll go now, Bong Chun-hyung." He received a curt reply from someone unseen, followed by further instructions, "All right. It's fine if you don't get the sample, so make sure you come back alive." The young man turned, his back to the viewer, as he prepared to descend into the abyss. A faint glow emanating from within the darkness. A sudden surge of energy erupted from him, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He fell, his body impacting the ground with a thud. Back at the office, two scientists were given orders. Okay. Let's head back and set things up. Bring me all the data that's been collected since last year. A man with long, dark purple hair, dressed in a white lab coat, addressed someone off-panel. He insisted that they weren't aiding the terror man, merely continuing their own research. His face, now fully visible, showed a grim determination. He reiterated that their work was solely for their own benefit. The scene shifted to a dark, ancient-looking stone chamber, lit by flickering torches. A young man with short, dark hair stood silently in the center. He walked down a long corridor, the walls lined with ominous, shadowy figures hanging from chains. The atmosphere was heavy with dread. A monstrous, shadowy figure hung above him, its form vaguely humanoid but disturbingly distorted. It was clearly hostile. The young man, his face now clearly visible, revealed himself to be a young man with short, gray hair and intense, pink eyes. He declared his intention to take the flesh of the Black Wing clan. The shadowy figure responded, questioning his intentions and mocking his pitiful nature. The young man revealed that he knew the source of the shadowy figure's power, stating that if he hadn't intervened years ago, the figure would be dead. He specified the date and location of their previous encounter, 32 years ago, in the Sayan mountain range in Russia. A picture of a weathered gravestone appeared, suggesting the death of someone significant. The young man reflected on the irony of his situation, questioning whether he should be thankful for his life, given its origins. A young man with striking white hair and intense purple eyes listened intently. He was told that if his clan hadn't existed, the White Hundred cult wouldn't have existed either. A statement that left him questioning the truth of the matter. His expression hardened. Regardless of his actions, he was told that everything was inevitable. He fell backward, a look of dawning horror on his face. As a vision of the future overwhelmed him. He had seen the future of this world. The vision was one of utter devastation, a city reduced to rubble, buildings crumbling, smoke billowing in the air. A scene of apocalyptic destruction. The young man fell through a collapsing structure, landing hard amidst the ruins. The destruction surrounding him a stark reminder of the grim future he had foreseen. He looked around, his face a mask of despair and disbelief. He muttered a single word, pathetic. The scene opens on a desolate, ruined cityscape. A lone figure, clad in dark clothing, stands defiantly amidst the rubble. His expression is grim, his posture rigid. Behind him, another man, with short, silvery hair, watches him from a distance, his face etched with concern. A narration box ominously declares, a new world where everything crumbles and falls. A world where the remaining humans will eat each other. The silver-haired man's eyes widen in shock. He mutters to himself, his internal thoughts revealed in a thought bubble, a determined future resulting from a huge flow of causality. The silver-haired man's appearance shifts dramatically. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light, and his physique becomes more muscular and imposing. He grits his teeth, a furious thought escaping him, that's infuriating, making yourself look like me. He continues, his voice laced with bitterness, I just borrowed your image and replicated it. As you know, my body has been sealed by the prophet. He addresses the dark-clothed figure, his tone shifting slightly, I've been making offers to you for years, but this time's the last. Tell me your wish, and I will make it come true. The dark-clothed figure remains silent for a moment before responding, his own internal thoughts revealed, as for me, I will borrow your body and grant humans eternal rest. The silver-haired man's face contorts in rage as he unleashes a powerful attack. A flurry of motion and energy erupts from him. The attack sends the dark-clothed figure sprawling. He lands hard, coughing up blood. The silver-haired man sneers, as expected, you guys are bastards who cannot exist in this world. The dark-clothed figure looks down at his body, noticing something strange. He questions, are these bugs? It's the first time seeing this species. Did this bastard summon them all? The silver-haired man appears before him again, his expression cold and calculating. He states, you don't need to worry. If you die, I won't accomplish my goal, so I won't kill you. However, you will suffer eternal pain until it breaks your spirit. A young man, his eyes glowing an unnatural pink, was surrounded by a swarm of insects. His expression was one of pained exertion, his body straining against some unseen force. The insects seemed to writhe and pulse with a malevolent energy, their movements mirroring his own internal struggle. He stumbled back, his arm outstretched as if warding off an invisible blow. A bright blue light erupted from his chest, pushing back the insects and illuminating a small, dark object that materialized in the air above him. The object, a dark, rectangular shard, seemed to pulse with the same energy as the blue light. It floated slowly, rotating in the air. A camera angle shifted to reveal the source of the disturbance. A train, its front window shattered and riddled with cracks, lay wrecked on the ground. A powerful shockwave emanated from the young man, radiating outwards in a destructive wave. The force of the blast sent debris flying as the ground cracked and crumbled around him. He stood defiant, seemingly unharmed by the immense power he had unleashed. A transformation was complete. Two horns sprouted from his head, adding a sinister edge to his already intense gaze. He was no longer just a young man, he was something more. A close-up revealed the details of his new form: sharp horns, piercing eyes, and an aura of immense power. The scene shifted to a group of individuals observing the event from a distance. One of them, a woman with dark hair, spoke. Others call him the Grim Reaper. During the 10 years Terror Man has been active, he has left a trail of destruction in his wake. The narration begins with a reflection on societal change, questioning the extent of its transformation and the sacrifices made due to fear and despair. Two women, one with dark hair and the other with dark blue hair, sit in a car, their expressions serious. The scene shifts to a flashback, depicting the aftermath of the Daehan Mall collapse 12 years prior. The narrative then focuses on the Terror Man's actions since the mall collapse. He has caused numerous casualties among the special task force at Anyang Station. And his actions led to the deaths of many conglomerate heads in the Jean Myung Tower incident. The Cosby Index has fallen 28%. Despite the significant loss of life, the narrator notes that everyone else was saved. A woman falls from a rooftop as another figure, seemingly the Terror Man, watches from above. Below, a group of people lie on the ground. The panel shows a woman lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. The attempted murder of the president shocked the entire nation. The Terror Man's actions continue to endanger the world, making him the most notorious criminal. Inside a car, a man with reddish-brown hair and a woman with dark hair are shown. The man, referred to as Young Master, believes his life is full of failures, considering even a single death a failure. The woman questions whether helping the Terror Man will change anything. To be honest, one of the characters confesses that he doesn't know what to do, feeling he has no choice but to remain in the shadows. Another voice interjects, stating that true understanding only comes when everything ends. The scene shifts to a catastrophic event. A train derails in a violent explosion, sending debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a figure is shown reacting to the destruction, their hand reaching out, as if trying to grasp something amidst the falling debris. The panel then shows two figures, one with white hair, reaching towards the other. The white-haired figure, wounded and bloodied, states that until the end comes, he will never give up. A close-up reveals intense determination in his eyes. A final close-up on the white-haired figure shows a fierce, determined expression, blood staining his face as he declares he will never give up. A young man with short, white hair and crimson eyes glared defiantly. Blood streamed down his face, yet his expression was one of unwavering determination. "Whatever you say," he snarled, "I'm not going to stop." He reached out a hand, his intention clear. "If you're not going to hand it over to me yourself," he threatened, "I'll just take it by force." His opponent, unseen, responded, "I already told you, this is all an illusion." The scene shifted, showing two figures locked in a tense standoff. One was the white-haired youth, the other, a man with darker hair, stood opposite him. The white-haired youth's voice echoed, "You cannot approach me in real life when we are here." With a sudden, violent movement, the white-haired youth lunged forward. His attack a blur of motion as he struck his opponent. The impact was brutal, sending the other man sprawling. The force of the blow caused a small tremor in the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Both men lay on the ground, exhausted and wounded. The white-haired youth groaned in pain. A blinding light erupted from the white-haired youth, engulfing him completely. The scene ended with a powerful, expanding burst of energy. A desolate cityscape stretches out beneath a gray sky, the remnants of a catastrophic event. A single, impossibly tall structure pierces the clouds, its shadow falling across the ruins. Two figures confront each other. One, Min Jong-yu, is visibly injured, blood staining his white shirt. His eyes glow with an unnatural purple light. The other, a horned figure, accuses him, "You used my ability." Close up on Min Jong-yu's face, his eyes still glowing. The intensity of his expression is palpable. He explains, "It detects and avoids misfortune in advance. And when necessary, it gives you a body that regenerates when you're injured. It makes you transform into another person and teleports you in a second." Min Jong-yu counters, "No. It is a blessing." He continues, "A blessing that'll keep you alive from the coming disaster." The horned figure looks up at the sky, a troubled expression on his face. Min Jong-yu presses him, "It's a hope that can help you survive in this hell. How can you prove that this isn't something you made up?" Min Jong-yu, his face grim, states, "If this disaster is because of the Black Wings clan in the first place, what's the use of this pitiful ability?" A confrontation unfolded between a man with short, white hair and piercing eyes, and a figure whose face was obscured by shadow. "What is the benefit of killing all of you humans?" the white-haired man demanded. The shadowed figure responded, "We are born using your intelligent desires as our food." The shadowed figure's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. He declared, "That's enough. Now fall. The white-haired man was thrown back by a powerful force. He crashed into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. The shadowed figure loomed over him, stating, "You don't have a choice here anyway. Either receive me nicely, or you can stay locked up here forever." A large hammer descended from above, shattering the ground around the white-haired man. The force of the blow sent cracked spider webbing across the earth. A monstrous figure emerged from the dust and debris, its form vaguely humanoid but with horns and glowing purple eyes. The white-haired man, now bearing horns of his own, stood defiantly. The two figures clashed in a brutal exchange of blows. A flurry of fists connected, each strike packing immense power. The white-haired man, now with horns and glowing eyes, suddenly vanished. He reappeared a short distance away, muttering, "Is this teleportation? Don't tell me, this guy is." The monstrous figure watched him, a grim smile playing on its lips. "As expected, I was right." The revival man, Sukwon, stood defiantly before a horned figure, his expression grim. He accused the being of deception, stating, "I was nearly deceived by your lies." Sukwon's eyes glowed with an unnatural pink light as blood trickled down his face. He realized something crucial: "You originate from me, so I guess I can use all my abilities in this space." He then addressed the horned figure, now identified as a demon, with a chilling question, "Demon, the reason you really want to grant my wish is because there's a rule that doesn't allow you to exert your power without mutual consent, right?" Sukwon confirmed, "It's just as you said. That's the rule. If we break the contract and involve ourselves in the human world, we would receive the sin of losing our wings, the source of our power." The demon offered a new contract. Sukwon, however, remained resolute. "Besides this proposal, I'll never agree with whatever you want to do to me." His face, marred by blood, showed his determination. The demon's response was simple and direct. "You decide whether you want to accept my proposal or not." Sukwon's decision remained unclear, leaving the reader in suspense. A monstrous grin stretched across a face, teeth bared in a feral snarl. A surge of orange energy erupted from the figure's fist as it impacted the ground, sending tremors through the ruined cityscape. The contract has been formed. Inside a high-tech facility, two scientists watched in alarm as a tremor shook the building. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the nature of the sudden disturbance. A figure fell from above, plummeting into view. The scene shifts to a laboratory, where a group of scientists in white coats observe the events unfolding. He turns, revealing a weary but determined expression as he wonders how long he was gone. He checks his watch, relieved to find only an hour has passed. The scientists discuss the possibility that the horn they possess belongs to the Black Wings clan, and that there is enough material to create more Wolosian weapons. A lone figure stood on a dilapidated oil rig, the vast expanse of earth looming ominously in the background. The scene was desolate, the only sound the mournful cry of the wind. The man, his mind weary from a relentless battle, stood firm. Despite the mental strain, his resolve remained unbroken. "Outstanding," a voice seemed to echo in the silence. He smiled, a chilling expression playing on his lips. However, the brighter the light, the darker the darkness, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "I'll be waiting, young woman, for the day your belief crumbles," he added, a hint of menace in his tone. A storm of black feathers descended, obscuring the man's form. A sense of impending doom filled the air. "On that day, everything in the world will be altered," a voice declared, echoing the gravity of the coming change. In a different location, two men engaged in a tense conversation. One asked, "Then, can we now make that thing, too, Bong Chun-hyung?" The other, Bong Chun-hyung, looked apprehensive, questioning, "That thing?" Bong Chun-hyung's gaze fell upon a weapon, a new gas mask, designed to combat both the Black Wings clan and the Prophets. The new gas mask? The man with the silver hair smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes. The camera sweeps across a cityscape at night, the dark silhouettes of buildings stark against the inky sky. A single, dimly lit street cuts through the urban sprawl. The scene shifts to the interior of a small, sparsely furnished apartment. A microwave hums softly in the otherwise quiet kitchen. A gas stove hisses faintly, a small leak escaping from a pipe. The air hangs heavy with the scent of gas. The gas leak worsens. A plume of gas escaping into the room. The microwave ignites, causing a violent explosion that rips through the apartment. The explosion is seen from afar, a bright flash against the night sky. The city skyline is visible in the distance. Inside a government building, a high-ranking official scoffs, dismissing concerns about the Disaster Prevention Committee's (DPC) effectiveness. He points out that while terrorist incidents remain, overall casualties from disasters have decreased since the DPC's launch. A news report reveals a sharp increase in unsolved cases, rising by 1,200%, due to unknown reasons. Simultaneously, anonymous information surfaces regarding dangerous incidents that threaten global stability, all covered up by the DPC. On television, a debate rages about the DPC's authority. One commentator questions why the government isn't controlling the terrorism plaguing the country. Another counters that the time has come for public judgment of the government itself. The commentator's impassioned plea, "Come outside. Let your voices be heard," echoes across the city, displayed prominently on screens throughout the urban landscape. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a red jacket, meets a man in a red cap by a river. She questions the safety of their meeting place. He reassures her that the location is safe, as people are generally uninterested in what happens here. She then asks about Yu Chang-hyuk. He replies that he's investigated him. The woman's serious expression underscores the gravity of the situation. The man reveals details about Yu Chang-hyuk's background. He hails from Changwon, Gyeongsangnam-do, studied at the Korean Minjok Leadership Academy, and was admitted to Harvard University in America to study political science. 2 years after returning to Korea and joining the UDU, all records of him vanished, as if he's dead. The woman confirms the absence of any further information. The scene opens on a tranquil fishing spot, a lone fishing rod bobbing gently in the water. A man sits on a nearby rock, his face partially obscured by shadow. He is Yu Chang-hyuk, a former political spy raised by the NIS. His main task was to monitor and keep tabs on the smuggling of North Korean weapons to Middle Eastern countries like Iran and Iraq. But 7 years ago, he disappeared in Saudi Arabia. A woman, observing this information, questions if this is the same country where the Black Wings clan first emerged, as Young Woo-min had previously stated. 5 years later, he reappeared in Korea. His sudden return is significant because he possesses knowledge of the widespread corruption within the Korean government and its politicians. The woman expresses her uncertainty about the source of his extensive knowledge, which encompasses various aspects of the business world, including the Panama Papers. This information allowed Yu Chang-hyuk to secure a nomination for a powerful party position in the Haemun district within a single year, even influencing the chairman of the Information Management Committee. The woman reflects on the various methods that could have been used to arrest or eliminate him, but concludes that his resilience suggests a deeper reason for his actions. She believes he may have given up his abilities for a specific purpose. The conversation shifts to a specific request made by the woman. The man confirms that the requested item will be smuggled through Incheon port within a week. The man assures the woman that he did his best to persuade higher authorities, expressing hope that his efforts will be beneficial. Suk-hwan, a young man with a red baseball cap, stood silently observing a translucent figure of a woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail. The woman seemed to be sketching something in the air with a glowing, stick-like object. The woman's image flickered, distorted by a digital glitch effect, as if a video call was breaking up. Suk-hwan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on the ethereal figure. Meanwhile, in a tranquil lakeside setting, Won Niho, a man with reddish-brown hair, sat calmly fishing. A small, circular device rested on the ground beside him. The narration box stated, "At the end of the day, we are all the same, Won Niho." In a modern, sleek office, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, dressed in a sharp red dress, stood before a large screen displaying a call-ended message. Her expression was one of intense anger. She muttered, "Dumb bastards." Her internal monologue revealed her frustration. "Do you think I'm like this because I don't have that kind of information?" She continued, "That's why I'll go," she thought, adding, "I got it, so shut up now." Back in a different location, a man with reddish-brown hair and a bandage over his nose was questioned by the woman in red. "What's going on? Why's your face like that again?" she asked. A narration box explained that while Young Woo-min was bringing the Black Wings clan sample, it was a temporary measure to bring out the awakening strength in the crisis of death, but both of them enthusiastically pounced on Hwan Suk. The scene opens with a young man, his face bruised and bloodied, his tongue caught between his teeth. He had clearly been in a fight, the result of a powerful uppercut. The narration box above him states that this is the result of a previous event. He sits in a room with 3 other individuals, 2 women and another man. His distressed state is evident as he frantically tries to communicate something. One of the women observes that someone intentionally blew up his house. His desperate cries reveal that someone is targeting him. One of the women, dressed in red, questions the identity of someone named Ji-rin. Another woman explains that Ji-rin is a girl the injured man has been fixated on since high school. His emotional outburst continues, filled with incoherent exclamations. The woman in red explains that the immediate threat is from Yu Chang-hyuk and his associates, who are trying to capture the injured man. They plan to submerge him in formaldehyde. She continues, stating that the biggest obstacle is the awakening of Yu Chang-hyuk as a prophet. The injured man continues his distressed ramblings, now mentioning Yi-rin again. The injured man's incoherent speech continues, expressing his concern for Yi-rin. The woman in red suggests a plan, involving another woman named Suki. The injured man, however, seems distracted, making inappropriate comments about Suki's appearance. The woman in red proposes taking Yi-rin to the Sangamdong secret bunker, a place where she will be safe. The woman in red decides to proceed with the plan, and they prepare to leave. A young woman with dark hair watched, a smirk playing on her lips, as a man with vibrant red hair and bandages covering his face groaned in pain, his mouth open in a silent scream. The woman's expression shifted to one of annoyance as she listened to the man's muffled words. She muttered to herself, frustrated that even in death and resurrection, she couldn't understand his strange comments about another woman's attractiveness. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the room. A woman with dark hair and a stern expression appeared, interrupting the scene. She had something important to tell them. Turning her attention to the bandaged man, she posed a weighty question, one that hinted at a significant destiny. A woman with long, dark hair tied in a ponytail stood before a panoramic window, gazing out at the sprawling cityscape below. The city lights twinkled like a scattered constellation against the night sky. She seemed lost in thought, her expression unreadable. The vast expanse of the city reflected in her dark eyes. A man with short, reddish-brown hair entered the room. He appeared slightly disheveled, his expression a mix of pain and weariness. She addressed him, her voice laced with concern, "Is your tongue okay now? You came back earlier than I thought you would." He continued, his gaze intense, "Anyway, the thing about awakening as a prophet." They walked down a long, dimly lit corridor. The woman, Min Jongyu, questioned the man, Hwan Suk, so far whenever you died, where did you resurrect? Hwan Suk replied, Usually it was at my house." Suk Hwan, a man with the ability to revive, awoke in an unfamiliar house, a situation he found unusual, as he typically wakes up where he last slept. He was still wearing the same clothes he had on before his death. Min Jongyu, a woman with the power to foresee misfortune, noted this detail, her expression unreadable. Min Jongyu approached a high-tech security panel, her hand reaching out to interact with it. Suk Hwan watched her, a question mark forming in his mind as he observed her actions. The panel opened, revealing a hidden room. Suk Hwan and Min Jongyu stepped inside, both clearly surprised by the unexpected location. Suk Hwan, bewildered, wondered if this was some kind of secret room, perhaps a panic room, while Min Jongyu calmly explained that it was a secure room, the safest place in the building. Min Jongyu asked Suk Hwan to extend his arm. She swiftly removed a device from his wrist, a sudden and unexpected action. Suk Hwan reacted with shock and confusion to the removal of the device, questioning what it was. Min Jongyu calmly requested that he look at something, her expression betraying no emotion. Suk Hwan, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared wide-eyed, a look of dawning horror etched across his features. His mouth hung slightly open, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. He stammered a protest, a desperate plea barely audible above the rising tension. The scene shifted, revealing a woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, watching him with a calculating gaze. "Damn, what are you doing so suddenly?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. The woman calmly explained her plan, her words chillingly precise. She dismissed his concerns, reminding him of a previous conversation with someone named Suki. "What do you think?" "It's the best method to help you become a prophet," she stated, her tone unwavering. She continued, emphasizing the importance of his own will. "Hwan Suk, do you remember what Suki said? Your will is the most important thing." She laid out a hypothetical scenario, a cruel twist of fate. Let's say your body is equipped with a bomb that's set to explode after 5 minutes. But the situation was far more dire than a simple countdown. But you get shot at 4 minutes 50 seconds and die. The question hung heavy in the air, a challenge to his very essence. How will you resurrect then? The woman walked away, leaving Suk Hwan alone with his grim predicament. His resolve hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. The countdown began, the tension palpable. 10 seconds before the explosion. The woman, observing from a distance, continued to strategize, her plan unfolding with chilling precision. She proposed a new element to their experiment, a dangerous escalation of the situation. "Then let's utilize that and combine them," she said, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. She presented a hypothetical scenario involving an electric shock, further complicating the already perilous situation. Suk Hwan's reaction was immediate and explosive. What if the 5-minute time bomb attached to your body was equipped with an electric shock that kills the wearer at 4 minutes and 50 seconds? What would happen then, she asked. He realized the horrifying truth of her plan. Then, what, this thing here it's designed to explode 10 seconds after I resurrect? Are you crazy? Suk Hwan, a young man with vibrant red hair, sat hunched over a laptop, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. He muttered to himself, grappling with a critical question: what if he resurrected 3 days later? His anxiety deepened as he considered the potential consequences. Yi Rin, someone clearly important to him, could be in grave danger by then. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair, stylishly dressed, calmly took a drag from an electronic cigarette. She offered a piece of advice, seemingly unfazed by Suk Hwan's predicament: don't fail, focus instead. Suk-won, his face contorted in a grimace, glared back. He questioned her understanding, his voice laced with frustration. Do you even know what you're saying? The woman, her eyes gleaming with an almost unsettling intensity, explained her perspective. The more pressed for time a person is, the faster their willpower emerges. Suk-won, staring intently at a device on his wrist, a timer counting down, considered a radical solution. The woman's words sparked a dangerous idea in his mind. Could he improve the bomb on his wrist to create infinite bombs, regardless of how many times he died? A surge of determination filled him as he realized the implications. This wasn't just an improvement, it was a new weapon. The woman, her expression sharp and calculating, revealed the weapon's unique nature. It's a weapon only the prophet can wield. She warned him of the consequences of failure. It would be a complete failure if he couldn't use his power, even if he resurrected. Suk-won, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, retorted with a cynical observation about the women involved. He then turned his attention back to the city sprawling below, his focus resolute. He simply stated, just prepare to come back alive. The narration box declared that Korea's best duo would bring her back. The scene shifted to a towering apartment building under a full moon, casting long shadows across the cityscape. Inside, a young woman, Cha Yi-rin, 20 years old, looked concerned as she questioned the presence of the Disaster Prevention Committee. She was informed that Suk-won, working with them, had requested personal security guards. The guards, from an unofficial company called MUNT, disguised as a cleaning company, were introduced. Yi-rin's surprise grew as she learned that Suk-won had even shared a meal with the MUNT president. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as she was told that he ran a small cleaning company. One of the guards, a woman, asked Yi-rin if she remembered young Wappa. Yi-rin confirmed having met him once. The conversation continued, with the guards explaining that they were running out of time and would explain further while on the move. The chapter opens with a brief editor's note clarifying a previous character's name. Then, a woman's anxious question cuts through the scene. Is Hwan-suk doing fine now? Two women sit in a car, one at the wheel, the other in the passenger seat. The driver confirms, yes. He's at the DPC's HQ right now. The passenger, Yi-rin, is praised by the driver. This must all be so sudden for you, Yi-rin. You're handling it well. Great job. Yi-rin demurs, not at all. It's just. A soft smile playing on her lips as she thinks of Hwan-suk. A car speeds along a highway, heading towards a tunnel. The scene shifts to a man in a bar, calmly sipping a drink. He receives a report. All right. You say they went into the tunnel? The man, Aldosari, leans back, a calculating glint in his eyes. He commands, begin, Aldosari. The scene ends with a dramatic motion blur, suggesting imminent action. A car sped down a deserted highway, its headlights cutting through the heavy snow. Inside, a passenger murmured to themselves, puzzled by the sudden darkness. Something's wrong. There aren't any other cars around, the passenger exclaimed, their voice laced with alarm. The driver checked their watch. The time was 11 p.m. A sense of unease settled over them. The driver, a man with vibrant red hair, spoke calmly to the passenger, Yi-rin. Wait a bit, Yi-rin. After finishing this ugly fight, I'll take you home myself, he declared, his gaze unwavering. The digital display on his watch showed 11 p.m. His expression hardened. Inside a speeding car, two women gripped the wheel and dashboard. One, with dark hair, her face etched with grim determination, warned her companion, it's our enemy. Get ready, comrade. The car hurtled forward, the road blurring into streaks of black and white. Ahead, a figure emerged from the darkness, a hooded man with glowing red eyes. His presence filled the scene with an aura of palpable dread. He raised a hand, a chilling smirk playing on his unseen lips. The car plowed through a dark, shadowy mass that seemed to writhe and twist before them. Inside the car, panic erupted. One woman screamed, "Ahhhhhhh." Another exclaimed, "Oh shit. What should we do, Hee-soo?" The driver, her face a mask of terror, responded with a desperate plan. What do you mean by what? I'll fucking ram it in. The car hurtled directly into the monstrous entity, the impact sending a shockwave of energy outward. A lone figure, cloaked in shadows, stood before a monstrous entity. The creature's gaping maw, lined with rows of jagged teeth, hinted at the immense power it possessed. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. The figure, a young man with a determined gaze, raised a hand, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A surge of energy crackled around him, a prelude to something extraordinary. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing the scene in a wave of raw power. The young man's eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the energy he commanded. A weapon, shattered into pieces, fell to the ground, a testament to the destructive force unleashed. The air vibrated with residual energy. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, wielding a weapon, leaped from a speeding car, her movements precise and deadly. She moved with the grace of a predator, targeting the heart of the chaos. She landed gracefully, her eyes blazing with fury. "Turn on the lights, you punk," she roared, her voice echoing through the ravaged landscape. She charged forward, her weapon a blur of motion, shattering the darkness that surrounded her. A shadowy figure stood before her, seemingly unfazed by her attack. Elsewhere, a man with scarred features warned another about the dangers ahead, specifically mentioning Suki Khan, the immortal leader of the queens, and the prophet. He stressed the importance of caution when encountering them. The warning continued, emphasizing the prophet's immense power and the recklessness of the man who had been chasing him, even while he was the bishop. The man's words painted a picture of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. Back in the fray, the cloaked figure, overwhelmed by the scale of the destruction, declared his intention to kill everyone. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the air. Hisu, visibly distressed, gripped the steering wheel as the car careened wildly. A man with dark hair and a hat, his face partially obscured by shadow, commanded her to move aside, declaring his intention to take control of the vehicle. Hisu protested, questioning the feasibility of swapping seats in their precarious situation. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Hisu. She unleashed a furious burst of power, shattering the surrounding environment. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the car, causing Hisu to grimace in pain. She muttered to herself, blaming the spicy hot pot she had eaten earlier for her sudden nausea. The car lurched violently, throwing Hisu against her seatbelt. The man, seemingly unfazed, braced himself against the impact. Hisu, gasping for air, asked if he was all right. The man, his face now fully visible, declared that he was going to take action. Simultaneously, a hooded figure appeared, groaning in pain. Hisu, realizing the gravity of the situation, cursed, lamenting the seemingly endless onslaught of attacks. She launched herself from the car, determined to fight back against the relentless assault. She vowed to retaliate, threatening to knock out the attacker's teeth. The man driving the car, now identified as a woman, angrily explained that their pursuer was using clones, a tactic previously employed against their young master. Hisu, having returned to the car, resolved to use her full strength to escape the situation. Hisu unleashed a powerful attack, but a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, blocking her escape and taunting her. A young woman with dark hair, clad in dark clothing, stood poised, a glint of determination in her eyes. A surge of golden energy crackled around her, coalescing into a blade of pure light. She muttered to herself that it had been a while, but it was time for her to show off. A dark, shadowy vortex opened, revealing a glimpse of something monstrous within. As the scene shifted to a man with vibrant red hair, his expression serious and intense. He sat, watching intently. A woman's voice cut through the silence, urging him, "Comrade Hwan Suk, don't think so hard." The woman approached him, explaining, "From what I've seen, you already know how to use the ability." She clarified, the power to infinitely drain someone's vitality. She pressed further, "If that's not your natural power, what else would it be?" The woman offered insight, "The will to survive doesn't come from your head, it's obvious that it's human instinct that comes from the heart." The woman addressed him again, "Comrade Hwan Suk, imagine the moment when you die. Beyond life and death, we can become what we want." A thought bubble appeared, stating that our thoughts define who we are. The close-up showed a man's eye with glowing red pupils, suggesting intense anger or power. A man with dark hair and a determined expression looked at his watch, which showed 2400 hours. He then stated that one shouldn't search for meaning in life, but simply enjoy it. A bright golden energy burst forth from the man, accompanied by a sound effect suggesting a powerful energy release. His watch now showed 2359. The energy continued to surge outwards, creating a blinding flash of light. A woman with dark hair tied in pigtails, wearing a red top, was startled by a sound. She realized that if Sukwan had failed, the device would have exploded after 3 days. Sukwan, his fiery red hair disheveled, slumped against a wall, his face etched with exhaustion. A profound weariness weighed upon him, this burden was almost too much to bear. He muttered to himself, the words laced with despair, a desperate plea hanging in the air. A silent request for a simple cigarette, a small comfort in the face of overwhelming hardship. His hand outstretched, a silent plea for solace in the midst of his torment. The chapter begins with a close-up of a man's hands gripping a steering wheel, knuckles white with tension. As his car hurtles down a city street, pursued by a blinding flash of light and intense heat. A fiery explosion erupts behind him, sending debris flying. A young woman with long, dark hair, perched atop a speeding car, expertly wields a spear, her expression grim. Inside the car, 2 other women react with fear and anger to the unfolding chaos. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, standing alone on a deserted road at night. An ominous feeling hangs in the air. A man with a scarred face and a tattered eye patch peered intently into the distance, his expression grim. He seemed to be searching for something, a palpable tension radiating from his posture. His hand outstretched as if guiding an unseen force. In the far distance, a lone vehicle could be seen traveling along a dark highway. The vehicle, seemingly unaware of the impending danger, continued its journey. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted from the man's hand. A woman inside the vehicle yelled, "Shit! Hold on tight," as the car violently swerved, the impact sending it careening off the road. The woman cried out in terror, "We're gonna fall," as the vehicle tumbled end over end down a steep embankment. The car crashed, a fiery explosion erupting as it impacted the ground. A figure, silhouetted against the flames, leaped from the wreckage. The figure, a young man with striking heterochromia, gritted his teeth. "I guess I've no choice but to do it," he thought, his eyes blazing with determination. A surge of energy coursed through him as he prepared for action, releasing a powerful blast of energy that tore through the air. The force of the blast sending him hurtling forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young woman with long, dark hair, wielding a staff, launched herself at a speeding vehicle. The impact sent a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, the force of the collision causing the car to crumple and explode in a fiery burst. But the woman's attack didn't end there. She continued her assault, her staff leaving a trail of energy as it connected with the vehicle again, finally bringing the vehicle to a complete stop. A groan escaped her lips as she braced herself against the impact, her eyes wide with disbelief as she realized what she had done. I stopped it," she wondered, her voice barely a whisper. The wreckage of the vehicle settled into the water with a final splash. Meanwhile, a figure with striking heterochromia iridium, one blue, one orange, watched from afar, a smirk playing on their lips, a low chuckle escaping them. "Ha ha ha," they mused, their voice laced with amusement and malice. Even under the bright moonlight, a cloaked figure observed the scene, noting the relentless nature of their adversary. "Even when the moon's this bright, it looks like he has no intention of giving up." The cloaked figure, revealing a single, glowing red eye, prepared for the next confrontation. A nighttime cityscape is shown, dominated by a towering, modern building. The scene is bathed in cool blues and deep shadows. A narration box reveals a serious voice, "I've been searching for powerful people who can help fully extinguish the White Hundred cult." Inside a sleek, modern apartment, two figures stand silhouetted against the city lights. One, a woman with long dark hair, holds a thin, cylindrical object. The other, a man with short, reddish-brown hair, stands beside her. The woman speaks, her words implying a discussion of powerful individuals. "Those two who were just with you, the queens, are an example." The woman continues, introducing Suki Khan, a powerful individual with unique abilities. "Suki Khan, as you already know, is our strongest all-around powerhouse who has overwhelming power and can use certain kinds of magic while living as an immortal." A new woman is shown, with long blonde hair and a stern expression. She holds a large, dark weapon. The narration box reveals a detail of her past. Long before that, she had an infamous reputation as a member of a large Russian mafia organization. The man and woman from the previous panel are shown again, discussing the threat posed by various powerful beings. "There are many people in the world like vampires, clones, and superpower users. We need people of the same level to deal with them." The woman continues, expressing concern about a potential escalation of the threat. "At this rate, something like insect humans may just come out." The man responds, revealing a lack of interest in the conflict, but then a change in his perspective. "So what about you? Do you think you're on the same level as them now? I don't know. Honestly, I really don't have much interest in that. But now that I've thought about it properly, I felt something in the moment I died." He reflects on his experience of death and its impact on his abilities. "Still, thanks to you, I think I know how to use this ability a bit more now." Suddenly, a high-tech interface appears, displaying coordinates and the words "Attention Hangong." The woman reacts with surprise, question mark. The interface shows a visual of something pursuing the queens. The woman realizes what is happening. "What's this?" "It's the queens. Something's chasing them." Sukwon, a man with vibrant red hair, a determined expression etched onto his face, declared his intent to confront a recurring threat. His companion, Min Jongyu, stood beside him, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Min Jongyu offered a word of caution, reminding Sukwon to remain vigilant and not forget to bring the radio. Sukwon, lost in thought, questioned how Min Jongyu knew he would awaken if he took a specific action. A contemplative expression clouded his features. Min Jongyu, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, countered his question, implying that her current position would be impossible without such foreknowledge. Sukwon, a knowing glint in his eyes, seemed to understand her point. Sukwon urged his driver to increase speed, a sense of urgency permeating his command. The scene shifts to show a fiery explosion in the distance. The car sped through the city streets, pursued by a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. Sukwon felt a surge of anger and a desire for immediate confrontation, but his driver cautioned against it, pointing out the futility of such an action given their current situation. The driver, a woman with gray hair and a military-style cap, questioned why their pursuer was still following them, suggesting that their true target might be someone else. Suk-won, fueled by adrenaline, leaped from the moving vehicle, his determination unwavering. The car continues to speed away as Suk-won runs towards his target, the intensity of the chase escalating. Suk-won, a young man with vibrant red hair, propelled himself through the air, a golden aura surrounding him as he moved with impossible speed. He was pursued by a dark, menacing motorcycle, its headlights glowing ominously, landing abruptly before a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. The creature roared, its voice filled with rage, demanding to know why Suk-won dared to show his face. From the darkness, a second figure emerged, Min Jong-yu, his face partially obscured by shadow, but his one visible eye burning with intense anger. He sneered, calling Suk-won a jackass for showing up. Suk-won, his own eyes blazing, braced himself, ready for a fight. He clenched his fists, his expression hardening with determination, launching himself at Min Jong-yu with surprising speed. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, as a mysterious, dark object pierced the night sky above them. Min Jong-yu, noticing the object, smirked, stating that Suk-won was exactly where he wanted him. The two rivals clashed once more, their anger palpable in the air. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A man with vibrant red hair and piercing red eyes, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, lunges towards another figure cloaked in shadow. This shadowy figure, partially obscured, reveals a glimpse of pale skin and dark, stylized markings around their eyes, their expression a mixture of amusement and defiance. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, utters a single word, teleportation. Suddenly, the red-haired man finds himself sprawled on the ground, his body momentarily still. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air before he speaks again. The red-haired man's eyes glow intensely as he rises, seemingly unharmed. The cloaked figure's voice is filled with a mixture of awe and menace. This guy's resurrecting right after he dies. The cloaked figure, undeterred, unleashes a powerful attack. Let's see this till the end today, you bastard. A blinding flash of light erupts as the attack connects, engulfing both figures in a maelstrom of energy. The red-haired man reappears, seemingly unscathed, ready for another round. The clash continues. A young man, his face partially obscured by a dark cloth, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His ragged breathing and wide, pained eyes spoke of a recent, brutal struggle. Sparks of some unknown energy flickered around him, dying embers of a fierce conflict. He looked up to see a man with short, reddish-brown hair standing over him, a sneer twisting his lips. "How's that, punk?" the man taunted, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. "You can squirm and watch like last time." The reddish-haired man continued, his expression hardening. "If you think you can mess with Yi-rin, you gotta finish your business with me first." The injured man, a cruel smile spreading across his face, replied, "That's right. I've been thinking of killing you all this time." A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the injured man, momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving the reddish-haired man momentarily stunned as he shielded his eyes from the intense light. He could only see a dark, shadowy figure where the injured man had been moments before. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a woman with dark hair sped away in a car, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. "Wow, bravo! That woman, one Miho, sure is on fire," someone exclaimed from a distance. Several vehicles pursued her relentlessly, their lights flashing in the night. A high-speed chase unfolding under the city lights. Back with the reddish-haired man, he was clearly injured, clutching his side. A woman with dark hair and a serious expression appeared, observing him from a distance. "That guy's weakness is light. Don't lose him, and make sure you light him up this time." Orders were given to completely seal off Gangbayan Bukaro, ensuring nothing interfered with the impending confrontation. A figure, battered and bruised, stumbled through the night. A young man with fiery red hair, sprinting away from an unseen assailant. He was pursued relentlessly. The pursuer's voice boomed, filled with barely contained rage. "Where do you think you're running, you punk?" He was cornered, the forest closing in around him. The red-haired youth found himself in a dark, dense forest, his pursuer's shadow looming before him. His pursuer scoffed, "Will your fancy light really penetrate these woods?" The red-haired youth, despite his exhaustion, felt a grim satisfaction. "I've already achieved my goal." But his pursuer was not finished. "However, I won't leave room for future trouble by letting a half-prophet like you live." Aldosari, the terror man, unleashed a wave of dark energy, his voice echoing with chilling determination, "Till I kill you, revival man." The dark energy coalesced into monstrous, shadowy wings, amplifying his already menacing presence. Meanwhile, Suk-won, the revival man, stood his ground, his expression a mixture of defiance and apprehension. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Suk-won's eyes darted around, taking in the ominous surroundings. He muttered to himself, "The surroundings." A dark, swirling vortex appeared in the distance, a harbinger of impending doom. A news report flashed across the screen. Aldosari and Hwan Suk are facing each other again? The scene shifted to a sleek, white car parked in a dimly lit parking lot. One of them, a man with silver hair, responded with worry, this quickly. Project Wallozia isn't finished yet, even knowing that? Elsewhere, another individual observed the full moon, stating, no, tonight's a full moon. Finally, a man with blonde hair and a thoughtful expression sipped wine, pondering, Yu Chung-hyuk. What in the world is he scheming? A young man with silver hair, dressed in a sharp red shirt and black tie, stood before a woman with dark purple hair. She offered him a briefcase, saying, but first, please take this, young master. The young man, accepting the briefcase, replied, thank you, Bong Chun-hyung. He responded, well then, I'll leave you to it. He turned and walked away, carrying the briefcase. A large, dark sphere descended from the sky, partially obscured by the forest canopy. A man with fiery red hair clenched his fist, a look of grim determination on his face. He observed a cloaked figure in the distance, muttering, shit. His vibes totally different from earlier. The red-haired man's eyes glowed with an intense light as he prepared for confrontation. Suk-hwan, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself in a desperate struggle, his body straining against unseen forces that pulled him down. He fought against the relentless pressure. A guttural cry escaping his lips as the invisible tendrils tightened their grip. Pain shot through him. A chilling voice cut through the air. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow with glowing red eyes, sneered, give up. Once I fight you with my full power, your measly fist won't even come close. The shadowy figure continued, after all, even if you don't die, you're just a weakling. Suk-hwan, despite the pain, refused to yield. He was thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a thud. A fury ignited within him. His eyes narrowed, a terrifying grin spreading across his face as he vowed, first, I'll gouge your eyes out, then I'll cut your nose and lips. I'll make you endure that pain forever. From a distance, a calm voice echoed, "Bzz, yup, I knew you'd be careless like this." The voice belonged to a woman, seemingly monitoring the situation remotely. She spoke again, "Can you hear me?" "Chairperson. Go ahead. Here I was thinking you forgot it again." The chairperson, a woman with dark hair and sharp features, was seen calmly using a device, seemingly controlling the situation from afar. She pressed a button, activating something on Suk-hwan's ankle device. A blinding flash of light and a violent explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in every direction. Leaving a man, his face etched with shock and fear, staring at the aftermath. What the? A bomb? His eyes widened in disbelief and fury. Don't tell me that bastard came with a bomb strapped on him? Meanwhile, some distance away, two other figures watched the scene unfold. One, a woman named Suki, spoke calmly, "I think we'll be fine here, Suki, do we really not need to help him?" The other, a man, responded with quiet confidence, "He'll be fine, I can feel it." The woman, Suki, continued, her voice low, "Earlier, Hwan Suk was definitely able to control his resurrection by controlling his power. That means we can definitely use that power to attack." A glint of determination shone in her eyes as she stated her conviction, Hwan Suk is going to win. Back at the explosion site, the man was thrown violently into the air by another powerful blast. Only to reappear moments later, engulfed in flames, moving with surprising speed and power. In a very rowdy way too. A figure, engulfed in flames, hurtled through the air. His red hair whipped behind him, a fiery halo against the backdrop of the inferno. He was clearly in distress, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. A guttural cry escaping his lips as he crashed into a wall of fire. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and a pained ache was ripped from his throat. He was met with a searing blast of energy, forcing him back. The intense heat causing his body to writhe in agony. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, stood defiant amidst the flames. The cloaked figure, now visibly singed, cursed. "Shit. What's this? I can't believe the fire caught on me." He recognized the danger. "This is dangerous. I need to recover first." A look of shock and confusion washed over his face as he felt something unexpected. A sudden surge of power coursing through his veins. He looked up, eyes wide with surprise, as the fiery figure launched another attack. Engulfed in flames, Suk-hwan lunged forward, his fiery fist a blazing comet aimed at his opponent. He watched in disbelief as the attack connected, a silent gasp escaping his lips. "No way," he thought, his eyes widening as the full force of the blow registered. The opponent, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "Obnoxious characters like you are finished the moment they're caught." His words were punctuated by another powerful strike, sending Suk-hwan reeling back with a pained cry of "Ack." The opponent watched in astonishment as Suk-hwan, despite being engulfed in flames, showed no signs of slowing down. "That's unbelievable. How can a person who's burning to death Still fight with such ferocity, he wondered, his voice laced with disbelief as Seok-hwan roared, "Get your head ready." Suddenly, a surge of icy energy erupted from the ground, sending a shockwave that forced Seok-hwan to stumble back. From the swirling mist, a cloaked figure emerged, their single red eye glowing ominously. The figure unleashed another wave of freezing energy, creating a massive explosion of ice and snow. He was sent flying backwards, the impact echoing through the air as the mysterious figure prepared for another attack. The Terror Man, cloaked in grim, lunged forward with surprising speed. His attack a blur of motion as he aimed a vicious blow at his opponent. The Revival Man, Seok-hwan, with fiery orange hair, barely managed to deflect the blow. The force of the impact sending a shockwave through his body. Seok-hwan's eyes widened in surprise. But he quickly recovered, his resolve hardening. Seok-hwan countered with a swift strike of his own. A burst of energy erupting from his fist as he connected with the Terror Man's face. The Terror Man staggered back. A raw power of the blow sending him flying through the air. The Terror Man crashed into a nearby structure, the impact echoing through the area. Dust and debris filled the air, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. From a distance, a woman's voice cut through the chaos. "Good. Good job, Hwan-suk." With a ferocious roar, Seok-hwan lunged forward, his eyes blazing with a fiery intensity. "Let's finish it now," he shouted, his body radiating power. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadows, recoiled in fear, blood trickling down his chin. "Don't come close," he shrieked, his voice laced with terror. Seok-hwan's attack was swift and brutal, a blur of motion that left his enemy reeling. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. Seok-hwan's face contorted in exertion as he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact left the cloaked figure writhing in agony, a pained eek escaping his lips. Confusion clouded his features as he looked at his own hands. He found himself alone, sitting on a park bench under a streetlight, a sense of disorientation washing over him. A metallic object lay nearby. Meanwhile, Min Jong-yu, her expression grim, discovered the metallic object. "Hwan-suk?" Panic rising within her, she frantically called out, "Where are you, Hwan-suk? Answer me! Hwan-suk!" Back in the park, the cloaked figure suddenly reappeared, his face contorted in pain and confusion. Before he could react, Min Jong-yu impaled him with a spear, her movements precise and deadly. "Ugh," he groaned, collapsing to the ground. "Stop acting up and go back to hell, you small fry," she commanded. A figure, engulfed in flames, collapses. His body disintegrates into ash, leaving only embers in its wake. But from the heart of the inferno, a single, intense eye opens, staring out with a newfound power. A young woman with dark hair, wielding a spear, stands over a swirling vortex of energy. The scene pulses with an ominous energy. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a sharp red jacket, observes the scene with a look of concern. She urgently instructs someone off-panel. "Mi-ho! Take her to the hospital immediately," she commands, her worry evident. Two women rush Cha Yi-rin to a vehicle. One of them is visibly distressed, tears streaming down her face. "No way," she whispers, overwhelmed by the situation. A man with blonde hair lets out a maniacal laugh. "At you Chang-hyuk," he muses, a cruel glint in his eyes. In a dimly lit room, a man sits in a luxurious chair, swirling a glass of wine. He reflects on the events, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "I knew it. There's a limit to the resurrection," he declares, a triumphant tone in his voice. "Was it around 10 times? Thanks to Aldosari, we have great news." He raises his glass in a toast. "This proves that no complete prophet exists in this world," he proclaims, his confidence unwavering. Min Jong-yu, her dark hair framing a worried expression, sat beside a driver with striking golden eyes and a confident demeanor. They sped through a city at night, the blurred lights a testament to their urgent pace. Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair and a chilling smile watched from a distance, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. His expression suggested a cruel amusement, a predator anticipating its prey. Jong-yu's apprehension deepened, a sense of foreboding settling over her as she gazed out at the fiery cityscape. The weight of impending doom was palpable. The scene opened 7 years prior in Saudi Arabia, focusing on a sprawling industrial complex under the harsh desert sun. Inside the complex, a figure lies dead on the ground, surrounded by spent bullet casings. The scene is grim, marked by bloodstains. Another body, similarly lifeless, lies nearby. A hooded figure, their face obscured, is shown in the next panel, exhaling a plume of smoke. The hooded figure is seen fleeing from a pursuing guard, who is armed with a pistol. The guard fires his weapon, the bullet finds its mark, striking the hooded figure. A fierce struggle ensues between the two, with the guard seemingly gaining the upper hand. But the hooded figure manages to disarm the guard, stabbing him with a knife. Then uses the guard's fingerprint to access a high-tech security system. A large, imposing door opens, revealing a figure standing before it, seemingly ready to enter. Two luminous blue beams slice through the darkness, parting a heavy, metallic door. The air crackled with an unseen energy, revealing a cloaked figure silhouetted against the bright light. He stood motionless, his presence radiating an aura of quiet menace. Below, the remnants of a chaotic struggle lay scattered on the ground. A hand reached into a pocket, retrieving a small, worn device. The man examined it closely, his expression unreadable. This place is, he thought, a grim realization dawning on him. The man, his face now visible, was a rugged figure with short, spiky blonde hair. He stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on something unseen. This is the border of the world where the demonic clan resides, he stated, his voice heavy with foreboding. A weight of responsibility settled upon his shoulders. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he braced himself for what was to come. The panel displayed the name, XNIS Agent Yu Chan-hyuk. The scene shifted to the Uedo Diahan Hospital, a towering structure against a bright blue sky. Inside the hospital, a doctor addressed a colleague. At first, I thought it might be related to neurotoxicity, he began, his tone thoughtful. However, not only did we detect tetrodotoxin in her body, but zolpidem and trazodone too. Though we need to run some more tests, this is our first time seeing such symptoms. The camera focuses on a towering, imposing skyscraper, its sharp angles piercing the twilight sky. The city below is a glittering expanse of lights, a stark contrast to the building's dark, almost menacing silhouette. It has been confirmed that Abate Aldosari of the Black Wings clan disappeared last night. However, it was also reported that Hwan Suk is missing. The uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. Will he resurrect in 3 days, or has he vanished completely? 3 individuals, 2 women and a man, sit in a dimly lit office, their faces etched with concern. One of the women, her gaze fixed on a computer screen displaying a face, speaks. Using Abade's image from the previous day, she searched the database and found a picture of a tourist with the same name and appearance taken in 1994 at an ancient historical site in Saudi Arabia. The man with gray hair, seated beside her, expresses surprise at the date. A month after the picture was taken, Abade was found frozen in the Arabian desert. Another member of the group points out a detail in the photograph, an MP3 player around Abade's neck. The woman confirms the observation. The MP3 player, a technologically advanced device for its time, had 128 megabytes of storage capacity. The woman with dark hair finds this detail peculiar. The picture was taken in 1994, yet the MP3 player was created in 2002. The woman in red, having pieced together the puzzle, murmurs to herself, a thoughtful expression on her face. A young woman with striking dark blue hair stared intensely ahead, her expression unreadable. Behind her, shadowy figures loomed, one resembling a skeletal monstrosity. The words defeated the monster with the camera. Do you remember, floated in a speech bubble above the scene? The scene shifted to a modern, brightly lit city at night. A woman with dark hair, her face partially visible, looked thoughtful. A hand reached for a door handle, the metallic gleam reflecting a warm light. The dark-haired woman from the previous panel stood, her expression serious. The narration box stated, before they lost their strength, you couldn't even compare them to a small fry like Abade. But now, they've been punished, had their wings clipped, and are exiled. A man with short, gray hair and a woman with dark hair listened intently as the woman explained the situation. The man responded, an exiled clan member? It's my first time hearing of that. The gray-haired man's shoulders slumped slightly. A narration box appeared, because our roles are different. The gray-haired man countered, still, you don't have any obligation to share all the information with me, right? The woman with dark hair sighed, her eyes heavy with unspoken emotion. She replied, I just didn't want to burden you with all that. Nevertheless, she continued, we have Suki, who's in charge here. The scene showed the gray-haired man and the dark-haired woman sitting in a modern, minimalist room. The gray-haired man asked, so, what should we do then? A woman in a red jacket, her face partially obscured, spoke, whether it's fate, coincidence or cha, the poison inside chai yi rin is a beta blocker in the form of a poison that was studied in Saudi Arabia in the past. The woman in red continued, your father, Suk Young Min's secret lab is located at the same institute. The poison was researched at, right? A woman with dark hair, wearing a red-collared shirt, issued a curt order. She instructed someone to take Chai Yi Rin to the air defense shelter. The scene shifted to a young man with short, gray hair. His expression was serious, almost grim. The woman continued, explaining that if Aldosari had injected the poison directly into Chai Yi Rin, they wouldn't have been able to determine its chemical composition. A crucial detail she emphasized, the poison was of human origin. A panoramic view of a sprawling city at night, glittering with countless lights, was shown. The scene was peaceful, yet a sense of underlying tension hung in the air. The scene abruptly shifted to a chaotic one. An ambulance sped through the city streets, its sirens wailing. Inside, a young woman lay unconscious, hooked up to medical equipment. A woman, wearing a military-style cap, addressed the gray-haired young man in the ambulance. She asked for his opinion on Won Mi-ho's statement. He responded that he didn't know, and that they would need to monitor the situation. A young man with gray hair reflected on the unfortunate nature of destiny. The ambulance, carrying the unconscious woman, drove away into the night. Despite a burning desire to hate him, an unseen force seemed to prevent Min Jong-yu from doing so. A sudden, violent crash echoed through the room. As Suk-hwan burst through the door, his arrival marked by a furious outburst. He had been told to remain quiet, but his patience had clearly snapped. Yak, the owner of the electronics store and a member of the Black Wings clan, confronted Suk-hwan, accusing him of causing the previous day's incident. Yak demanded an explanation from Suk-hwan, her voice sharp and demanding. Suk-hwan, however, claimed ignorance, bewildered by the accusation, given his recent return. Yak, unfazed, insisted that Suk-hwan would be held responsible for the damages. The panel reveals Yak's identity as the owner of the electronics store and a member of the Black Wings clan. The scene opens on a cluttered shop, shelves overflowing with vintage electronics and audio equipment. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight piercing through the grimy windows. A young woman with long, dark blue hair stands behind the counter, her expression unreadable. She addresses someone unseen. Miss Suki. She begins, her voice barely a whisper, as she holds a long spear, the point directed at the unseen figure. I remember you aimed that spear at me the last time you visited too. Suki, the woman with long dark hair and an ornate gold and black jacket, smiles serenely. She asks a question, her tone sharp and accusatory. That guy we took out yesterday, you didn't create him, did you? She demands, her eyes blazing with suspicion. The blue-haired woman, her face contorted in anger, continues her confrontation. Miss Suki, whether you think I'm culpable or not, that's your choice. If you keep acting rudely like this, I'm not going to hold back either, she threatens, her eyes flashing with barely contained fury. The intensity of the moment is palpable. Suki's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing her features. As the blue-haired woman holds up her phone, displaying a picture of a young man. Then you must know what this is, right? She exclaims, her voice sharp with a mixture of accusation and triumph. The scene opens with a dark, imposing structure resembling a twisted, metallic helix rising into a dim sky. A conversation unfolds between two unseen individuals. One of them asks, the MP3 player I sold back in 1994? The other replies, yeah, you remember? The world's first MP3 player should have come out in 1998. A woman with dark blue hair and striking golden eyes appears, perched on the structure's winding path. She states, then, you must be the one who's able to do this kind of ridiculous thing. Another woman, with long brown hair, responds, you overestimate me. Yak, you were exiled from the Black Wings and have been collecting human souls through electronics. The scene shifts to a man holding a vintage camera. He explains, because of that camera you sold recently, a pitiful person's soul was consumed. The blue-haired woman asks, that MP3 player, it's the one you sold in 1994, right? The brown-haired woman confirms, yes. Specifically, it went missing after that. The brown-haired woman continues, usually, I can track down whatever items I have sold, even if it gets transferred to the other dimension. However, she admits, I wasn't able to find that MP3 player in the end. The brown-haired woman explains, because the body of evil thoughts that eats human desires can't cross over to this world. Two women, identical in appearance but with different clothing, stood before a wall of monitors displaying a chaotic storm of purple energy. The screens flickered with data streams, hinting at a powerful, unstable force at play. One woman, dressed in red, spoke, mentioning a high possibility that a certain clan originated from another world. The woman in red continued, explaining that she had used human desires as a medium to place something within an MP3 player. A revelation of a past betrayal that nearly cost her and her younger brother their lives. She explained that she had been forced to use her power as a result of this betrayal. The panel showed a flashback, depicting the woman wielding immense power, her dark hair flowing as she cradled a figure with long, light hair. This action led to her exile from her clan. The woman in yellow then pointed to a pulsating, unfinished machine, explaining that it was a key to opening a gate to that hell dimension. The woman in red stated that this dimension was one she couldn't cross into, prompting the woman in yellow to question if there were other such dimensions. The woman in red revealed that one such dimension was located in Saudi Arabia, a place where members of the Black Wings fell 10,000 years ago while evading the prophets. She continued, explaining that a powerful being was sealed and eternally imprisoned within this dimension, a place accessible only to the prophets. The woman in yellow, upon hearing this, noted that it was essentially a place even the woman in red couldn't enter. Min Jong-yu, her face etched with grim determination, silently confirmed her suspicions. That bastard was truly the mastermind behind everything. The scene shifted to reveal two figures, their backs to the viewer. One, a man with long dark hair, stood with an air of quiet intensity. While beside him stood a woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable. The night sky above them was a canvas of deep blue, dotted with countless stars. Elsewhere, an ambulance sped through the night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The ambulance continued its journey along a winding country road, its destination unknown. Its path illuminated only by its own lights and the distant glow of a building in the night. The vehicle approached a desolate area. The ambulance arrived at its destination, a seemingly abandoned area. A figure emerged from the vehicle, approaching a pile of debris. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit warehouse, an older man with silver hair watched from afar as a shadowy figure sat in a motorized wheelchair. The older man, his hands clasped tightly, spoke in a low voice, his words heavy with unspoken emotion. He lamented the difficulty of seeing his son's face, especially in such circumstances, recalling a past agreement to avoid frequent meetings. Suk Young-min, the imposing figure of the DPC advisory group and representative of the Bratsuva division of the Russian mafia, is introduced. His stern gaze and sharp features convey a sense of authority and danger. The scene shifts to a dark, metallic shaft, suggesting a high-security facility. A small, glowing blue container descends in an elevator, hinting at something valuable or dangerous being transported. Inside a laboratory, a team of scientists urgently works around a woman lying on a stretcher. They are ordered to bring the blood data received from the DPC. In a dimly lit corridor, a man and woman walk, their conversation reassuring the woman that an antidote will be made quickly. She offers a grateful thank you. Suk Young-min is seen again, this time with another man and a woman, Lilia. He comments on how long it's been since he's seen them together. He remarks on Lilia's youthful appearance, noting she still looks like she's in her 20s. Lilia informs her master that she is retiring. He responds that she should let him retire first. Lilia excuses herself to use the restroom, citing her age as the reason for her frequent bathroom trips. She leaves, leaving Suk Young-min and the other man alone. Suk Young-min reveals that he heard from Bong-chun that the other man, Young-woo, met a devil to finish Project Willowsia. A grizzled man, his face etched with the weight of years spent battling a formidable foe, reflected on his life's work. He had dedicated his existence to thwarting the nefarious plans of a powerful clan. But his son, a young man with striking silver hair and intense violet eyes, cautioned him. He knew the clan's leader was not one to easily grant favors. The father, his expression a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, pressed his son for answers. Son, he urged, tell me. He demanded to know the details of the deal his son had struck with their implacable enemy. The weight of the question hung heavy in the air. The following day dawned, casting a somber light over a dilapidated building, enclosed by a high fence topped with barbed wire. This was the scene of a recent incident. Inside, a heart monitor beeped steadily, its rhythmic pulse a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. The screen displayed vital signs, pulse and temperature returning to normal. Her pulse had stabilized, and her body temperature had returned to normal. A man with silver hair, looking concerned, stood beside the bed where a young woman lay. He was informed that she would soon wake up. Relief washed over him. A grateful thank you, father, escaped his lips. He knew she was alive thanks to him. He had discarded all data related to it, believing it no longer existed. However, recent events proved him wrong. He learned that an intruder had broken into the lab 7 years prior, killing 8 soldiers and disappearing without a trace. The man with the beard speculated that the intruder was likely Yu Chang-hyuk, and that he might have encountered the demon. The conversation shifted to another pressing matter, Hwan Suk's disappearance, 3 days prior. A man with short, silver hair sits in a chair, his expression serious. He observes a man in a wheelchair in the background. His thoughts are clear: before their enemy, Yu Chang-hyuk, uses any other tricks, they must strike first. Inside a modern building, a figure is seen descending a staircase. Alarm grips the building's occupants, they recognize the descending figure as Terror Man, and immediately alert their superiors. Terror Man is suddenly struck by a powerful energy blast, blue electricity crackling around his body. His face contorts in pain. The attack throws Terror Man backward, his body convulsing as he crashes to the ground. A pained cry escapes his lips. The narration boxes reveal that the building is a safe house provided by the government for Yu Chang-hyuk. Before its conversion, it was a daesum, a place where influential figures conducted illicit activities. Intelligence confirms that Yu Chang-hyuk has remained in the safe house continuously, with no signs of leaving. A shadowy figure approaches a door, their intentions unclear. Peeking through a crack in the door, a man with a gun observes the shadowy figure. A powerful blow landed, sending a man sprawling across the floor. The force of the impact shattered the surrounding area into debris. The dust and smoke clearing to reveal a figure lying defeated amidst the wreckage. From the shadows, a man with striking silver hair and a distinctive black mask emerged. His eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. He surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable. He approached the fallen man. A chilling question forming in his mind: is this the basement? He moved silently, his footsteps barely audible on the polished marble floor as he opened a heavy, ornate door, revealing a dimly lit hallway. He entered a lavishly decorated room, a glass of wine and a laptop on a nearby table, suggesting a moment of contemplation before resuming his task. The man stood before a wall of monitors displaying various feeds, his back to the camera. The room was clearly a high-tech surveillance center. He turned, his gaze sharp and intense. He muttered to himself, "There are still fresh traces of him." A suspicion clouded his features. Did they move him urgently because they knew I was coming? How did they know? Young Woo Min, the man who can see misfortune, waited patiently, his gaze fixed on a laptop screen displaying a man's face. He had been anticipating this meeting for a long time. The man on the screen, Yu Chang-hyuk, finally made contact, his voice a low, confident rumble. Yu Chang-hyuk, a figure of enigmatic power, sat back in his luxurious car seat, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He seemed amused by the events unfolding. A plane, cutting through the night sky, approached its destination. Inside, two figures emerged from the aircraft's interior, one appeared to be a guard, the other, a captive. The captive, bound and gagged, was brought before a group of high-ranking officials. Their shock and outrage were palpable, one official exclaimed in disbelief. The captive was identified as Chairwoman Won Miho, a powerful figure in her own right. Her defiant expression betrayed no fear. Chairwoman Won Miho, despite her predicament, displayed a calm confidence. She seemed resigned to her fate, even expressing a sense of relief at the prospect of leaving her position. She explained the purpose of the three-contact device, a secure communication system for high-level officials. The chairwoman revealed that the device was created to facilitate communication between key government figures and the DPC, a clandestine organization. She then issued an ultimatum to the assembled officials. The officials were given a stark choice: cooperate with the clandestine organization or face death. The chairwoman's calm demeanor suggested she was prepared for any outcome. A group of men, their faces etched with apprehension, sat inside a vehicle. Their eyes darted around, reflecting the tension of the moment. One of them, his voice laced with fear, stammered a question: "So what do you want from us?" A woman with dark hair, her expression cold and calculating, responded curtly. The information they sought was specific, the details held by Yu Chang-hyuk. Elsewhere, a figure with silver hair stood with his back to the viewer, a sense of mystery surrounding him. He revealed a startling truth: for a long time, he had been researching young Woo Min. His research focused on young Woo Min's existence. The silver-haired man continued, his words revealing a clandestine organization. "We, who you call the White Undead, have been worshipping the prophesied Black Wings clan." He explained that for hundreds of years, their group had followed a prophet, but internal divisions had led to factions splitting off. The person who most closely aligned with their beliefs, however, was young Woo Min. The silver-haired man elaborated on young Woo Min's abilities, highlighting his unique perspective: "You can see the future, and in order to save people, you disregard their empathy and understanding." He drew a comparison between young Woo Min and his own group, noting their shared goal of transforming the world. Young Woo Min was also part of a religion, a cult that believed in the eventual peace of the world. He warned that unless young Woo Min acted quickly, dozens of bombs would detonate before they could be disarmed. A man with blonde hair, sharply dressed, sneered. He addressed someone unseen, his words dripping with disdain: "Don't stand in my way, you self-proclaimed hero. You and I are aiming for the same goal anyway. You can just quietly." A powerful blast erupted, sending debris flying. The force of the explosion was immense, suggesting a significant confrontation. The shockwave continued to ripple outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A vehicle, seemingly caught in the blast's path, was violently thrown into the air, before crashing down in a fiery wreck. The blond man, now visibly wounded, wiped blood from his face. Relief washed over him as he muttered, "Thank God. I was worried about how long I'd have to listen to your disgusting idealism." He glared, his expression hardening. "You're more complacent than I thought, Yu Chang-hyuk." A new figure appeared, their face obscured by a mask, their eyes glowing in eerie purple. Their voice was cold and calculating as they stated, "The entire area around your house was already wiretapped." The masked figure continued, their tone unwavering. "And I'm not alone now. Even if I lose you, there's someone strong who's backing me up to catch you." A third individual emerged from the shadows, a man with sunglasses and a mustache, exuding confidence. He grinned, "Well then, shall we crack things up? DPC 1st Special Force, Captain Jang Deokman." A bloodied figure, his face marred by cuts and bruises, addressed someone named Yu Chang-hyuk. He rasped out a command: "Wait right there, Yu Chang-hyuk. For I'll be there soon." Chapter 35 of Terror vs. Revival begins with a fiery scene. A wrecked car smolders in the aftermath of a violent crash, its wreckage casting long shadows against a backdrop of burning buildings. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stands silently observing the destruction. The perspective shifts to reveal a man with blonde hair, his face etched with pain and exhaustion, sweat dripping from his brow. His eyes are wide with fear, reflecting the chaos around him, as he witnesses the unfolding events from inside the damaged vehicle. Meanwhile, a team of armed operatives, their faces hidden behind tactical gear, closes in on their target. One of the operatives reports, "Target spotted. Location is Highway 21 to the capital. Confirmed to be our target, Yu Chang-hyuk." His commander adds a cautionary note, "Be careful. He might have an ability of his own." The blonde man, Yu Chang-hyuk, is surrounded. The commander, Jang Deok, a man from the Special Forces, addresses him, "Jang Deok, captain of the Special Forces. This is the first time I've met you in person. I heard you're a monster who's been active for 30 years. Hyuk responds, "I guess I can't do much when I have you as my opponent. I'll come out slowly. Please don't handle me too roughly." Despite Hyuk's plea, the operatives move to apprehend him roughly, resulting in a violent struggle. The panel shows a close-up of Jang Deok's face, contorted in rage as he attacks Hyuk. A bloody confrontation unfolded, leaving one figure severely wounded and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, inside a speeding car, a blonde man with a stern expression listened to a report from his driver. He was told that the situation was already under control. Outside, a heavily armed man in sunglasses issued a stark warning: any resistance would be met with lethal force. The blonde man's face contorted in a grimace, a hint of something akin to amusement playing on his lips. A sinister smile spread across his features as he commented on the surprisingly effective performance of his opponent. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the car, a blinding flash of light and power engulfing the vehicle. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outwards, shattering nearby objects and sending debris flying through the air. The blonde man, seemingly unharmed, smirked as his car's windshield shattered. He then accelerated, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A nighttime car chase unfolds on a city highway. A man with a rifle, clad in tactical gear, takes aim from an overpass, his weapon trained on a speeding vehicle below. The car swerves violently, tires screeching as it narrowly avoids a collision. A pursuing officer shouts orders into his radio, "Bring the car. With him behind the wheel, we can catch him." Another officer reports in, "This is Team Alpha. Yu Chang-hyuk is heading southeast, we are moving fast to the Gangbayan Expressway." The chase continues, the pursued vehicle weaving expertly through the city traffic. An officer updates his team, "I'm currently tailing him. Come quickly." The chase intensifies as the pursued car performs an impossible maneuver, narrowly avoiding a collision with a large truck. Inside the pursued vehicle, a man with blonde hair sits calmly behind the wheel, a smirk playing on his lips. His expression shifts to one of grim determination as the chase continues. The car continues its reckless flight, weaving through the night traffic. Suddenly, the car is struck by a truck, the windshield shattering. The blonde-haired man remains unfazed, his smirk widening. From inside a speeding vehicle, a man with blonde hair and a serious expression could be seen. He was being observed by another man, seated behind the tinted window of a car, wearing sunglasses and a patterned shirt. The blonde man's face was partially visible, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked towards the vehicle that was following him. The man in the car observed him, a thoughtful escaping his lips. He then instructed his driver to move closer, stating that he would be going first. His internal monologue revealed his surprise at the blonde man's age, estimating him to be around 50 years old. He also cautioned himself to be more careful with his body. Suddenly, the blonde man leaped from the moving vehicle. Landing gracefully, he declared himself fine, taunting his pursuers by mentioning his impressive sperm count. He stated that this was his first time engaging in close-quarters combat on top of a moving car. The man in the car responded with a confident "Good, shall we?" The blonde man's expression shifted to one of anticipation and slight amusement as he prepared for the confrontation. He launched a swift kick, connecting with the other man's face with considerable force, sending him reeling backward. The blonde man continued his assault, delivering a powerful blow that sent his opponent flying. The terror man, a figure cloaked in shadows and sporting a menacing tattoo, launched a swift, brutal kick against his opponent, the impact sending the revival man sprawling. He looked up in surprise, questioning what had just happened. The terror man's expression twisted into a snarl of rage as he prepared for the next attack. A blinding flash erupted as the terror man unleashed a devastating blow. The revival man, caught off guard, cried out in pain as he was sent flying backwards. The force of the blow sent the revival man crashing through a nearby car, the impact echoing through the night, leaving him dazed and vulnerable. The terror man approached cautiously, surprised by the resilience of his opponent. A cruel laugh escaped the terror man's lips as he noted the revival man's unexpected strength, commenting on his resilience. He boasted about his own physical prowess, confident in his superior form. Despite his confidence, a flicker of concern crossed the terror man's face as he realized a crucial truth. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the terror man, engulfing the revival man in its intense light. The force of the blast sending the revival man sprawling, his body contorted in a grotesque display of pain. He crashed through the windshield of a passing car, the impact shattering the glass and sending him tumbling onto the asphalt. Meanwhile, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. A blur of motion as he hurtled towards the scene on a high-powered motorcycle. He swiftly intercepted the revival man, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke, "Nice. It's your turn now." A massive explosion rocked the area, as the dark figure launched a devastating attack, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Min Youngwoo, witnessing the chaos, smirked, "All right. Now that it's come to this, I'll take care of you first, Youngwoo." He vowed to stop Yu Chang-hyuk, the terror man, once and for all. The terror man, his eyes glowing an ominous purple, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. A stern-faced man with gray hair and piercing purple eyes, his features partially obscured by a black and orange mask, addressed someone unseen. His voice was a low growl, a warning, "Be careful, Comrade Youngwoo." Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, her expression serious, spoke into a phone. She relayed some urgent information. "I've received some new info saying that Yu Chang-hyuk did make new clan members in Saudi Arabia. That means it's possible he gained a new ability there." Elsewhere, a blond man with sharp features, a smirk playing on his lips, moved at incredible speed, a blur of motion against a vibrant, streaked background. He spoke, his words laced with a chilling certainty, "Is the same demon who gave you your ability and the one pulling the strings behind this." The masked man from earlier, now on a motorcycle, was being urged by another man, "Mr. Diokman, please take over the bike. Be careful. When I was fighting him earlier, I saw his body. From his left shoulder to his waist, there was something in it." The masked man, Diokman, effortlessly sped away on the motorcycle, leaving the other man behind. He muttered to himself, a hint of arrogance in his tone, "Don't worry, mister. Handling these kinds of punks is my expertise." The blond man pursued Diokman, the two figures a blur of motion against the city lights. The chase was on. The blond man and Diokman clashed, a burst of blue energy erupting between them as they engaged in a fierce confrontation. The chapter opens with a close-up of a figure, his face obscured by a dark mask with intricate orange and black honeycomb patterns. His eyes, however, glow with an unnatural purple light. The intensity of the gaze is palpable. A chilling prelude to the confrontation about to unfold. A man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, sprints towards a swirling vortex of blue energy. A second figure, their features indistinct, moves swiftly in the opposite direction, seemingly escaping the energy's pull. The masked figure, his purple eyes blazing, is shown amidst a chaotic scene of destruction. Debris flies through the air as he surveys the damage. A thought crosses his mind, "As I thought." The blond man, now clearly visible, unleashes a powerful attack, a wave of energy erupting from his hands. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The masked man counters, creating a massive fissure in the ground that engulfs the blond man. The masked man observes the blond man's attack, noting that it lacks the telltale purple hue associated with Aldosari's abilities. "Unlike Aldosari, I don't see his attacks in purple." He analyzes the blond man's power, concluding that it's likely psychokinesis. "From what I can see, Yu Chang-hyuk's ability is probably psychokinesis. It allows him to push and pull whatever's in his reach." However, he notes a limitation: the range of the blond man's psychokinesis seems limited. However, it doesn't seem like his reach is wide. A masked figure, his face obscured by a dark, intricate mask, stood amidst a flurry of blue energy. His opponent, a man with long blonde hair, was visibly weakened, his body strained from exertion. The masked figure observed his opponent, his internal monologue questioning the extent of the blond man's abilities, noting that the power displayed was noticeably weaker than other psychokinetic abilities he had encountered. The blond man unleashed another wave of energy, but it was clearly faltering. The masked figure watched, his expression unreadable. The energy dissipated, leaving behind only lingering smoke and debris. The blond man stumbled, his body visibly weakened. He muttered to himself, confirming his suspicions. The blond man, now clearly struggling, stood defiantly, his body radiating a faint, residual energy. The masked figure's voice cut through the air, a statement of cold, hard truth. He pointed out the inherent cost of the blond man's wish, a price exacted by a malevolent entity. The focus shifted to the blond man, Yu Chang-hyuk, his face etched with a grim determination. The masked figure pressed him, demanding to know the true price he had paid for his granted wish. A flashback sequence began, showing a younger Yu Chang-hyuk speaking with a woman in a long dress, whom he addressed as Miss Bishop. He pleaded with her to wait, but she was dismissive. A man in a suit appeared, revealing the true nature of the situation, the origin of the Hundred Eyes cult, and its connection to the Black Wings clan's prophecy. He warned that the cult's goal was the destruction of mankind, not salvation. A woman with dark hair, her face partially obscured by shadow, delivered a chilling warning. Even if there was a single prophet left on the day of the Advent, everything would have been in vain, she stated emphatically. Below, a man's voice, filled with disbelief, questioned the validity of Yu Chang-hyuk, calling him a fake. The woman continued, her voice sharp and accusatory. She rebuked the man for daring to look down on their religion and attempt to interpret the prophecy on his own. Below, another statement, this time resolute and defiant, they wouldn't wait for the day of the Advent. Their plan was simple, yet audacious, to seize the prophet's power and take over the world. The scene shifted, revealing a man with silver hair and a striking mask, his expression cold and calculating. He declared that he had only corrected what was wrong. He addressed someone named Young Woo Min, implying a shared understanding or a similar path taken. The setting was a nighttime cityscape, a bridge spanning a dark river. The man with blonde hair, his face a mask of cruel amusement, declared his intention to color the world white himself. Elsewhere, a frantic report, a team was heading to Yongsan, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. A gruff voice demanded to know why they were going there. The response, they were tracking down Yu Chang-hyuk's car. The car's movement had been confirmed, from Gangbayan Bukaro to Yongsan. The question of whether to stop it by force upon arrival was raised. One man explained that he thought he had already taken out all of Yu Chang-hyuk's henchmen earlier. He was asked who the driver was. He wasn't sure, having only seen the car in a satellite image, he didn't think there was a driver. Only one dead body had been identified. The situation was baffling. Was it a new type of self-driving car? The possibility of a dead body driving the car was considered, then dismissed. The conclusion, it must be remote-controlled. Young Woo Min, a figure cloaked in shadows and a striking mask, received a critical update. His expression remained impassive as he learned that Yu Chang-hyuk was merely bait, the true target was in a car headed towards Yongsan. Yongsan? The revelation caused a flicker of something akin to surprise in his usually emotionless eyes. He declared he would proceed alone, warning his unseen companion not to lose sight of Yu Chang-hyuk. His gaze hardened, a chilling intensity settling over his features. The question hung heavy in the air, what awaited him in Yongsan? Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair spoke on her phone, receiving new information. Revealing that Yu Chang-hyuk had recruited new members in Saudi Arabia. This news reached Young Woo Min, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light. A thought struck Young Woo Min, Suki had mentioned that Siwon was in Ida now. A sudden, sharp movement followed, suggesting a swift, decisive action. Young Woo Min leaped across a gap, his movements precise and efficient as he pursued his target. Below, another figure watched him with a knowing smirk. Young Woo Min's expression turned grim as he realized the situation's gravity. Is that how it is? He thought, his eyes reflecting the weight of his discovery. He checked his phone, the map application displaying a location near the Olympic Park in Seoul. The woman from earlier, now identified as Lilia Uni, made a phone call, her expression serious and focused. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, held a smartphone in her hands. Her expression was serious, almost grim, as she stared intently at the screen. She sent a message, a simple question hanging in the digital air, where are you right now? As he scans his surroundings with a palpable sense of urgency. He curses under his breath, the weight of his situation heavy upon him. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupts behind him, signaling the arrival of Min Jong-yu, a man gifted with the power to foresee misfortune. Jong-yu's arrival is marked by a vibrant, almost ethereal energy. Jong-yu, his face partially obscured by a mask, urgently contacts Suki, a member of the Black Wings clan, demanding to know her location. He is clearly concerned about the imminent threat posed by Yu Chang-hyuk. Suki, surprised by the call, responds that she is in Itaewon. Jong-yu's reaction reveals that this location is significant, and he immediately relays the information to his comrade. Jong-yu, his eyes narrowed in concentration, specifies the exact location, Yongsan-gu, Itaewon-dong. The urgency in his voice is palpable. He then issues a stark warning to Suki, Yu Chang-hyuk is approaching her position. The final instruction emphasizes the gravity of the situation. If Yu Chang-hyuk manages to make Suki a member of the Black Wings clan, the consequences will be dire. A woman with dark hair, her face partially obscured, spoke on a cell phone. She was discussing a member of the Wings clan, Aldosari, and the certainty of his meeting with another individual. Her expression was intense, her eyes sharp and focused. She inquired about the existence of similar equipment to that used in Aldosari's creation. She pressed for information, specifically about the machines used to create Aldosari. Her comrade on the other end of the line revealed a disturbing truth: human souls were contained within these machines. A dark, ominous structure loomed, seemingly extending into a vast, purple-tinged void. The narration box indicated that there were approximately 10,000 souls present. The sheer scale of the structure and the number of souls within it was emphasized, with the number 10,000 appearing prominently. A man with white hair and a mask appeared, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He reacted with shock to the revelation of the 10,000 souls. The masked man questioned the true intentions of Yu Chang-hyuk, wondering if this was his ultimate goal. He realized the horrifying implications. Yu Chang-hyuk aimed to create a clan of 10,000 Black Wings. If successful, this would escalate far beyond a city-level crisis. The potential for the destruction of humanity itself was highlighted, depicted by an image of a burning planet. The masked man initiated a call to Jang Deok-man and Lilia. A woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail knelt beside a hospital bed, her face etched with worry. Lily, a young woman with long black hair, lay unconscious within. A frantic phone call unfolded. The woman urgently relayed information about Yu Chang-hyuk's movement towards Itaewon. Another individual, clad in dark attire and a mask, listened intently, their expression grim. The stakes were high, failure meant the creation of 10,000 more like him. The woman, her face now hardened with determination, responded with a curt affirmation. She was on her way. In a separate location, another woman with long, dark hair and ornate earrings observed a screen, her expression thoughtful. She surmised that the man they were tracking was after the souls she had collected. Instead of waiting for him, she proposed a drastic alternative, destroying the souls. Her colleague, however, vehemently disagreed, unwilling to risk further calamity. A man with shoulder-length brown hair and ornate clothing countered her concerns, confident in their security. Unless the intruder possessed the strength of the Jeju Island man, their defenses were impenetrable. Elsewhere, Hee-soo, a woman with short dark hair, was struggling to contact Chairwoman Won Miho. She was instructed to relay Miho's location and request immediate troop deployment. Hee-soo, already en route to Itaewon, confirmed her progress and current location. A woman with long black hair, clad in dark clothing, sped through the city streets on a powerful motorcycle. She barked an order into a communication device, put the MUNT employees on emergency alert. A crisp reply came back, "Yes, I got it." Inside a dimly lit parking garage, another woman, this one with shoulder-length dark hair and wearing a business suit, checked her phone. She murmured to herself, "So right now, everyone, including Uni, is heading to Itaewon, right?" She received a reassuring message. "Yeah. If anything comes up, just call me," she was told. She replied, "Okay, I will." The woman carefully studied a map application on her phone, her brow furrowed in concentration. The map zoomed in on a specific location. A chilling realization washed over her as she recognized the area. "I knew it." Her eyes widened in alarm. The location was Sangam. The panel shifted to show a woman lying in a hospital bed, seemingly unconscious. Elsewhere, a man in a suit felt a sudden, intense pain. His face contorted in agony as cracks appeared on the surrounding walls, seemingly emanating from his body. A man in a sharp suit, his blonde hair neatly combed, stood over a fallen figure. His expression was one of cold satisfaction, a hint of a cruel smile playing on his lips. He surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the details of the dimly lit alleyway. The air hung heavy with the scent of violence and anticipation. A group of armed individuals emerged from the shadows, their faces grim. He smirked, impressed by their readiness. "Look at that," he mused, "you guys came out to welcome me." He was clearly amused by the situation, his confidence unwavering. He recognized one of them, noting that this was a clan member he'd seen in his records. "Such an amazing group of people have gathered here just for me," he thought, a hint of arrogance in his tone. The leader of the group, a burly man with a thick mustache, challenged him. "Why is a horse face like you pretending to know me?" he sneered, his voice laced with contempt. "Do you know how many people were sacrificed because of you?" A woman with long dark hair, standing beside the burly man, observed the newcomer. "Just from his vibe, he's the one we are waiting for," she stated, but a flicker of doubt crossed her features. "But something's strange. He doesn't feel like my kind at all," she thought, her intuition warning her. Another man, Yu Chang-hyuk, stepped forward. "A step forward, Yu Chang-hyuk," a voice commanded, revealing a man with striking silver hair and a menacing red and black mask. The atmosphere crackled with tension as he stood before them. "This is the end," the masked man declared. The blonde man chuckled, a self-assured smirk on his face. He, all right," he said into his phone. On the phone, a news report announced the finale. "So this is the finale," the blonde man said, before being interrupted. "Ah, hold on," he said, as a request for an urgent interview with Representative Yu Chang-hyuk came through. "I will now connect with him," the voice on the phone stated. The masked man saw a black car pull up, his eyes widening in surprise. "That," he exclaimed. A voice, strained yet determined, crackled over a communication line. "Representative Yu Chang-hyuk, can you hear me?" The camera focused on a sleek, dark vehicle, its rear spoiler slightly askew, parked in what appeared to be a city parking lot. The scene was tense, suggesting a clandestine meeting. The lens of a nearby security camera, its infrared light glowing faintly, captured the scene. From inside the vehicle, Representative Yu Chang-hyuk responded, his voice tight with urgency. "I can hear you." He continued, his words a testament to his resolve. "Everyone, this is what I'm leaving behind before being killed by the terrorist and the DPC. My will." A woman in red heels strode purposefully into a brightly lit office, her every step echoing with authority. She issued a sharp command, demanding that the X-files of the Haman Party's chief counselor, Chase Pal-young, be brought up immediately. Another woman, this one with dark hair pulled back, sat before a series of glowing screens displaying various profiles. She confirmed the request. And then, with a frown, questioned how closely the data matched that of Yu Chang-hyuk. A digital comparison revealed a startling 100% match. The woman in red slammed her fist on the desk, uttering a frustrated exclamation as she realized a critical oversight. She immediately ordered Vector to connect her with the Terror Man. Meanwhile, Vector reported new information: the Terror Man's location had been leaked to an unknown number of people. A man with dark hair and a serious expression reacted with disbelief. As he prepared to make a final, desperate announcement before his death, he would reveal the collusion between the DPI and the Terror Man. A woman with sharp eyes and a cigarette dangling from her lips sneered, a chilling smirk playing on her face. "So this is your move." The title card for Terror vs. Revival appeared, stark against the background. A furious outburst followed, "This fucker." The scene shifted to a man in a suit, calmly stating, they were hiding secret weapons in a radio shop in Itaewon. The people working alongside Terror Man to stop him include national hero, Jang Deok-man, captain of the DPC Special Forces. Another man, his face partially obscured by a mask, appeared, his voice laced with disbelief. "This punk, what the hell is he doing?" The masked man continued, his words dripping with suspicion. "Is this really what you were aiming for? Instead of resurrecting the Black Wings clan, you're trying to report us?" Two men in a control room watched the unfolding events, one of them urging caution. "This is crazy. Producer, should we turn the camera off?" The other man, however, disagreed, his voice firm. "Let it be. This is the time. Even if we suffer disciplinary action later, we may regret it for the rest of our lives if we miss this moment." A woman on a bus looked at her phone, a thoughtful expression on her face. "People already know the truth vaguely." A man and a woman sat inside a car. The man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed about urgent news, urging them to go. The woman, her expression one of apprehension, relayed that Chairwoman Won Miho had summoned them to Itaewon. The man, checking his phone, noted the president's involvement in the unfolding crisis and insisted on immediate departure. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on something unseen, a shadow of concern clouding her features. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair burst into the scene, revealing a shocking truth: the DPC was using a terrorist to maintain their power. He explained that this terrorist acted as a cleanup crew, eliminating anyone who threatened their organization, urging everyone to see the truth. His words were punctuated by a dramatic visual emphasis, highlighting the gravity of his revelation. The man in the car's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The blonde-haired man was suddenly attacked, thrown from his motorcycle in a violent collision. He landed hard, but quickly recovered, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he prepared for a counterattack. Min Young-woo, a young man with the ability to foresee misfortune, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was grappling with an unseen assailant, their movements a blur of motion as they exchanged blows. A woman with fiery blonde hair, clad in black, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Impatience etched itself onto her features as she muttered to herself, exasperated by the drawn-out confrontation. Her frustration grew, boiling over into a sharp retort. She felt they had already endured enough misunderstandings. The scene shifted, revealing a tense standoff. A group of armed soldiers, led by a burly man with a tropical-themed tattoo, confronted a mysterious figure in a dark suit. The air crackled with anticipation. The figure, his face obscured by a striking black and orange mask, stood defiantly, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. A palpable sense of unease filled the atmosphere. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed by the armed soldiers, turned his gaze towards the blonde woman in the distance. A silent question hung in the air: was this the extent of her plan? A gruff voice cut through the tension. The speaker, whose face was partially obscured by shadow, scoffed at the notion that he would be intimidated by a mere reveal of identity. The masked man chuckled, a low, menacing sound that sent shivers down spines. He corrected the speaker, stating that Min Young-woo was wrong in his assessment. A desperate plea echoed through the air. The masked man was called out by name, Min Young-woo, and urged to respond. The masked man, however, dismissed the call, prioritizing another matter. He instructed the others to focus on him first, leaving the other issue for later. A masked figure with striking purple eyes, his face partially obscured, urgently demanded, "Sangam, right now." Elsewhere, a woman on a phone call revealed she's the accomplice of Yu Chang-hyuk. The masked figure, his eyes widening, muttered in disbelief, "What did you say?" Inside a moving vehicle, a man questioned, "HM? Isn't this gone deek? Why aren't we going to Yongsan?" A woman sitting beside him responded, "Is the Gangbayan-Bukharo bridge still under construction?" The man then addressed the woman, "Hisu? You were a human rights lawyer, but..." He explained, "After your son's death, you came to the company as a field worker, sacrificing all age and gave it your all. Why are you bringing that up suddenly? Never mind that, why are you driving towards Yongsan? We've both gone through similar things." The man shouted, "Hey, Shahisu. Thanks to you, no one suspected me." A man in a suit, his face etched with strain, gripped a small, ornate dagger. He muttered to himself, the weight of a long-held secret heavy on his shoulders. All this time, he'd been holding it in. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair smirked, her eyes glinting with a chilling amusement. She scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain, "You guys are all so stupid." A figure sped through the city streets on a futuristic motorcycle, a blur of motion against the neon lights of the towering buildings. Two individuals engaged in a tense conversation. One, a masked figure, questioned the other's certainty about a mole's identity. The second, a woman with sharp features, confirmed that it was a trap, visible to anyone with clear sight. The conversation shifted to Min Youngwoo, his name uttered with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The masked figure questioned whether Youngwoo had seen a specific event in purple during a past battle. In a dimly lit laboratory, three figures stood in hushed contemplation. One, a man in a wheelchair, seemed to be the focus of their attention. A man with reddish-brown hair sat in a chair, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be waiting, or perhaps anticipating something. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the room, sending debris flying and throwing the figures into chaos. The man with reddish-brown hair was caught in the blast. A shadowy figure infiltrated a high-security facility, surprising the staff within. The guards, clad in white lab coats, reacted with alarm, their leader demanding to know why the intrusion alarm hadn't been triggered. As the intruder moved swiftly and decisively, causing a small explosion and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The scene was one of chaos and disarray, with debris flying and smoke filling the air. A hand, holding a sharp tool, emerged from the chaos. The man in the wheelchair watched the unfolding events with a grim satisfaction. His expression was one of anticipation, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Below him, a woman with dark hair and a determined expression emerged from the shadows. She declared that she had been waiting for this day. The scene was punctuated by sparks and the glow of intense energy, highlighting her confident posture and the deadly weapon in her hand. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair lay on a bed, seemingly asleep. She stirred slightly, murmuring in confusion. Then opened her eyes to find a young man with reddish-brown hair leaning over her. Her expression was one of surprise and uncertainty. The two young people lay together on a hospital bed, their proximity suggesting a close relationship. The young woman's confusion remained evident, while the young man seemed equally perplexed. The scene ended with a lingering question mark, leaving the reader to wonder about their connection and the events that led to this moment. A woman with dark hair, her eyes wide with shock, whispered a name, Hwan Suk. Her gaze darted around, reflecting her disorientation and fear. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant red hair appeared, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and confusion. He gasped, "Ah. Ah." The woman, seemingly regaining her composure, tried to explain, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey. It's a misunderstanding." The man, still disoriented, retorted, I was brought here too. Why else would I be here?" His mind raced, trying to piece together what happened. He recalled his last moments, fighting Aldosari. He wondered, what happened? I was definitely fighting Aldosari at that time. Has it already been 3 days? Was the situation taken care of? He continued, puzzled. Moreover, I wonder why I've resurrected in a completely unknown place like this. Usually, I only wake up in places I've slept at. Hwan Suk decided to investigate, telling Yirin, I'll step out for a bit and check around. Suk-hwan, a man with vibrant red hair and a confident smirk, reflected on his past. He thought he could finally find some peace of mind. His peace was short-lived. It had taken 9 years of disguise to find his target. A woman with dark hair, dressed in sharp business attire, stood poised with a wicked-looking knife. Beside her, a man with short, dark hair watched intently, his expression grim. A man, presumably a superior, urged his team to evacuate via the emergency elevator. Before they could move, the woman stopped them. The woman unleashed a powerful energy blast, creating a swirling vortex of blue energy. The force of which sent shockwaves through the building. causing significant damage and destruction. Seokwon, witnessing the destruction, was shocked by the sudden and intense fire. Yi-rin, wounded but conscious, is helped by a muscular man with fiery orange hair and intense red eyes. He asks if she can move, and she replies that she's fine and wants to leave immediately. The scene shifts to reveal three men observing Yi-rin and her companion. One of them recognizes the EMP bomb in Yi-rin's possession as a device he developed years ago, questioning why she has it. Yi-rin, seemingly unaffected, activates the EMP bomb. The resulting energy surge is depicted in a dynamic, explosive sequence, causing a powerful electrical discharge that engulfs the three men. And one of the men, seemingly unaffected, is shown deflecting the attack with a knife, revealing a technological device on his wrist, glowing with energy. While another woman scoffs, commenting on the man's independent development of outer space technology and dismissing the EMP as useless. The focus shifts back to the man with the wrist device. He is visibly shocked, recognizing someone from his past. He mutters about a familiar face. The man, now revealed to be Seokwon, is confronted by someone who asks if he finally remembers them. Seokwon draws a knife. A narration box reveals that intelligence gathered by Yu Chang-hyuk on corruption in the business world was provided by Cha Hee-soo. The scene shows Yu Chang-hyuk speeding away on a futuristic motorcycle. The scene opens with a conversation between two individuals. One, a woman with dark hair, sits pensively, a cigarette in her hand. The other, unseen, speaks, noting the curious timing of events, the disappearance of Yu Chang-hyuk 7 years prior, coinciding with the arrival of Hee-soo at the company. The woman, Cha Hee-soo, introduces herself, revealing a changed perspective on the world, a shift born from her experiences. Hee-soo explains that her altered worldview stems from the loss of her parents to the White Hundred cult. Despite her inexperience, she expresses a desire to prevent others from suffering similar tragedies. A man with striking white hair and glowing purple eyes, his face partially obscured by a mask, observes Hee-soo's file. He finds it unbelievable that all staff members undergo thorough background checks, given Hee-soo's history with the White Hundred cult. The man reveals a shocking truth: the church where Hee-soo lost her parents was the headquarters of the White Hundred cult. The woman with dark hair explains that the cult was initially weak, easily labeled as a normal church after its destruction. However, her research into old records reveals traces of the cult's activity before its supposed demise. The masked man comments on the fact that the cult's destruction occurred at a location unknown to them, highlighting the thoroughness of its eradication. The woman reveals that unlike the masked man, someone else completely wiped out any trace of the White Hundred cult. The woman reveals that it was her father's division that destroyed the church, showing a flashback of a burning church with her father standing before it. The final panel shows Hee-soo silhouetted against the fiery destruction of the church, a powerful image emphasizing the scale of the event and its impact on her life. A young girl, her clothes torn and stained, stood amidst a desolate landscape. Embers glowed faintly around her, casting an eerie light on her determined expression. In a starkly contrasting scene, a man with a stern face and a neatly trimmed mustache sat in a dark room. He questioned the girl, his tone laced with suspicion. "Are you a survivor of that church? I thought you died in the fire that day." The girl responded, her voice filled with quiet intensity. "I hugged my parents' bodies, which were burned beyond recognition, and kept thinking." Her eyes, wide and intense, reflected a burning desire for vengeance. She silently vowed, "Will I be able to take revenge on you no matter what it would take? What's the most gruesome method I can use?" The man's eyes, narrowed in thought, revealed his own complex motivations. He mused, "You've constantly fought against young women to get rid of the Black Wings clan, right? By colluding with the mafia, you built the infrastructure of the DPC and provided crucial help." A sinister smile played on his lips as he continued, "Then, I'll ruin everything you've built. What's a better revenge than becoming what you hate most?" The girl's eyes blazed with fury as she declared, "I'll convert you into a Black Wings clan member." A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing the man in a searing inferno. He cried out in pain, "Ack!" Amidst the chaos, the man's associates frantically tried to help him, shouting, "It's okay. Hold on to the wheelchair tightly." Observing the scene, the girl's eyes narrowed. She thought, seeing how she broke the ground, she must have an ability. She must have demonstrated here the same way. The girl commanded, "Stop moving." A sudden impact shook the room as the girl's foot connected with something unseen. The resulting shockwave sent tremors through the floor. A powerful energy surge erupted from a dark-haired woman, her back to the viewer, as she unleashed a devastating blast. The force of the explosion sent debris flying, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Through the smoke and dust, a figure emerged, a man with fiery red hair, his expression grim as he approached the woman. He had overheard something from a fleeing person and now confronted a woman named Hee-soo Sunbae. The man, Seokwon, was clearly agitated. Seokwon's arrival was met with disbelief by an older man, who questioned his presence. Suk-hwan, in turn, questioned the older man's safety, wondering if protecting him had been a wise decision. He demanded to know if the older man was friend or foe. The older man explained that his research assistant, Cha Yi-rin, was in danger. Meanwhile, Hee-soo, observing the scene, expressed her belief that Suk-hwan was correct in his assessment. Yi-rin awoke, relieved to be alive. Hee-soo, however, was troubled by vivid memories. She remembered losing consciousness during their escape from a monstrous creature in a car. The harrowing scene replayed in her mind, the frantic escape, the speeding car, the terrifying presence pursuing them. The intense fear and desperation of that moment were palpable. A chilling revelation struck Hee-soo: she had been injected with something during the ordeal. Min Jong-yu, her face pale and etched with exhaustion, recounted the events leading to her collapse. She had been overwhelmed, her body giving way immediately after a catastrophic event. Observing from a distance, Suk-hwan, a man with fiery red hair, calmly assessed the situation. He seemed relieved, muttering to himself that it was fortunate he had intervened. A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes, Yi-rin, attempted to clarify the misunderstanding with Suk-hwan, emphasizing that she was unaware of the events that transpired that day. However, Yi-rin's words were cut short as she revealed a shocking truth: the man beside Suk-hwan was the mastermind behind everything. Yi-rin pressed further, questioning Suk-hwan's lack of curiosity about his own resurrection. Her words were laced with a sinister undertone. Suk-hwan, enraged, unleashed his fury. He didn't need to be baited, he knew who was responsible and was ready to exact his revenge. The ensuing confrontation was brutal and swift. Suk-hwan's power was overwhelming, leaving his opponents no chance to escape his wrath. Undeterred, Yi-rin remained defiant, stating that she would listen to his grievances only after he had defeated her. A man with fiery red hair and glowing red eyes braced himself, a grim determination etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, knowing he was about to unleash a power beyond his control. He pleaded, his voice strained with the effort of containing his immense power, "So please don't resist." A young woman with dark hair, her face contorted in frustration and anger, retorted, "You're nothing but a blockhead, why now of all times?" Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with short, dark hair stood amidst the ruins, his expression grim and resolute. He was clearly plotting something. He thought to himself, if we can enter this place and obtain the powers as planned, we can avoid the terrorist's eyes that can detect misfortune. He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the risk, but that's just a prediction. The possibility of me dying is higher. This also goes against the White's doctrine, it doesn't matter anymore. The White 100 cult and all. The man's resolve hardened. His profile showed a steely determination. A woman with short, dark hair, her face etched with sorrow, spoke quietly, "As long as I can get revenge on him, nothing else matters." Jinho, piloting a high-speed vehicle, sped through the night. He reported to Miho that an electromagnetic pulse had been detected, indicating that someone had detonated an EMP bomb. They were nearing their destination. Hee-soo commented that Sunbae had clearly broken the ground earlier. Meanwhile, Sunbae, engaged in intense combat with another individual, noted the presence of an ability at play and resolved not to let his guard down. Observing that Sunbae's target was a specific man. With a fierce determination, Hee-soo declared that she wouldn't let Sunbae approach that man. Sunbae, despite their short acquaintance, admitted to still believing in Hee-soo, questioning whether the side of himself that Hee-soo had seen was all a fabrication. Elsewhere, a conversation between two other individuals began, one of them asking about Mr. Suk-hwan and what they should do about that vicious devil. Mr. Hwan-suk, a man with fiery red hair, stood amidst a chaotic scene of swirling flames and dark energy, his expression grim. He declared, "It's the truth." A woman with long dark hair, clad in dark clothing, countered his statement with a defiant, "I never lied." The woman's intense gaze, filled with a chilling determination, was shown in a close-up. However, the narrative continued, stating that the truth is subjective, dependent on the person perceiving it. The woman, her dark hair flowing, unleashed a burst of dark energy, her expression hardening as she questioned, "Isn't it?" Her face, a mask of cold calculation, was shown in a close-up. From the start of Young Woman's Justice, the events made Mr. Hwan-suk nauseous. He saw an arm, a monster? Mr. Hwan-suk questioned if the source of the woman's ability was connected to the system that Young Woman had described, wondering how it decided what constituted evil. He grappled with the implications, questioning whether his parents' deaths, due to their religious beliefs, were considered evil by this system. The woman, her anger escalating, roared, questioning the very definition of good and evil, especially when decided by the victors. A man with short, dark hair and a goatee addressed a young woman with long, dark hair. He stated that their continued presence was hindering their mission, urging an immediate departure. The young woman, her expression a mix of worry and apprehension, softly called out to someone named Hwan-suk Appa. Meanwhile, a fiery-haired man stood defiantly amidst a scene of destruction. He rejected a plea to surrender, asserting that people live to fulfill their wills. A woman with gray hair and glowing red eyes revealed a chilling truth: she had planted a bomb on Chai Yi-rin's body. The fiery-haired man, his face etched with shock and disbelief, demanded clarification. A small, metallic object, possibly a detonator, was shown falling. The gray-haired woman, tossing a grenade, expressed that she harbored no personal animosity towards Hwan Suk. Hwan Suk, staring at the grenade, grappled with a profound question: if he had possessed a stronger will, could he have overcome his past pain and chosen a different path? He reflected on his past choices, acknowledging that he had sacrificed his future and everything else to become a spirit driven solely by his will. The gray-haired woman, having fulfilled her contract, left the scene, leaving the fate of the others in Hwan Suk's hands. A young woman, tears streaming down her face, offered a gentle smile. Her expression was one of serene acceptance as a hand clasped hers, a gesture of comfort in the face of impending doom. She whispered, "We can meet now." A blinding flash of light erupted from within a dark, metallic corridor. The intense heat and pressure of the explosion rocked the very foundations of the structure. A young woman with dark hair stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed the aftermath of the explosion. Behind her, several men in lab coats and one man with a goatee stared in stunned silence. A sound escaped her lips, a soft "oh." Her eyes darted around, fear and confusion etched onto her features. The horror of what she had just witnessed began to sink in. A man with fiery red hair and a muscular build gasped, his breath hitching in his throat. He stared at the scene, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. He muttered to himself, "Ha, ha, that girl, why did she bomb herself? What was she thinking?" The man with red hair sat in a chair, his expression grim. He spoke aloud, revealing his understanding of a key principle: the first rule of resurrection: resurrect at the place you feel is the safest. And the second. His eyes narrowed, a fierce intensity burning within them. He was clearly contemplating something crucial, a realization dawning on him. The inanimate objects that are in contact with your body will move along with you. He looked down at a detached limb, his expression grim. Then, he addressed someone unseen. "Well done, Cha-Hee-Soo. Now, I shall make your wish." A lone figure stood silhouetted against a pale glow emanating from the ravaged cityscape below. The words "come true" appeared in a speech bubble, suggesting a prophecy or a dreaded event had manifested. He declared, "This distance is enough." A monstrous, vaguely rabbit-like creature with a glowing red eye materialized, its presence radiating menace. A dark vortex erupted, engulfing two individuals. One of them exclaimed, "What?" expressing shock and fear as the ominous swirling darkness consumed them. Another man watched in horror. The man watching the vortex gasped, "No way, this is..." One of the engulfed individuals cried out, Mr." The shadowy creatures attacked, sending one of the men sprawling to the ground. Another man, seemingly a director, was also attacked by the shadowy creatures. The man, his face streaked with grime and tears, snarled, "I see, that evil bastard." A shadowy figure emerged, addressing Suk, "Young man, for the first time in years, my voice has reached you. I really wanted to see you transform into one of so much hate." A figure with large, obsidian wings stood amidst a desolate landscape. His form was imposing, his features sharp and angular, a stark contrast to the gray, crumbling world around him. Below, a man with dark, messy hair and bloodshot eyes gasped, his body trembling. "Mister! Are you okay?" a concerned voice called out. He replied, "The Black Wings clan has infected me." His face contorted in agony as he realized the truth. This was that bastard's plan, to do this to me, to corrupt me into their own kind. The concerned man responded, "Damn it. Please bear with it. I'll get you out somehow." The infected man shook his head. "No, it's too late." He continued, "But even if you're a bit late, everyone will die, including Ms. Yi-rin. But the fact that you, the Resurrector, is here, is their one and only mistake. You get what I'm saying, right?" The concerned man's face fell as he processed this grim revelation. A surge of energy erupted from within him. He cried out, "Father, are you there? Father!" A figure appeared, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He seemed surprised. The scene shifted to show the figure's legs moving with incredible speed, leaving a trail of dust and debris in their wake. A man with short, gray hair and piercing purple eyes stared intensely from behind a menacing, orange and black mask. His expression was one of cold determination, his dark suit adding to his imposing presence. The scene shifted to a man with fiery orange hair, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and pain. Sweat beaded on his brow as he strained against an unseen force. He braced himself, muscles bulging as he unleashed a furious counterattack. A whirlwind of motion and energy erupting from his body as he clashed with his opponent, sending debris flying in a chaotic explosion. The masked man was thrown back, but he landed gracefully, his eyes still fixed on his adversary. A single word escaped the orange-haired man's lips, "Father?" A man with short, gray hair and piercing purple eyes, his face partially obscured by a black and orange mask, stared intensely ahead. His expression was one of cold determination. His gaze was fixed on a figure whose face was mostly obscured, but whose ragged, damaged throat and open mouth suggested a state of intense pain and exertion. Another figure, with fiery orange hair, was similarly shown from the neck up, his face contorted in a grimace of agony and rage. The orange-haired man lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. He was met with a swift counterattack, the masked man's movements equally fast and precise. The force of the collision sent debris flying. The masked man stood over a fallen figure, his face a mask of cold indifference. The fallen man's face was contorted in a silent scream, his body ravaged. A single word escaped the masked man's lips, F.A. A blinding flash of light erupted from the fallen man's body. As he was consumed by a wave of energy, leaving behind only scattered feathers and debris. The orange-haired man stood over the remains, his expression grim. Amidst a flurry of dark feathers and fiery embers, Seok-hwan, his face partially obscured by his crimson hair, stood amidst the chaos. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. His eyes flashed open, revealing a crimson glow, as he gasped, "Father." A young woman with dark hair, her face etched with fear, watched from a distance, whispering, "Terrorist?" The woman's fear intensified, her hands flew to her mouth in shock, Seok-hwan's eyes burned with an inner fire. Seok-hwan's thoughts turned to his father, a question forming in his mind, "My dad's alive, though?" Meanwhile, another character, seemingly a friend, muttered, "Ah, this fucker, really?" Seok-hwan gritted his teeth, a frustrated curse escaping his lips, "Damn it." A figure with silver hair and horns appeared, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He mused, "Ooh, seeing him must have properly awakened his resurrector ability." He continued, explaining his strategy, "But I kept that possibility in mind and delayed the infection on purpose. Even if Suk Young-min was corrupted, it wouldn't have been for nothing had he died in the hands of the resurrector. Rather, it'd be more effective if Young Woo-min sought his father's dying appearance the moment he arrived." The horned figure addressed someone unseen, his voice laced with menace, "All this time, I've been waiting for your beliefs to collapse, but I won't have to wait any longer. Eventually, you will accept me, Young Woo-min." The final panels show Seok-hwan collapsing, his body ravaged, while the horned figure looms over him, his victory assured. A man with silver hair and a dark suit cradles a fallen figure. His face is obscured by shadow, but his posture conveys profound sorrow. Below, a caption reveals a shocking truth, "Cha Hee-soo is the spy." The fallen man, with fiery red hair, is shown in close-up. His eyes are filled with anguish as he confesses, "He was corrupted in transforming into one of the Black Wings, and I couldn't stop it." He collapses to the ground, his body racked with exhaustion and despair. The silver-haired man's face is partially visible, revealing a technologically advanced mask with intricate, glowing orange lines. The red-haired man, now regaining his composure, stares defiantly at the masked figure. He spits out, "The best you could do?" The masked man's eyes glow an eerie purple as he counters, "You knew he was my father, didn't you? If he was your family member, would you have still done it?" The red-haired man's eyes burn with a fierce determination. He whispers, "Hwan Suk? If this is the only way, I'll do it." The masked man offers a grim ultimatum, "If you have any final words, please say them now." The red-haired man responds, "Young, if you find my son, please pass this on. Thank you for being born." A flashback shows the red-haired man's father, his face scarred and eyes blazing with a similar intensity. He speaks with pride, "As my son." The scene opens on a chaotic aftermath. A man lies injured on the ground, his body still, while two figures stand over him. One, with fiery red hair, looks down with a grim expression. The other, clad in dark attire and a mask obscuring his face, simply states, "That's right." The red-haired man, his face etched with exhaustion and regret, confesses, "There was nothing I could do. All this time." The red-haired man continues his internal monologue, revealing a crucial piece of his past. He explains that the only reason he was able to endure was because someone always believed in him, even when the world cursed and criticized him. This revelation is punctuated by a dramatic visual of electrical energy crackling around him. The masked figure, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, declares, "There's nothing I can do about my anger either." A surge of raw power erupts from the red-haired man, his body convulsing with barely contained rage. He is thrown back by a powerful force, the masked figure unleashing a devastating attack. A woman watches the scene unfold, her eyes widening in shock as she recognizes the masked figure. "W8, that voice, that hair. No way. Is it young Wuapa?" The masked figure responds coldly, "No, I'm exactly what you see." He adds, with chilling finality, "Just a terrorist." A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from an unseen source, its raw power causing the ground to crack and debris to fly. Drawing the attention of a massive crowd of reporters and photographers, their cameras flashing wildly as they swarmed the area. Their lenses focused on the epicenter of the explosion, desperate to capture the spectacle unfolding before them. Inside a nearby building, 3 figures observed the commotion from a darkened room. "It's so noisy outside," one of them muttered, his voice barely audible above the din. Another, a man with blonde hair and a sharp gaze, smirked. "The reporters have already arrived," as if they sensed something, he observed, a hint of amusement in his tone. Suddenly, a black vehicle sped through the streets, narrowly avoiding the throng of reporters. The vehicle itself seemingly untouched by the force it unleashed. A woman in a business suit, caught in the chaos, gasped, "What's this?" Lightning crackled in the air, illuminating the scene in an eerie glow. Back inside the building, the man with the mustache exclaimed, "An attack? Which bastard?" Her gaze was fixed on something unseen, a look of dawning horror spreading across her face as she whispered, "From." A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the city, the source of an immense power surge. The shockwave tearing through the streets, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Min Jongyu, a woman with the power to foresee misfortune, braced herself against the force. Her vision clouded by the sheer magnitude of the catastrophe. Through the chaos, a shadowy figure emerged, its form barely visible within the ethereal glow. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watched the spectacle unfold in horror. "Ha! Wait a minute. Look over there. It's the terrorist." The terrorist, bound in restraints, stood silently, a mysterious figure lurking behind him, his presence radiating an ominous aura. A man with blonde hair and a cruel smile observed the scene from afar. "Judging from your actions, I assume Suk Young Min has died." He chuckled, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "Yes, I have finally succeeded." He added, his voice dripping with contempt, "You brought this all upon yourself." "Everyone." The terrorist, seemingly resigned to his fate, turned to the shadowy figure behind him. "Don't worry about me and run away," he urged, his voice filled with a desperate plea. "Survive and spread the truth far and wide about how this despicable power group has been destroying the country." A monstrous, distorted face filled the panel, its jagged teeth bared in a chilling grin. The words "never ever forget that" exploded from a speech bubble, underscoring the intensity of the moment. A figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a dark energy, stood over a fallen opponent. Blood splattered across the scene, a stark testament to the brutal power unleashed. The attacker's face was obscured by a mask, leaving their identity shrouded in mystery. The aftermath of the attack was shown, a man with blood on his face, his mouth agape in a silent scream, surrounded by horrified onlookers. The scene was chaotic and violent. Below, another scene unfolded. A man with a scarred face and a young woman with dark hair watched the carnage, their expressions a mixture of shock and grim determination. The woman's thought bubble revealed her regret, "I should have done this earlier." The masked figure from earlier stood amidst the chaos, their presence radiating an aura of cold menace. Blood stained their clothes, adding to their already intimidating appearance. 2 individuals, a man with fiery red hair and a woman with dark hair, collapsed, panting heavily. A strange, ethereal blue energy swirled around them, hinting at a powerful event that had just transpired. The woman, her face etched with worry, questioned the red-haired man, "Mister, what on earth happened? That was young Wuapa, right? Wasn't he working with you?" The red-haired man, his expression grim, responded, "I don't have any regrets, but that doesn't mean I don't feel responsible." He continued, "This is what I have chosen." The woman, Yaren, looked at him with a mixture of sadness and understanding. He affirmed, "Yeah, that's right, Yaren." A figure, his back to the viewer, stands resolute. His shoulders are squared, his posture conveying a sense of quiet determination. The thought, "It's my job to stop him," echoes in his mind, a firm resolve hardening his expression. Amidst the vibrant glow of a bustling city at night, a man with short, white hair and a distinctive black mask stands alone, blood staining his face. He reflects on his past actions, a grim realization dawning on him. His thoughts turn to the futility of his past hopes, the chaos of a terrorist attack unfolding around him as people scream and flee in terror. A scene of panic and desperation. A muscular man with a floral print shirt confronts the masked man, his anger evident. A woman with dark hair stands beside him, her expression one of shock and disbelief as she witnesses the masked man's actions. She questions his sanity, horrified by the apparent murder of Yu Chang-hyuk. The masked man, unfazed, simply states that his plans have changed. The masked man reflects on his past beliefs, admitting that he once believed people could change, regardless of their past actions. He now realizes this was a mistake. He confesses his error to the muscular man, declaring a shift in his mindset. He will now seek retribution for the sins committed. The masked man leads the muscular man and the woman to a special quarantine facility run by the DPC, filled with individuals similar to Yu Chang-hyuk. Suk-hwan, with fiery orange hair, hailed a taxi, his hand outstretched towards the approaching vehicle. As the taxi pulled up, the driver, an elderly man, greeted them with a cheerful welcome. Suk-hwan urgently requested the driver's phone, explaining it was an emergency. He offered to pay 10 times the taxi fare. A woman, presumably a chairwoman, was warned that going to the site was too dangerous. But she insisted on going, declaring that if she didn't, no one else would. She ordered the dispatch of a special task force to the DPC's quarantine facility. A call came in, it was Suk-hwan, who had been resurrected. The chairwoman dismissed his resurrection as unimportant, emphasizing the urgency of the current situation. The chairwoman ended the call, her expression grim. The chapter opens with a close-up on a woman's face, her expression unreadable. The only text visible is a speech bubble reading, Dr. Suk Young-min. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing her features as she silently mouths the word, died? The scene shifts to a man with silver hair leaping through the air, a determined look on his face. He declares, well, no. I'm off. He flies over a city street, a woman with dark hair watches him from below, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency. She shouts, hey, wait a second. Hey. The woman is on a phone call, her voice strained. She says, yeah, me-ho. Did you hear about the situation? Right now, this is just. Her eyes widen in shock as she continues the call, a single word escaping her lips, Comrade Suk-young? The focus shifts to her eyes, reflecting the gravity of the situation. She thinks, died right in front of Comrade Jungwoo's eyes? The scene changes to a sterile, futuristic laboratory. A man in a white coat cries out in anguish, wah! Ah! He frantically works at a computer console, his voice filled with despair. He shouts, how can you leave like this? Why? How can you do this? Tears stream down his face as he collapses onto the console, his voice breaking. He cries out, you can't leave like this, Suk-young. The chapter opens with a close-up on a woman's distressed face, her dark hair partially obscuring her features. She wears a white lab coat over a red shirt, her expression one of intense worry. A dark object falls to the ground with a thud, followed by a violent impact that sends tremors through the earth. The camera pans to a figure kneeling by a body of water, their back to the viewer. The city lights twinkle in the distance, a stark contrast to the figure's solitary posture. This is Suk-hwan, the revival man, his blonde hair catching the faint light. A young woman with blonde hair, her face partially obscured by a black mask, cries out in despair. Tears stream down her cheeks as she whispers, Master. Her voice cracks with uncertainty as she continues, Master? Is it really true? The Eiffel Tower is visible in the background, suggesting her location. A scene shifts to a man on a phone call, his expression grim. He asks, then where is this Hwan Suk right now? Inside a building, someone shouts, hey, guard. What's happening outside? The scene is a DPC special quarantine facility. A guard laughs maniacally, saying, who on earth is coming that there's so much noise outside? Our armed guards have also been taken out. He's coming this way. A powerful force erupts, throwing guards across the room. The scene is chaotic and violent. A blinding flash of light erupted from a doorway, momentarily obscuring the figure within. Revealing Yun Young-ho, his face partially hidden behind a striking, black and gold mask, blood staining his pale skin and white hair. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. The scene shifted to a long corridor inside a prison, the air thick with anticipation. Guards patrolled the dimly lit halls, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, the prison doors burst open. A guard, startled, exclaimed, what's this? Can we really go? Another guard stood before him, his back splattered with blood. Yun Young-ho appeared, a narration box identifying him as an ex-100 cult member with a history of arson and murder. One of the guards, enraged, lunged at him, shouting, you shitty terrorist. Yun Young-ho effortlessly deflected the attack. A surge of electrical energy coursing from his body as he countered with a swift blow, sending the guard flying. A group of men, their faces etched with concern, stood in a dimly lit hallway. One of them, his mouth agape, uttered a single word, huh? Suddenly, a figure with silver hair and a dark mask appeared, delivering a swift, powerful kick that sent one of the men sprawling to the ground. Blood splattered across the floor. The remaining men reacted with shock and disbelief. Who is this bastard? Is he really the terrorist? One of them exclaimed. Another countered, but the terrorist doesn't kill people, right? The scene then shifted to reveal Young Se-hwan, whose identity was revealed as the XX-Oft accounting team leader, under the influence of the White Hundred cult. The narration box revealed that Young Se-hwan had been involved in 12 fraud cases and had killed 4 clan members. Simultaneously, a burst of energy erupted from the masked figure, striking another man with devastating force. Panic ensued as the masked figure's attacks continued. The remaining men screamed, move. Get out of the way. Further narration boxes identified 3 more individuals: Kim Kwang-hyun, head of strategic planning at the Baek Ryan Foundation, involved in drug dealing and murder; Bae Sang-hyuk, a security personnel, implicated in murder and 11 murder cases; and Book Jang-yoon, under the influence of the Taewon Group, involved in murder and 3 assault cases. Finally, Im Byung-wook was identified as being under the influence of Jang Jong, involved in robbery and murder. The masked figure continued their relentless assault, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. A narration box identified the group as a White Hundred cult sect. The masked figure, now standing over a fallen victim, was confronted by a man who shouted, "Terrorist!" The man identified the masked figure as Gorilla, a deacon affiliated with the White Hundred cult, and estimated his participation in 17 terror attacks and 14 murders worldwide. The final panel declared, "Death penalty." A wave of unease washed over him as he observed the figure before him, a chilling premonition gripping his heart. He knew he had to act, to intervene before disaster struck. "Suki," a woman exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. The situation was dire, she insisted, and a meeting with Miho was necessary to address the unfolding crisis. A man, interrupting their conversation, pleaded for an explanation of the current events. He was clearly agitated, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Weren't you guys on the same side as the terrorist?" he accused, his voice sharp with suspicion. The woman's response was immediate and furious. "Utterly preposterous," she spat, her face contorted in rage. "You bastards," she roared, her anger palpable. "Honestly, don't you guys already know that the terrorist isn't a bad guy?" he exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. The woman's eyes blazed with fury as she revealed a shocking truth. "All of you have been living quite comfortably," she seethed. "You praise or curse him whenever you feel like it, and there are no repercussions for cursing him since he's the terrorist." Her words hung heavy in the air, a stark revelation of a twisted reality. The chilling revelation that the terrorist hasn't made up his mind to actually become evil. The weight of this statement hung heavy in the air, leaving the reader with a sense of impending doom. A high-angle shot reveals a scene of carnage. A figure, seemingly lifeless, lies sprawled across a metal walkway high above a chasm filled with bodies. Crimson stains the floor, a grim testament to a brutal battle. A lone figure, silhouetted against the blood-soaked floor, stands amidst the fallen. His silver hair is stark against the dark surroundings, his posture radiating an aura of quiet menace. The figure is revealed to be a man with striking features, silver hair, a crimson-stained suit, and a distinctive mask obscuring his lower face. Blood splatters across his attire, hinting at the ferocity of the conflict. He observes the scene, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. But finishing it up this way is going to take some time, he thinks, his gaze lingering on a bloody hand. A surge of energy erupts from him, a brilliant blue light that crackles with raw power. "Now then, the next step should obviously be dash," he mutters, a sinister glint in his eyes. The energy blasts outward, shattering a nearby window and sending shards of glass flying. The man is thrown backward by the force of his own attack. He lands hard, a look of surprise on his face. "I hoped you wouldn't interfere," he thinks, his eyes narrowing as he sees someone approaching. "I thought you would have understood me at least," he continues, his voice laced with a hint of betrayal. A woman with long, dark hair and intense eyes charges towards him, wielding a spear. "Suki," she shouts, her expression a mixture of anger and determination as she closes in for the attack. The title card for Terror vs. Revival appears, signaling the start of a new chapter. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his expression grim. A speech bubble above him declares, "Look at your face." He continues, his voice laced with bitter irony, "It looks like that of a rat soaked in blood. How could I not try to stop you?" A sudden burst of energy erupts from him, a powerful surge of light and motion. The city around him is a blur of motion as he unleashes a devastating attack. A woman with dark hair confronts him, her voice sharp with accusation. "Did you kill them? Did you kill everyone inside the prison?" He responds calmly, "I only judge the people who deserve to die." He adds, with a hint of regret, "But of course, it's a pity. There weren't people who didn't deserve it." The woman attacks again, shouting, "That's vigilantism. You can't do that." She continues, "Uncontrolled justice is more dangerous than evil. Even though you still did it." The man, seemingly unfazed, murmurs, "I'm amazed." A young man, dressed in a simple white shirt and dark pants, vehemently insisted that he was a college student. His voice, filled with frustration, echoed in the air, punctuated by the crackling energy that surrounded him. Above him, a figure with silver hair and dark clothing loomed, a powerful aura emanating from them. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue and orange explosion, erupted from the ground below. Inside a speeding car, a woman with dark hair and a serious expression sat calmly. She was Director Kim, and her focus was intense. She explained that they were currently investigating young Woo Min's motives, and that even Russia would soon know about Dr. Min's death. Once that happened, she would leave the interception to Director Kim. Her gaze hardened as she considered the fate of lead scientist Kim Bong-chun and Lilia. A question formed in her mind: could the future be changed? In a high-tech laboratory, a man with long, dark hair frantically tried to make contact, shouting into a communication device. His subordinate reported that all communications in the area were down, and that the DPC had blocked access to their entrance. A man with long, dark purple hair and a sinister smirk glared intensely. His eyes, sharp and bright, held a chilling glint. Seriously, Won Mi-ho, that bitch. Is she saying I'll be a future traitor? He gripped a silver briefcase tightly, his knuckles white. In the background, other figures watched anxiously. And no way. You're going to leave? He stood tall, the briefcase still in hand, his expression hardening. A logo of a cartoon duck was visible on the case. My family is being tortured. A surge of blue energy erupted from him, a powerful wave of raw power. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The energy intensified, swirling around him like a tempest. He launched a powerful attack, a blinding flash of light and energy. He unleashed a devastating blow, his fist a blur of motion. His eyes burned with fierce determination. From above, a young man with white hair and a bloody, red and black mask fell, his eyes glowing an eerie pink. He looked severely injured. A powerful energy blast erupted, engulfing the area in a wave of searing heat and light. The force of the blast sent a young woman flying backwards, her body a projectile through the air. The masked man crashed to the ground, his body battered and broken, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Amidst a chaotic scene, one figure, clad in simple attire and wielding a spear, calmly addressed his opponent, a bloodied man with wild, white hair. Let's stop this, comrade, he urged, now's the time to cool our heads. The bloodied man scoffed, his words laced with disbelief. Cool my head? Why should I do that right now, he retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He continued, you're in a state where you can't judge properly. I doubt you're in your right mind with how Mr. Suk-hwan ended up and all. A young woman with dark blue hair watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of concern and defiance. Meanwhile, the bloodied man, Suk-hwan, remained unmoved. I don't care about that. Both my father and I have been prepared to become like this. Stop with the nonsense and get out of my way, he declared, his voice hard and resolute. The spear-wielding woman, Min Jong-yu, stood firm, her gaze unwavering. I refuse. Don't fall any lower than this, comrade, she retorted, her voice filled with determination. Suk-hwan's eyes narrowed, his anger escalating. You don't know anything, he roared, a surge of dark energy crackling around him. Suk-hwan unleashed a powerful attack, a wave of intense energy engulfing him. The text overheat phase 3 appeared, indicating the extent of his power. Jong-yu countered with a swift, precise movement, deflecting the attack with a brilliant display of skill. The clash of their powers created a blinding explosion of light and energy, leaving both combatants reeling from the force of the impact. Suk-hwan staggered, clearly weakened. Jong-yu, despite her own injuries, launched a final, desperate attack, sending Suk-hwan flying through the air with a pained cry. A surge of raw power erupted from Suk-hwan, his body crackling with energy as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact sending tremors through the very ground beneath him. Blood streamed down his face, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. Suk-hwan roared, I do know, you brat. Min Jong-yu, battered but unyielding, countered, why would I not? How could I not? Jong-yu continued, his voice strained, how wouldn't I know the feeling of a broken heart from losing a loved one? For 10,000 years. It's a pain I couldn't get used to, not even once. Suk-hwan's eyes softened slightly. That's enough now, comrade. What you need right now is not rage, but tears. A surge of golden energy pulsed from Suk-hwan's hand. He whispered, his gaze intense, you coordinate the good and the bad of the world. Jong-yu, his expression unreadable, replied, you should definitely understand the current me. A figure with blonde hair and dark clothing walked across a desolate, cracked landscape. A body lay lifeless in the distance, amidst the ruins. He muttered, what are you saying? Before shouting, Suki Kong. A woman with long blonde hair, wearing a black mask and jacket, ran through a futuristic cityscape. Her expression was one of urgency and determination as she shouted, get the young master away from here. Right now. The scene shifted to a young woman with dark hair, her clothes stained with blood. She looked up in surprise, questioning, Lilia? How did you know about this place? The blonde woman responded, you fool, look around you. You came back to Yongsan. The blonde woman continued, her voice sharp and urgent, you can't let the young master get any closer than this. The dark-haired woman, her face etched with worry and exhaustion, looked down at the injured figure on the ground. Blood stained his white hair. Her eyes blazing with anger, she addressed the injured man, you brat, don't tell me you. The injured man, his face partially obscured, spoke weakly, Suki, what the world needs right now is Complete destruction. The dark-haired woman lunged forward, her fist raised in a furious attack, while the blonde woman prepared a counterattack. The injured man, his face hidden, clutched his head in pain. The word call out appeared below him. A figure with short, white hair, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a fiery inferno. His arms were outstretched, as if embracing the flames. Then, he turned, revealing a sinister smile and glowing pink eyes. He demanded, "Call out my name." He continued, proposing a contract. "Then, I shall propose a new contract to you. It will not accept anything other than this contract, no matter what you do. Your goal may be to manifest through me, but you won't be able to display as much strength as your true body can." He added, "I shall call your name when I'm ready." The scene shifted to show a dark figure, partially obscured, clad in a red shirt and dark gloves. The response came, simple and resolute, "I accept the contract." Black feathers fell like rain around the figure, now fully revealed in a dark suit, his face stained with blood. His eyes still glowed with an unnatural pink light. His name was revealed, Atrahazes. A young woman with long blonde hair and a young man with short, silver hair are shown in a kitchen. The young man, while washing dishes, mentions that his mother's hometown, Tongyeon, is a beautiful place with blue seas and gorgeous sunsets, adding that his father suggested they visit together as a family. He continues, suggesting that when they have the time, they should go on a trip with their father. The young man adds that this trip should include his sister, Bong Chun, emphasizing the importance of their family. A scene shift shows a woman with long blonde hair, wearing a black mask, running. She declares, "I accept the contract." Amidst a flurry of black feathers, a man with short, silver hair and intense eyes, dressed in a sharp black suit, appears. The word Atrahazes is displayed prominently. The blonde woman from the previous panel shouts, "Young master." A powerful energy blast erupts, filling the panel with bright light and energy. A blinding flash of light erupted from a building, shattering its structure and sending debris flying. A woman with long blonde hair, clad in black leather and a mask, swung an axe with fierce determination, a grunt escaping her lips as she moved with surprising speed. Her eyes, visible through the mask's slits, were wide with intensity as she continued her assault. Observing the scene from a distance, a man with dark hair and a patterned jacket felt a surge of unease. He muttered to himself, questioning if the woman was accepting the power of a mysterious entity. The blonde woman's back was to the viewer, a shadowy, monstrous figure loomed behind her, its presence palpable. Meanwhile, a young man with long white hair, dressed in casual clothing, raised his hands, and a surge of golden energy erupted from him. His expression was grim as he realized something had happened, and he needed to act quickly. With a determined shout, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The energy beam shot skyward, a brilliant column of light piercing the atmosphere. The resulting impact created a massive vortex of energy, engulfing everything in its path. Min Jongyu, a young woman with striking white hair, stared in disbelief as her power vanished. A look of pure shock and confusion etched itself onto her features, her eyes wide with alarm. To be exact, a booming voice echoed, it transferred to a different plane. The source of the voice was a shadowy figure, powerful and imposing, with horns that suggested a demonic nature. "Because," the voice continued, "Suki, your power can reach me directly, even if it's a power you've inherited." The figure stood tall and menacing, a dark aura swirling around him. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by a mask, looked on from a distance. He muttered, "Young master." The horned figure's gaze hardened, his expression one of cold calculation. His eyes narrowed, a chilling realization dawning on him. "Is it that place?" he thought, a sense of dread washing over him. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A fierce collision of energy erupted as he slammed into something. A destructive force sending shockwaves through the area, leaving behind a trail of devastation. A woman with long black hair stood amidst the wreckage, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. The scene opens with Atrahazes, a striking figure with long dark hair and ornate golden earrings, her expression unreadable. She stands before a shimmering, technological backdrop, radiating an aura of power and mystery. A powerful foot descends, crushing debris beneath it, the impact echoing the immense force about to be unleashed. Atrahazes observes the attack, a slight surprise evident in her posture as she notes the unexpected resilience of her opponent's shield. Her adversary, a man with gray hair and horns, unleashes a devastating attack, aiming to obliterate everything in his path except for the machine he intends to use to restore his body. He comments on the surprising strength of her defenses. Atrahazes' expression shifts as she recognizes her opponent, a hint of grim determination hardening her features. She speaks his name, Atrahazes, a question laced with both recognition and a hint of something else. He responds with a formal greeting, acknowledging her memory of him. She counters, stating that forgetting him would be impossible. She then accuses him of causing the world's current state of decay, blaming him for the seeds of destruction he sowed long ago. Atrahazes' face contorts in anger, her voice sharp as she calls him a disgrace to their clan. he retorts, mocking her weakness and past abandonment, highlighting her inability to receive the clan's blessing. She questions his motives, wondering if he seeks to reclaim the body sealed by the prophet. Finally, he declares his intention to challenge the queen once more, his words echoing his unwavering resolve. A man with long, dark hair and a stern expression, adorned in an ornate, dark robe, stood amidst a chaotic backdrop of flickering screens. His gaze was intense, conveying a sense of power and authority. He questioned, "Who would let you do that?" Suddenly, a figure with short, silver hair and devil-like horns materialized, surrounded by a vibrant blue energy field. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and dark, shadowy wings sprouted from his back. He seemed to have arrived unexpectedly. The man in the robe watched, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He muttered to himself, "This is teleportation? I can't believe I couldn't sense it." He continued his internal monologue, focusing on the newly arrived figure. "I'm sure he lost his strength. How does he have this ability?" A sudden realization dawned on him. "I see." The scene shifted to a dark, ominous landscape. A voice, seemingly disembodied, spoke, "That's unexpected. The dark desires of humans you have been collecting for a long time to save your sister from hell. With this many, you will be able to open the portal soon. Are you going to use it for yourself?" The man in the robe responded, his expression unwavering. "Rather than losing everything because of a second's carelessness, I'll gladly wait another 100 years. The silver-haired figure's eye glowed intensely, a purple light emanating from within. He unleashed a powerful attack. A destructive force causing widespread devastation to the city below. A building collapsing in a shower of debris. A woman with dark hair and intense eyes appeared, shouting, "Not yet, this crazy bastard." A powerful blast engulfed the scene, sending debris flying in all directions. A figure, seemingly female, with long dark hair, was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. The impact leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The vibrant blue and yellow hues of the energy blast contrasted sharply with the dark, ominous clouds gathering overhead. Amidst the chaos, a man with short, white hair, horns, and glowing purple eyes stood defiant. He declared, with chilling certainty, that it was no use. He unleashed another devastating attack, a wave of searing energy that sent the figure hurtling further into the ravaged landscape, leaving behind a crater where he stood. The ground trembled from the sheer force of the attack. The horned man's expression remained cold and unyielding. His gaze was fixed on something beyond the immediate destruction. In a separate scene, a masked woman with blonde hair moved with lethal grace, her actions hinting at a dark purpose. A narration box revealed that the Black Wings clan fulfilled the dark desires of humanity. The blonde woman confronted a shadowy figure, her movements sharp and precise. She angrily noted that the young master had not stated his wish earlier. The horned man, observing from a distance, questioned the blonde woman's abilities, mocking her efforts. He pointedly stated that he was in control of the body. As the blonde woman's attack faltered, the horned man's words hung heavy in the air. His control over the body seemed absolute, a chilling display of power. Sukwon, the revival man, found himself submerged in a churning, icy blue expanse. Shattered fragments of what looked like frozen water surrounded him, a testament to a recent, violent struggle. As he struggled to break free from the icy grip. Above him, a shadowy figure, Min Jongyu, the terror man, with horns subtly visible, prepared to deliver another blow. The scene was a chaotic ballet of ice and shadow. Sukwon, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and fury, broke free from the ice. He glared at his opponent, his fiery red hair a stark contrast to the cold blue of his surroundings. "That's none of your business," he snarled. "I have a lot to say to young woman." Jongyu, unfazed, responded with a chilling command, "Come out of that body right now, you bastard." The confrontation was far from over. Sukwon, his face contorted in rage, confronted young woman. "What are you doing, young woman? Why are you acting like this?" He questioned whether this was the justice Young Woo had spoken of. A mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness, observed the scene, admitting to having doubts initially, but ultimately felt the power emanating from the man, Hwan Suk. Hwan Suk, explaining that he had made a hasty decision, promised to teleport Young Woo to Min Jong-yu's location within 3 seconds. Sukwon warned that Young Woo had already given his body to the Black Wings and urged him to stop. The scene shifted to show Jung Woo's body shattering as he was seemingly overtaken by a dark force. However, a close-up on Hwan Suk's eyes revealed a glint of something else. He noted that Young Woo was still weak, as Young Woo lunged at Min Jong-yu, who was now revealed to have horns and a sinister appearance. A final panel shows a close-up on Min Jong-yu's eye, revealing a malevolent purple glow. A surge of dark energy erupted from Min Jong-yu, the terror man, his form silhouetted against a maelstrom of purple and gold. His power, raw and destructive, threatened to consume everything. The chaotic energy swirling around him like a tempest. A stark contrast to the controlled, violet energy emanating from Sukwon's outstretched hand, the revival man. His expression was one of grim determination. A palpable sense of power radiating from him as he channeled his abilities. The word desire appeared in a thought bubble above him, highlighting his unwavering focus. Seokwon's counterattack was swift and decisive. A blinding flash of light engulfed Min Jongyu, who cried out in pain. The force of the blast sent two figures, a woman with blonde hair and a man with brown hair, sprawling across a watery surface. The man, clearly surprised, exclaimed, "Oh shit." The woman, wielding an axe, addressed the man, "Comrade Seokwon? When did you come?" The woman continued, "I hesitated for a moment. If I had cut a little deeper, I could have succeeded." He noted the effectiveness of the attack, sensing his power waning. The woman's internal monologue confirmed her assessment, "My attack was effective. I can see his power slipping away from him." A man with long dark hair and ornate earrings, his face etched with a chilling intensity, is shown against a backdrop of swirling purple energy. The word desire is prominently displayed below him. A close-up shows a hand reaching out, fingers splayed, as if manipulating the very fabric of reality. The purple energy intensifies around it. And a powerful surge of energy erupts, engulfing the figure as they unleash a wave of dark power upon the world. The word people appears above them. Suddenly, a man in a suit is flung through the air, caught in a maelstrom of chaotic energy. He plummets towards a vortex of dark energy. As another figure, this one with short, gray hair and a skull-like mask, appears, chains of energy crackling around him. He prepares to counterattack, releasing a blinding flash of light and energy that cuts through the air, revealing a horned figure in a suit, his power surging. He moves with terrifying speed and unleashes a devastating attack, a torrent of energy aimed at his opponent. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the city. The impact of the attack leaves the woman momentarily stunned, but she remains defiant. A shadowy figure, seemingly made of darkness and chains, lunged forward, attempting to bind a silver-haired man. The silver-haired man, however, smirked, a glint of defiance in his eyes, as he effortlessly deflected the attack. A young man with heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one gold, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of shock and fury. The silver-haired man, now ensnared by the dark chains, struggled against their binding power. A monstrous, shadowy creature emerged from the depths below, its form writhing with dark energy. A terrifying spectacle that filled the young man with dread. He cursed, realizing their escape was now impossible. Meanwhile, a powerful man with long, dark hair groaned in pain, his face contorted in a grimace. His opponent, the silver-haired man, mocking his continued strength despite the loss of his wings. With a final, desperate roar, the dark-haired man unleashed a powerful technique, Atra. Hazes. The silver-haired man, observing the dark-haired man's struggle, pondered how long he could continue to delay him, given the immense power he had accumulated from countless human desires. The scene shifted to a chaotic aerial battle. A powerful, red-haired man fought against the silver-haired man, while a young woman with dark hair watched from below, caught in the crossfire of their destructive powers. The young woman, desperate, cried out for help, calling out to a comrade named Hwan Suk. Seokwon, his eyes blazing with crimson fury, snarled, "How childish. You think you can defeat me like Aldosari?" He lunged forward, a blur of motion, aiming a fierce blow at his opponent. But his attack was met with a swift counter. The other man, his face obscured by shadow, effortlessly deflected the blow. A chilling smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Attack me to your heart's content." Seokwon unleashed another furious assault, his blows raining down on his adversary, but to no avail. The other man remained unmoved, his expression unchanging. "Nothing will change, after all," he stated calmly. The fight concluded with the mysterious man lying defeated on the ground, only to be followed by a close-up of Min Jongyu, her eyes wide with concern as she watched the scene unfold. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Jongyu's face was etched with worry, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Seokwon groaned in pain, "Shit, that hurts like hell." Seokwon, a sinister grin spreading across his face, revealed, I'll tell you. Those bastards are trying to recreate heaven and earth with everything they have." A young woman with dark hair, nursing a drink, recounted her harrowing experience. She had endured immense suffering, witnessing the deaths and injuries of those around her at the hands of a ruthless individual. The man, she bitterly reflected, was so callous that he even shot his own mother, believing his weakness had been exposed. Despite her anger and grief, a pragmatic thought crossed her mind: his death was ultimately a good thing. However, she then recalled something she had learned from someone named Lilia. That the deceased man, Young-woo Min's only best friend, was none other than Kim Min-hyuk. A man with reddish-brown hair, his face partially obscured by bandages, added a surprising detail: despite being an enemy to their president, Kim Min-hyuk was his only best friend. The dark-haired woman found this revelation intriguing. And the reddish-brown-haired man, grimacing, admitted that despite their complicated history, they had never properly resolved their issues. He then reflected on his comrade's unwavering nature. No matter the circumstances, he never gave up, a testament to his strength and resolve. The dark-haired woman, his teacher, expressed her determination to not be outdone, vowing to fight with everything she had. With a surge of energy, she unleashed a powerful display of her abilities, hoping to prove herself worthy of her title as his teacher. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans, stood amidst a chaotic scene. A large truck hurtled towards her, its trajectory suggesting an imminent collision. But with a burst of speed and agility, she effortlessly dodged the oncoming vehicle, the truck crashing into the background with a deafening roar, leaving her momentarily stunned. Dust and debris settled, revealing a figure emerging from the wreckage. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the man, Kim Bong-chun. Kim Bong-chun, a man with dark, messy hair and a sinister grin, emerged from the wreckage of the truck. He was clearly the cause of the chaos. His voice boomed, "I'm here to end this mess." A young woman with fiery orange hair, clad in a black leather jacket, moved with impossible speed, dodging a runaway truck that careened through the city streets, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic collision. Peering through the truck's shattered window, she recognized a figure within and gasped, "Kim Bong-chun?" Inside the truck, a man with dark, spiky hair and a sinister grin explained, "I couldn't contact One Miho because that blocked off all the lines, so I didn't know where you guys were. But it's a relief that it was on the radio as breaking news." He paused, eyes widening in shock as he looked out the window, uttering a confused, "Huh?" Elsewhere, a man with vibrant red hair roared in fury, his face contorted in a grimace, while a man with short, gray hair and piercing eyes watched him with a grim expression. A figure, cloaked in darkness and radiating an ominous aura, stood amidst a maelstrom of chaotic energy. Tendrils of shadow snaked around him, their tips crackling with malevolent power. Meanwhile, a man with fiery orange hair clutched his head in agony, a guttural cry escaping his lips. His face contorted in pain, a stark contrast to the calm menace of the figure in the previous panel. The scene shifted abruptly. Two figures, a man with long black hair and a woman with blonde hair and a mask, appeared amidst the chaos. "Oh shit," the man exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. The woman, equally surprised, retorted, "Dude, what the hell are you here for?" A third individual, a man with dark brown hair, watched the unfolding events with a mixture of shock and grim determination. He muttered to himself, "He still has this much strength." The masked woman, seemingly undeterred, braced herself. "Hold on tight, Yak," she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. "Don't let go of that chain." A burst of energy erupted from her, a wave of icy blue power. "This is the last one," she declared, her resolve unwavering. "We have to take this chance." The raw power of her attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The blonde woman, Suki, warned her companion, "If you use too much power." A desperate battle raged. One combatant, his face obscured by a blinding aura of blue energy, declared, "No. If we fail here today, we'll be going to hell anyway." His opponent, a figure with horns and a sinister smirk, watched with cold amusement. "That attack again? All I need to do is transfer it again." The horned figure unleashed another wave of dark energy. But the first combatant, despite the onslaught, pushed back with renewed determination. He gritted, "You really don't know when to give up. If we don't give up, we won't lose." The horned figure scoffed, "You still keep trying. You keep talking about Aldosari this and that. Sounds like you've never eaten one of my punches." With a roar, the first combatant launched a powerful counterattack, a blinding flash of light erupting from his body. Another ally, a woman with long black hair, urged him on, shouting, "Get him, Comrade Huan Suk." The horned figure, however, remained unfazed, muttering, "I can't relax. It'll be bad if I get hit by Kong Suki's attack now." The first combatant's attack connected, but the result was unexpected. A scream of pain tore from his lips. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the conflict, accompanied by a deafening roar. The air crackled with raw energy as an unseen force tore through the scene. A woman with striking dark hair and intense eyes strained with effort, her face contorted in a grimace. "A little bit more," she urged, pushing herself beyond her limits. But the exertion proved too much. She stumbled back, a look of shock and disbelief etched on her features as she gasped. Meanwhile, a pair of hands, glowing faintly, appeared in the frame. A soft, ethereal light emanated from them. A close-up revealed a man's eye, wide with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding. "And no," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. Elsewhere, a figure slumped to the ground, their form obscured by shadow and dust. The scene was painted in dark, ominous reds. A sudden burst of energy propelled a young man with fiery red hair into action. He moved with a speed that defied the eye. He launched himself into the fray, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a futuristic cityscape. The impact was devastating. A man with striking white hair and dark clothing emerged from the chaos, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Good job. You guys could have ended me just now, he observed, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The red-haired youth, his face contorted in rage, spat out a venomous curse. You fucking asshole, he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. A hand, holding a small, dark device, emerged from the shadows. The figure, obscured by darkness, spoke with a harsh tone, sorry to break it to you, but it's not over yet, you bastard. The camera panned to a man with striking white hair and piercing purple eyes. His expression was one of grim determination, his face etched with the marks of past battles. Meanwhile, another man, with dark, flowing hair, stood before a large rocket launcher, a manic grin spreading across his face as he prepared to launch it. He shouted a command, his voice filled with unrestrained fury. The white-haired man watched, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw the rocket launch. What's that? A rocket? No way, he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. A third figure, his back to the viewer, observed the scene from a distance. He muttered to himself, his voice low and filled with unease, what's this? I feel really uneasy. The dark-haired man, still grinning, taunted his opponent. You should have expected this much when you handed over your horn to us. He then launched another rocket, shouting, eat this and let our young master go, you bastard. A narration box revealed the name of the project, Project Wallozia, Prototype Bonlozia. The dark-haired man commanded the rocket, go. Bonlozia. The rocket streaked across the sky, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Meanwhile, the white-haired man prepared to counter, muttering, I guess I'll have to transfer you as well, Kim Bong-chun. Suk-hwan, the revival man, and Min Jong-yu, the terror man, faced off. A surge of purple energy emanated from Jong-yu's hands as he unleashed a powerful attack. Jong-yu's attack left Suk-hwan reeling, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He muttered in disbelief, questioning what had just transpired. Suk-hwan's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he glared at Jong-yu. He spat out a venomous challenge, you see, asshole? Meanwhile, Jong-yu smirked, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he declared, it worked. A massive energy blast erupted from Jong-yu, a destructive force that threatened to consume everything in its path. The narration box declared, this is the end. A missile hurtled towards the earth, its fiery trail illuminating the night sky. This was the end, or so it seemed. Two figures, silhouetted against the blazing light, plummeted from the sky, desperately trying to escape the impending explosion. One of them, a man with horns and piercing eyes, landed hard, his body shuddering from the impact. The chains have been released, he thought, so why can't I move my body? He wondered if this paralysis stemmed from the lingering effects of a past encounter or the damage inflicted by the resurrector. A surge of purple energy erupted from within him, causing him to recoil in surprise. His companion, a man with fiery red hair, also reacted with alarm. The horned man's eyes widened in horror. No. This, he realized, a cold dread gripping his heart. He was losing control of his own body. He recalled a contract, a pact made long ago, and questioned why this was happening now. A powerful energy projectile, glowing crimson and surrounded by swirling energy rings, hurtled through the night sky above a sprawling cityscape. The projectile continued its trajectory, leaving a bright trail in its wake. The time constraints were evident, the creator lamented that the time allotted was too short to complete the process properly. From a distance, a man in a white lab coat watched the projectile's impact. He mused that under normal circumstances, analyzing the ingredients would have taken years. Despite the rushed process, he seemed satisfied, stating that it couldn't be helped. He then declared that he left the original circular extract intact, challenging whoever was watching to eat that. The projectile impacted, unleashing a massive explosion of energy. The man in the lab coat proudly declared it his magnum opus. In the aftermath of the explosion, a young woman with long black hair, Suki, was the only one who could see what was happening in the sky. Her supernatural eyes allowing her to perceive the unseen. Meanwhile, another man, with fiery red hair, was surprised that his target remained motionless, despite his expectation that the man would flee when his chains broke. He found himself face to face with a pale-skinned man with white hair and a single, curved horn protruding from his forehead. The man's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. A man with fiery red hair stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. His mouth was slightly agape, a silent gasp escaping him. No way, young woman? A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a simple white top and dark bottoms, looked down at the ground below, a look of concern etched on her face. The ground was cracked and fractured, a chaotic energy radiating from it. What's this? The surrounding area was engulfed in a powerful, destructive force. Two figures, a man and a woman, fell from the sky, caught in the blast. The woman, suspended precariously above the chasm, shouted at the man falling towards the explosion below. What are you trying to do, yak? Stop, you brat. The woman unleashed a wave of dark energy, her eyes blazing with intensity. Don't say such stupid things. Did you think I wouldn't know what that machine is? Even if I get hurt, I can just wait and watch the transmitter break. A fiery orb of energy launched from the woman's hand, hurtling towards the falling man. The impact was immense, a blinding flash of light and energy. The man, seemingly unharmed, looked up, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, "Not yet." The red-haired man, now falling towards the ground, looked up in confusion and fear. What? A figure with short, light pink hair is shown, seemingly recoiling from an intense burst of light and energy. The image is dynamic, suggesting a powerful force impacting the character. The scene shifts to a man with dark hair and a stern expression. His hands are glowing with purple energy, and his face is contorted in anger. He mutters to himself, confirming his distrust of humanity. He unleashes a furious outburst, vowing to exact revenge for the harm he has suffered. A bright pink energy wave erupts from the man, radiating outwards in a powerful display of energy. A massive, swirling vortex of pink and yellow energy engulfs the city, radiating immense power and destruction. The perspective shifts to a blonde-haired individual, their face contorted in pain and agony as they are seemingly caught in the energy blast. Their body is strained, and their expression reflects intense suffering. A shout echoed through the debris-strewn landscape. Someone urged caution, warning of potential victims still trapped beneath the rubble. The next day dawned, revealing the extent of the devastation. Heavy machinery worked tirelessly to clear the rubble, but the air was thick with apprehension. A news reporter, broadcasting live, announced that a crowd of 10,000 citizens had gathered before the DPC headquarters. Comprising office workers on leave, students whose schools were closed, and even the grieving families of the victims. Their unified demand resonated through the city: the DPC must be disbanded. The protesters' anger was palpable, they denounced the DPC as a breeding ground for evil. He explained that, as the sole survivor of yesterday's incident caught on camera, he felt a responsibility to act. He believed that by taking responsibility, he might at least partially quell the public's outrage. The woman, seemingly understanding, inquired about Director Kim's instructions. The man relayed that he had been told to remain silent and wait for the situation to de-escalate. Following Kim Bong-chun's detonation of a small explosive device, a swirling vortex of intense energy erupted. Young Woo-min, Lilia, and he disappeared into its chaotic heart. Yak's dimensional transmitter, the target of Young Woo-min's attack, vanished as well. Suki, currently occupied with Yak, instructed her team to await the results. A man with a mustache and sunglasses, his expression one of knowing amusement, spoke. He claimed to be unfamiliar with Young Woo-min's companions. But he knew them intimately, having once fought alongside them as their enemy. The image of Young Woo-min, Lilia, and Kim Bong-chun, the former terrorists, vanishing together, filled the panel. The gravity of the situation was emphasized, turning the trio, who played pivotal roles in the DPC, into enemies was a dangerous game. The speaker warned that they would likely act together soon, necessitating swift action to apprehend them. The situation was deemed the worst-case scenario. However, a glimmer of hope remained: Suki and her company could be trusted. In a hallway, a young man with reddish-brown hair embraced a young woman with long dark hair, pulling her into a room. The man, described as a pitiful newbie, held her close as she cried. Despite the dire circumstances, a small measure of relief was found in the fact that the absolute worst outcome had been averted. A man with sunglasses and a mustache, his face partially obscured, questioned someone off-panel. He demanded to know what they were talking about. Captain Jang Deokman pointed out a crucial oversight. He reminded the other person that they had been spending a long time in this place, and there was one thing they seemed to have forgotten. That no one had given up, not even at this moment. The panel showed a large axe planted in the ground near a grave, suggesting a somber and resolute atmosphere. The scene shifted to a forest path. A young man with dark hair and a black jacket stood facing a young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a leather jacket, carrying an axe. Tension hung heavy in the air. Another young man, this one with short, gray hair and bandages on his face, observed the scene from behind the first young man. His expression was serious and watchful. The blonde woman addressed the young man with gray hair, calling him young master. She stated her purpose: she had come to settle things. The scene opens on a young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, pulled back in a loose ponytail. She is dressed in a black leather jacket and dark pants, her expression stern and serious. A speech bubble above her reads, "Young master." A young man with short, silvery white hair and a bandage on his forehead appears, his gaze intense. He states, "I came to settle things." The blonde woman and the young man stand facing each other in a sun-dappled forest clearing. Tension hangs heavy in the air between them. The blonde woman continues, explaining, "I'm talking about our oath. It's my job to do the killing, and it's your job to save people from dying." She turns her back, her shoulders slumping slightly. Her words carry a weight of sorrow, that was our reason for living. But now, you've gone and killed people. The blonde woman's voice hardens. You've committed a sin that you can't turn back from once you start. She levels a sharp gaze at him, her voice laced with anguish. Just why did you do it? A man in a dark coat stood solemnly before a freshly turned patch of earth, a woman with blonde hair watching from a distance. The scene was set in a secluded area of a forest, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken grief. The man, his silver hair catching the sunlight, recounted the events leading to this moment. He explained that upon regaining consciousness, his father's body had been retrieved and brought to this desolate place by Bong Chun-hyun, necessitating a hasty, unceremonious burial. He addressed the blonde woman, Lililia, assuring her of the secrecy surrounding this secluded burial ground, known to less than 5 people. He emphasized its significance as a place where even in death, one could disappear and be forgotten. Lililia's gaze fell upon a simple, unmarked grave. The image of the tombstone, etched with the characters for mother and father, brought a fresh wave of sorrow. She reflected on the finality of death, her thoughts lingering on her parents. The man, lost in thought, questioned the nature of societal progress. He pondered whether humanity's advancement had been fueled by destruction and hatred, a stark contrast to the peaceful setting around them. He reminisced about his past as Terror Man, initially using playful tactics to prevent disasters. The image shifted to a chaotic scene of a bridge collapsing amidst a traffic jam, a stark contrast to his previous methods. But the recent summoning of a world-destroying demon highlighted the escalation of his methods. The panel showed a dramatic scene of 2 figures battling the demon, one of them seemingly injured. The man continued his reflection, suggesting that a complete destruction of the world might be a necessary step for a meaningful end. The image showed a powerful energy blast. He envisioned a scenario where they would disappear from the world, followed by a perfect destruction that would completely change everything. She vehemently rejected the idea, highlighting the inherent value of human life and questioning the point of such drastic measures if everyone were to perish. At a gravesite, a man with dark hair and a woman with long blonde hair stood amidst a somber atmosphere. The man, dressed in black, scoffed at the woman's claim that things don't go extinct easily. He dismissed her words as nonsense, certain no one would believe such a thing. Meanwhile, the woman, her expression pleading, simply repeated, "Please." The man's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a terrifying power emanating from within. He uttered a single, defiant word, "Believe it." The blonde woman's face, etched with worry, was partially visible. Her eyes widened in apprehension. A grave warning hung in the air: in a few days, Atrahasis would return. The man, his face partially obscured, revealed his desperate plan: when that time came, he would be gone from this world forever. He resolved to find Yak's dimensional transmitter. Despite the woman's pleas, he declared that if she continued to stand in his way, he wouldn't forgive her, not even Lilia. He stated that he wouldn't fight her, at least not there. His foot came down heavily on the ground. The woman clarified that this didn't mean she would help him. Their relationship ended the moment he broke his oath. She explained that she wanted to bring her master some flowers, but she arrived in a hurry, so she couldn't. In a sudden, violent movement, the woman ripped out a chunk of her own hair. The man caught the falling strands. Min Jongyu, a woman with fiery blonde hair and a determined expression, stood beside Sukwon, a man with short, silver hair, as they observed a large, golden orb emanating a strange energy. Golden tendrils snaked out from the orb, spreading across the verdant landscape. Jongyu addressed Sukwon, her voice firm. She warned him that their next encounter would be as enemies. Jongyu's smile was sharp, hinting at the intensity of their future conflict. She emphasized that this wouldn't be a simple fight, it would be far more brutal than their previous encounters. Jongyu, seemingly unburdened by the gravity of her words, expressed a longing for a peaceful retirement, a stark contrast to the violent path she was currently on. She walked away, leaving Sukwon alone with his thoughts. Sukwon remained, a pensive expression etched on his face. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he contemplated the weight of Jongyu's words. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a sprawling metropolis, a stark contrast to the serene countryside where Sukwon and Jongyu had just parted ways. Back in the city, Jongyu was greeted by a colleague who complimented her new haircut. Jongyu, however, was more interested in discussing the recent events. Her colleague noted that young Woo Min had returned, seemingly recovered, but Jongyu's return alone suggested a rift between them. Jongyu's colleague speculated that the young master wanted them to believe he was unstoppable, but in reality, he wanted them to stop him. The need for a team became apparent. A plan was formed, a team to seize the dimensional transmitter and stop the young master. Jongyu's colleague expressed optimism, mentioning Sukwon and Suki as potential allies, along with another mysterious individual. An overflowing ashtray filled with cigarette butts dominated the scene. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: what could possibly account for such a quantity of discarded cigarettes? The answer, it seemed, lay in the woman's chillingly calm demeanor as she reached for a lighter. She had concluded that death by lung cancer would be a preferable alternative to her current circumstances. A young woman with dark hair slumped over a computer, her expression one of profound weariness. Beside her, a blonde woman in a leather jacket posed a question, her tone laced with a hint of unsettling persuasion: join the White Hundred cult? The blonde's proposition was met with immediate and visceral disgust. What the fuck is this nonsense again? She muttered, her annoyance evident. The dark-haired woman sighed, a weary acceptance coloring her features. I'm repeating it again. A news report flashed across the screen, detailing a disastrous police and military operation. 30 minutes prior, a large-scale arrest operation had been initiated at the Yongsan site, but it had ended in utter failure. The criminals had overpowered the authorities, and in the process, had only seemed to become more enraged. Suki Kong, the coordinator of justice, appeared on screen, her face contorted in a furious grimace. She declared the police and military forces useless trash, cancerous and unworthy of saving. She then made a shocking statement: Terror Man was right. The blonde woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Real? The dark-haired woman frantically tried to contact someone, only to find their phone offline and a single, chilling message: bye. A call from Russia further intensified the tension. The scene opens with a close-up of Lilia's face, her golden eyes gleaming with a mixture of apprehension and determination. The narration box reveals that she is being questioned about her past ties to Bratstvo, the world's most dangerous mafia organization. Director Kim, a stern figure in a dark suit, stands amidst a group of shadowy figures. He had just reached an agreement: they would not ignore Dr. Min's death. The terms of the agreement are revealed: only one person would be sent, avoiding international involvement. The speaker believes the individual has already arrived in Korea. Lilia's face is shown again, her expression one of grim determination. She reflects on Bratstvo's ruthless nature, their disregard for international boundaries. Lilia's question hangs in the air: who's coming? A bright flash of light erupts, signaling an imminent arrival or attack. The camera angle changes again, this time focusing on a squadron of fighter jets approaching at high speed. A series of explosions rock the airbase as the jets are destroyed in a devastating attack. Military personnel are shown reacting to the attack, unable to retaliate due to the unknown origin of the assault. All 5 fighter jets launched were destroyed in the attack. An unidentified plane had invaded the airspace and was landing on the runway, causing chaos. Military personnel scrambled, unable to block its descent, urgently requesting support. The plane touched down amidst a fiery explosion. A figure in a suit emerged from the wreckage, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Nikolai Vichy II, the great boss of the Bratstvo Russian mafia organization, stepped onto the escalator, his expression one of amusement. He commented that this arrival was far more exciting than a typical military band performance. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the individual responsible for Sukwon's death. The scene opens in a large, industrial warehouse. 2 men stand facing each other, their bodies tense. One, Nikolai, is a striking figure with blonde hair and a flamboyant, open coat. The other, his face partially obscured by shadow, is dressed in a dark suit. Nikolai speaks first, his tone sharp. He asks if 8 years have passed since their last meeting. He observes that the other man, whom he calls terrorist, appears much more broken than before. Nikolai then comments on the substantial profits the terrorist has made by associating with his organization. Nikolai explains that the agreement was for only one person to visit, but he's always wanted to see Korea. He describes Korea as a country worn out by fake peace, where slight chaos brings opportunities for profit. The terrorist reveals that Lilia left and is now his enemy. Nikolai is surprised to hear that she left after Suk Young Min died. He comments on the terrorist's loss of charm, noting that when he saw the broadcast, it seemed like she was in the same group as a punk named Hwan Suk. Suk Hwan, a young man with striking white hair, stood his ground, his expression hardening. He curtly dismissed an unseen interlocutor, stating that if they had nothing of importance to say, they should leave. Meanwhile, a figure with vibrant, golden hair and a mischievous grin appeared, surrounded by small, toy-like objects. He mused aloud about his ability to eliminate certain individuals. Sukhawan's gaze remained sharp and unwavering, a small bandage covering a wound near his eye. The golden-haired man, whose name is Nikolai, addressed Sukhwan and another individual, Lililia, observing that their separation was evident, despite their shared enemy. He then suggested that their alliance should not be jeopardized, especially given his presence there to assist them. Nikolai's suggestion was met with Sukhawan's quiet defiance. He insisted on his self-sufficiency, dismissing Nikolai's concern as unnecessary. The scene shifts to a car, where 2 individuals discuss Bratstvo's boss, Nikolai II. It is revealed that he is a monster, possessing the consciousness of his predecessor. Nikolai's age is noted, while appearing young, his experiences make him seem far older. The conversation continues, with the individuals discussing Nikolai's seemingly normal demeanor despite his monstrous nature and the unusual circumstances of his arrival alone. It is suggested that he is, in essence, a normal human being, aside from the fact that he carries the consciousness of another person within him. The scene opens with a close-up of Munt, his sharp features and intense gaze dominating the frame. Despite his power, the people of Bratsvo still view him as a monster. Munt and Bratsvo, however, share information and maintain a strong working relationship. Inside a speeding car, Seokwon anxiously asks if Min Jong-yu is alright. Jong-yu, her expression unreadable, replies that she has followed him her whole life. Seokwon questions whether simply cutting her hair will truly resolve her issues. Seokwon's concern continues, suggesting she shave her eyebrows as a further measure. Jong-yu quickly dismisses this as unnecessary. Jong-yu assures Seokwon that she has already taken care of everything, and that he needn't worry. She finds comfort in her new, shorter hairstyle. Seokwon, however, remains pensive. He questions the state of their country, wondering aloud if it is truly democratic and who will fix the nation if not they. The scene shifts to a large-scale protest. The crowd chants slogans demanding peace and the overthrow of Munt. The protesters' demands intensify, calling for the disbandment of Munt and justice for those oppressed under his rule. A figure, possibly a leader or symbol of the movement, speaks passionately about the legacy of Yu Changhyun, a patriotic martyr who sacrificed himself for the country. His passion for peace, they claim, still burns bright. The speaker emphasizes that this generation demands true peace, their voices echoing the sentiment of the crowd. Inside a car, Min Jong-yu, a young man with dark brown hair, sat beside a woman with dark hair, her face partially obscured. Jong-yu's expression was one of quiet contemplation as he listened to her. The woman revealed that Yu Chang-hyuk's identity as a member of the White Hundred cult had been exposed to Won Mi-ho, and he had confessed everything. Despite this, he was now attempting to gather support to reverse the situation. Jong-yu scoffed, muttering that the public would be shocked if they knew the extent of Yu Chang-hyuk's machinations. The woman driving responded that the people involved were afraid, needing someone to believe in to prevent everything from collapsing. A close-up on Jong-yu's face showed his intense focus. Nighttime. Jong-yu and the woman walked down a city street. She questioned the wisdom of recruiting someone to their team in such a dangerous location. The woman expressed her doubts about the safety of their new recruit, highlighting the prevalence of villains in the area. Jong-yu insisted that only those they could completely trust should join their cause. As they walked, Jong-yu mentioned that even Yi-rin had been indebted to their new recruit last year. A woman with dark hair and glasses observed a scene unfolding before her, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. She muttered to herself, noting that the man involved was still a civilian. A realization dawning on her as she witnessed the escalating situation. Suddenly, a young man in a blue tracksuit launched himself into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent sprawling. The impact left the attacker momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. The young man, his breath ragged, braced himself for the next attack. With a roar, the attacker retaliated, sending the young man flying backward. He crashed to the ground, the force of the blow leaving him momentarily incapacitated. But he quickly recovered, rising to his feet to face his opponent once more. The two combatants clashed again, a flurry of blows exchanged in a desperate struggle for dominance. With a final, desperate lunge, the young man unleashed a powerful energy blast, forcing his opponent back. A tense confrontation unfolded. One man, his face etched with worry, desperately pleaded with another, his voice laced with urgency, "Wait, Hyung. Stop right there. She's not our enemy." His plea was met with defiance. The other man, his jaw clenched, retorted, "Even if you hide with wigs on, you can never truly hide." He sniffed the air, his senses honed in on a particular scent. The scent of criminals. Suddenly, a stark announcement filled the scene: Hanlim Jim, Jun Young-ha has joined. A man with short, dark hair and a stern expression contemplated a recent event. He muttered to himself, concluding that a certain woman had not been harmed in a previous attack. His thoughts continued, focusing on the woman's unexpected resilience to the attack, leading him to the unsettling realization that she was far stronger than he had initially believed. The impact of his punch felt like hitting metal, he recalled. He reflected on the force of his attack, a 1-inch punch delivered with maximum strength. This observation further solidified his assessment of the woman's extraordinary abilities. In a bustling city street, a conversation unfolded within a moving vehicle. The speakers discussed the true nature of a terrorist, revealing him to be a hero who fought against genuine villains. The conversation continued, focusing on the terrorist's friend, Kim Min-hyuk, and his potential shift towards villainy. One of the speakers expressed frustration at the complexity of the situation. Despite the intricate details, the speakers agreed on a singular objective: stopping the terrorist. The possibility of a different future, had they chosen to communicate earlier, was also mentioned. Meanwhile, a man's internal monologue revealed his contemplation of various unresolved issues, including his actions against Kim Min-hyuk and his relationship with So Nuna, the former bishop. The narrative opens with a man, his face partially obscured by shadow, reflecting on a past event. He recounts that he and another individual were unable to communicate effectively due to the urgency of the situation, forcing them to make snap judgments about people without sufficient information. He continues his internal monologue, contemplating the complexities of morality. The man muses on the common, saying that the world is not simply black and white, but rather a spectrum of gray, a concept he now understands more deeply. A woman with dark hair and sunglasses sits behind the wheel of a luxury vehicle, her expression unreadable. The scene shifts to her perspective. The woman, Won Mi-ho, receives a call. She asks about the outcome of a previous meeting. The man from the opening panel, now identified as Suk-won, is in the car with Won Mi-ho. He reacts with surprise and concern to the news that Team B, a special task force, has failed their mission. Won Mi-ho speculates that the failure might be attributed to a particular individual, referred to as Yak Punk. However, she dismisses this theory after reviewing the details of the casualties. The victims all suffered from a distinctive pattern of bullet wounds, consistent with a specific combat technique known as the Mozambique drill. Won Mi-ho informs Suk-won that reinforcements have been dispatched and that the plan has been altered. She brings up the opponent's previous use of teleportation during a past encounter. The final panel shows a figure engulfed in swirling energy, implying the use of a powerful ability. A voiceover explains that despite a previous defeat, the opponent still possesses residual power. Inside a speeding car, Min Jong-yu, a young man with vibrant red hair, and Suki, a woman with dark hair and sunglasses, engaged in conversation. Jong-yu, seemingly surprised, questioned if the camera monster footage he and Suki had captured was the reason behind the materials being stored for research. Suki, with a smirk, confirmed his suspicion, noting his quick wit. To prevent others from being sacrificed. A large, monstrous figure loomed behind them, a grim testament to the dangers they faced. Suki revealed that they had accounted for 120 victims from their findings and the DPC's data. While not a large number in the grand scheme, she emphasized that such losses were devastating for those involved in this fight. Jong-yu, still somewhat bewildered, asked Suki to explain the situation in simpler terms. Suki obliged, stating that someone was planning to steal a crucial item, and their mission was to stop them. The location of the item was revealed, a secret safe on the 31st floor of the Daehan X System Tower. A panoramic view of the imposing Daehan X System Tower, formerly MNH Tower, in Yeoljiro was shown, highlighting its imposing structure against the night sky. A mysterious figure, a man with long black hair and an ornate gold-patterned jacket, stood atop a structure overlooking the city. His silhouette was striking against the cityscape. The man's face was revealed, his expression serious and resolute. He declared to Suki that nothing would change his intentions. Suki, clearly frustrated, questioned his ability to accomplish his goals alone, highlighting the tension between them. High above the city, amidst a scene of devastation, a woman with long dark hair watched the smoldering ruins below. Her expression was grim, her eyes filled with a chilling determination. She muttered to herself that if the demon returned, it would truly be the end. Below, a man with long dark hair and ornate clothing scoffed, declaring that human affairs were none of his concern. His tone was dismissive, his posture arrogant. The woman above retorted, accusing him of hypocrisy. It was his own desires that had destroyed the world in the first place. Her voice was sharp, laced with anger and contempt. She challenged his claim of indifference, highlighting the machine that collected human souls, a creation of his younger sister. The woman, identified as Suki Kong, explained that she had seen the end approaching and that there was another reason for them to join forces. She was resolute, her determination unwavering. Suddenly, a voice boomed, announcing that their identities had been revealed. Suki Kong and her companion were surrounded and ordered to surrender. The threat was clear and immediate. The voice continued, revealing that even the veterinarian who had been hiding them had been arrested. The weight of this news was heavy, leaving Suki Kong stunned and questioning how this had happened. Suki Kong stood on a rooftop, gazing out at the sprawling cityscape below. The city lights twinkled, a stark contrast to the darkness closing in around her. Her gaze fell upon a tall, imposing building, a place she recognized. She realized that this was where her stolen belongings were hidden. Elsewhere, a car sped through the city streets, its occupants aware of the danger. A warning was issued, everyone needed to be careful. Inside the vehicle, two individuals reacted with alarm as a barrier began to open before them. Their surprise was palpable, their concern evident. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stood before a large, ominous gate. The gate began to open slowly, revealing a dark, unknown space beyond. A sight that caused a man in glasses to mutter to himself, unconcerned, that this was nothing special, that he would take the first break. As the gate fully opened, revealing a bright city skyline and a man standing in the middle of the road. A young man with bright yellow hair appeared, grinning, and asked if that was Lilia. He stated that she saved him a visit, and then called him Caterpillar Eyebrows. Meanwhile, a woman in a car, seemingly in charge, declared this a test: if he returned alive, she would speak to Miho and give him a bonus if she caught him herself. A man with dark hair then asked if he could get an apartment in Cheongdamdong. He was told there was no problem, as it wasn't even his money. The man then said let's go, and they sped off. They sped through the city streets at high speed. A powerful energy erupted from the car, causing a massive explosion, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. A pair of ornate golden pistols lay on a dark surface, their metallic gleam catching the light. A voice, calm and almost nonchalant, observes, "It's a fine night." Suddenly, three figures launched themselves at a man with blonde hair, dressed in a white coat. He stood his ground, twin golden pistols in hand, prepared for the attack, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he challenged them. "Then, shall we?" Three figures launched themselves at a man in a white coat, weapons drawn. He stood his ground, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he raised his own guns. One of the attackers, a man with dark hair, barked orders to his companions. They were to attack from the sides while he engaged the man in the white coat head-on. He noted that their target was more than just a gunman, his abilities far surpassed simple firearms. A blinding flash of light erupted as the attackers engaged the man in the white coat. One of the attackers was thrown back by a powerful force, leaving them stunned and questioning what had just happened. The man in the white coat, his eyes burning with malevolent intensity, aimed his weapon. A fierce battle unfolded in the heart of the city. Three figures engaged in a dynamic aerial clash, a man with fiery red hair, another in a dark blue uniform, and a third, blonde man wielding a golden pistol. The red-haired man and the man in the uniform moved with coordinated precision, their movements suggesting a practiced teamwork, while the blonde man, with a smirk, fired his weapon. The blonde man's shots missed their targets, causing him to curse in frustration. The red-haired man and the man in uniform continued their relentless assault. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair appeared, wielding a large axe. She moved with a decisive confidence, her expression suggesting she had already assessed the situation. A woman's confident declaration revealed her assessment of the situation: the weapon itself was extraordinary. She noted the weapon's immense power, comparing it to an anti-tank rifle. The blonde man, meanwhile, explained the weapon's construction: a supermassive bullet made from a tungsten alloy, derived from monstrously expensive scientific research. He loaded another bullet into the weapon, his movements precise and efficient. The blonde man smirked, commenting on the rarity and cost of his weapon, implying that he had not used it in a long time. The red-haired man and the man in uniform saw an opportunity to attack while the blonde man was reloading, urging each other to continue the fight. The blonde man fired again, his shots aimed at the approaching duo. The scene opens with a dynamic clash between two figures. One, with fiery red hair, lunges forward with a fierce expression, while his opponent, a blonde man in a flamboyant coat, fires a golden pistol. The air crackles with tension. The blonde man's shot explodes in a burst of light and energy, but the red-haired man deflects it with surprising agility, leaving the blonde man momentarily stunned. He recognizes the red-haired man's fighting style. That technique. Jeet Kune Do? No one told me there'd be a martial artist. The red-haired man continues his assault, his movements precise and powerful. Another man, this one with dark hair, watches from the sidelines, commenting, "This bastard's Korean is better than I thought. Did you study abroad or something?" Suddenly, a third person enters the fray, a figure wielding a large axe. The dark-haired man explains, "Nikolai II lured us here thinking we'd come. That means he knows Yak's electronics are stored here." The blonde man pieces together the situation. In other words, he met up with the young master and got the info from him. But, young master didn't come here with this villain. He realizes the implications. That means he didn't agree with all the destruction and murder happening here. The red-haired man is thrown back by a powerful blow, sending him crashing through a window and onto the street below. The blonde man watches from above, his expression unreadable. A young woman with extraordinary abilities sent a man flying with a single strike. Sukwon, a man with the power of revival, watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. His companions urging him to continue the assault, warning him that their opponent was no ordinary human, but a powerful villain who had reigned over the mafia world for decades. The three men, having witnessed the girl's incredible power, fled the scene, leaving behind a trail of blood. They found themselves in a hallway, the air thick with the stench of death, their faces etched with horror as they stared at the carnage. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man with blonde hair and piercing eyes, his presence radiating an aura of chilling power. The blonde man, impeccably dressed, stood amidst the carnage, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The three men, witnessing this horrifying display of power, were left speechless, their minds reeling from the sheer scale of the massacre. His question hung heavy in the air, a chilling testament to the gravity of the situation. The blonde man, unfazed by their fear, calmly announced his intention to kill them one by one, starting with the person responsible for Suk Youngmin's death. With a swift, deadly movement, the blonde man raised his weapon, aiming it at one of the men. A man in a blue tracksuit, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and alarm, called out urgently, "Huh? Hey, Juan!" His eyes widened further, a look of dawning horror replacing the initial alarm, as he witnessed a brutal confrontation unfold before him. A red-haired man, his face a mask of fury, lunged at a blonde-haired man, shouting, "You're right where I want you, you bastard." The blonde-haired man, caught completely off guard, could only stammer, "What the?" The man in the blue tracksuit, his face now a picture of pure terror, cursed under his breath, "Fuck?" The red-haired man unleashed a swift, powerful attack, sending the blonde-haired man sprawling across the floor in a blur of motion and energy. The blonde-haired man, dazed but still alive, watched the red-haired man approach. The red-haired man spoke, "I see. I did think you were too normal. But now I understand what Young Woo Min was talking about." A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One inquires about the other's resurrection abilities, questioning whether they can choose their location upon revival. The second individual responds negatively, explaining that their resurrection is not under their control, they reappear at a random location after being killed. Undeterred, the first individual reveals a new plan, to capture the second and take them to Russia. The second individual, however, is not willing to go down without a fight. He prepares for an attack, launching a powerful counteroffensive that creates a massive explosion. The force of the blast sends the second individual reeling, groaning in pain, while the first individual, seemingly unharmed, takes advantage of the situation. Amidst the chaos and destruction, the first individual escapes, leaving the second individual and his allies stunned and surprised by his sudden departure. The second individual's allies express their shock and disbelief at the first individual's swift escape, noting that he used the elevator to flee. One of the allies speculates that the first individual might be planning to use the entire building for something, adding to the growing sense of unease. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a reflection on the immortality of the first individual is made, highlighting the need for caution. A man with vibrant yellow hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, mused to himself. He considered his unique ability quite interesting, and his decision to come to Korea a sound one. However, he regretted not bringing all of his equipment. The image shifted to reveal a powerful, gold-colored sniper rifle, its specifications clearly labeled, a 30mm supersonic anti-material sniper rifle, discarding sabot, known as Nikolai Weapon No. 2, Hammer of Svarog. This was clearly a weapon of considerable power. He declared it was time to hunt. A man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, peered through a high-powered scope. He was looking forward to something. He adjusted his aim, his golden eyes glinting with anticipation. His target, a man who resurrects. Elsewhere, a group of men stood amidst a scene of fiery devastation. One of them, with short, reddish-brown hair, voiced his confusion about the lack of CCTV footage in a 31-story building, noting something was amiss. The only place not engulfed in flames was where they stood. The blonde man's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering. He set a timer, 1.5 seconds. With a powerful blast, the blonde man fired his weapon. A searing projectile streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of incandescent energy, before impacting its target with devastating force. A golden, spear-like object pulsed with an inner light, radiating warmth and energy. The light intensified, expanding into a brilliant column of golden energy. A young man with vibrant red hair found himself surrounded by three figures, their expressions grim. He recognized that sound, a chilling premonition washed over him. His eyes widened in alarm as he roared at them to move, a desperate attempt to escape the impending danger. But it was too late. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the energy column. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves outwards, shattering the ground, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The young man, despite the chaos, lunged forward, his fist connecting with something solid, sending another shockwave through the ravaged landscape. The dust settled to reveal a massive, dark structure emerging from the crater, its ominous presence casting a long shadow over the ruined city. A hail of bullets rips through the concrete, sending debris flying. Two men, crouching behind cover, watch in disbelief as the building around them explodes in a fiery maelstrom. One of them, his face contorted in a grimace, shouts, "Crazy fucker. He's shooting from above. Through the concrete." From a vantage point above, a figure in dark clothing observes the scene below. He smirks, a cruel amusement in his eyes. "So you placed us at a good shooting spot. You think you're hunting us or something? What a joke." More shots ring out, the explosions growing closer. One of the men yells a warning, "Look out. He's still shooting." The rhythmic pattern of the attacks becomes clear. Every time the shooter fires, the floor vibrates 4 times before exploding 1.5 seconds later. The two men are forced to react quickly to the precise timing of the attacks. They scramble to evade the blasts, narrowly avoiding being caught in the explosions. The intense heat and force of the explosions throw them back, leaving them battered and bruised. One of the men, his face grim, deduces the shooter's position. He has to be on the 5th floor. This fucking jerk. If this goes on, we're gonna die a dog's death. If we stay together, we'll be at a disadvantage. The other man, despite the danger, makes a decisive decision. I'll go up first. Don't forget our mission. He dashes towards the stairs, dodging another volley of shots. The speed and precision of his movements are remarkable, a testament to his training and reflexes. He continues his ascent, the sounds of gunfire echoing behind him. Meanwhile, the other man calls out to his companion. Young Hai-hyung, didn't you hear a person screaming just now? Screaming? A figure, obscured by motion blur, crashed through a door, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. The impact echoed through the room as a blonde-haired man in a pink-trimmed shirt watched, disappointed. He expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that the newcomer's reliance on weaponry was underwhelming. The dark-haired newcomer, seemingly unfazed, retorted that he didn't need to match the blonde man's skill level to deal with him, he simply needed to be a normal human with the right tools. With that declaration, the dark-haired man launched himself into action, a flurry of motion as he dodged and weaved through a barrage of grenades. The room erupted in a fiery explosion as he expertly used the environment to his advantage. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the blast radius with ease. Continuing his assault with a powerful strike. He reacted swiftly, firing a shot from his ornate golden weapon. The projectile hurtled towards its target. But the blonde man's attack was anticipated. He already knew how the weapon worked, and he was ready. A dart, tipped with a strange, glowing substance, hurtled towards its target. A young man with vibrant yellow hair, his intense orange eyes focused through the scope of an ornate golden weapon. He fired, the projectile leaving a trail of shimmering energy. The dart impacted with a blinding flash of light and a concussive wave, sending the young man reeling backward from the force of the blast. A woman with dark hair, clad in a leather jacket, watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Caterpillar eyebrows? Where's Hwan Suk? The yellow-haired man, now identified as the Terror Man, scoffed at the woman's question. This isn't a place for martial arts. It seems like you can't read the mood. Two figures, one in a suit and the other in tactical gear, huddled together on a dimly lit staircase. Fear etched itself onto their faces as they whispered urgent pleas to remain hidden, convinced that any further movement would lead to their deaths. The man in tactical gear, however, was surprisingly still alive. His voice, raw with urgency, cut through the silence as he insisted that they find a way to open the vault. He explained that as the only remaining manager of the vault on the 32nd floor, he couldn't afford to die, his mission demanded completion, no matter the cost. His companion, visibly shaken, questioned his resolve, pointing out that their entire team had already been wiped out by the villain. The tactical gear-clad man grimly confirmed the devastating loss, his entire workplace destroyed and his team killed. But he refused to give up. If he, the sole survivor, abandoned the mission, the deaths of his comrades would be in vain. A pained groan escaped his lips as he braced himself, his resolve hardening. He urged his companion to stay strong, reminding him that they still had a long way to go. The man in the suit despaired, explaining that he couldn't access the vault, the person in charge changed every year, and he had no idea how they changed the security measures this time. The tactical gear-clad man was undeterred. He recalled Chairwoman Won Mi-ho's words, the vault wasn't opened with a key or fingerprint, it was a door, designed to operate differently. A desperate cry echoed through the dimly lit hallway, "Hey! Is anyone there?" A man with dark hair clutched his head, his body racked with pain. As a voice responded from the shadows above. "I heard your voice. I'm here to save Why." The man with red hair, eyes wide with surprise, looked up to see a soldier descending the stairs. The soldier's words were a declaration, "We have the same love for our comrades and country." The soldier's identity was revealed, a former affiliate of MUNT, currently serving in the DPC Special Task Force 2nd Team Choigun. His comrade's voice cut through the air, "Isn't that right, Suk?" The chapter opens with a man, his face partially obscured by shadow, speaking. He reflects on the Terror Man, the terrorist currently active in Korea, noting that the man's actions are not defined by societal norms. He continues, suggesting that the Terror Man needs to discover his own unique identity and live up to his name. The man then reveals that his cousin enjoyed exploring stories that others despised. The narration explains that the cousin joined a small civic group formed by a former reporter investigating disaster truths. This group has been investigating the Terror Man. The cousin believed the Terror Man saved him as a child, and he recounts how the media gave the terrorist the nickname Terror Man. He then reveals his own commitment to a soldier's path. He explains that his work involves protecting the nation and its people, and that if he ever encounters the Terror Man, he will act only according to his mission. The scene shifts to a flashback of a past mission. While serving in the Special Forces, he was responsible for rescuing the Vice Minister of Economy and Finance in Yemen, a mission shrouded in secrecy. The operation lasted 6 days and nights, resulting in the deaths of 17 terrorists but also the loss of 3 comrades. He questions the justice of the situation, lamenting the loss of his friends while saving the Vice Minister. His anger is palpable. Later, he learns that the Vice Minister was involved in human trafficking with foreign criminal organizations. The narration reveals that the situation was more complex than it initially seemed. Angry families were using the Vice Minister as a hostage to pressure the government into uncovering the truth. A monstrous figure, wreathed in flames and shadow, emerged from the heart of the inferno. Its face, contorted in a silent scream, was a terrifying visage of destruction. The burning wreckage of what appeared to be a building lay scattered across the ground. A charred piece of paper, partially consumed by the flames, fluttered in the wind. The words "We saved the devil in Yemen" were barely legible. The image shifted to a news report playing on a television screen. The headline read, "Comrade burned himself to death in front of the Blue House." Below, a caption described the man as a delusional patient. Another shot of the charred paper, this time with a more prominent caption, "We saved the devil in Yemen." The narration box below explained that the comrade was a sick person diagnosed with PTSD who refused treatment. He was overcome with grief, tears streaming down his face. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. He had buried his comrade and their concerns as a mere nuisance. The scene shifted to a man in glasses, his expression unreadable. A thought bubble revealed his assessment. The man needed to find his uniqueness and live up to his name. In a dimly lit hallway, 2 men stood facing each other. One, with short brown hair, appeared apprehensive. The other, with reddish-brown hair, seemed more composed, but his eyes held a hint of unease. He recognized the other man. They had met before, during an interview, but hadn't seen each other since the funeral. A thought bubble revealed his recognition. Wasn't his name Choi Yi-gun? A man with short brown hair and a smirk, dressed in tactical gear, stood before another individual. He expressed surprise at the unexpected encounter, stating that he never thought he'd see this person here, before adding a friendly greeting. The scene shifted to a dimly lit hallway, the number 10F visible on a wall. Footsteps echoed, suggesting someone was approaching from above. A question arose: was there only one person capable of opening a certain secret vault? One of the men confirmed that this was indeed the case, though he admitted to not understanding the mechanism himself. He explained that the person in charge changed monthly, and only that person could open it. His task was to check the contents of the safe and dispose of them. A sudden, loud cry pierced the silence. The man in tactical gear observed the scene, commenting on the struggle taking place below. He wondered aloud if the commotion was due to someone fighting a foreigner. The man with red hair explained that he had also heard a scream and came to investigate separately. He proposed they act quickly, taking advantage of the distraction below. A fight erupted on the lower floor. One man in a blue tracksuit was engaged in a fierce struggle with another, who appeared to be wearing a white coat. The man in blue shouted at his opponent to give up and accept his punishment, emphasizing that a gunman with no distance left should know better. The Terror Man, a figure of unsettling calm amidst the chaos, declared his opponent dead. His words hung in the air as he effortlessly deflected a blow from the Revival Man, a younger man whose dark eyes reflected a fierce determination. The Revival Man, however, was not so easily defeated. He staggered back, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he absorbed the full force of the attack. The Revival Man's internal monologue revealed his surprise at the Terror Man's unexpected strength. He had underestimated his opponent's resilience. He noted the Terror Man's complex nature, a chilling realization that added another layer to the already dangerous situation. The Revival Man focused on his immediate goal, stopping the Terror Man's relentless assault. He braced himself for another attack. A fierce clash of power erupted as the 2 combatants collided once more. The Terror Man's eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. The force of the blow sent the Revival Man reeling. The Terror Man's skill surprised the Revival Man, who had underestimated his opponent's capabilities. The Terror Man attempted to recruit his opponent, Lilia, but she refused his offer, highlighting their complex and adversarial relationship. The Terror Man launched another attack, his movements swift and deadly. A woman with short, dark hair urged a man with dark hair and a distressed expression to focus. "Don't space out. We need to tie him up here," she insisted. He looked at her, confused, and simply replied, "What?" The man's face was etched with worry and confusion. He was clearly struggling to process something. He was still trying to make sense of the situation when he suddenly recalled something. "I definitely heard a scream," he stated, his voice sharp with urgency. The other man reacted with disbelief. "A scream? You're telling me there's a survivor up there?" The man considered the implications. Maybe, this bastard might have some hostages up there too. He mused, his expression grim. His thoughts turned to strategy. Young Ha-hyung, the victory for this fight lies in speed. A cityscape was shown at night, with tall buildings reaching towards the sky. The narration box stated, the support from the DPC will arrive soon. No matter how good this mafia dude is, he'll have no choice but to run away. A blonde man with a gun appeared, firing at another man. I'll go and save the people up there and get rid of the thing in the vault. Just hold out till then, he said, his voice calm but resolute. The blonde man looked up, his expression shifting to one of surprise and concern. The two men from the earlier panels looked up, their faces filled with apprehension. That sound is. Multiple helicopters were shown flying over the city at night. A nighttime cityscape is shown, with a helicopter hovering above a building. The narration box states that this is the Special Forces' first team. A soldier, his face partially obscured, peers out from a vehicle, his expression grim. He states that as they approach the assigned location, they will identify the location of their allies first. Inside a building, a man with blonde hair and a lab coat holds a peculiar golden weapon. He muses that he was just thinking that he hasn't seen that rescue guy yet. Another man, in a dark blue jacket, is held at gunpoint. The blonde man accuses him of trying to stall for time by keeping him there. The man in blue simply replies, "Oh." The blonde man shouts a warning to stop. He fires his weapon. The shot impacts, shattering the wall behind the man in blue, sending debris flying. The blonde man is thrown back by the recoil. The blonde man, despite being thrown back, quickly recovers and aims his weapon again. He fires again, the bullet piercing through the wall. The blonde man falls from the building. The man in blue looks down from the building, shocked. He observes the blonde man falling, noticing a wire attached to him. He comments on the blonde man's excessive equipment. On a different floor, the man in blue calls out to someone named Jang Deok, asking if he can hear him. Jang Deok responds that they are on the 5th floor. The man in blue is told that they will get him out by coming to the rooftop and entering from there. He agrees. Inside the Hanlim gym, a tense conversation unfolds. One man warns his companion, "But Hwan, the mafia seems to be aiming for you." The other man, Hwan, considers this, his expression serious. He responds, "Isn't it better for you to cover us while the girl and I head up?" He agrees, "That's true, but my instincts are telling me to go." Despite his companion's concerns, Hwan presses on, instructing, "You guys can block him here somehow, but our real mission is to get the thing in the vault." As they move towards their objective, one of them gasps, Please slow down. I'm gonna die, really going to die." The other reassures him, "You're doing well, we're nearly there." Suddenly, Hwan kicks a door open, revealing a dark corridor. He is clearly on high alert. And worries aloud, and if by any chance, some other person invades this place. That person. A mysterious woman with long dark hair appears, her expression grim. She declares, "Needs to be stopped by me." A young man with vibrant orange hair stood with his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped slightly. A dark, ominous presence filled the room, swirling around a mysterious woman with long, dark hair. The woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, exuded an aura of power and foreboding. Her dark eyes seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, in a different location, two men reacted with shock and fear. One, in a suit, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The other, armed with a rifle, knelt, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The armed man, his face etched with concern, addressed the orange-haired young man, who had turned around, revealing a determined expression. He asked if the young man was Yak. The young man, Yak, confirmed his identity. He then expressed gratitude for the help he received from the woman with long dark hair in the past, acknowledging that it was a bit late to thank her. The woman, however, countered that she was also in a desperate situation at the time and only used him as a means to an end. Her tone was cold and calculating. She then criticized his actions, pointing out that his previous attempt ended in failure, resulting in the destruction of her store and the creation of more enemies. Her gaze was intense, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and disappointment. A young man with fiery red hair, Suk-hwan, stood in a dimly lit corridor, his expression one of weary indifference. He muttered to himself, unconcerned with the looming conflict, "Why do I need to fight with him? That's none of my business." Suk-hwan resolved to escape the immediate danger. He planned his next move, "I'm going to leave this place and go to another dimension where I can't be tracked." He felt a sense of relief at the prospect of escape. He thought, "But this is a relief. I thought it'd take some time to get rid of this boundary." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, interrupting Suk-hwan's escape. The figure stated, "But you brought me the key yourself." Suk-hwan reacted with alarm, "Ah. The fog." A stern-faced man with long dark hair appeared, his eyes fixed on Suk-hwan and his companions. He commanded, "Don't move." The man's intense gaze was directed at one of Seok-hwan's guards. He threatened, "If I see you moving a finger towards him, I'm gonna shoot him." The guard questioned the man's resolve, "Can you really shoot him?" The long-haired man, Min Jong-yu, confronted the guard, reminding him of past atrocities. He accused, "After killing all those innocent people in Yemen, are you going to repeat the same mistake?" He further pressed the guard, highlighting the sacrifice of a fallen comrade. Jong-yu stated, "I guess your comrade, who set himself on fire for the truth, died for nothing." The final panel shows a terrifying figure engulfed in flames, suggesting a powerful and destructive force unleashed. A woman with long, dark hair, her expression grim, stared intently at something unseen. She muttered to herself, the words barely audible, that the method of discovery was irrelevant, the important thing was the knowledge itself. She then spoke the name, Mr. Choi Yi-gun. A powerful energy erupted from below, shattering the ground around a pair of feet clad in sneakers, sending two armed men sprawling backward in shock. Their surprised exclamation hung in the air. The woman's face, now visible from a closer perspective, showed a mixture of determination and weariness. Her eyes, dark and intense, held a hint of something ancient and powerful. From above, a man with vibrant orange hair descended, his voice cutting through the chaos. He declared, curtly, that enough was enough. The man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, stated his intention to speak with the woman. His expression was one of grim resolve. The woman, her long hair flowing around her, stood defiantly, a dark aura swirling around her. She seemed to be drawing power from some unseen source. The orange-haired man grimaced in pain, his body racked with some unseen force, as he cried out for help. Another man, nearby, urged his companion to enter a nearby room quickly. The woman, her expression one of disdain, questioned the very notion of talking and resolving the conflict with humans. A blinding flash of light erupted, the air crackling with raw energy. Sparks flew, illuminating the chaotic scene. A figure, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, moved with impossible speed across the ground. The impact of each footfall sent tremors through the earth. Hwan-suk felt the full force of the attack, a sharp, searing pain piercing his senses. The fog is as sharp as a blade, he thought, gritting his teeth. He wondered if he could simply endure it and press on. Then, a deep voice echoed in his mind, "Mr. Hwan-suk, I've been observing humans for a long time." The voice continued, its tone chillingly calm. "Which emotion do you know the mammals called humans burn endlessly for their development?" A beat of silence hung in the air before the answer came, low and menacing, "It is hatred." The observer's words hung heavy in the air. "Because of your hatred of others, you want to do better and completely destroy them," the voice explained, its meaning clear. A scene flashed before Suk's eyes, a man, his face contorted in anger, addressing a fervent crowd. "You move forward and develop because of your hatred," the voice continued, linking the image to its point. And then, a different image, Yu Chang-hyuk, his expression calm and calculating. "The same goes for Yu Chang-hyuk, who resurrected Atrahasis." The voice stated, drawing a parallel between the two men. The voice continued, its words sharp and accusatory, "And those people who cry while saying they're scared of the terrorist, but come out and stand for his eradication." The voice paused, building suspense. Its gaze locked onto Suk's, the intensity palpable. "And you, when you killed Kim Min-hyuk." Suk's eyes widened slightly as the voice concluded its assessment, "You justify your hatred of others by calling it justice." A surge of dark energy erupted from him, a violent counterpoint to the calm accusation. Min Jong-yu, her expression grim, reflected on the recent events. She had witnessed firsthand the demon's attack, and the fact that it hadn't consumed Youngwoo, there had to be a reason. A plan began to form in her mind. A realization solidified within her, they needed to meet with the demon and understand its motives. The demon, however, remained defiant. He refused to speak with humans, haunted by the fate of his younger sister, who had perished after trusting them. He vowed not to repeat that mistake. Seok-hwan, the resurrector, stood wounded but resolute. The demon, addressing him, commanded him to retreat. Meanwhile, a voice cut through the chaos. It was the Special Forces First Team, urging Seok-hwan to hold on, reinforcements were on their way. The demon anticipated this development, his expression unchanging. He knew the humans' plan, and he was prepared. He dismissed their efforts as futile, challenging them to open the gate themselves if they were so confident. Jong-yu, however, vehemently protested. She knew the risks involved in opening the gate, the potential devastation it would unleash. Pointing out that the gate and its barrier were specifically designed to contain the demon's invasion. Jong-yu, frustrated by his lack of cooperation, urged him to cease his interference if he wouldn't help. A man with long, dark hair and a stern expression contemplated his next move. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation but accepting the necessity of his actions. He decided on a drastic course of action, planning to rip an entire vault from its foundation and hurl it towards a nearby building. With a burst of speed, a young man with fiery red hair launched himself forward, a blur of motion. He moved with such incredible speed that he appeared as a streak of light, leaving the dark-haired man momentarily stunned. The dark-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the red-haired man's actions unfold. A sense of unease washed over him. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair stared intently at a computer screen, her expression filled with a mixture of confusion and alarm. A string of question marks filled her thoughts as she processed the information displayed before her. The red-haired man, having successfully completed his task, grinned confidently, declaring the feat to be easy. Chapter 55 of Terror vs. Revival begins. The title card displays the names of the creators, Go Jinho, art, and Han Dongwoo, author. The panel then shifts to reveal Min Jongyu, his expression etched with worry and concern. Close-up on Min Jongyu's wide, fearful eyes, suggesting a sense of impending doom. A surge of dark purple energy erupts around him. Suk-hwan asks, "Are you trying to do right now?" Min Jongyu, seemingly overwhelmed by the power he is witnessing, retorts, "Are you actually trying to appease me now? So, after trying everything you could to stop me, you don't think you can anymore?" Suk-hwan, with a smirk, replies, "Don't search for meaning in it. I hate that kind of stuff." Suk-hwan's demeanor shifts, and he shouts, "Hey, you crazy bastard." Min Jongyu, equally agitated, yells back, "What the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea what you've done?" A low hum emanated from a large speaker, the sound barely audible above the city's din. A subtle tremor running through the ground. A woman, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, winced, a hand flying to her ear. She muttered to herself, realizing the talisman's unexpected power. A piercing shriek escaped her lips as a wave of energy erupted from the speaker, shattering the windows of a nearby skyscraper. The force of the blast sent her sprawling. She cursed, her face contorted in a mask of fury and frustration as she struggled to regain her footing amidst the debris. The city below was in chaos. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a young man with vibrant orange hair braced himself, sensing the disturbance. A powerful energy coursing through his veins. He stood ready, his eyes narrowed in determination. A military helicopter soared through the air, its guns trained on the scene below. Inside, the crew monitored the unfolding chaos. They reported a chaotic battle, judging from the bloodstains visible on the ground. One crew member noted an anomaly, a body with impossibly low infrared readings, presumed to be Yak. A woman with dark hair and striking features, clad in rich, dark clothing, scoffed at the helicopter's approach. She unleashed a wave of dark energy. A man in sunglasses, overseeing the operation, ordered his men to open fire. Before they could, however, the orange-haired man from earlier roared a command to stop. A young man with vibrant orange hair frantically covered his ears, his face contorted in distress. He shouted that they were in the middle of a conversation and should not interrupt. A woman with long, dark hair and ornate clothing stood calmly nearby, her expression unreadable. She retorted that even as allies, she would fight back if provoked. The woman's gaze was sharp, her expression one of barely contained annoyance. She muttered to herself, incredulous at the interruption. Elsewhere, a group of men watched the scene unfold with growing concern. One of them, a gruff-looking man with a mustache and glasses, angrily demanded to know what the young man was talking about. He barked in order to stop the nonsense, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The mustachioed man continued his tirade, warning that a mafia member was climbing towards their location. He questioned how much longer their troops could hold out. The orange-haired young man, his face grim, vowed to never forgive the woman. A blinding flash of golden light erupted from a powerful weapon, its energy coursing outwards in a destructive wave. The intense energy subsided, revealing a scene of chaos. It was impossible to locate the source of the blast using infrared technology. A vortex of dark energy opened up in the aftermath, swallowing everything in its path, leaving only a gaping hole in its wake. The pilots aboard the helicopter watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the vortex, descending rapidly towards the helicopter. A man in a long coat, wielding a strange, golden weapon. The pilot, aghast, could only utter a single word, "Crazy." The man, his face obscured by shadow, leveled his weapon at the helicopter. "Move aside, pawn," he declared, "I'm here to take Hwan Suk's head." Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, a soldier reported that Chopper 3's co-pilot and he had been attacked and that the target was lost. Another soldier, his face etched with worry, shouted, "Hwan Suk. I said get out of there. What in the world are you trying to do?" The scene shifted to a mysterious woman, her expression unreadable. She asked a question that hung heavy in the air, "What is it that you want?" Suk-hwan, his back to the viewer, stood in a dimly lit room. His clothes were torn and dirty, reflecting a life lived on the fringes. He looked down, a bitter thought crossing his mind. He preferred his unemployed days. The scene shifted to Suk-hwan's apartment. An ashtray overflowing with ash sat on a table, and the ceiling was slowly yellowing with age. He reflected on the quiet solitude of his life, noting that no one complained since he lived alone. He slept and woke whenever he pleased, free from the constraints of a typical life. Even the prospect of considering his future felt pathetically distant. However, his solitude was occasionally broken. A young woman, a small brat as he called her, would often visit, bringing him food and company. Thanks to her, he could eat well and forget about his troubles, at least for a while. This simple act of kindness allowed him to escape the harsh realities of his existence. Suddenly, the scene changed. Two individuals, observing Suk-hwan from afar, commented on his seemingly normal life, questioning his desperation to return to the past. One of the observers, a woman with long dark hair, countered that Suk-hwan's situation was far from normal, implying a deeper, more sinister reason for his actions. Suk-hwan's face contorted in anger as he vehemently questioned why they should fight him. He revealed the true reason for his actions, the presence of a demon within Min Young-woo, a being he was determined to confront. A tense atmosphere filled the room. Two figures, a woman with dark hair and intense eyes, and a man with a rugged face and a stern expression, watched from a monitor as a young man with fiery orange hair addressed a group. His eyes blazed with an unsettling intensity as he shouted, demanding their attention. He wasn't asking for friendship, he clarified, but their goals were aligned. The woman's gaze remained sharp, unwavering, as she stood beside a man with a dark green cap and sunglasses. Until their shared goal was achieved, a woman with long, dark hair and a regal bearing declared they would remain united, returning to their normal lives afterward. A figure stood silhouetted against a brilliant, radiant light, a symbol of hope and determination. The young man, now standing on a rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape, declared their unity, they would be one team. But this alliance was temporary, he warned. Once Young-woo Min was stopped, the team would disband. The woman with long dark hair watched him, her expression unreadable, a storm brewing behind her eyes. The young man, however, remained resolute. He believed that by working together, they could overcome their common enemy. In a dimly lit study, a woman with graying hair and a gentle expression wrote a letter. It was addressed to her brother, a message she hoped would surprise him. She explained that she had created a device to contact him, a gift that she believed would greatly surprise him. Min Jong-yu stood silhouetted against a backdrop of a colossal, pulsating mass of organic matter, its surface a tapestry of bulbous growths. The scene was one of ominous technological horror, a stark contrast to the young woman's resolute posture. A narration box below her declared that there aren't only evil people in the world. The scene shifted to Suk-hwan, his dark hair framing a sharp face, adorned with elaborate gold earrings. He held a crumpled piece of paper, his expression unreadable. Below, a close-up of his intense gaze filled the panel. He muttered to himself, finding the other man's presence unsettling. Since earlier, it's been a bit uncomfortable looking at you. Suk-hwan's gaze sharpened as he spoke, his words laced with concern. He revealed a critical piece of information: Young-woo only have the power of atrahazes. The other man's reaction was one of shock and disbelief. He continued, outlining the formidable challenge ahead. He's also got Suki Kong on his side too. Even if I'm there, it'll definitely be a tough fight. His expression was grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Suk-hwan's resolve hardened. You're fully prepared, right? He asked, his voice firm despite the unspoken tension. High above the sprawling cityscape, a helicopter sliced through the night sky. Inside, a man's voice, sharp with irritation, cut through the hum of the rotors. He wondered what that punk had just said. Two figures stood in tense silence, their faces partially obscured. One, sharply dressed in a suit, spoke, suggesting a collaboration. A question hung in the air: team up with Yak? A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes observed the exchange, her expression unreadable. She silently agreed to the terms, a plan forming in her mind. The woman continued her internal monologue, emphasizing the temporary nature of the alliance. Their collaboration would end once their goal was met, allowing them to return to their normal lives. But a flicker of doubt crossed her features. This was not the end. In a dimly lit room, a young man lay in bed, his face pale and drawn. A woman with long blonde hair knelt beside him, her voice soft but firm as she spoke to him. Lilia pleaded for his help, emphasizing the importance of his past actions. Her words carried a weight of desperation. A tense silence hung in the air as two figures, a man and a woman, stood side by side, overlooking a sprawling cityscape. The man, sporting sunglasses and a thick mustache, looked apprehensive. The woman, with her dark hair and piercing gaze, remained stoic. Since no one's speaking up, she stated, let's say we agree. The question hung heavy between them: what do we do now? A sudden, urgent announcement shattered the quiet. Nikolai II is coming up from below right now. The woman considered their options. So shall we gather and finish him? She asked. The man, however, shook his head. It's fine. I'll fight him alone. He explained his reasoning: he's aiming for my head anyway. The woman, however, voiced her concern. Can you really win against him? If you lose here, everything will be ruined. Undeterred, the man confidently declared, "Don't worry. I'll win no matter who the opponent is." His companion, however, was not convinced. "Stop fooling around. You can't just win against him with your courage." Meanwhile, in a separate location, a third individual, a man with vibrant orange hair, appeared unconcerned. "What's with all that fuss? I honestly thought you wouldn't care if I got caught." He then turned his attention to another man, his expression hinting at something more. "I thought you didn't like me. Am I wrong?" The second man, with dark hair and a serious demeanor, responded curtly, "Yeah, you're very close." He then offered a critical assessment, "You lack in skill, so I don't even know where all that confidence is coming from." The woman from the earlier scene observed the orange-haired man with a knowing look. "I have a lot left to teach you." The orange-haired man smirked, "Yeah. It'd be embarrassing if I, the leader, got my ass kicked here." The other man retorted, "Who made you the leader, you punk?" The scene shifts back to the initial pair. The woman gives instructions, the details. "Yak, you'll be able to get out on your own." She then directs others, "Hey, Chopper. Come and give these two a ride." Another person shouts, "Friend. Take that guy and go to the rooftop. I'll take care of things here." Sukwon, a man with a determined gaze and a hint of weariness in his eyes, stood silhouetted against a fiery sunset. He had a question burning in his mind, a question he desperately needed answered. He followed two figures down a dimly lit corridor, one, a soldier carrying a rifle, the other, a man in a suit. Sukwon's expression was one of quiet resolve as he thanked them, indicating that they should proceed first. He urged them to hurry, his own impatience evident in his sharp tone. The soldier, visibly nervous, swore he hadn't seen anything. Sukwon turned, his attention drawn to a mysterious woman shrouded in darkness, her face partially obscured. A single question mark hung in the air, reflecting his uncertainty. The woman, Min Jongyu, spoke, her voice laced with a chilling observation. After his 12th death, Sukwon had failed to reappear. This, she explained, was a significant risk for a resurrector who hadn't fully awakened. Sukwon, seemingly unfazed, calmly reflected on his own resilience. He mused that dying more than 12 times would simply result in a 3-day resurrection delay. He thanked Min Jongyu, promising to catch up with her later. A surge of purple energy erupted around her as she warned him to prepare. Jongyu's warning was punctuated by the ominous words, "He's coming." The panel shifts to reveal a figure emerging from a purple vortex, a sense of impending doom filling the air. A powerful blast of energy erupts, shaking the very ground. The force of the explosion leaves a massive crater, with Sukwon standing calmly amidst the devastation, seemingly unaffected. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a grimace, clutched his head in pain. Beside him, another man, dressed in tactical gear, urged him on, shouting for him to go faster. Below, a helicopter descended rapidly towards a helipad on a rooftop, its red lights flashing against the night sky. From inside the helicopter, a voice commanded them to land first, promising escape once they reached their allies. The helicopter landed with a jarring thud. A man emerged, his face a mask of amusement as he spoke the name Hwan Suk, referring to him as that punk. He observed that Suk had become quite cool since their last encounter. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blue energy erupted from the floor, shattering the tiles, revealing a tense standoff between two men. One, with blonde hair and an extravagant coat, carried a large rifle. The other, with fiery red hair, stood calmly, his expression unreadable. The blonde man, surprised by the lack of an ambush, commented on the red-haired man's elegant efficiency in clearing the area for a one-on-one confrontation. The red-haired man smirked, calling it entertainment. A blonde-haired man, dressed in a flamboyant white and gold outfit, aimed a golden pistol. His expression was one of cold determination as he fired, the shot erupting in a bright flash. The bullet streaking towards a red-haired man in a dark suit. The red-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace, barely managed to dodge the attack, sending him sprawling across the floor. The blonde man, weapon still raised, watched his opponent with a predatory gleam in his eyes, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a helicopter whirred overhead, its rotor blades a blur against the night sky, as its searchlights scanned the urban landscape. Inside a nearby building, a young man with brown hair watched from a small, barred window, his expression unreadable. Below, a massive crowd gathered, their collective energy palpable. He observed the protesters below, a sea of faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. They were still protesting against the terrorist. Inside, a conversation unfolded between the young man and two others. "That's a swarm of people," one of them commented, his voice laced with concern. "They're all misunderstanding the situation like I did," the young man replied, his tone heavy with weariness. Another chimed in, "But if we really get down to it, who's exactly at fault here?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. From his perspective, the situation appeared dire. He saw the agitators, their actions a calculated attempt to corrupt innocent people with evil. He questioned whether this was related to the White Hundred cult. His intelligence suggested that one of the agitators was a member of the cult. While acknowledging the possibility, he remained unconvinced, believing the current unrest was not solely the agitators' doing. He suspected a deeper, more systemic issue, possibly stemming from their failure to be truthful with the citizens. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted, sending a man flying through the air. The man, enraged, landed hard, his voice filled with fury as he addressed his attackers. He knew them, they were the notorious Bratsvo gang. He was incredulous that the gang's leader would seek revenge on him personally. The reason for this attack was revealed: the man had killed Suk Young Min. His opponent, however, scoffed at the notion of revenge, dismissing it as a mere excuse. He had heard about the situation from Young Woo Min. He saw the man's actions not as revenge, but as the violent outburst of a psychopath. A fierce battle ensued between the two, a whirlwind of motion and fury. The man in black, however, saw this as simply the nature of humanity. A man with vibrant blonde hair, his face marred by a bloody wound, holds a golden pistol. His eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. He declares, with chilling certainty, that his actions are beyond question or explanation. Elsewhere, a man with short brown hair, his expression grim, sits in what appears to be a vehicle. He requests to be dropped off, his tone suggesting a sense of urgency and determination. A golden pistol fired, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. Bullets streaked towards their target. But the man, with fiery red hair and a sharp suit, remained unfazed. He muttered in disbelief, questioning the seemingly endless supply of ammunition. The red-haired man acknowledged the opponent's agility. Even his powerful kick was easily evaded. Meanwhile, a blond man with a flamboyant scarf prepared for his own attack. In a mere half-second, he raised a high-powered rifle and fired. The shot impacted with devastating force, shattering a nearby window and sending debris flying. The red-haired man was caught in the crossfire. The blond man, however, anticipated this and dodged, his movement blurring into a swift kick that sent his opponent sprawling. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A man with fiery red hair, sharply dressed in a suit, stands opposite a blond man wielding a peculiar golden weapon. The suited man accuses the blond man, "Do you have eyes behind your head or something? Tell me honestly, you have some kind of damn ability, right?" The blond man, seemingly unfazed, retorts, "No matter how good you are, you're still a human. It's simple if you think like that. Just because you disappear from my front doesn't mean you'll appear somewhere out of my field of vision." The blond man shrugs, "I'm sorry, but it's nothing much to be called an ability." The red-haired man's face contorts in anger. "Thanks for kindly explaining it." A fierce exchange of gunfire erupts. The blond man fires his golden weapon, while the red-haired man lunges forward, dodging the shots with surprising agility. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape, a helicopter hovering above. A question hangs in the air: to those protesters? Inside, a tense conversation unfolds. A man in a military uniform is addressed by a stern-looking individual. "Just a moment at the landing site of the building will suffice. Please, Captain." The scene cuts to a protest, signs reading "Revenge against the DPC," and "Investigate the org murder." The stern-looking man explains, "Those people are just looking for the answers to their questions. It's time for revenge. Since we're being quiet about it, the others are instigating it with lies." The captain is challenged, "A soldier like you who has to take the lead in fighting the enemy for the sake of the country. Do you plan on reaching out one by one and answering them?" The captain responds, "This is the result of everyone staying quiet." A tense scene unfolded within a stark, modern room. Two figures, their faces etched with grim determination, watched a third. The air crackled with unspoken threats. The two warned the third that revealing his identity would lead to immediate disavowal and oblivion. But he remained resolute. His eyes, filled with a burning intensity, reflected a deep-seated grief and unwavering resolve. He vowed to make them remember his fallen comrades, forever. Outside, a massive protest raged. A sea of faces, a cacophony of voices, all united in their outrage against the oppressive regime. A single hand, holding aloft a sign reading "Overthrow the murder regime," symbolized the collective fury. A charismatic speaker addressed the crowd, his voice booming through the night. He declared that the people's anger had reached a critical point, igniting the flames of rebellion. The speaker continued, his words cutting through the din. He argued that the people no longer needed the controlling influence of the DPC, and that the world only needed one thing: the white. Suddenly, a stern-faced man interrupted the rally, sharply rebuking an uninvited guest for entering without permission. The camera shifted to show the protest from a distance, highlighting the sheer scale of the demonstration. Then, it focused on a man with short, brown hair, his expression unreadable, observing the scene from the shadows. The man's presence was noticed. A commotion erupted as those around him demanded to know his identity. He remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The scene shifted again, revealing a flashback. A narration box appeared, posing a question: why did Terror Man change his decision to kill the wicked? And another question arose: why did his comrades burn themselves that day? A tense confrontation unfolded. Two figures in dark suits grappled, one of them clearly overpowered. The scene was punctuated by the sharp crack of blows and the sound of strained exertion. A voice, filled with quiet contemplation, wondered aloud if their actions stemmed from a sense of injustice or from an inability to let go of their resentment. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, microphone in hand, stood defiantly, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. He sputtered indignantly, demanding to know who dared to attack him. The scene shifted abruptly. A heavy foot came down with crushing force, the impact echoing through the panel. The sound of the blow was deafening. A brutal punch landed, connecting with the jaw of the man in the suit. His head snapped back, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. He protested, his voice strained: "It wasn't that." Blood splattered across the ground as the man in the suit collapsed, his body lifeless. The impact of the attack was clearly visible. A figure in a white coat, wielding a golden pistol, stood over him, a look of grim determination on his face. He fired, the shot echoing through the ruined surroundings. The man in the suit groaned in pain. His face was a mask of fury and defiance, even as he struggled to stay conscious amidst the chaos and the burning debris around him. The man in the white coat observed him with a calculating gaze. He commented on the man's initial ferocity, noting that his attacks were now noticeably weaker. The man in the white coat's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. He observed that the man's inability to escape indicated a loss of his abilities. The man in the white coat pondered aloud about the implications of the man's repeated deaths, questioning whether a certain number of deaths would alter the cycle of resurrection. He then dismissed the other man's thoughts with a dismissive wave of his hand. A man in a white coat, blonde hair styled upwards, and a flamboyant scarf wielded a golden anti-material rifle, its twin barrels blazing. He fired, the shots echoing through the desolate landscape. Meanwhile, a red-haired man in a dark suit, his face contorted in grim determination, dove for cover. He knew he had to close the distance quickly, otherwise, he'd be overwhelmed by the relentless barrage from the anti-material rifle. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, calmly observed his opponent. He needed to make the red-haired man aware that he was calculating the trajectory of his bullets. The red-haired man focused intently, his eyes narrowed. He knew his only chance was to exploit the brief moment when his opponent would reload. Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired man launched a surprise attack, closing the distance in a blur of motion. The blonde man reacted instantly, but the red-haired man was already upon him. The blonde man's golden rifle clattered to the ground as the red-haired man's attack sent him reeling. A desperate struggle ensued, a whirlwind of fists and fury. The blonde man, however, was not without resources. He drew a second pistol, a glint of cold steel in his hand. He smirked, a cruel amusement in his eyes. He had anticipated this close-quarters combat, and he was prepared. He leveled his weapon at his opponent, a golden pistol gleaming ominously. "I don't know how many resurrection cycles you have left," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion, "but there's a chance I might miss, so I won't kill you." With a swift, decisive movement, he fired. The bullet found its mark, piercing the other man's chest, a crimson stain blooming across his shirt as he crumpled to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. "He pierced his own heart," he muttered, a tremor of surprise in his voice. The ground beneath him began to tremble. A violent tremor shook the earth, cracked spider webbing across the ground as a powerful force erupted from beneath. The man with the golden pistol leaped back, narrowly avoiding the destructive force. He watched as the ground buckled and shattered around him. The force of the explosion sent him flying backward, colliding with the still-living body of his opponent. A wave of raw power surged from the fallen man, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground continued to crack and crumble. The scene opens with a dramatic view of two figures plummeting through a shattered glass ceiling. One, a man with vibrant blonde hair, falls headfirst, his body twisting unnaturally. The other, with fiery red hair, is positioned below him, seemingly bracing for impact. The impact is imminent. The red-haired man's expression is one of grim determination, his eyes fixed on the falling blonde. The blonde man, Sukwon, lands hard, the force of the impact sending tremors through the building. He is clearly injured, but his eyes flash with defiance as he looks up at the red-haired man. John-Yu's thoughts are a mixture of surprise and anger. How did Sukwon revive? John-Yu's confusion deepens as he observes Sukwon's seemingly impossible recovery. He had fallen from a significant height, yet he appears to have sustained only minor injuries. More perplexing, however, is how Sukwon managed to reach this floor from the lower levels, given the destruction surrounding them. The answer comes in the form of several large, gaping holes in the floor below. These holes, Jong Yu realizes, are the only explanation for Sukwon's rapid ascent. He had somehow used these holes to traverse the floors during the fight. Sukwon's eyes glow with an eerie light as he contemplates Jong Yu's question. He wonders if Jong Yu saw him use the holes to move between floors during the fight. Jong Yu, enraged by Sukwon's reckless actions, confronts him. He demands to know who ordered Sukwon to fire indiscriminately. A hand, gripping a gun with a skull-shaped emblem, emerged from a bloody scene. The tension was palpable. The owner of the hand, a man with vibrant blonde hair and a cruel smile, floated effortlessly amidst a chaotic cityscape. He seemed to revel in the destruction. The blonde man, his face streaked with blood, sneered. "Only you'll end up dying," he taunted. "A mere mafia bastard," he scoffed, acting tough. The other man, his face obscured by shadow, remained defiant. "Well, if you really come out of this alive," the shadowed figure growled, his eyes burning with intensity, "I'll see you again in 3 days. You motherfucker." Suddenly, a figure plummeted from a building. Below, onlookers gasped, "What's this?" Someone fell out of the building. The falling figure, revealed to be the man with the shadowed face, landed hard, groaning in pain. A blinding flash of light erupted as he was violently propelled backward. The force of the impact sent debris flying as he crashed into the ground, leaving the shadowed figure lying defeated on the ground. The blond man, weakened but still alive, muttered, "You monster. I still haven't died. Come on." A dark, metallic object, reminiscent of a flying saucer, descended from the heavens, its shadow stretching across the cityscape below. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the vehicle as it touched down, sending shockwaves through the streets. A man in a sharp black suit stood defiantly amidst the chaos. The vehicle, a futuristic motorcycle, spun wildly, its rider seemingly unfazed. From the wreckage, a figure in a white lab coat emerged, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the fiery scene. The man in black, his face marred by cuts, was identified as Young Woo Min, the notorious terrorist. A voice, filled with a mixture of fear and excitement, shouted from the sidelines. "Film it! Film it!" The blond man in the white coat watched calmly from the relative safety of his vehicle. The blond man, Sukwon, was addressed by a masked figure in a dark suit. "That it was going to be tough to do it by yourself," the masked man stated, his voice low and serious. Sukwon responded simply, "Well, even so." His expression remained unchanged, betraying little emotion. The masked man, Min Jong-yu, smirked slightly. "It's been quite fun," he commented, his tone suggesting a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Young Woo Min, the terrorist, prepared for his next move. He called out to Sukwon, "Hey, terrorist." Young Woo Min, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity, addressed Sukwon directly. "I have a lot to say to you. Keep your ears wide open and wait for me," he declared, his voice filled with menace. The chapter opens with a close-up of a figure, their face obscured by a sleek, black mask adorned with intricate gold detailing. Only their eyes, sharp and intense, are visible beneath the mask's shadowed depths. Their hair is a striking silver white, framing a face that hints at both power and hidden vulnerability. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, a man with vibrant orange hair and a bloodied face is shown in a state of distress. He clutches his chest, his expression a mixture of pain and disbelief. Above him, a powerful energy surge erupts, a swirling vortex of orange and yellow light. The scene is chaotic, hinting at a recent intense battle. The man's body is thrown back, the force of the attack clearly evident. He falls to the ground, his form collapsing amidst the glowing energy. The panels that follow show his pained expression as he lies defeated, the city lights blurring in the background. He lies still, the city lights a hazy backdrop to his motionless form. The scene shifts, indicating a significant passage of time. 3 days have passed. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape, dominated by a towering, imposing skyscraper. The moon hangs large and pale in the sky. The orange-haired man, now seemingly recovered, sits in a dimly lit room, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He looks around, disoriented. A wave of disorientation washes over him as he realizes the passage of time. 3 days have vanished, leaving him bewildered and questioning his surroundings. He finds himself in a modern, stylish office space, surrounded by a group of individuals who appear to be waiting for him. Their expressions are a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, their gazes fixed on him. The scene ends with a sense of foreboding. A young woman with dark hair, clad in a leather jacket, observed the scene unfolding on her phone. Her eyebrows were furrowed in a mixture of surprise and skepticism. "What the," she muttered, "look how confidently this guy is resurrecting here." A man with dark, wavy hair and gold earrings, his expression serious, spoke to someone off-panel. He questioned, "Don't you think it's safe? Since we're all gathered here." Another man, this one sporting sunglasses and a mustache, responded with a weary sigh. He thought, Come to think of it, he probably doesn't know anything. These have been the longest 3 days of my life ever. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in a blue jacket, scoffed. He asked sarcastically, was he the savior of this generation or something? Ha ha. Another man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a suit, retorted angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you all gathered here? The red-haired man continued, explaining, why else, it's to prepare for the final round. A woman with dark hair, wearing a red jacket, addressed the group. She instructed, first of all, you should know what's happening, so take a look outside the window. Don't look for too long since you might get captured by the camera. The red-haired man, his expression hardening, looked intently ahead. He looked out the window, his gaze falling upon a city consumed by flames and chaos. A massive crowd of people filled the streets below, their faces a mixture of fear and desperation. The red-haired man's face was etched with shock and confusion. He whispered, what's this? Who are these people? The dark-haired woman calmly explained, it's the opposition. While you were dead. The scene opens with a narration box explaining that Choi Yi-gun, a member of Special Task Force Team 2, played a significant role in the unfolding events. Below, another character, whose face is partially obscured by shadow, reacts with disdain, muttering to himself about Choi Yi-gun, referring to him contemptuously as that punk. He continues his internal monologue, seething with resentment as the realization dawns on him that he is merely a pawn in Choi Yi-gun's game, being used for the latter's amusement. The scene shifts to a room where three individuals stand before a large screen displaying a map. A young woman with long dark hair in a sailor-style uniform stands to the left, while a man with blonde hair and a leather jacket stands to the right. The central figure, a man with short, gray hair, stares intently at the screen, his expression unreadable. The scene opens 2 days prior, in a temporary hideout located in the Seoul metropolitan area. A hideout is a large, nondescript industrial building. Inside, a young woman with dark hair and a school uniform vehemently rejects a proposition. Don't make me laugh, comrade. Do I look like I join hands with such a villain? She continues, emphasizing her point. I already know he smashed up a whole military base. He's the villain of all villains. A blonde man with a sinister smirk observes her. A school uniform, huh? Looks like you're getting help from a kid these days. You must be struggling with the shortage of manpower, ha ha ha. She then addresses the dark-haired man, explaining her gratitude for his actions. Hey, why are you like this? We promised to be on the same team, right? I'm grateful that you saved my boyfriend who was taken hostage by the country. The young woman's anger flares again. I have no plans of being in a group with this crazy person. The dark-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable. A hand gestures emphatically towards a screen displaying a bright blue energy surge. The news anchor, Choi Lee-byum, intones a question of national concern, when will peace return to the Republic of Korea? He then adds, with a hint of cynicism, that it certainly didn't return yesterday. The report transitions to footage of a rally at the memorial site of the late Yoo Chang-hyuk, a DPC censure rally that erupted in Jeonnyeong-gu the previous night. The reporter explains that they will now hear from the participants. A man with fiery brown hair, addressing the crowd through a microphone, passionately declares that the true instigator behind the protests is being overlooked, and that the people should be condemning the real culprit. He argues that if people only see and hear what they want to, life might feel comfortable, but reality is not that simple. He continues his impassioned speech, urging the crowd to consider who is truly fighting for them. A news report reveals that the speaker, confirmed to be affiliated with the DPC Special Forces team, is believed to have been on a secret mission at the Daehan System Tower. Captain Jang Deokman, captain of the Special Forces and a national hero, is shown commenting on the situation. The camera focuses on Captain Jang Deokman, surrounded by photographers. He states that he has seen this kind of thing hundreds of thousands of times. The scene shifts to a newcomer to the Special Forces team, who, unintentionally, has brought comfort to the situation. A man with short, gray hair and glasses is shown looking at a screen, seemingly contemplating the events unfolding. A young man with dark hair, dressed in a school uniform, intently observes a scene unfolding before him. His expression is serious, almost grim. Behind him, a figure in dark clothing stands silently, their face obscured by shadow. The young man is pouring out all of his opinions on the case without hiding anything. The scene shifts to a news report showing a chaotic scene at a memorial site. A terrorist attack is underway. The narration emphasizes that this event was the final blow, a turning point in the unfolding crisis. A man with vibrant red hair, seen from behind, stands before a holographic display. He declares that he has much to say and instructs his unseen audience to listen carefully. A news report reveals that a Western man who escaped with the terrorist has been identified as a member of the Russian mafia responsible for the Songnam airbase attack. This man, it is further reported, fought against the terrorists single-handedly. The scene shows a city street, damaged and in disarray. The report continues, noting that the lone fighter collapsed after the battle. However, a video has surfaced showing his sudden disappearance from the scene. The red-haired man from earlier is shown again, his expression thoughtful. The narration suggests that this man is a hidden hero who fights evil alone. The red-haired man reacts with disbelief and shock to the news of the events, uttering an expletive. He is clearly stunned by the scale of the destruction. The young man from the first panel observes the red-haired man's reaction, his expression unreadable. He muses that believing in the red-haired man's actions is like having faith in a religion. A man with short, white hair and intense eyes contemplates the nature of human instability. His thoughts, heavy with unspoken wisdom, are revealed in a narration box. People long for external control because they don't believe in themselves. If the deficiency is not filled, humans will inevitably become unstable. He continues his internal monologue, his gaze distant and troubled. It will only make for a more unstable world. His words shift to address someone named Suki, a hint of weariness in his tone. Suki, you have lived your entire life as a coordinator, so you should know it best. The scene shifts to show a young woman with dark hair, her expression grim. Below, another man, his face obscured, speaks, his voice laced with foreboding. If we give my body to Atrahasis, it'll be chaos at first. The white-haired man's face is shown again, his expression now one of grim determination. His words paint a picture of destruction and rebirth. Most of humanity will die and disappear, but after the chaos, people will follow the absolute order. The deficiency will disappear, and a new world will come forth. The white-haired man stands defiantly, a dark, ominous energy swirling around him. That's the contract between Atrahasis and me. A new character, a man with blonde hair and a smirk, appears, his laughter echoing through the room. Ha ha ha. The blonde man speaks, his tone dismissive and arrogant. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your pitiful contract. All I want is that one resurrecting guy. The white-haired man and the blonde man discuss their next move. We have to deal with Yak and Huan Suk to seize the transmission device. You can decide what you want to do with him after the fight. The scene opens on a dimly lit, industrial-looking space. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a school uniform, stands silently observing a man with dark skin and short, dark hair. He's wearing a lab coat over a red shirt, and he holds a pen-like object, seemingly lost in thought. He reflects on his long life, noting that it has included many unwelcome encounters. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking heterochromia, one blue eye, one gold, stares intently at the man in the lab coat. Her dark hair is styled in a severe bob. She questions his actions, wondering why he's resorting to such desperate lies. The man explains his deception. He knows that revealing the truth would lead to immediate danger, forcing him to flee. His strategy involves keeping this situation under wraps, controlling the narrative as much as possible. Which implies a significant risk. The young woman with heterochromia, however, seems to understand the implications of his actions, even though the man himself has remained silent. The man continues, stating that even a third party would notice the deception, highlighting the precariousness of his situation. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting at night. A man with reddish-brown hair, dressed in a black suit, is smoking. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a black suit, approaches him. She comments on the cold weather. He replies that despite the cold, he feels warm due to the intensity of his actions. She counters that this is an overstatement. The conversation turns to his life as a media star, with the woman inquiring about his current status. He explains that a recent photo was taken from a strategic angle, concealing certain details. Two figures stood observing a crowd from a distance. One, with dark hair, smiled subtly, the other, with vibrant red hair, remained stoic. The dark-haired man commented that some of the people holding signs were familiar faces. Those individuals had been staunch supporters of the young master, unwavering in their belief despite constant accusations of treachery and betrayal. However, witnessing his recent transformation, their disappointment was palpable, and they now openly criticized him. The dark-haired man watched the scene unfold, a pensive expression on her face. A single thought echoed in her mind, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man with silver hair and a sharp gaze stood alone. He had taken action to prevent his fans from being insulted by some disagreeable individuals. He had subtly moved them away from the area. The scene opens at Sinseoldong Station, Subway Line 2, in Seoul. The entrance is visible, a modern structure against the backdrop of a bustling city. In 1974, plans for Line 5's platform at Sinseoldong Station were completed, but ultimately scrapped. Only Line 2 remains operational. Consequently, the dimension-shifting device was moved to the unfinished Line 5 platform. A woman, her expression serious, observes the station entrance. She notes that young women, likely aware of the device's location, will soon attack. She refers to the unfinished Line 5 platform as the battlefield. Another individual, a man with long dark hair, questions why the device couldn't be moved elsewhere, as it was in the past. The man explains that the previous relocation required the combined desires of 8,000 people to achieve. He emphasizes the unpredictable consequences of a careless move, warning that opening another dimension is a very real risk. Alice, a woman with long dark hair, mused to herself. The device they were using was powerful, but dangerous. It was not something to be used lightly, unless it was in the hands of its creator, her sister. Their mission was simple: prevent young Wu-min from accessing the dimension-shifting device, Atrahasis, so he couldn't summon it. Two individuals, a man with reddish-brown hair and a woman with dark hair, planned their strategy. And then, they would subdue him and his gang once and for all. The image showed two men, one with a mustache and sunglasses, the other in a blue jacket, looking determined. The woman with dark hair, her expression serious, spoke. They had to do all of this while a young woman remained conscious. A shadowy figure with wings appeared behind her, hinting at the looming threat. The narration box identified their targets: the 42nd director of the Secret Research Institute, and a friend of young woman, scientist Kim Bong-chun. And the second-generation head of Bratstvo, Russia's large mafia organization, Nikolai Vichy II. Finally, there was Suki Kong, a woman who had lived for thousands of years as the queen. Another woman, with dark hair, commented on Suki's picture, finding her to be senseless. The dark-haired woman continued, stating that she would try to stop Suki somehow. It would be difficult, but worth a try. She explained that, since they had Yak, they could do something to stop Suki. Young women had bad blood with their prophet, Hwan Suk. But the real problem was Kim Bong-chun. A woman with dark hair and gold earrings observes a digital image of a man with vibrant blue hair on a screen. The image is accompanied by text detailing the man's importance within a system, highlighting his extensive knowledge of the organization's composition, technology, and security. The woman continues, comparing the man's technologically advanced capabilities to those of another individual, Dr. Suk Young Min, noting that his technology surpasses even that of Dr. Min. She emphasizes that his weapon was powerful enough to defeat Atrahasis. The woman's face is partially visible, her lips slightly parted as she speaks. She explains that due to the man's advanced technology and capabilities, they cannot afford to delay their actions. She declares that they must attack young Wu-min's party first, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. The woman, arms crossed, expresses concern that their chances of success are diminishing with each passing moment. Two men discuss the situation. One, wearing a bandana and sunglasses, listens intently as the other expresses frustration over their lack of knowledge regarding the whereabouts of their target. The woman, reviewing data on a screen, suggests that the target's hiding place is likely among Kim Bong-chun's research equipment. She explains that having previously worked alongside the Terror Man, they have used a total of 6 hideouts, 4 of which have already been discovered and eliminated. The woman asks for confirmation from another person, Lilia, about the assessment of the situation. Lilia agrees, but adds a note of caution, suggesting that the target is likely aware of their investigation. A woman with dark hair and intense eyes voiced her concern. She wondered aloud how they could possibly attack their enemies, given that the enemy was likely prepared for any conventional approach. A close-up on her face highlighted her serious expression, emphasizing the weight of the situation. Despite her apprehension, a man with vibrant red hair and a determined expression stated that they had no choice but to proceed, as waiting would be far worse. He confidently declared that they would simply attack and fight to their fullest extent. The red-haired man announced their plan to attack at 7 p.m. the following day, contingent upon confirming the enemy's hideout location. He then dismissed the group, instructing everyone to rest well before the impending operation. The meeting concluded. After the meeting adjourned, the red-haired man was approached by a colleague who asked him to wait a moment. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he heard the name Young Ha-hyung. The woman in red explained to a man with short, dark hair that he was different from the others in the group, implying a higher level of skill or ability. She continued, comparing his strength to that of an average person, noting that while Captain Zhang Diak was similar, his true capabilities remained unknown. Suk-hwan, a man with a determined expression, sat across from Min Jong-yu. He stated that he didn't believe she had asked him to stay simply to pick a fight. Instead, he would listen for now. Jong-yu, however, retorted that he was the most normal person there, and what did that even mean? Jong-yu opened a drawer, revealing a small package inside. She explained that she hated losing more than anyone else, and that the key to victory in their battle was in that package, which she would hand to him. Suk-hwan cautiously took the package and opened it, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Jong-yu revealed that it was liver medicine, the best combination made by the best pharmacist. She explained that it would make his body invincible to getting drunk. Suk-hwan, though uncertain, admitted that this wasn't the first time someone had called him crazy. Night fell. A man in a suit stood before a taxi, seemingly ready to depart. Hwan Suk, recently involved in events beyond his comprehension, found himself in a dimly lit parking lot. An unseen benefactor offered him temporary housing, a shabby apartment in the heart of Seoul, chosen specifically to avoid unwanted attention. A detail that caused him to pause. The location, while convenient, was far from ideal. Suk-won, despite the less than desirable conditions, accepted the offer. The building, over 40 years old, was a relic of the past, a place where he could simply live and move on. A sentiment that held a certain nostalgic appeal. The old building held a strange comfort for him. He mused on the irony. Despite its age, the building's location near Gangnam meant its value was over $1 billion. This was a detail that didn't escape his notice. As Suk-won approached the building, a figure emerged from the shadows, causing him to stop abruptly. A sudden, unexpected encounter. Recognition dawned on Suk-won as he saw a familiar smirk. It was Tiger Hyung. Tiger Hyung, a former member of Suk Young-min's division, revealed the true cost of the building, 42 billion won, a staggering sum. Tiger Hyung embraced Suk-won, commenting on how much he had grown. Their reunion was unexpected, and the weight of their shared past hung heavy in the air. Baek Muko and Hwan Suk grew up together in the same orphanage. Hwan Suk, known for his unwavering moral compass, served as a pillar of support for his fellow orphans. His responsibilities extended beyond emotional support. He also held a key position in Suk Young-min's intelligence division. A young man with vibrant red hair, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "Are you really Tiger Hyung? How did you get here?" Hwan Suk responded with a shrug, "I guess I don't know. That chairwoman or something called me and didn't even inform you." Hwan Suk calmly suggested, "First off, just come out here. Let's talk slowly about it." The red-haired young man's expression shifted to concern. He stated, "So, you're going up against Min Young-woo tomorrow, right?" Hwan Suk offered a wry smile. "Well, it might not be as good as the original, but I also have the famous eyes that can foresee misfortune." But his eyes, blazing with an intense light, reflected the gravity of the situation. He declared, "I'll give you a brief lesson on how to defeat the terrorist." Chapter 61 of Terror vs. Revival begins. The author is Han Dongwoo and the artist is Go Jinho. In a dimly lit parking garage, two men stand facing each other. One, in a dark suit, has fiery red hair, the other, in a green jacket, has dark hair. The tension is palpable. The man in the green jacket spoke, expressing disbelief that the other was a member of Suk Young-min's division. He revealed that he discovered this while the other was still in high school. Following this revelation, he learned about the existence of the prophet. The red-haired man asked if his opponent was ready. The red-haired man launched a swift attack. A powerful strike that sent the other reeling. A figure in a dark green jacket lunged forward, his movements blurred with speed. He shouted at his opponent, "Hey punk! You're not gonna fight properly?" His opponent, a young man with vibrant red hair, retorted, "It's not like that." His face was contorted in a grimace, a mixture of frustration and defiance. A narration box appeared, providing context. "When we lived together in the orphanage, he was our eldest brother and a reliable man. He overpowered all the schools in Songbukgu at the time and trashed all their number one fighters." The red-haired young man continued his internal monologue. "Now that I think about it, he was as strong as Young Ha-hyung at the time. That's right. If it wasn't for my power of annihilation, I wouldn't even stand a chance of winning against him." His eyes glowed with a menacing red light as he thought, "If I didn't have my power of annihilation." The green-jacketed figure smirked, "You punk, so you're gonna slack off until the end, is that it? I was gonna teach you slowly, but I changed my mind." With surprising speed, the green-jacketed man launched a swift attack, striking the red-haired young man. The red-haired young man barely registered the attack before he was hit, his eyes widening in surprise. He took a heavy step back, his body bracing for the next attack. The green-jacketed man stood before him, arms crossed. "Have you snapped out of it now? Just because you've become a bit stronger, you think you can slack off, punk?" A man with striking blue eyes and dark hair, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, addressed his opponent. "Even if it's just sparring," he growled, "do your best." His opponent, a man with vibrant red hair, watched him intently, a hint of apprehension in his gaze. The red-haired man launched himself into action, moving with surprising speed. Surprising his opponent with a flurry of blows. "What the heck? A cloning technique," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was clearly overwhelmed. "Shit. He's really coming at me with everything." The red-haired man continued his relentless assault, dodging and weaving through the clones. Finally succumbing to the sheer number of attacks. He crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. "Oh, shit." The blue-eyed man smirked, explaining his technique. "My clones don't have any physical strength or impact like you see in anime, they're just holograms. I can make anyone within 30 meters of my vision see colorless and odorless things. That means I can show them any hallucination I want." The red-haired man gritted his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his features. Damn. Okay. And lunged at his opponent. The scene opens with two figures sprawled on the ground, amidst a flurry of dust and debris. One, with vibrant red hair, lies prone, while the other, clad in dark clothing, is partially draped over him. The red-haired man, his face etched with pain and confusion, groans. He is addressed by the other individual, whose words reveal a crucial detail. What I used on you just now were eyes that can foresee misfortune. You know what it is, right? The dark-clothed individual continues, explaining his ability. It's the ability to analyze the situation in my brain and recognize the next dangerous part with purple fog. The scene shifts to a desolate urban landscape. The red-haired man lies unconscious on the ground, while the other stands over him, a thoughtful expression on his face. He speaks, revealing the nature of their combined abilities. Combining these two skills is called an illusion. He elaborates, explaining the intricate relationship between their powers. Since the ability to show hallucinations is a prerequisite for the activation of the brain, the two abilities are interdependent on each other. I'm the only one who can use those two abilities in Suk Young Min's division. The focus returns to the injured red-haired man. A narration box reveals a startling fact about his potential: use up to 9 different abilities at once. The dark-clothed man reacts with a mixture of surprise and calculation, muttering, 9. He continues, offering a counterpoint. Of course, we know that he can only use one right now. Young woman has come all this way from a young age using only one ability. The dark-clothed man walks away, his final words hinting at the unpredictable nature of their conflict. In the end, it depends on how he uses it. But his number of abilities doesn't matter. Whether it's your heavy-duty power of annihilation or a normal person with some ability like me, he can send us all flying. Sukwon, the revival man, launched a powerful kick, sending his opponent, Min Jongyu, the terror man, flying through the air. Electricity crackled around them as Jongyu tumbled, his body arcing against the backdrop of a chaotic cityscape. Jongyu watched Sukwon, his expression unreadable. Hwan, you're always honest and unyielding, he thought, analyzing his opponent's unwavering nature. Sukwon's thoughts turned to strategy. So sometimes, that kind of fighting style would have confused your enemy, he mused, considering the implications of Jongyu's direct approach. He continued, his voice a low murmur, it's your turn to understand your enemy. Sukwon's gaze sharpened. And understanding their personality, he added, focusing on the nuances of Jongyu's character. He offered a subtle encouragement, you can do it even if you don't have my eyes of misfortune. Sukwon delivered a final piece of advice, his tone firm. The important thing is not how to use your ability, but how to use the other person's ability against them. Sukwon, confident in his strategy, issued a challenge. If you understand, let's go again. The two combatants clashed once more, a flurry of motion and power. Sukwon moved with speed and precision. Jongyu, surrounded by a purple fog, was taken aback. The purple fog surrounding you, did you really find a way to tell me apart from my clones? He wondered, his voice laced with surprise. With a determined glint in his eyes, Sukwon declared that he would act now. He lunged forward, his fist a blur of motion aimed at Min Jongyu, who braced for impact. But Jongyu reacted instantly, narrowly dodging the blow and creating distance between them. The two stood facing each other, poised for battle. A tense silence hung in the air before Sukwon let out a low chuckle, ho. Jongyu, unimpressed, countered that he didn't think much of Sukwon's clones, dismissing them as simple holograms. Sukwon explained that only physical contact would reveal his true form, so he anticipated Jongyu's immediate reaction to his touch, leading him to jump back the moment Sukwon made contact. Jongyu's reaction speed was not simply annihilation, it was a honed combat sense. Sukwon admitted he didn't engage in complex strategies during combat, it wasn't his style. Instead of analyzing his opponent's abilities and personality, he preferred to show his enemy the futility of any tricks. Jongyu acknowledged Sukwon's unwavering confidence, admitting to sharing the same mindset. Min Jongyu, a man with the unsettling ability to foresee misfortune, stood beside Sukwon, whose unique gift was the power of resurrection. A palpable tension hung in the air between them, a silent acknowledgement of the looming threat that had brought them together. A powerful figure emerged from the shadows, his presence radiating an aura of malevolent energy. This was the new evil, a being of immense power whose very existence threatened the world. His eyes burned with an unholy light as he spoke, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down their spines. How much your confidence will support you? Sukwon, his face a mask of grim determination, responded with a chillingly calm resolve, I would like to find out. Chapter 62 of Terror vs. Revival begins with a tense scene. A young man with vibrant red hair, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, exclaims, Young Woo-min? The source of his astonishment is revealed. Young Woo-min, a man with striking silver hair and piercing purple eyes, stands before him, radiating an aura of power. Electricity crackles around him. The red-haired man, clearly unsettled, demands, What the hell? How do you know this place? His companion, a man with dark hair and a serious demeanor, suggests it might be a prank, but the red-haired man dismisses this, stating that he knows it's a hologram, but it's unusual to train with such a realistic one. However, the dark-haired man's expression shifts as he realizes the truth. It's not a hologram, it's the real Young Woo Min. Elsewhere, another man observes the scene with growing concern, muttering, "What the hell is happening, Won Mi-ho?" He reflects on the unexpected exposure of the location, despite Kim Bong-chun's efforts to keep it hidden. He then questions the allegiance of Baek Muk-ho, wondering if he is sided with Young Woo Min. A man with gray hair and a striking black and orange mask, his eyes glowing an eerie purple, leveled a cold accusation at his opponent. He stated that the other man had remained by his father's side longer than he had ever stayed at the orphanage. The masked man continued, his tone laced with disdain, that his actions were revolting, helping the enemy. His opponent, a man with fiery red hair, countered that he was merely trying to create a better outcome than the current one, just as his father had done. The masked man scoffed, dismissing his opponent's words as utter nonsense, something even a dog would laugh at. His body crackled with dark energy. The red-haired man, his face grim, warned his companion, "Hwan, get ready. He's coming." The masked man unleashed a surge of dark energy, a powerful blast that tore through the air. The force of the attack visible as crackling electricity and searing light. He shouted the name of his technique, Kuranos. The resulting explosion was devastating, a maelstrom of energy that engulfed the area, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The red-haired man and his companion were caught in the blast, barely managing to brace themselves against the impact. The red-haired man, struggling to regain his footing amidst the chaos, angrily questioned if the masked man was trying to bury them alive. His companion, equally shocked, could only stare in disbelief, muttering about the masked man's incredible power and speed. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. Suk-won, with fiery red hair and a determined expression, launched himself forward, a blinding white energy erupting from his back, resembling wings. He hurtled towards a speeding car, the force of his impact causing the vehicle to crumple and sparking electrical discharges across its surface. A wave of concussive energy radiated outwards from the point of impact, sending debris flying. Suk-won landed heavily, a pained groan escaping his lips as he braced himself against a crumbling wall. He had clearly taken some damage in the collision. From the wreckage, a figure emerged, its movements deliberate and powerful. The figure's legs were visible, clad in dark trousers and polished shoes. Stepping through the debris field with an air of quiet menace. The figure revealed itself to be Min Jong-yu, his face partially obscured by a dark mask with glowing, circular accents. He stood opposite Suk-won, the air thick with unspoken tension. Jong-yu's voice, though muffled by the mask, carried a note of quiet observation. He seemed to be assessing Suk-won's condition, his gaze unwavering. One man questioned another's confidence before a confrontation. He wanted to ask something before they began. He had a question about something that had been said earlier. Specifically, he wanted to revisit a past conversation. The other man, seemingly confident, inquired if his opponent was ready. A powerful energy pulsed, suggesting preparations were underway. The energy erupted, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness. His shocked reaction was evident. In a dilapidated garage, two figures stood facing each other, one with fiery orange hair, the other with stark white hair. Tension hung heavy in the air. The white-haired man, wearing a distinctive helmet, denied any knowledge of the other's question. His denial sparked a surge of anger in the other man, his eyes blazing with fury. The orange-haired man lunged forward, unleashing a powerful attack. A fierce clash of energy ensued, the two figures locked in a brutal exchange of blows. The Terror Man, with his distinctive white hair and black and orange mask, launched a surprise attack. He had predicted his opponent's movements. But to his surprise, the Revival Man, with fiery red hair and a fierce expression, not only evaded the attack but countered with unexpected ferocity. A thrill coursed through the Revival Man as he found himself engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. The Revival Man's counterattack was swift and brutal, a blur of motion that left the Terror Man momentarily stunned. The Terror Man stumbled back, momentarily off balance, giving the Revival Man the opening he needed. He seized the opportunity, grabbing the Terror Man by the throat. The Revival Man's eyes widened in shock as he saw something unexpected. A small, technologically advanced device was being implanted into the Terror Man's chest. A pained groan escaped the Revival Man's lips. The Terror Man explained that the device was a nanomachine designed to prevent him from dying, allowing him to resurrect 12 times. He had anticipated this confrontation and prepared accordingly. He revealed that the machine would systematically shut down his vital organs one by one, causing his death, only to restart them after 3 days. He had been waiting for the Revival Man to find him. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with dark hair and a determined expression is shown walking towards an unknown destination. Their intent is clear: to interfere. High above, a young woman with long, dark hair stood poised, a long staff held firmly in her grasp. Her posture was one of quiet intensity, her gaze fixed on the figure below. Meanwhile, in a grimy alleyway, a blonde woman with a fierce expression confronted a man with bright yellow hair. She held a large axe aloft, ready to strike. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man watched in stunned silence as a jeep hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. The words "with all my strength" echoed in the air, a testament to the force of the oncoming vehicle. Suddenly, a figure with stark white hair and glowing pink eyes appeared, a mask obscuring most of his face. He spoke, his voice laced with a chilling calm. "Did you forget that it's my specialty to prevent accidents from happening in the first place?" The man with the red hair merely smirked, a chilling glint in his eyes. "Oh well," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Let's do it then." His expression hardened, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "After all," he sneered, "it's my specialty to beat up punks who think they've won." A woman's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the tense silence. She demanded to know the current situation. A man responded, his voice tight with grim determination, confirming that Nikolai Tu, Kang Suki, and Kim Bongchun had all been located. Further reports came in, indicating that the Seoul Metropolitan Control Center had pledged its cooperation. The woman, her expression steely, ordered that only Kang Suki's feed be displayed on the main satellite screen, with the rest shown on the CCTV monitors. A chilling realization dawned on her, it had begun. A guttural roar echoed, a sound of raw power and barely contained fury. A figure, clad in dark, technologically advanced armor, emerged from a blinding flash of light. The air itself crackling with energy as the two combatants traded blows. Min Jong-yu, a man with the power to foresee misfortune, found himself locked in a brutal confrontation with a shadowy figure. His fiery red hair seemed to blaze with the intensity of his struggle as he unleashed a furious barrage of blows. Each strike a desperate attempt to overcome his opponent's superior strength. A pained groan escaped his lips as he staggered back, the force of the impact sending tremors through his body. Meanwhile, Suk-won, the man capable of revival, watched from a distance, his face etched with concern. He saw his ally, Jong-yu, in dire straits, and a desperate cry escaped his lips. Hwan-suk. Jong-yu's attacker, a figure cloaked in darkness and wielding immense power, smirked. A surge of dark energy crackled around him as he spoke. "First, here's one." With a flick of his wrist, the attacker unleashed a devastating blast of energy. A searing wave of power that engulfed Jong-yu. The force of the attack sent Jong-yu flying, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Suk-won, witnessing the scene, rushed towards Jong-yu, his concern evident. He cried out, "Are you okay, Hwan-suk? Are you going to resurrect?" Jong-yu, barely conscious, managed a weak reply, "Oh, damn it." Suk-won, assessing the situation, began to strategize. He knew they needed to escape and contact the DPC to remove the nanomachines from Jong-yu's body. A final narration box revealed a chilling truth: young woman's target is you, the resurrector. If you resurrect at a different place, even if he's a powerful guy, it'll be hard for him to chase you. Suk-won, a man with fiery orange hair and intense eyes, contemplated his next move. A grim determination etched itself onto his features as he muttered to himself, "But if I go?" Another man, with dark hair and a smirk, interrupted him. He casually popped a red pill into his mouth, saying dismissively, "Don't worry, brat. Did you think I came here from abroad to have fun?" The dark-haired man swallowed the pill. A close-up showed the capsule dissolving in his mouth. Suddenly, the dark-haired man's eyes glowed an eerie purple. His expression shifted, and he declared, "Illusion." A wave of blue energy erupted around him as he seemingly vanished, leaving behind only a vast, empty blue expanse. A figure, seemingly Suk-won, stood alone, gazing out at the ocean. A narration box appeared. Did he overcome the balance among users of the same ability? Suk-won and the dark-haired man reappeared, the latter urging the former to continue their attack. "Go! I'll hold him here. Take care of things quickly and..." Suk-won responded, No Hyung. Since I'm dying anyway, let's go big." He and the dark-haired man charged forward, their intent clear, to defeat their opponent with everything they had. Suk-won's thought bubble red: if we knock him down with all our might before my next resurrection, it's over. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man stood before a distorted, glitching image of the ocean, reflecting on humanity's destructive nature. He stated, "Humans are used to breaking and destroying others. If the history of humankind was filled with war..." A man with striking silver hair, a black mask obscuring his lower face, and cybernetic enhancements around his neck stood against a backdrop of a distorted, digital ocean. His eyes, though partially hidden, held a cold intensity. He spoke, his voice laced with accusation. He declared that the person he addressed was likely a descendant of killers, those who had survived at the expense of others. His gaze intensified, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He pressed his point, directly addressing Young Woo-min. "Don't you think so, Young Woo-min?" The scene shifted. A woman with short blonde hair, dressed in a leather jacket, stood confronting a young man with bright blonde hair. She carried a large axe. She spoke, her tone suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. She admitted that it had been a while, and she had forgotten, but she was sure he had long hair until recently, when she saw him on TV. She questioned why he cut it. The young man, seemingly unfazed, smirked slightly. He was the boss of Bratsvo. The woman continued, her suspicion growing. Was it a change of heart due to Suk Young Min's death? Or was it because of the split from Young Woo Min? Whichever it is, she declared, he had become weak. She then questioned his presence in Korea. Why on earth did he come to Korea? The young man responded, his tone calm yet chilling. He thought he had told her that he came to kill Hwan Suk and to kill her, because of her. He repeated, emphasizing the finality of his statement, because of you. Because of you. The woman's eyes blazed with fury. Her expression hardened, her face contorted in rage. She declared that because of her actions, the young master could never go back to the way he was. She pointed out the irony of his situation. The young master was now being treated as a murderer, just like her. The scene opens with a close-up of a large, heavy-looking weapon, possibly a mace or hammer, held firmly in someone's hand. A voice, seemingly disembodied, intones, "You're left alive," the deeper the young master's sins get. A man with vibrant blonde hair, wearing a black leather jacket, smirks confidently while holding a small, dark object that looks like a pistol. He chuckles, being accustomed to peace. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, fires his weapon, unleashing a burst of intense golden flames. He states, "If that's the case, have you repented for your sins, Lilia, my former bodyguard?" The flames engulf the area, obscuring the immediate aftermath. The blonde man's face is shown, a grim determination etched on his features. A powerful surge of energy erupts from him, a fiery aura surrounding his body. He moves with incredible speed, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. The intensity of the flames suggests a significant power surge. The blonde man is shown again, his face now marked with blood, a look of surprise and slight confusion on his features. He mutters. A woman with short, light brown hair and a tattoo on her arm appears, seemingly observing the blonde man. He observes her, commenting, has it become faster than the last time I saw it? The blonde man examines his wound, noting, and besides, this attack was aimed at the carotid artery. She definitely planned on killing me with one blow. The final panel shows a close-up of the blonde man's mouth, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He thinks, I see, even if time passes, the instincts of an animal never fade. A woman with short, light brown hair stood silhouetted against a vibrant blue twilight sky. Her back was to the viewer, revealing a muscular physique and tattoos on her arms. She held what appeared to be a small, rectangular object in her hand. The scene was punctuated by a large, bright moon hanging in the sky above. The woman turned her head slightly, revealing a fierce expression and a spiderweb tattoo with a spider at its center on her back. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. The chapter opens with a man, his face obscured by shadow, contemplating his past. He reflects on his life, his time as a mafia member, and the countless lives he has taken. The weight of his actions is heavy upon him. He knows he deserves damnation. He rejects any attempt at self-justification, acknowledging the gravity of his sins. His resolve is firm, he accepts responsibility for his actions. Despite his dark past, a different side emerges. He expresses a desire to protect those he cares about, unwilling to let them follow the same destructive path he trod. Suddenly, a fierce confrontation erupts. A flurry of blows and gunfire fills the scene as two figures clash in a brutal exchange. One of the combatants, a man with vibrant blonde hair, moves with surprising speed and agility, overwhelming his opponent, leaving him struggling to keep up. The blonde man's power is evident. Despite his age, the blonde man's combat prowess remains undiminished. He is still in his prime. A fierce battle raged in a dimly lit alleyway. A woman with blonde hair, wielding a massive warhammer, clashed with a man in a black coat and red pants, who fired a pistol. The impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the air. The man, a sinister grin spreading across his face, declared that this confrontation was worth his time. He had chosen this alleyway strategically. And he considered selecting this particular location a good idea, as he pressed a button on a remote control device. A blinding flash of light erupted from the alleyway, engulfing the blonde woman in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast sent her hurtling backward, leaving her momentarily stunned. From a distance, a massive explosion rocked the city skyline, a devastating display of power. The scale of the devastation was immense. Despite the chaos, the blonde woman's thoughts turned to her past actions. She had started saving people. And the man questioned if she felt any less guilty about the lives she had taken in the past. He wondered if she felt at ease now. Lilia, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, stared at the retreating figure of a man. "I'm sure," she muttered, her voice laced with a chilling certainty, "it's the complete opposite." The man, seemingly unfazed, fired a golden pistol, the shots echoing the relentless passage of time. And that's why, even decades later, the narration box explained, you're still obsessed with young woman. A flashback showed a younger young woman, a child, cradled in the arms of a woman who smiled down at him with tenderness. The scene was rendered in grayscale, emphasizing the stark contrast with the fiery present. The woman's voice, soft yet firm, cut through the flashback. I'll give you the answer you're looking for. You are sinless. Lilia's face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and anger. The man, his blonde hair gleaming, stepped into the light, a smirk playing on his lips. You were just born with a talent for that stuff. He continued, his words dripping with a cruel understanding. That's why you live that way. The reason you think your work was sinful is because you're in this place where people think it is a sin not. Lilia's rage intensified, her face a mask of fury. The man's voice, cold and dismissive, echoed in her ears. No matter how you try to heal yourself, that heart of yours is just rotting away. So, on that note, just come and serve under me again, Lilia. Lilia, fueled by righteous fury, swung a heavy weapon with all her might. The impact echoing through the desolate landscape. The two clashed in a whirlwind of motion and energy, their battle a furious dance of destruction and defiance. A young man with vibrant blonde hair, clad in a dark coat and red pants, stood amidst a whirlwind of dust and debris. He held a golden pistol, his expression a mixture of surprise and determination. His eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings. The wind pressure alone was enough to disperse the smoke. He looked down at his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Look at you, giving me a lecture just because you're my old boss, he muttered to himself. A muscular man with fiery orange hair appeared, his expression one of annoyance. Why are you making such a fuss? That's so not like you. He paused, his eyes widening in surprise. What's that? The blonde-haired man raised his golden pistol, aiming it with deadly precision. He turned, scanning the ruined cityscape behind him. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered the scene. I see. I thought something was strange, too, he mused. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of a devastating explosion. We blew up a residential area, a voice narrated. The blonde-haired man observed the destruction, his brow furrowed in confusion. So why don't I hear any screams? A thought bubble appeared above a woman in a dark suit, observing the scene from a distance. Keep a close eye on the whole situation. Inside a control room, a stern-looking woman with dark hair addressed a man in a suit. Don't overlook any small abnormalities, she commanded. The man replied, Chairwoman. I just got a call from the residents of the XX Village apartments were evacuated following an urgent order from the Gangbukgu evacuation team. Inside a command center, a woman in a red jacket barked orders to her team, warning them not to let their guard down until Lilia dealt with Nikolai, a madman who killed civilians without hesitation. Another woman, concerned, pointed out that Suk Hwan hadn't contacted them yet. Loud noises suggested a fight was underway. The woman in red, her eyes narrowed in frustration, muttered that all their plans had fallen apart. But there was nothing to be done. She decided to go to the scene herself, despite her colleagues' protests. She instructed her team to only contact Suk Hwan once he arrived at the scene, as he couldn't resurrect himself from a distance. The woman in red left the command center in a hurry. She gave further instructions to her team, ordering them to secure Yoda 0-1, a safe, and to lift all security protocols for it. She then retrieved a mysterious object from a drawer. Outside, a man and a woman waited. The woman explained that she had convinced higher-ups to help, but questioned the contents of the mysterious object. An ominous shadow loomed over the scene, its form obscured by darkness. A voice, heavy with foreboding, announced that a recent event in America had caused quite a stir. Referencing the future, a future that should never come to pass. A woman's hand, adorned with crimson nails, held a note. The message was stark: at the end of the abyss, look at the sky. This was a terrible future, indeed. Night fell over the city. Cars sped along a busy highway, their headlights cutting through the darkness. Captain Jang Diakman, a stern-faced man with a mustache and glasses, sat behind the wheel of his vehicle. He was clearly deep in thought. A woman in a red coat stood overlooking the city. She spoke, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Wear heavy armor when you go home. Captain Jang, surprised, questioned her instructions. What are you talking about? Isn't the battle tomorrow? A young man with dark hair and a confident smirk appeared. He corrected them, stating, that's right. At 3 p.m. tomorrow. He added, with a knowing look, and that's what they know too. Two small, robotic drones were seen flying behind him. The drones opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The projectiles striking Captain Jang's vehicle, causing significant damage and leaving the captain momentarily stunned. A black Jeep Wrangler careened down a city street, pursued by a pair of small, boxy drones. The drones opened fire, the impact of the barrage causing one of the jeep's tires to explode. The vehicle swerved violently, fishtailing wildly as it struggled to maintain control. But before it could crash, a figure emerged from the chaos. Captain Jang Diakman, a man of imposing stature in dark attire, effortlessly lifted the damaged jeep into the air, the headlights illuminating his determined face. A woman's voice, tense and urgent, cut through the sounds of the ongoing conflict. Captain Jang Diakman, if you happen to fight him tonight, could you capture Kim Bong-chun? The question hung in the air, directed at the imposing figure of Captain Jang Diakman. The man's face, partially obscured by sunglasses, was a mask of grim determination. His thick mustache and sharp gaze hinted at the dangerous task ahead. The jeep, battered and bruised, continued its chaotic journey down the street, narrowly avoiding a collision with several obstacles. The vehicle's momentum carried it forward, despite the damage sustained in the earlier attack. Kim Bong-chun, his face a picture of ruthless intensity, watched the jeep's approach. His expression was one of cold calculation, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. He prepared to unleash a devastating counterattack. A burst of intense energy erupted from his hands, aimed directly at the approaching vehicle. The force of the blast sending the jeep careening off course. Suk-won, the revival man, appeared suddenly, his red shirt a stark contrast to the fiery explosion. He addressed Kim Bong-chun with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Wow. So you stepped on the gas as soon as you saw me? Aren't you being too tough? Suk-won, radiating confidence, stood amidst the wreckage. He smirked, a glint in his eye as he added, I have a good feeling about this. A man with short, dark hair and a smirk, dressed in a white lab coat over a red shirt, stood defiantly. He addressed an unseen opponent with a venomous sneer, so you're here, you bastard. The retort came from a burly man with a mustache and sunglasses, aiming a rifle. He chuckled, it's nice to see your short hair again. The man in the lab coat scoffed, trying to pick a fight? Stop it already. I know how you work better than anyone, old man. Several dark, cube-shaped drones descended from the sky as the man in the lab coat asked, what are you even going to do? The mustachioed man, still aiming his rifle, retorted, don't be scared and just fight. I'm just a man who's lived on a salary for 30 years. The man in the lab coat sighed, put down your gun. Personally, I'm disappointed that you guys turned into criminals. Drop it, we've already decided to go down with young master if we must. He then barked orders to his unseen allies, Bong brothers. Shoot his arms and legs and completely neutralize him. The man in the lab coat was surrounded by the drones, which opened fire. He reacted with a look of surprise. But the drones were quickly disabled, exploding in a shower of sparks, leaving the man in the lab coat unharmed, but clearly shaken by the near miss. Suk-won, a young man with dark purple hair, stared in disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting his shock as he exclaimed, what the? He was running through the city streets at night, a moon hanging in the dark sky above. The narration boxes revealed that 8 sniper drones had been shot down, and additional troops were yet to be identified. The scene shifted to a group of armed special forces soldiers. One soldier urged their captain to not push himself too hard, while another questioned the captain's decision to attack without signaling them first. A commander's voice boomed, are all ready to go? Suk-won, witnessing this, was once again filled with confusion and fear, muttering, what the hell is this? An ambush? Suk-won's internal monologue revealed his astonishment. He couldn't believe that the soldiers were already stationed inside the building he had chosen on the spot. His confusion deepened as he questioned how they knew he would come there. He wondered aloud if the DPC now employed a fortune teller. A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. A man with sunglasses and a mustache, seemingly a leader among the soldiers, asked Suk-won what was important there. Suk-won, his face contorted in anger, ordered Kim Bong-chun to drop his weapons and surrender. He revealed that the new recruits were not under the DPC's control. Meanwhile, a woman with short blonde hair and an axe stood in the background, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. She mused to herself that no matter how much she thought about it, the situation was strange. The final panel showed a man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, revealing that the civilians had been evacuated in advance, indicating that the DPC had known about the ambush hours beforehand. This operation wasn't planned on the fly. A man with vibrant, unruly green hair, dressed in a stylish, open white coat over a dark inner garment, stood on a staircase, his expression thoughtful. He mused that the condition that brought a certain person to Korea wasn't for peaceful purposes, it was the same as before. Elsewhere, a figure in dark clothing walked amidst a scene of fiery destruction, debris scattered around. He suspected someone from the DPC was deliberately provoking a conflict. A man with bright blonde hair and piercing golden eyes smirked, commenting on the unpleasantness of the situation. A woman with fiery blonde hair and an angry expression, wielding a large club, vehemently denied any knowledge of the events unfolding. She did, however, know that Miho had set the stage for a confrontation. High above the city, on a rooftop helipad, a figure observed two individuals from a distance. He addressed one of them, Ms. Suki, commenting on her choice. A woman with long, dark hair and a confident smirk spoke. She explained that, had a Black Wings clan member not been present, she would have intervened herself. The woman continued, stating that the other woman's very existence had provoked the attack on Youngwoo. She let out a short, amused chuckle. A dark, ominous object with multiple glowing red eyes appeared, seemingly from another dimension. A voice spoke of the prophets. The voice explained that these prophets were dimensional guardians who monitored multiple worlds and were the eternal enemies of the Black Wings clan. A mysterious figure, their face obscured by shadow but their crimson eyes blazing, spoke of a clan with the unique ability to traverse dimensions. This power, however, was limited. Unable to interfere with the very dimension they were sworn to protect. The figure continued, explaining that the current reality had no future. Their goal was far more ambitious. To merge countless timelines into one singular reality. The figure clarified that the destruction of the current world was not merely a consequence, but a necessary step. A predetermined destiny. Suki's expression hardened. A grim determination set in as she gripped her weapon. The only way to avert this catastrophic future was the disappearance of a certain prophet. A looming sense of dread filled the air. The question hung heavy: was the destruction of this world imminent? A young woman, her face contorted in fury, gripped a staff tightly. "What the?" she muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, a man with dark, intense eyes spoke, his voice laced with grim determination. He explained that when entropy overflows, the lifespan of the universe will end. He continued, revealing that there are prophets who watch over the world until the last minute to prevent the world's future from changing. The reason for their vigilance, he explained, was that if the future of a particular dimension changes, new worlds will be created exponentially. He elaborated on the grandfather paradox, illustrating that going back to the past and changing the future only creates a new timeline. Just like how killing his grandfather in the past wouldn't make him disappear. It's assumed that if many timelines are created, a separate world will be created for each one of those timelines. But since they are all contained in a huge one-dimensional flow, the consequences are far-reaching. A voice, echoing with authority, declared the necessity of maintaining a single timeline to prevent dimensional collapse. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolded. A young woman in a school uniform, wielding two spears, clashed with a dark-haired figure shrouded in ominous purple energy. The dark-haired figure, a sinister smile playing on their lips, revealed that they had used humans to spread this message of a singular timeline. The young woman's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and determination etched on her face. Her heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one gold, reflected the gravity of the situation. She lunged forward, her spears aimed at the heart of the dark-haired figure. But the attack was met with a surge of dark energy, forcing her back. The dark-haired figure unleashed a devastating blast of energy, shattering the ground around them, leaving the young woman struggling to maintain her footing amidst the chaos. The dark-haired figure mocked the young woman's chatter, questioning if her spear was even a suitable weapon. The dark-haired figure revealed a painful truth: they had lost their wings. A young woman with long, dark hair, her eyes blazing with intensity, stood defiantly within a shattered cage of ice. Her hands glowed with an ethereal blue light, the cracks in the ice spreading outward like a spiderweb. The icy shards raining down around her as she exerted her power. The scene pulsed with a cold, almost painful energy. Meanwhile, a second woman with long, dark hair, but with a more somber expression, stood poised with a large, ornate sword, its blade glowing with a menacing purple energy. The air crackled with anticipation. The first woman's face contorted in a grimace of exertion as she strained against some unseen force, her power seemingly reaching its limit. The ice around her shattered completely, sending fragments flying. A wave of purple energy erupted from the second woman, a violent surge that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality, engulfing the first woman in a blinding flash. The impact was immense. The purple energy coalesced into a massive, swirling vortex above a city skyline, a terrifying display of power that threatened to consume everything in its path. A muscular man with short dark hair, clad in a sleeveless black shirt, stood defiantly amidst a chaotic scene. Gun in hand, he faced an unseen opponent, his back to the viewer. The ground around him was scarred with tire marks and the remnants of an explosion. A voice boomed, ordering him to drop his weapon and surrender. Meanwhile, a young man with dark, slightly spiky hair, wearing a white lab coat over a red shirt, stood amidst a city nightscape ablaze with flashing lights and explosions. His expression was one of intense thought, a grim determination etched on his face. He pondered the situation. He was interrupted by a frantic call. A gruff voice, belonging to a man with a mustache and sunglasses, urgently relayed a message: there was an emergency at the DPC Situation Room. The man in sunglasses paused, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. The purpose of this battle, he realized, was far greater than he initially understood. In the distance, a massive, dark, unidentified flying object loomed, casting a long shadow over the city. The young man in the lab coat, observing the same ominous sight, understood the stakes. His internal monologue revealed his grim assessment: complete destruction. From a high-angle perspective, a massive airborne carrier, a colossal warship of the skies, was visible. Two figures, clad in black tactical gear, observed the behemoth with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them exclaimed about its sheer size. Their communication devices suddenly malfunctioned, causing confusion and alarm. A sleek, dark vessel, possibly a fighter craft, launched from the carrier, its engines blazing with intense energy. The scene shifted to a different location, where a man in a white coat was surrounded by small, menacing drones. The narration box emphasized the gravity of the situation. This was a battle for everything. The man with the mustache and sunglasses, Kim Bong-chun, appeared again, his expression grim. He muttered to himself about arriving late to the scene. The scene opens with a low-angle shot of a man's feet, clad in sharp black shoes, stepping onto a metallic platform. A faint scar is visible on his ankle. The background is a fiery sunset, suggesting a dramatic setting. A man in a white lab coat stands confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. He declares, "Well then, the main fight starts now." A high-tech, almost spider-like drone hovers in the air above him, its central core glowing with an intense, orange light. From a high vantage point, we see a city street below, where a building is engulfed in flames. Several dark, cube-shaped objects fall from the sky. A blonde woman looks up in alarm, her eyes wide with shock and fear as she witnesses the destruction. Two more of the cube-shaped objects hurtle through the air, heading towards the city. The blonde woman's face is shown in close-up, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She observes the strange, cube-shaped objects, muttering, "Those funny-looking things." The man beside her asks, "What the hell did Kim Bong-chun make again?" He then adds, "I'm giving you one more chance." A man with vibrant yellow hair, a smirk playing on his lips, addressed someone named Lilia. He asked, "Do you intend to work under me?" Lilia, seemingly unimpressed, swiftly moved to attack, declaring, "I'll take your head before you can ask me again, so don't sweat it." The yellow-haired man effortlessly deflected Lilia's attack, drawing a futuristic-looking weapon. The weapon fired, causing a significant explosion and destruction in the surrounding area, leaving the yellow-haired man unscathed and grinning down at Lilia from above. He aimed his weapon again, while Lilia looked on in shock and fear. The yellow-haired man, weapon raised, advanced on Lilia. Elsewhere, another woman, seemingly a student, was brutally attacked, blood staining her uniform. Min Jongyu, her face streaked with blood, leaned against Sukwon. A soft moan escaped her lips. Sukwon, clad in a striking gold-patterned jacket, held a large, ornate sword aloft, its many eyes glowing menacingly. Below him, Min Jongyu lay seemingly lifeless, their bodies forming a stark contrast against the backdrop of a city skyline. Sukwon's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, finally, a question mark hanging in the air. A brilliant blue light erupted from below, a vortex of energy swirling upwards. A powerful beam of light shot upwards from the vortex, striking Sukwon with immense force. The resulting explosion rocked the city. Sukwon stood amidst the dust and debris, his expression unreadable. He held the sword firmly. The sword, still glowing faintly, was planted firmly in the ground. Its power spent. He sighed, "I didn't want to use it, but..." A new character, an older man with white hair, appeared, stating, "It's a 1,500-year-old monster. I got it back after selling it to pay my debt." A young woman with long, white hair, dressed in a sailor-style uniform, stood amidst a desolate, rubble-strewn landscape. Behind her, a tall man with dark hair and elaborate clothing emerged, his expression unreadable. How could she still be standing after such devastation? He questioned her resilience, his gaze sharp and intense. "Why, Rugrat? In that future you foresaw?" The young woman, her uniform stained with blood, smirked defiantly. "Have you never seen a sexy chick like me?" A woman's voice echoed, her words laced with a chilling certainty, if her prediction was correct. "This paper," she explained, "was a catalyst to awaken the prophet." A man's eyes blazed with defiance. His voice, a low growl, resonated with unwavering resolve. He absolutely refused to lose. He lunged forward, a furious expression twisting his features as he unleashed a powerful blow, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The woman calmly deflected the attack, her movements precise and controlled. She stated, with an air of finality, that it was no use. His eyes glowed with a furious red light, his face contorted in a grimace of rage and frustration. A surge of energy erupted from the man, tearing at his clothes as he braced for another attack, the resulting clash sending a shockwave that devastated the surrounding area. A tense confrontation unfolded in a gritty alleyway. Two figures in dark suits stood over a prone form, their faces obscured by shadow. A single, crumpled piece of paper lay near the victim. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the fallen figure, their eyes blazing with an infernal light. The energy crackled and surged, forming a grotesque, obsidian mask over their face. The two figures recoiled in shock as the energy intensified, a destructive force radiating from the newly transformed being. One of the figures was thrown back by the force of the blast, leaving the other to stand alone, facing the terrifying power unleashed before him. The transformed figure lay still, blood staining the ground. His eyes fluttered open, a look of confusion and pain etched across his features. He was alive, but changed. A crumpled note lay beside him, a cryptic message scrawled across its surface: "Look at the sky at the end of the abyss." He struggled to comprehend the words, his mind reeling from the ordeal. "What's this?" he whispered, his voice raspy with pain. His gaze fell upon the note again, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Director," he muttered, his memory slowly returning. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of the explosion. The alleyway was in ruins, littered with debris and blood. A woman with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in a red jacket, carefully examined a crumpled piece of paper. The note read, "Look at the sky at the bottom of the abyss." Meanwhile, a man with silver hair and a striking black and orange mask appeared. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. The woman's companion, a man in military fatigues, demanded to know what she had just given him. The woman, seemingly unconcerned, retorted that she had already made a mistake. She then sarcastically congratulated him on the failure of their plan, dismissing him to cause more trouble. The man in fatigues, alarmed, questioned if she intended to kill them both as well. She responded with a chilling smirk, daring him to try. The masked man, seemingly unfazed, calmly stated that he did not want any more sacrifices than what had already occurred. He urged them to remain calm. As he walked away, the woman in red called him an old friend, and then muttered that his mercy was bullshit. A pool of blood stained the ground. A piece of paper lay nearby. A voice, filled with desperate hope, echoed in the silence, "What's that paper? Won't Juan come back?" A hand, adorned with crimson nails, delicately picked up the paper, and swiftly discarded it. "No worries," a calm voice stated, "I no longer require this." A woman with striking dark hair and a sharp gaze stood confidently, her red jacket a stark contrast to her pale skin. She pointed a long finger, a subtle yet commanding gesture. "I have done all that I can." Elsewhere, a figure soared through the night sky on a futuristic motorcycle. The narrator's voice cut through the scene. "Yak's transmitting device is there." A young man with spiky blonde hair and a determined expression held a futuristic weapon. He declared, "It's time to move on to the next phase. Everyone, let's meet there." Another man, with dark hair and a thoughtful expression, stood amidst a cityscape. He mused, "Humanity's progress is said to take 2 steps forward and 3 steps backward. Retreat from war and disease, and humans will progress way beyond that." A fierce battle raged between two figures wielding mystical energy. One, a woman with dark hair, spoke with regret, "I have been turning a blind eye to loving others." A scene shifted to a man with silver hair, seated majestically in a flying vehicle above the city. He declared, "I will take Atrahasis and put this chain of hatred behind me." Finally, a man with silver hair and a distinctive mask appeared, standing before a mysterious box. He issued a chilling ultimatum, "Let's end our story now." A young man with dark, spiky hair smirked, a glint in his eye. He muttered to himself, "Hee, good timing." Meanwhile, from a distance, a figure in dark clothing and glasses peered through the scope of a rifle, his expression grim. The young man, having launched himself into the air with some sort of jetpack, yelled back towards the sniper, "Old man, see you later if we survive." In a different location, a young woman with long black hair stood opposite another with long white hair, the former wielding a large, glowing purple sword. The white-haired girl declared, "I think it's time to leave." The black-haired girl, her face etched with concern, questioned, "Do you seriously plan on calling Atrahasis?" The white-haired girl, a smirk playing on her lips, replied, "Yeah, so don't follow me, bastard." The white-haired girl launched herself forward with surprising speed, her long hair flowing behind her as she moved towards the black-haired girl, leaving the black-haired girl far behind. A blond man with a mischievous expression appeared, chuckling, "Follow? Hee." The weapon malfunctioned, exploding in a shower of sparks and debris. One Miho, a woman with fiery orange hair, stared into the distance, her expression etched with worry and apprehension. A fire raged behind her, casting an ominous glow on her face. Above the city, a figure, seemingly defying gravity, hurtled through the air. He was a young man with blonde hair, clad in dark clothing, propelled by what appeared to be several technological devices. His phone rang, displaying an incoming call. The screen showed accept and decline options. One Miho answered the call, her voice tight with urgency as she spoke to the person on the other end. The background was still the scene of the ongoing fire. She asked, "You have a plan after this, right?" The question hung heavy in the air, reflecting her deep concern. A surge of intense blue energy erupted from below, a powerful force that seemed to shake the very ground. From the depths of this energy, a young woman with long, dark hair emerged, wielding a sharp weapon. She moved with speed and determination. The energy intensified, culminating in a blinding flash of light and a powerful shockwave. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in all directions. The aftermath of the explosion was a scene of utter devastation. Fire and destruction reigned supreme. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the earth, a maelstrom of fire and debris engulfing the landscape. Amidst the chaos, Min Youngwoo watched in disbelief as the destruction unfolded. He demanded an explanation, his voice laced with alarm. Three figures emerged from the wreckage: a young woman with long dark hair, a blonde man with a golden weapon, and a man in a lab coat. The woman observed the scene, commenting on the dramatic entrance. Nikolai, the man with the striking mask, addressed the blonde man, reminding him of their agreement: weapons in exchange for assistance in summoning Atrahasis. The blonde man, clearly irritated, vowed to never forget this humiliation. Nikolai, flanked by his associates, declared, with chilling finality, "This is the end." A cryptic narration box appeared, hinting at a parallel story. Suk-won, the revival man, lay in a hospital bed, his body bearing the marks of a recent struggle. A deep weariness settled over him, his eyes closed in exhaustion. He awoke with a start, a desperate question forming in his mind: what day is it? The urgency in his voice betrayed his confusion and fear. A figure, silhouetted against the dim light, stood in the room, holding an axe. A woman with short blonde hair, her expression grim, warned him that this was his final chance. Death would be permanent this time. Confused, Suk-won questioned the woman's presence, wondering why she was waiting there. He was disoriented and struggling to understand his surroundings. The woman, impatient, urged him to leave immediately, explaining that others were waiting. Suk-won felt his body acting strangely, a familiar unease washing over him. He wondered if the threat was still present. He questioned if the danger had truly passed, his mind racing with uncertainty. He was still disoriented and unsure of his situation. Suk-won noticed a familiar tracksuit hanging on a hook, a Hanlin gym tracksuit. A wave of recognition washed over him. He realized the house he was in had been destroyed, a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. He put on the tracksuit, his mind racing. Suk-won and the blonde woman exited the destroyed house, encountering three other individuals waiting for them. Their expressions were a mixture of anticipation and concern. The blonde woman's statement, "No way. Is it?" hung heavy in the air, hinting at a shocking revelation. A man with fiery red hair and prominent facial scars, his expression one of fierce determination, shouted, "Okay, let's go." Behind him stood a woman with blonde hair, her face impassive, seemingly ready for action. As the scene shifted, a figure declared it was time to beat the terrorist to a pulp.